Zhonghai City, under the scorching summer sun. Chen Feiyu, dressed in a food delivery uniform, was riding an electric scooter. He worked as a delivery rider, and seated on the back was his girlfriend Lu Xiaotong. The two of them had been classmates in high school, and they had already started dating in their first year. They had promised to get into Zhonghai University together, but an accident midway changed everything. Lu Xiaotong was admitted and became a freshman this year, while Chen Feiyu stepped into society early and began his life of working odd jobs. The electric scooter stopped at the entrance of a residential compound. Xiaoyu, I have something to tell you. I also have something to tell you. Chen Feiyu smiled knowingly and took a rectangular box from his pocket. Her 18th birthday was only a few days away. In Zhonghai, turning 18 was a momentous occasion, so Chen Feiyu had started preparing early. He had scrimped and saved for months to buy her a grand gift. When the box was opened, inside lay a Chanel diamond necklace. This is your birthday present. Do you like it? The scene of his girlfriend bursting into tears with emotion did not appear. Chen Feiyu assumed that Lu Xiaotong was simply too moved to react. Just as he was about to help her put the necklace on, she suddenly stepped back to avoid him. Xiaoyu, let's break up. Break up? Why would we break up when everything is fine? Chen Feiyu stared at her in disbelief. To earn enough to buy the diamond necklace, he had been frantically taking orders and delivering food for the past month or two, and indeed, had neglected Lu Xiaotong a little. Yet their relationship had always been good, they had never quarreled. How could she suddenly propose breaking up without any warning? I've fallen for someone else. Don't joke around. Didn't we agree that we would get married after we graduated from university? Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. Lu Xiaotong lowered her head in shame, unable to meet his gaze. In a small voice, she said, we did agree that we would graduate from university and then get married, but you didn't get into university. Hep. A cold laugh echoed in Chen Feiyu's heart. In an instant, he understood what she truly meant. Zhonghai University was one of the top institutions in the country. In the end, it was nothing more than this. Having entered a prestigious university and believing her future boundless, Lu Xiaotong now felt that her delivery rider boyfriend no longer matched her. That was indeed what she thought. As a student of a prestigious university, she believed her boyfriend should be a prince on a white horse, with superior conditions in every aspect, not a food delivery rider who braved wind and rain all day long. She wanted the comfort of a luxury car, not a shabby electric scooter. She desired a life of silk and riches. A simple daily meals could no longer satisfy her. Being with Chen Feiyu, she felt he lowered her status. Walking side by side with him even made her feel a little ashamed. Who is that person? He's a classmate from my department. He treats me very well. His family runs 3 companies. We've already talked it over. During summer break, we'll go meet his parents together. At her words, understanding dawned on Chen Feiyu. No wonder her clothes, bags, and shoes lately were all designer brands. He had asked about them before, and she had lied that they were gifts from her parents for getting into university. Thinking it over carefully now, those things were most likely gifts from that boy. The university had only just started. Counting carefully, Lu Xiaotong had known that boy for barely 1 or 2 months. Their years of relationship in the end could not compete with a bit of material wealth. How utterly ironic. Fine, then I'll grant your wish. Let's break up. Chen Feiyu's face was expressionless, his emotions unnervingly calm. Rage to him was merely a sign of impotence. Yes, Chen Feiyu was at the lowest point of his life right now, but who could guarantee he would remain mediocre forever? With his 9 million looks alone, he could find a girlfriend more beautiful and accomplished than Lu Xiaotong. Really? She had not expected him to agree so readily. Lu Xiaotong felt a flicker of disappointment, but the moment she thought of her new wealthy boyfriend, that faint trace of sadness quickly vanished. Really? But don't regret it in the future. Tossing out this final line, Chen Feiyu got back onto his electric scooter and rode away without looking back. Chen Feiyu was a decisive man who disliked lingering entanglements. A woman whose heart had changed was not worth a single shred of his attachment. Watching his departing back, Lu Xiaotong curled her lips in disdain. Yes, Chen Feiyu was indeed handsome, but could good looks be used as food? In this materialistic society, money was the only hard truth. Her new boyfriend was also good-looking. Though his appearance was far inferior to Chen Feiyu's, he came from a very wealthy family. Regret? What a joke. Given the choice between a delivery rider and a rich second-generation heir, anyone would choose the latter. She believed she would never regret this decision for the rest of her life. After entering the workforce, Chen Feiyu had gone through many hardships, and his heart had been tempered into steel. The breakup did affect him somewhat, but he quickly adjusted. With or without anyone, the earth would keep turning and life would not pity you just because you were heartbroken. The next morning arrived. Having fully reset his mindset, Chen Feiyu headed out early to deliver food. He had to earn money to support his family and had no time to wallow in sadness over the trivial matter of a breakup. He kept busy until after 1 in the afternoon before he had a moment to rest. He grabbed a quick lunch at a convenience store, which happened to be running a flash sale lucky bag promotion. For just 1 yuan, you could join the event, and the lucky bags contained rewards of various values. Intrigued, Chen Feiyu paid 1 yuan and randomly chose a lucky bag. The store clerk opened it in front of him, revealing a lavish lunch set with a bento box, juice, and dessert. His spirits lifted. Spending 1 yuan to get items worth dozens was quite a saving. Carrying his generous lunch, he casually found an empty seat and sat down. As he ate and scrolled through his phone, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Flash sale lucky bag system successfully activated. Data loading. Loading complete. You have obtained 1 lucky bag flash sale opportunity. His vision went black for a heartbeat, then quickly returned to normal. Before his eyes appeared 3 golden lucky bags, each priced at 1 yuan. A system? Lucky bags? Chen Feiyu was a little bewildered. He had seen plenty of such systems in novels, but never expected one to appear in real life, and on him of all people. So his life was about to be hacked open like a cheat code. Shaking his head, he confirmed that none of this was an illusion. With a tentative mindset, he selected the bag in the middle. Once the bag was selected, the other 2 vanished, and a payment interface popped up requiring 1 yuan to obtain the prize inside. Thinking that 1 yuan was not expensive, Chen Feiyu clicked to confirm payment. The system directly deducted 1 yuan from his bank account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing a flash sale lucky bag. Reward 1 Koenigsegg 112 luxury house exchange vouchers and 1 personal storage warehouse with a total value of 1 billion RMB. Chen Feiyu's eyes widened in shock. This lucky bag reward was beyond luxurious. Opening his personal storage warehouse, he saw that there was indeed a supercar and 2 luxury house exchange vouchers inside. The Koenigsegg 11 was a legendary supercar famed as the ghost among supercars. Its market value was around 100 million, and it was practically unobtainable. Only 6 existed worldwide, and even money could not necessarily buy one. As for the 2 luxury house exchange vouchers, they could be used to redeem any 2 properties anywhere with no restrictions on location or price, even overseas. However, Chen Feiyu had little interest in going abroad. He logged onto a real estate website on his phone to take a look. Since there was no price limit, he naturally aimed for the most expensive. One glance nearly scared him out of his chair. Any random luxury property he saw was worth over 100 million. Besides, the renowned Tangshan Yiping Zhonghai City also boasts Greentown Rose Garden, Xishan Golf Manor, Zhejiantang, and Yucui Garden. These are among the most luxurious residences in Zhonghai, each often priced at astonishing sums reaching into the hundreds of millions. Chen Feiyu's breathing grew so excited that it turned rapid, his chest heaving violently. Just the taxes on these properties alone were enough to make one question the meaning of life. Ordinary people could toil for several generations and still not be able to afford even a bathroom in such places. Yet now, as long as he wished, he could own any of these mansions at any time. How could he possibly not be exhilarated? Forcing himself to calm down, Chen Feiyu analyzed the options. Though these mansions all had their own distinct styles and unique charms, the one he favored most was another estate, Hengda Binjiang Garden. Nestled in the very core district of Zhonghai City, less than 300 meters in a straight line from the Huangpu River, it stood beside the famed Oriental Pearl and faced the Bund across the water, hailed as the finest riverview luxury residence in Zhonghai. Imagine standing on a balcony larger than a bedroom, letting the river breeze caress your face, while savoring the finest red wine in the world, the prosperity of the 10-mile foreign concession, and both banks of the Pujiang River spread out beneath your gaze. Just picturing it was enough to make one feel utterly thrilled. Chen Feiyu roughly calculated that the supercar plus 2 luxury residences had a market value of around 600 million, which meant the portable warehouse itself was worth about 400 million. Excluding the portable warehouse, Chen Feiyu now possessed assets worth roughly 600 million on their own. Who would ever have imagined that a food delivery rider could suddenly transform into a tycoon worth several hundred million? A single supercar and 2 mansions, even if casually rented out, would still bring in a considerable monthly income. For the rest of his life, even if his hands and feet were broken, Chen Feiyu would never have to worry about food or drink again. I'm done working. Now that I'm this rich, why would I still be delivering takeout? Time to go home and enjoy some peace and comfort. Just as this thought surged up, a voice called out Xiaoyu. Overflowing with excitement and ready to head out to inspect the mansions in person, Chen Feiyu was just about to leave when another delivery rider, spotting him sitting in the convenience store, rushed in hurriedly. Brotherly, you don't look so well. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? The delivery rider clutched his stomach. I ate something bad. There's an order for Zhonghai University. Could you help me deliver it? Sure, no problem. Chen Feiyu agreed readily without even thinking it over. Zhonghai University was a place of heartache for him. He had actually been admitted years ago, but had been forced to withdraw due to personal reasons. His ex-girlfriend was also a student there, so if he could avoid going, he certainly would. Yet Brotherly had always looked out for him, and now that the man was in trouble, he felt he ought to lend a hand. Thanks. I can't hold it any longer. Brotherly thrust the takeout order into Chen Feiyu's hands, and then bolted for the restroom. Seeing that the delivery time was still quite lenient, Chen Feiyu cleared away the trash on the table, then mounted his electric scooter and headed for Zhonghai University. As for redeeming those mansions that could wait until later, after all, the system wouldn't sprout legs and run away. He wove through streets and alleys, and when he was just about 1 kilometer from his destination, the scooter suddenly broke down. Lousy bike. Back then, short on money, he had only been able to buy a second-hand scooter which often had minor issues. He had never expected it to go on strike at such a critical moment. Chen Feiyu felt a bit depressed. If the order was delivered late, brother Li would have his pay docked. Riding a shared bicycle would be too slow, and with the temperature over 40 degrees today, a moment's carelessness could lead to dehydration and heat stroke. So Chen Feiyu decided to pay out of his own pocket and hail a taxi. Just then a Porsche sports car roared past him, its engine thunder-deafening. Chen Feiyu slapped his forehead as he suddenly remembered that there was a Koenigsegg 1-1 in his portable warehouse. That's right, I have a sports car too. He ran into a nearby residential compound, found a secluded spot, and took the car out from his portable warehouse. The moment the Koenigsegg 1-1 appeared, Chen Feiyu's eyes practically shone. The entire body was crafted from carbon fiber, and it felt as if even the air was saturated with the scent of money. Its handsomeness was absolutely overwhelming. This was no mere car, it was a walking pile of cash. Sliding into the driver's seat, he gently ran his hands over the steering wheel. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that a top-tier supercar he once could only gawk at online would one day become his own private ride. The design of a supercar differed greatly from that of ordinary vehicles. Another person might not even know how to shift gears in it. Fortunately, after graduating from high school, Chen Feiyu had obtained his driver's license and had worked for a time as a chauffeur before delivering food. He had handled many luxury cars and supercars, so after a bit of simple familiarization, he quickly figured out how to drive this one. The reason he later stopped working as a chauffeur was in fact entirely due to his looks. Wealthy ladies and pampered heiresses, drunk and tipsy, took a liking to his handsome face and were always reaching out to touch him, throwing themselves into his arms. Some even tried to take him home for the night, and a few went so far as to offer to pay him themselves. The constant harassment nearly drove Chen Feiyu mad, and in the end, he could only switch careers to food delivery. A few minutes later, he arrived at his destination right on time. Vroom vroom vroom. When the Koenigsegg 1-1 appeared at the gate of Zhonghai University, the roar of its engine drew every gaze in the vicinity, and a huge commotion erupted on the spot. What car is that? It looks amazing. It's a Koenigsegg 1-1. I never thought such a legendary machine would appear at our school. This car is insanely expensive. How expensive? At least $1 billion as a starting point, and even then it's one of those things money can't simply buy. A collective hiss swept through the onlookers. Upon learning the price of the Koenigsegg, everyone drew in a sharp breath. In their minds, even the most extravagant luxury cars and supercars cost only a few million at most. This was the first time they had ever heard of a car selling for over 100 million. What could 100 million do? It could buy a private jet. It was enough to purchase a top-tier Riverview mansion in the most coveted Golden District of Zhonghai City. Even if the money were just sitting in a bank, it would earn around 4 million in interest every year. Were these things not attractive? To be willing to spend 100 million on a single car, just how wealthy did one have to be? It was sheer inhuman extravagance. Wow, 100 million. This is outrageous. I don't think any of our students are that rich. Could it be the suitor of our campus belle? I wonder if the driver is a handsome guy. The girls craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse, but to their disappointment, the side windows seemed to be made of some special material, completely obscuring any view of the interior. Completely unaware of the stir he had caused, Chen Feiyu gazed at the imposing characters Zhonghai University above the gate and drifted into a brief daze. If nothing had gone wrong, I'd be a freshman here right now. He gave a self-mocking shake of the head. What was the point of such idle thoughts? In this lifetime, he and university were destined never to truly cross paths. Gathering his emotions, Chen Feiyu drove into the campus. At Zhonghai University, cars could freely enter and exit, and with a vehicle this valuable, it might well belong to some important figure. No security guard would dare to stop him. In the past, Chen Feiyu had received many takeout orders from Zhonghai University, so he was already thoroughly familiar with the campus environment. Before long, he arrived beneath the girls' dormitory building. When the person stepping out of the supercar turned out to be a food delivery rider, the students began to question reality itself. Was delivering takeout now really that profitable? After parking the car, Chen Feiyu paid no heed to the astonished looks aimed his way. He took out his phone and dialed the number on the delivery order. After a few beeps, the call was connected. Hello, your food delivery has arrived downstairs at your dormitory. Please come down to pick it up. Chen Feiyu spoke first. On the other end, a girl's voice, still tinged with youthful innocence, sounded, I'm sorry, I'm still outside and haven't gotten back to the dorm yet. Could you bring the food up to my dorm and give it to my roommate? The dorm? He repeated. Yes, at Zhonghai University, dorms you can go in and out freely during the day. Handsome, I'm begging you, please help me send it up to the dorm, the girl pleaded coquettishly. I see, all right then. Thank you, I'll definitely give you a 5-star review, she added sweetly. Chen Feiyu shook his head with an amused smile. This was very likely the final order of his food delivery career. Helping brotherly earn a 5-star review felt like a fitting ending. After hanging up, Chen Feiyu took the food out of the insulated box. The order indicated dorm 520. He walked into the dormitory building, and the dorm supervisor, Aunt, made no move to stop him, which emboldened him. It was the first time in his life he had stepped into a girl's dormitory. Female students in light summery clothes walked back and forth, long fair legs swaying past his eyes. Everywhere he looked was a feast for the eyes. The girls, seeing Chen Feiyu, also revealed looks of surprise. This delivery guy had delicate features and a jade-like countenance, his looks surpassing those of campus heartthrob, He-Yifun, by more than a notch. Following the room numbers all the way to the end of the corridor, he finally found dorm 520. When the girls saw that he was delivering food to 520, a hint of disappointment flashed in their eyes. Dorm 520 housed 4 freshman girls. 3 of them were department beauties, and the remaining one was the campus belle. Each was a stunning beauty, especially the campus belle One-Yuan, who had toppled the previous school flower from her pedestal on the very first day of term. She had even been named the most beautiful campus belle in all previous years. Some girls who had just felt a flutter of attraction toward Chen Feiyu sighed to themselves. They knew their own limits. After seeing Yuan, they figured he would never look twice at their ordinary vulgar selves. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? The dorm door was ajar. After knocking a few times without getting a response, Chen Feiyu pushed it open. Hearing nothing from inside, he assumed no one was in and hung the food on the doorknob. At the moment he turned away, something inside the room caught at the edge of Chen Feiyu's vision. He stopped and stepped back to the doorway. Through the gap, he could see a pink yoga mat laid out on the floor with a girl lying on her side motionless upon it. Chen Feiyu frowned. He had just been knocking and calling out, making quite a racket, yet this girl hadn't reacted at all. Could she have fainted from heat stroke? After a brief hesitation, he pushed the door open and went in. The overall tone of the girl's dorm was tinged with pink, and a faint, delicate fragrance lingered in the air. Classmate, hey classmate. He walked over and crouched down beside her, gently nudging her a few times, but she still did not respond. His conviction that she had fainted from heat stroke only grew stronger. Saving a life came first. Without time for further thought, he recalled that someone suffering heat stroke needed to be cooled immediately. He fetched a towel from the balcony, rinsed it in cold water, and laid it across the girl's forehead. After waiting quite a while, and seeing that she still had not woken, Chen Feiyu frowned in thought, then finally decided to give her artificial respiration. He held her cheeks on both sides, drew in a deep breath, and breathed into her mouth. The girl before him was breathtakingly beautiful, yet Chen Feiyu thought only of saving her, his mind utterly free of impure thoughts. After repeating the artificial respiration several times, the girl finally fluttered, her eyes open in a daze. You're awake, Chen Feiyu said with a smile. Her blurred vision gradually came into focus, and she discovered a strange man stealing a kiss from her. In an instant she was fully awake, her eyes widened like copper bells as she shoved Chen Feiyu away with all her strength. What did you do to me? She scrubbed at her lips with her hand. This had been her very first kiss. Stumbling, Chen Feiyu fell back onto the floor and hastened to explain, I thought you'd passed out from heat stroke. The cold towel wasn't working, so I tried to save you with artificial respiration. Heat stroke. You're the one with heat stroke. Your whole family has heat stroke. She snapped, eyes blazing as she glared at him. I had just finished doing yoga, I was exhausted and fell asleep. The corner of Chen Feiyu's mouth twitched. This was one colossal misunderstanding. But he couldn't really be blamed. She had slept so deeply that no amount of knocking or calling had woken her. You pervert, how dare you molest me? I'll call the police right now. Come on, who molested you? I really thought you'd fainted. He protested. When he saw her pulling out her phone to call the police, Chen Feiyu rushed forward and grabbed both her hands to stop her. It was like a scholar confronting a soldier. Reason alone would never get through. He had reached out in kindness to save someone, yet somehow he had become a filthy rogue accused of molesting an innocent girl. What a calamity. Truly no good deed went unpunished. Had he known, he would never have meddled. Big sister. You're the big sister. Let go. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Miss, as long as you don't call the police, I'll agree to any condition you name, he hurriedly amended. He had always believed one should never lightly step into officialdom. If this really ended up at the police station, and worse yet for molestation, his parents would beat him half to death once they found out. The girl calmed down a little and gave Chen Feiyu a thorough once-over. This young man was upright and presentable. He did not look like some sleazy creep. Perhaps it really had all been a misunderstanding. She was not an unreasonable person. If Chen Feiyu had truly acted in good faith to save her, and she turned around and sent him to the police station, that would indeed be going too far. So any condition at all? She asked. Yes, anything at all, as long as you don't call the police. He replied. After pondering for a moment, the girl suddenly broke into a smile. All right then, I want you to be my boyfriend. Hearing her demand, Chen Feiyu froze for a moment and sighed inwardly in helplessness. Yet another woman coveting his looks. Women really were all big pig trotters. We've only just met. Isn't this progressing a little too fast? Before graduating from high school, Chen Feiyu had devoted himself entirely to his studies, striving to get into the very best universities. Later forced to drop out, he threw himself into work and making money, never giving any thought to matters of the heart. The girl's sudden declaration that she wanted him to be her girlfriend left him at a loss. What are you thinking? I want you to be my temporary boyfriend, she corrected. Temporary boyfriend. The girl carefully recounted the entire sequence of events. She was none other than Fong Yuan, the newly crowned campus belle of the freshman class. Because she was so strikingly beautiful, she had attracted a large crowd of admirers the moment she entered the university. Among them, there were two boys whose pursuit of her was particularly fierce. The first was the campus heartthrob, He Yifan, whose looks and intellect were both exceptional. He seemed like a flawless male idol stepped out of the pages of a comic book, having captured the hearts of many girls. Numerous classmates regarded He Yifan and Fong Yuan as a perfect golden couple. The second boy was named Jin Fangzhou. In appearance and talent, he was far inferior to He Yifan, but he was a pure-blooded second-generation rich airborne with a metaphorical golden key in his mouth. The Jinhai Group, one of Zhonghai City's top 100 enterprises, was the property of Jin Fangzhou's family. Both young men were influential figures at Zhonghai University, outstanding in almost every regard. Any other girl would have long since yielded without hesitation. Yet Fong Yuan was not the kind of vulgar girl who only cared about looks and money. She had a complete plan laid out for her own life. For the moment, Fong Yuan wished only to focus on her studies. She had little interest in romance and had not seriously considered finding a boyfriend. However, these two boys pestered her day after day to the point that she was nearly driven mad with annoyance. Jin Fangzhou was especially clingy, sticking to her like an endless bandage she could not peel off. No matter how she tried to shake him off, it never worked. Even in class this morning, he insisted on taking her out for afternoon tea, and she could not get rid of him despite repeatedly refusing. So Fong Yuan devised a plan. She would simply have Chen Feiyu pretend to be her boyfriend and thereby extinguish Jin Fangzhou's romantic intentions toward her. And perhaps you should ask someone else, Chen Feiyu said. No, I want you, she replied. Fong Yuan felt a flicker of displeasure inside. She had assumed Chen Feiyu would agree readily and had not expected him to turn her down. She did in fact have her reasons for choosing Chen Feiyu. Other boys were far too ordinary in both looks and family background. They were far inferior to He Yifan and Jin Fangzhou. Fong Yuan did not mind if her future partner was an ordinary man. But who would believe that the campus belle would abandon the campus prince and a wealthy heir for a perfectly average guy? If she wanted everyone to truly believe she had a boyfriend, that boy had to be exceptionally outstanding. At least in one aspect, he had to utterly outshine both He Yifan and Jin Fangzhou. Given that Jin Fangzhou was one of Zhonghai City's top-tier rich second generation, it was clearly impossible to find someone even wealthier to play the role of a temporary boyfriend. Therefore, she could only work from the angle of appearance. Chen Feiyu undoubtedly met that requirement. Only a boy like Chen Feiyu, whose handsomeness defied description by mere words, could truly convince everyone that the two of them were in a genuine relationship. It's not that I don't want to help you. I just don't have any experience with this sort of thing, he said. What kind of experience do you need? You just said you'd agree to any condition. Don't tell me you're going back on your word. Fong Yuan shot him a reproachful glare, anger bubbling in her heart. If she so much as crooked her finger, countless men would scramble to be her boyfriend. Chen Feiyu had stumbled into a tremendous bargain, yet not only did he seem entirely unexcited, he kept making excuses to refuse her. Outrageous. Was being her boyfriend such a grievance to him? Well, all right then. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Feiyu finally agreed to act as Fong Yuan's temporary boyfriend. Although he had not meant to kiss her before, he had nevertheless taken advantage of a girl, and helping her out a little was the least he could do. Besides, putting on a show was far better than being hauled off to the police station. I can help you with this, he added, but let's be clear up front, we're just acting. In a few days we'll behave as though we don't even know each other. Don't cling to me afterward. Who would ever cling to you? Fong Yuan spat back, feeling that his self-confidence was far too inflated. The two of them then began to discuss how to coordinate. When Jin Fangzhou arrived later, they would appear arm in arm, and Fong Yuan would publicly announce that Chen Feiyu was her boyfriend. In that way, she could reject Jin Fangzhou's pursuit and simultaneously extinguish the fantasies of all the other boys. A single move achieving two goals at once. After about 10 minutes, Fong Yuan's phone rang. Chen Feiyu stole a glance. The contact name boldly displayed was Jin Fangzhou. They exchanged only a few brief words. The entire time Fong Yuan responded with curt, impatient mmhms, her attitude extremely perfunctory. Even as an outsider, Chen Feiyu could clearly see that Fong Yuan had no interest in Jin Fangzhou. After hanging up, Fong Yuan turned to Chen Feiyu and said, Jin Fangzhou is already downstairs. I'm going to change my clothes first. Wait for me outside for a bit. Chun Feiyu walked out of the dormitory room of his own accord. Not long after, Fang-Yuan emerged again, now dressed in fresh clothes and seeming to shine anew. She wore a white camisole on her upper body, her skin was fair, her collarbones prominent. With every step she took, the houndstooth pleated skirt on her lower body swayed with a playful flutter. The outfit was simple, yet far from plain, perfectly showcasing Fang-Yuan's personal allure. For a moment Chun Feiyu could only stare. He had to admit that after careful grooming, Fang-Yuan's beauty had risen to an even higher level. She was the most stunning girl he had ever seen. Let's go, Fang-Yuan said, lightly brushing aside her long hair. Even the air seemed sweet around her as she took the initiative to hook her arm through Chun Feiyu's. Chun Feiyu's movements grew a little stiff. Apart from Lu Xiaodong, he had never been in such close physical contact with another girl. It would have been a lie to say he was not nervous. A faint blush also rose on Fang-Yuan's delicate face. This was the first time she had ever voluntarily taken a boy's arm. Hand in hand the two of them walked along. Chun Feiyu even began to feel a little excited. Ahead of him awaited a wealthy second-generation rival he had never met before. Beneath the girls' dormitory building, a young man paced back and forth. Beside him was parked a brand-new Porsche 911. From head to toe, he was clad in luxury brands: a Givenchy shirt, Versace trousers, a green Submariner watch, and sneakers sparkling like a sky full of stars. His outfit alone was worth tens of thousands at the very least. This young man was Jin Fangzhou. A few girls approached to strike up a conversation, but Jin Fangzhou knew exactly what they were after, his money and status, and chose to ignore them outright. As the future heir of the Jin High Group, he considered these gaudily mundane girls unworthy of his notice. In this world, only Fang-Yuan was worthy of him. Oh, it's Fang-Yuan, someone exclaimed. No wonder Jin Fangzhou is here, he's waiting for her. Hold on, who's the boy Fang-Yuan is holding on to? Chun Feiyu and Fang-Yuan stepped out of the dormitory building together. He was dressed in a blue food delivery uniform, while she looked fresh and radiant, creating a stark contrast between them. To put it bluntly, Fang-Yuan resembled a fairy, whereas Chun Feiyu looked like a migrant laborer. There was nothing to be done about it. Having only recently made his fortune, Chun Shuiji simply had not yet had time to buy himself a more respectable wardrobe. Fortunately, Chun Feiyu's looks were outstanding. Standing beside Fang-Yuan, their combined appearance did not feel. In an instant, the two of them became the focus of everyone present. Shock, confusion, envy. Countless gazes filled with differing emotions converged upon them. Jin Fangzhou turned around, his heart full of joy, but when he saw Fang-Yuan and Chun Feiyu with their arms linked, he froze for a split second before a surge of fury shot straight to his chest. Fang-Yuan, who is he? Jin Fangzhou demanded. Fang-Yuan and Jin Fangzhou were both iconic figures at Zhonghai University, so their simultaneous appearance naturally caused quite a stir. Everyone on campus knew that Jin Fangzhou was pursuing Fang-Yuan, yet Fang-Yuan had publicly stated that she did not want to date during university. Now she was holding another boy's hand, which was no different from slapping Jin Fangzhou's old face in public. Who is he? Jin Fangzhou pointed at Chun Feiyu, flames of fury blazing in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour Chun Feiyu alive. In his mind, Fang-Yuan was a woman already reserved for young Master Jin. Yet this damned food delivery guy dared to compete with him for a woman. He was simply courting death. Look, Jin Fangzhou is about to explode. Of course, if the girl you like is with another boy, anyone would. But honestly, that delivery guy beside Fang-Yuan is really handsome. The crowd murmured among themselves, and many students who had heard the news rushed over from all directions to watch the drama. In no time, more and more people gathered, packing the road so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. He is my boyfriend. Fang-Yuan answered in an offhand tone, but when she said the words "my boyfriend," she deliberately raised her voice. She clung tightly to Chun Feiyu's arm, as if publicly declaring to everyone that this once unclaimed flower now had an owner. A collective gasp rose from the crowd, and the scene instantly boiled over. The campus bell had made an official announcement, and her boyfriend turned out to be a delivery guy. If they had not personally seen Fang-Yuan holding hands with Chun Feiyu, no one would have believed it. However, their initial shock soon began to fade. After all, Fang-Yuan was the second highest scorer nationwide in the college entrance examination, a genuine prodigy. Jin Fangzhou, relying on his family's wealth, believed money could solve everything, and his way of dealing with people reeked of vulgar materialism. Their values were utterly incompatible, and they were doomed never to walk the same path. By contrast, Chun Feiyu was so handsome that not only did girls swoon at the sight of him, even many boys thought he looked stunning. It seemed perfectly natural that he could enchant someone like Fang-Yuan. Do you think that by finding some delivery guy to play a role, I'll actually believe you? Jin Fangzhou certainly did not believe it. He was the future heir of a listed corporation with such superior conditions. How could he possibly lose to a delivery man riding a battered electric scooter? Fang-Yuan was a woman of few words but ruthless resolve. She chose to respond to Jin Fangzhou's doubts with direct action. She rose slightly on tiptoe and brushed a light dragonfly-like kiss against Chun Feiyu's cheek. A soft pink lip mark instantly bloomed on his fair skin. Now do you still think we're putting on an act? Jean Fangzhou stood there utterly dumbfounded, while the surrounding male students felt their hearts shatter to pieces if they wished they could trade places with Chun Feiyu on the spot. After a long moment, Jean Fangzhou finally snapped out of it. Consumed by jealousy, he gnashed his teeth and spat, "What's so great about this damn delivery guy that you could possibly like him? In what way am I inferior to him?" Being publicly insulted, even someone as mild-tempered as Chun Feiyu could not bear it. Yet before he had time to flare up, Fang Yuan stepped forward like a mother hen protecting her chick and launched a counterattack. "Watch your mouth. What's wrong with delivering food? There is no such thing as a noble or lowly profession. My boyfriend earns his living with his own hands. In my eyes, that makes him the most outstanding man. Good day, Vice President Fang. Your presence truly brings great honor to our branch. Han, he may not excel in other skills, but his ability to flatter is..." Every sentence struck straight at his weakest points, stabbing Jean Fangzhou's heart to shreds. In front of so many classmates, being so openly disparaged by Fang Yuan made it impossible for him to save face. He clenched his fists, his expression flickering between dark and pale. Humiliated and furious, Jean Fangzhou suddenly raised his hand and swung a slap toward Fang Yuan. No one had expected Jean Fangzhou to lash out in a rage. Fang Yuan was so frightened that her delicate face blanched, her mind went blank, and she even forgot to dodge. Fortunately, Chun Feiyu, standing beside her, reacted swiftly and grabbed Jean Fangzhou's wrist. With his excellent physical condition, Chun Feiyu gave only a light squeeze, yet Jean Fangzhou grimaced in pain, baring his teeth. "Such a temper. She doesn't like you, so you resort to hitting her. You're a disgrace to men. What business is it of yours? Let go." Chun Feiyu gave him a hard shove. Jean Fangzhou staggered backward several steps, crashing heavily into the door of a Porsche before barely regaining his balance. The car door caved in from the impact. His beloved woman had been taken away, and even his newly bought luxury car was damaged. Jean Fangzhou was trembling with rage. This was intolerable. This damn delivery guy was simply asking to die. How is it none of my business? Fang Yuan is now my girlfriend. I won't let anyone harm even a single strand of her hair. Chun Feiyu gently removed Fang Yuan's jade-like hand from his arm, rolled his shoulders to loosen up, then took off his short-sleeved uniform jacket. Underneath, he wore a gray tank top, exposing perfectly sculpted arm muscles to the open air. What kind of man hits a woman? Come on, I'll keep you company. Chun Feiyu hooked a finger at him, exuding domineering confidence. His disdainful, overlooking gaze carried a faint hint of contempt that made the girls around them dizzy with infatuation. Handsome, great body, and most importantly, fiercely protective of his girlfriend. Wasn't this the very image of an ideal boyfriend in every girl's heart? Seeing Chun Feiyu's solid muscles, Jean Fangzhou, who had been charging forward in anger, instantly lost his nerve. Pampered and overindulged, his body long hollowed out by wine and women, he knew full well he could not win in a fight. If I laid a hand on someone like you, I'd only dirty my fists. Jean Fangzhou was no fool. Knowing he would lose, he had no intention of rushing up just to get beaten. The university students around them looked at him with open disdain. If you're backing down, then just admit it. Oh, why bother with so many excuses? Do you really think Fang Yuan truly likes you? Jean Fangzhou smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Go take a good look at yourself. With your conditions, do you honestly think Fang Yuan would choose you? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Yet no matter how he ridiculed Chun Feiyu, he could not provoke him. Jean Fangzhou felt as if he were punching into cotton, so he turned to explain himself to Fang Yuan instead. Fang Yuan, it's only because I care about you too much. When I saw you with another boy, I lost control for a moment and tried to hit you. Please forgive me, all right? Humph. Fang Yuan turned her head away, her expression cold. She was not a foolish woman. How could she believe his flowery words? Seeing that his emotional plea had failed, Jean Fangzhou began belittling Chun Feiyu again. Even if you don't like me, you shouldn't degrade yourself like this. Look at that delivery guy. From head to toe, he reeks of poverty. He's utterly unworthy of you. Are you really willing to sit on his electric scooter every day, exposed to the sun and rain? Shut up. Fang Yuan barked, her expression turning solemn. I would rather sit on an electric scooter facing the wind and sun than sit in your Porsche enjoying the air conditioning. Listen carefully, in this life, the next life, and for all eternity, I will never like you. At her words, Jean Fangzhou's face flushed green, then pale with rage and shame. With those words, Fang Yuan had completely torn off any pretense between them. Surrounded by so many classmates, he had lost face so thoroughly that it was beyond repair. Ignore this guy who judges people by their wealth. Let's go shopping. Where's your car? Fang Yuan held on to Chun Feiyu, her eyes tinged with apology. Because Chun Feiyu had stepped in to help her and was publicly belittled by Jean Fangzhou, because of it, Fang Yuan felt deeply guilty. She resolved to treat him to a good meal later to make it up to him. Oh, over there. Chun Feiyu had not taken it to heart. He pointed toward his car, almost absent-mindedly. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and then froze in astonishment. Parked by the roadside was a Koenigsegg 1-1, and not a single other car. Wait a minute. A bold, almost unbelievable thought surfaced in everyone's mind. Could that car be? Although the Koenigsegg was a top-tier supercar, and many people did not even know its exact price, anyone with half a brain could tell it was far from cheap. How could someone like Chen Feiyu, a mere food delivery rider, possibly afford such a machine? Fang Yuan asked in disbelief. You mean to say that car is yours? Yes, it is, Chen Feiyu replied calmly, giving a slight nod. Ha ha ha. Nearby Jin Fangzhou suddenly burst into loud laughter, his voice dripping with mockery. Do you even know what kind of car that is? A Koenigsegg 1-1 worth 100 million. Even if we sold you, it still wouldn't be enough to buy it. You brag without even thinking it through. If that Koenigsegg really is yours, then from now on I'll stop bothering Fang Yuan, and I'll even call you Dad. The Jin family's assets exceeded 10 billion, their wealth incomparably vast. Yet, even with such financial might, they were reluctant to splurge on a Koenigsegg, especially one of a globally limited edition, something money alone could not easily buy. Even for him, that supercar was out of reach. How could a lowly delivery guy possibly afford it? Jin Fangzhou convinced himself that the car absolutely could not belong to Chen Feiyu. For a moment, the students all shook their heads as well. Some gasped in awe at the staggering price of the car, while others felt that Chen Feiyu's bragging had clearly gone too far. Yet the scene that unfolded next utterly stunned everyone present. They watched as Chen Feiyu took out a car key and pressed it. The Koenigsegg 1-1's lights flashed a few times, and then he strode straight to the car, effortlessly opening the door. Silence. The entire crowd fell deathly quiet. In that instant, it was as if time itself had stopped. Everyone stood rooted to the spot, like stone statues, expressions varying wildly. Some gaped with their mouths hanging open in sheer horror, others stared wide-eyed in utter disbelief. The silence lasted only a few seconds before the place erupted. Damn, that 100 million supercar is actually his. The students felt their entire worldview shatter. A single delivery order earned only a few yuan, driving a supercar to deliver takeout. He would not even make enough to cover the fuel costs. They could not help speculating, could this guy be the heir of some powerful conglomerate delivering food merely to experience a different kind of life? The one most shocked of all was Jin Fangzhou. Moments ago, he had loudly declared that Chen Feiyu could never afford a Koenigsegg, yet the truth proved the car was indeed his. This slap in the face was so heavy it felt as though his entire face had been beaten to a pulp. What should I do? Sweat the size of soybeans beaded on Jin Fangzhou's forehead. He had just sworn that if the car belonged to Chen Feiyu, he would call him Dad. Words spoken were like water spilled. If he went back on them now, he would be despised by his classmates. Was he really going to have to call him Dad? The crowd looked on with playful expressions, waiting to enjoy the spectacle. If they were not afraid of offending Jin Fangzhou, they would already be jeering and egging him on. Chen Feiyu cast Jin Fangzhou a cool glance. I hope you remember what you said. Don't harass Fang Yuan anymore. Impossible. There is no way you could afford a Koenigsegg. It must be rented. The facts were plain before his eyes, but Jin Fangzhou still refused to accept that it was real. Then go rent one yourself. Chen Feiyu replied his single sentence, leaving Jin Fangzhou speechless. Indeed, many dealerships offered rental services for luxury and supercars, but a Koenigsegg 1-1 of such extreme rarity was almost never seen on the open market. Anyone who could afford a Koenigsegg was a person of considerable status. Renting it out would be a disgrace to their own image. Such rental fees were not even enough to cover a bottle of their usual red wine. Chen Feiyu helped the still-dazed Fang Yuan into the car, then turned his head and said, "As for calling me Dad, that won't be necessary." Jin Fangzhou instantly breathed a sigh of relief, while the onlookers stared, briefly stunned. Just moments ago, Jin Fangzhou had been relentlessly mocking Chen Feiyu. With such a perfect chance for payback, why would Chen simply let it go? As the crowd puzzled over this, Chen spoke again. "I couldn't possibly have such an ugly son." With that, Chen Feiyu climbed into the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and drove off, with Fang Yuan in triumph disappearing from everyone's sight in short order. The crowd could not hold back their laughter. So Chen was not being merciful at all. He simply found Jin Fangzhou distasteful. His meaning was crystal clear. Jin Fangzhou was not even worthy of being his son. In truth, the two of them were not even on the same level. To be able to drive a 100 million supercar, Chen Feiyu's net worth, even by conservative estimates, must be in the hundreds of billions, surely surpassing the Jinhai Group. Jin Fangzhou, on the other hand, was merely a second-generation rich kid. The tens of billions in assets all belonged to his parents. In comparison, Jin Fangzhou was nothing more than a junior. Even his parents might not be taken seriously by someone like Chen. One gaze after another fell upon Jin Fangzhou's Porsche 911. In the past, that car had always looked impressive, but after seeing the Koenigsegg, it now seemed utterly bland. Compared to the Koenigsegg 1-1, the Porsche was nothing at all. Jin Fangzhou's teeth were chattering with rage, his face so flushed it seemed blood might seep through his skin. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered in his life, bar none. Thank you for what you did today. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner, Fang Yuan said, hoping to express her gratitude by inviting Chen Feiyu to a meal. Chen Feiyu did not overthink it. Though he had spent only a short time with Fang Yuan, he could tell she was not the type of girl who worshipped money. She certainly was not trying to flirt with him just because he drove a supercar. Besides, if Fang Yuan had truly wanted a wealthy husband, she would already have gotten involved with Jin Fangzhou. She would hardly have asked Chen to play out today's little drama instead. No time. Chen Feiyu refused without even pausing to think, which left Fang Yuan furious. Never before had a boy rejected her twice in a single day the way he had. Chen pulled the car over by the roadside. He planned to go inspect a luxury villa next, and had no time to sit down for a meal, so he straightforwardly issued a dismissal. You asked me for help, and I've already helped you. That settles things between us. From now on, if we pass each other on the street, let's pretend we don't know each other. Wherever you're going, hail a cab yourself. I won't be taking you there. Don't drive me then. Who cares about riding in your stupid car anyway? Fang Yuan huffed as she climbed out. It was her first time in a supercar, and as she closed the door, she accidentally pinched her finger, crying out in pain as her eyes turned red. Aunt, what's wrong? Are you okay? Chen hurriedly got out to check on her. Fang Yuan's heart warmed slightly. Perhaps he did have some humanity after all. She lifted her finger pitifully and said, It's nothing, I just pinched it a bit. I wasn't asking you. Ignoring Fang Yuan entirely, Chen examined the car carefully instead. Once he confirmed it was completely unscathed, he finally let out a long breath of relief. It was a brand new car. If anything happened to it, he would be heartbroken. Good, the car's fine, he murmured. Fang Yuan trembled with rage, at a loss for words. He did not care about her injury in the slightest, but worried only about the car. If not for the fact that he had helped her earlier, she would have wanted to kick him hard. What a hopeless steel-straight man. Do you have a girlfriend? No, why? Serves you right to stay single for. Fang Yuan turned her head and boarded a bus, fearing that staying with Chen Feiyu would raise her blood pressure and put her at risk for heart disease. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not pursue the matter of his indecent behavior, the heavy burden in Chen Feiyu's heart was lifted. Glancing at the fuel gauge showing low fuel, Chen Feiyu first went to the gas station to treat his beloved car to a full tank, costing him over several hundred yuan. As a food delivery worker, Chen Feiyu only earned a few thousand yuan a month, who filling up his tank was equivalent to working for several days. This won't do. Chen Feiyu realized that his meager salary could not support this supercar. It was fine to drive it occasionally to show off, but the car required maintenance, and the expenses for both major and minor upkeep were considerable. The urgent matter at hand was to increase his income. Chen Feiyu had already thought it through. He would sell 2 luxury apartments, keeping one for himself and renting out the other for income. He had checked online that rental prices for luxury apartments in prime locations started at 2 or 300,000 yuan a month. As long as the rental price was reasonable, many people would be eager to rent. After filling up the tank, Chen Feiyu found a parking lot to park his car, and then surveyed a few luxury apartment complexes. The management in high-end communities was quite strict, unlike ordinary residential areas where outsiders could come and go freely. It was difficult for non-residents to blend in, so Chen Feiyu only strolled around the vicinity. Regardless of the building's exterior, the community environment, surrounding amenities, or geographical location, he was still most satisfied with the Evergrande Riverside Garden. Noticing that time was getting late, Chen Feiyu was too lazy to visit other luxury apartments and directly chose to redeem 2 units in the Evergrande Riverside Garden. By clicking to use the redemption voucher and entering the name of the community, the system projected a 3D holographic image of the entire Evergrande Riverside Garden complex, with green floors indicating unoccupied units and red ones denoting those that had been sold. When buying riverside properties, the river view was obviously the most important. The rear units had incomplete views and were immediately ruled out. Chen Feiyu chose the 16th and 17th floors of Building A in the front row. These 2 units were luxuriously decorated, saving him the trouble of renovation, and they offered a first-class river view, allowing for breathtaking scenery on both banks of the Pujiang River, making them undoubtedly easier to rent out. After successfully redeeming the properties, 2 property certificates appeared in his personal storage. Chen Feiyu was filled with anticipation as he prepared to visit his new home, which marked his first and second properties in life. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. Just as he reached the entrance, the security guard stopped him. Stop. Our community has a rule that delivery workers cannot enter. Many luxury apartments had similar regulations forbidding outsiders from entering. However, the security guard's expression was filled with disdain and contempt, clearly looking down on Chen Feiyu. I'm not here to make a delivery. Go. If you're not delivering, what are you doing here? This place isn't open. Chen Feiyu frowned, feeling a bit displeased. Chen Feiyu couldn't understand why some people all living at the bottom of society enjoyed putting on airs and acting superior, as if they were something special, oblivious to where their sense of superiority came from. I am the owner here, what do you think I'm doing? Chen Feiyu had a good temper, but he was not someone to be bullied. He could be polite when treated respectfully, but he had no need to be courteous when the security guard treated him with disdain. You're the owner. The security guard was taken aback, then burst into laughter. If you're the owner, then I'm the richest person. Each unit here is worth several hundred million yuan. How dare a delivery worker claim to be an owner? Let me guess, your surname is Liang, and Liang Jingru must be your relative. Huh? The security guard laughed uncontrollably, completely disregarding Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu was too lazy to waste words with him. Taking advantage of the security guard's distraction, he quietly pulled out the 2 property certificates from his personal storage and forcefully threw them at the security guard. Open your eyes and take a good look. The security guard was slightly stunned, suddenly halting his laughter. A sense of foreboding surged within him as he held his breath, opened the property certificate, and indeed found it was for the Evergrande Riverside Garden. The young man in the delivery uniform before him was actually the owner. Moreover, he owned 2 properties. The security guard was thrown into a whirlwind of shock, nearly biting his tongue. The security guard couldn't help but shiver. Those who could reside in luxury apartments were all individuals of status and position. Their words could dictate life and death. A mere security guard like him could not afford to offend them. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. There was a misunderstanding earlier. Please forgive my rashness. I will open the door for you right away. Oh, please come in. Realizing he had made a grave mistake, the security guard hurriedly apologized, nodding and bowing, his face blooming with a bright smile. Now, even if given 100 times the courage, he would not dare to mock again. Now you want to let me in? Sorry, but I don't want to go in anymore. The security guard blocked Chen Feiyu from entering due to the community's established rules. He was merely doing his job. Chen Feiyu was not angry, but instead would generously commend him. However, the security guard's condescension was something Chen Feiyu could not tolerate. He planned to live in the apartment with his family, and he was glad this incident happened to him today. He did not want his parents to face such humiliation from the security guard. Call your property manager over. The security guard was completely flustered and could only obediently make the call, knowing he had offended this low-profile young tycoon. Soon the property manager arrived, a middle-aged woman in professional attire. Hello, Mr. Chen. My surname is Li, and I am the property manager. Manager Li folded her hands in front of her, slightly bowed, and the security guard informed her of Chen Feiyu's name. She had been working here since the Evergrande Riverside Garden was completed, and the faces of every owner were deeply etched in her mind. She had never seen Chen Feiyu before and immediately recognized him as a new owner. Without needing the security guard to explain in detail, Manager Li understood what had happened. The security guards believed they were guarding a luxury community and interacted with wealthy individuals daily, which inflated their arrogance. They looked down on everyone. It must have been the security guard who, upon seeing Chen Feiyu in a delivery uniform, mocked him and thus offended. Mr. Chen, I deeply apologize for the unpleasant experience you had. I hope you can forgive my oversight. I will certainly take this matter seriously. Mr. Chen, I deeply apologize for the unpleasant experience you had. Manager Li, the security guard, represents the community to the outside world. A security guard who bullies others and abuses his power destroys not only community harmony, but also the overall image of the owners. If even a security guard is this arrogant, what will others think of us owners? Chen Feiyu's words were powerful, each word resonating. Manager Li stood by, humbly accepting criticism, while the security guard wished he could find a hole to hide in. Yes, you are right. I will definitely ensure the professional conduct of the staff. Chen Feiyu pointed at the security guard and said, from today on, I don't want to see him. Transfer him to another position and let him reflect on his actions. A security guard like this, who is utterly arrogant, should have been directly dismissed by the property management. However, Chen Feiyu noticed that this security guard was probably in his 30s, likely with elderly parents and young children at home, making life difficult for him. There was no need to cut off his livelihood. One shouldn't act too ruthlessly. It's important to give people a way out. Otherwise, cornered dogs will jump over the wall, which benefits no one. A transfer to another position with a slight deduction in bonuses would serve as a small lesson. Understood, I will transfer him to logistics immediately. Chen Feiyu commanded, and Manager Li dared not utter a single objection. After all, the former was a property owner. Those who could reside in the Hongdao Riverside Garden were either the CEOs of publicly listed companies or affluent tycoons. None of them were ordinary characters. A mere property manager would never dare to offend the owners. Why aren't you thanking Mr. Chen for not firing you? Manager Li glared at the security guard, who bowed repeatedly, saying, Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The security guard felt miserable inside. He had no idea why rich people were so strange these days, buying luxury homes, yet delivering takeout. It was absurd. Nevertheless, the security guard bore no resentment and was instead quite grateful to Chen Feiyu. Had he offended another owner, he might not have known how he would meet his demise. Chen Feiyu merely reprimanded him and did not have the property management fire him, which was already an act of great mercy. With matters settled for the time being, Chun Feiyu followed manager Li to the property management office to collect the keys to his new home. Chun Feiyu took a look around at his 2 luxury apartments. Crystal chandeliers, gold-plated tableware, and furniture were all imported from century-old brands. Even a door lock cost tens of thousands. Aside from luxury, he couldn't find other words to describe it. Chun Feiyu lay down on the bed to rest for a while. The property management regularly sent people to clean, so there wasn't a speck of dust. To be honest, the bed costing tens of thousands was indeed very comfortable. Reluctantly leaving his new home, Chun Feiyu planned to keep his luxury apartments a secret from his family for now. His mother's birthday was coming up soon, and he intended to reveal the good news, then to surprise his parents. Upon returning to the community, Chun Feiyu parked his car in the underground garage before heading home. His parents had already prepared several delicious dishes for dinner. The family gathered around eating and chatting. His father Qin Dongshan occasionally glanced at the television, while his mother Wang Shufan continuously refilled Chun Feiyu's plate. After dinner, Chun Feiyu went back to his room to rest. Around 10 o'clock at night, after a day of running around, he was already exhausted. Just as he was about to doze off, he received a call from the delivery man Brotherly. Dingling. Chun Feiyu was startled awake by the ringtone. Without even looking at the caller ID, he fumbled around on the nightstand, picked up the phone, and held it to his ear. Hello, who is this? Xiao Yu, it's Brotherly. I'm sorry for bothering you so late. Upon hearing the name, Chun Feiyu became a little more alert, sat up, and rubbed his eyes. No problem, Brotherly. What do you need from me? Xiao Yu, do you remember the delivery I asked you to help with this afternoon? I remember, what's up? Chun Feiyu nodded, recalling that he had unexpectedly played the role of the school bowtie's boyfriend while delivering food. Such a peculiar encounter was hard to forget. There's a girl named Fang Yuan in the dormitory who called me. She said she left her bag in your car, and it contains some important documents. Can you check if it's in your car? Brotherly took the order, so the deliverman's contact number was also his. Fang Yuan wanted to reach Chun Feiyu, but only discovered that he was merely helping out. Brotherly was warm-hearted. As soon as he heard that someone had lost something, he immediately called Chun Feiyu. However, one thing puzzled Brotherly: how could he have delivered a girl to the car while delivering food? And the electric bike had such limited space. Where could the bag have fallen? It'll check the car. Brotherly, don't hang up yet. Chun Feiyu took the elevator down to the underground garage, opened the car, and searched around. Sure enough, he found a small and exquisite girl's bag wedged between the passenger seat and the car door. Chun Feiyu tried to recall, and remembered that Fang Yuan had come out of the dormitory with this bag after changing her clothes. The bag strap was broken. Brotherly, I found the bag. They'll return it tomorrow. That's great. Sorry for the trouble, but could you make another trip? Brotherly immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If the bag hadn't been found, and the other party became furious, leaving him a bad review, it would definitely result in a pay cut. That day would have been in vain. After hanging up, Chun Feiyu casually tossed the bag into the car, and then went home to rest. The next morning, Chun Feiyu quickly washed up and drove out. On the way, he received a message from Brother Li reminding him not to forget to return the bag. Chun Feiyu did not head directly to Zhonghai University, but first made a stop at a real estate agency. Once he rented out the property, he would have a steady stream of income. At that point, he could enjoy a lavish lifestyle, earning money effortlessly instead of delivering takeout. Chun Feiyu found a roadside parking spot. The real estate agent standing at the door upon seeing Chun Feiyu arrive in a supercar was exceptionally enthusiastic. This was a big client, and he couldn't afford to be neglectful. Good day, sir. My name is Xiao Wu. May I ask your surname? My surname is Chun. After a brief exchange, it was revealed that Chun Feiyu wanted to rent out a property in Hongdao Riverside Garden, causing agent Xiao Wu to gasp in surprise. This was one of the top luxury riverside residences in Zhonghai City. Currently, there were no properties for rent in Hongdao Riverside Garden, but he could reference the prices of several nearby luxury communities, all in the same area, with prices generally in the same range. Mr. Chin, your apartment offers the best view. I personally recommend a monthly rent of 5,300. Please list it at 5,000 per month. I want to rent it out quickly. Reducing the price by 3,000 a month means losing 3,600 a year. Chun Feiyu urgently needed money, so he had to offer a discount. It was a loss, but there was no other choice. Besides earning 6 million a year in rent, he didn't mind the mere 3,000. Mr. Chen, I will inform you as soon as I have news. After the deal was struck, agent Xiao Wu carefully escorted Chun Feiyu out. This was a major transaction, and if successful, he would earn a significant commission, plus he would have a big client. Once in the car, Chun Feiyu noticed the bag on the passenger seat and remembered he needed to return it. The thunderous roar of the engine echoed as the Koenigsegg 1-1 made its appearance at Zhonghai University, attracting even more attention than the first time. Following the public announcement event with Fang Yuan yesterday, word had spread throughout the school, and everyone knew that the owner of this car was the boyfriend of the school beauty Fang Yuan. That looks like Fang Yuan's boyfriend's car. What a pity I wasn't at school yesterday to see it. I heard Fong Yuan's boyfriend is even more handsome than Takashi Kaneshiro and Leonardo DiCaprio. Come on, let's go have a look. The students rushed behind the car, most of them girls eager to see if the school bowtie's boyfriend was truly as remarkable as the rumors suggested. Upon seeing Chen Feiyu in person, the girls were like spider spirits, gazing upon Tang Sung, their eyes filled with love, wishing they could devour him whole. Some of the female students present had seen Chen Feiyu yesterday, but were still in awe. Wow, he's really handsome. He's both handsome and wealthy, a typical tall, rich, and handsome guy. I envy Fong Yuan so much. I wish I could have a boyfriend like that. Some girls couldn't help but approach him, but upon remembering that Chen Feiyu's girlfriend was Fong Yuan, they immediately dismissed the thought of trying to steal him away. Trying to take a man from Fong Yuan was harder than climbing to the heavens. Chen Feiyu took out his phone and made a call to Fong Yuan's roommate, the girl who had ordered takeout. He had called the number on the takeout order before urging the other party to come down and collect the food, so he knew Fong Yuan's roommate's phone number. As for why she hadn't contacted him directly, it was probably because she mistakenly thought he was Li Ge. Of course, it could also be that there were too many incoming calls, making it hard to distinguish which number was which. Hello, I was the one who delivered the takeout yesterday. I've brought Fong Yuan's package. Can you send her down to collect it? Without giving the other party a chance to speak, Chen Feiyu hung up. Most girls were lazier than boys and would definitely want him to deliver the package upstairs. In this hot weather, Chen Feiyu didn't want to run up and down. Finding a spot under a tree waiting around was too boring, so Chen Feiyu began to study the system. This was a very unique system, completely different from others. Other systems usually had a specific pattern for tasks, such as a reward once a day, while his system's rewards and timings were completely random. It was very likely that a sudden event for a limited time reward would pop up. Why hasn't she come down yet? Chen Feiyu was starting to get a bit impatient. Girls were always so slow to act. If he hadn't promised Li Ge that he would return the items to Fong Yuan, he would have left long ago. Chen Feiyu, what are you doing here? In his boredom, Chen Feiyu heard someone call his name. Looking up, he saw a young couple slowly walking toward him. The young couple held hands, sweet as honey, still a pair of little lovers. What a dog couple. Chen Feiyu cursed inwardly, and then looked away, focusing on his phone again. He recognized this girl. She was his ex-girlfriend Lu Xiaotong. Xiaotong, is this your ex-boyfriend? Yeah. Lu Xiaotong nodded without hesitation. She glanced at Chen Feiyu, who was dressed in cheap clothes worth no more than 100 yuan, and then at her new boyfriend Gao Yang, who was dressed head to toe in brand names. Comparing the two, Lu Xiaotong felt that her choice was correct. She was a top student at Zhonghai University, and Chen Feiyu, a takeout delivery guy, was simply unworthy of her. Only someone like Gao Yang, a Prince Charming, was fit to be her partner. Hello, I'm Gao Yang, Xiaotong's boyfriend. Gao Yang introduced himself, his chin slightly raised, his expression arrogant, and his gaze filled with contempt, clearly not taking Chen Feiyu seriously. Gao Yang extended his hand, a seemingly polite gesture that was full of provocation. Stealing someone else's girlfriend and now flaunting their love in front of him. Wasn't that a provocation? However, Chen Feiyu would not entertain them. Even saying a word to this dog couple would be a waste of breath. Gao Yang felt a bit annoyed. It was the first time he had been ignored. Thus he spoke up. I heard from Xiaotong that you're a delivery guy. I really envy you guys. You can work when you want and rest when you don't, unlike me, who has to go back and inherit the family business if I don't work hard. By the way, I have to thank you. If you hadn't let go so easily, I wouldn't have been able to find a girlfriend as beautiful and outstanding as Xiaotong. Chen Feiyu stopped playing with his phone, his fists clenched, and then relaxed, forcing down the anger rising within. When he was young, an accident occurred, and Chen Dongshan strictly forbade Chen Feiyu from fighting. But if Gao Yang continued to be so ungrateful and nagging, then Chen Feiyu would have no choice but to break that rule. He wouldn't mind giving Gao Yang a few slaps. Chen Feiyu, do you know what manners are? My boyfriend is talking to you. Why aren't you responding? Lu Xiaotong was watching everything unfold. Clearly Gao Yang's words were full of barbs, and it was already quite polite of Chen Feiyu not to have struck him. Yet Lu Xiaotong stepped forward to blame Chen Feiyu. I know you have grievances, but we've already broken up. Let the past be the past. I have Gao Yang now, so don't come to school looking for me anymore. There's no chance for us. Lu Xiaotong shook her head, thinking that Chen Feiyu couldn't forget her and had come to school to plead for reconciliation. Hearing the conversation between Chen Feiyu and the others, the onlookers gasped in surprise. Gao Yang was also a rich second generation, and Lu Xiaotong had gained some fame in school because she was dating him. Of course, Lu Xiaotong was far inferior to Fong Yuan. Was Fong Yuan's boyfriend actually Lu Xiaotong's ex-boyfriend? What a huge scoop. Are you done talking nonsense? Then get lost. Chen Feiyu sneered inwardly. This woman was too self-important. A good horse doesn't turn back to eat the grass. Even if his brain was kicked by a donkey, he wouldn't reconcile with Lu Xiaotong. What did you say? Lu Xiaotong was stung by his words. Chen Feiyu had never spoken to her like this before. Who are you to tell us to get lost? This is Zhonghai University. Are you a student here? The one who should be leaving is you. Lu Xiaodong was furious, her breathing quickening, demonstrating just how angry she was. When a woman turns hostile, she can be even more ruthless than a man. Chen Feiyu remained silent, suddenly standing up straight. Everyone was unsure of what he was about to do, and then without warning, he kicked Gao Yang in the stomach. You actually dared to hit me. Caught off guard, Gao Yang was knocked to the ground, clutching his stomach with a pained expression. Gao Yang. Lu Xiaodong rushed forward to check on him. After confirming that he was not seriously hurt, she sighed in relief, and then pointed her finger at Chen Feiyu, scolding, "You rogue. You scoundrel. How could you hit someone? Apologize. You must apologize to my boyfriend. Otherwise I'll have the security throw you out." Lu Xiaodong perfectly exemplified what it meant to turn against someone. To please Gao Yang, she thought that making Chen Feiyu embarrassed in public was no big deal. Chen Feiyu laughed in anger. This dog couple came over to flaunt their power, and he ignored them, yet they still clung to him like rabid dogs. Did they really think he had no temper? Don't think that just because you're a woman I won't dare hit you. Keep talking, and I'll deal with you too. Chen Feiyu used to have a very explosive temper, often getting into fights over trivial matters. Gao Yang should be thankful that Chen Feiyu's temper had improved, otherwise he would have already been sent off in an ambulance. Take your dog, man, and get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Chen Feiyu shouted angrily. Want him to apologize? In your dreams. During his school days, Chen Feiyu once got into a fight with a classmate. He struck so ruthlessly that he nearly crippled the boy's vital parts. From then on, Chen Dongshan forbade him from fighting, and Chen Feiyu had been restraining himself ever since. Now Chen Feiyu had cultivated a gentlemanly demeanor. He would rather talk than throw a punch. But Lu Xiaodong and Gao Yang, that despicable pair, kept pushing his buttons, and he could no longer suppress the urge to strike. Damn it, you dare hit me. You're asking for death. As the pain in his abdomen subsided, Gao Yang lunged at Chen Feiyu, ready to fight. Never in his life had his parents laid a hand on him, and he couldn't bear this humiliation. Gao Yang, stop. Lu Xiaodong cried out in alarm. Others might not know, but she was well aware of Chen Feiyu's formidable skills. Back in high school, after class one day, a few thugs tried to harass some female students, and Chen Feiyu happened upon the scene. Those thugs were much more muscular than Chen Feiyu, yet every single one of them ended up in the hospital, while Chen Feiyu only suffered a few scratches. Lu Xiaodong knew full well how formidable Chen Feiyu was. The out of shape Gao Yang stood no chance. However, it was already too late. Gao Yang charged at Chen Feiyu, but before he could even throw a punch, Chen Feiyu's fist, as big as a sandbag, smashed into his face first. The muscles on Gao Yang's face contorted, and a bloody tooth flew out. For a moment the students all shook their heads as well. Some gasped in awe at the staggering price of the car, while others felt that Chen Feiyu's bragging had clearly gone too far. Gao Yang touched his mouth and looked at the blood covering his hand, utterly stunned. You've gone too far. Lu Xiaodong placed all the blame on Chen Feiyu, completely forgetting that if they hadn't come to flaunt their superiority, the conflict would never have occurred. Chen Feiyu, I'll give you two choices. First, bow and apologize to my boyfriend until he's satisfied. Second, I'll call the police. Assault is a criminal offense that warrants detention. Think it over. Having been humiliated in front of so many classmates, Lu Xiaodong clearly had no intention of letting them. Many students frowned. Chen Feiyu had indeed struck hard, but Gao Yang had brought it upon himself. If he hadn't provoked him, nothing would have happened. Some students shook their heads with amusement. Threatening detention might intimidate an ordinary student, but Chen Feiyu was a tycoon who drove a supercar worth 100 million. He wouldn't take such a childish threat seriously. Watching Chen Feiyu and Lu Xiaodong locked in a stalemate, everyone shared the same question. From their conversation, it was clear that Lu Xiaodong had dumped Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu was flawless in both looks and wealth. Why would she give up such an outstanding man for Gao Yang, who was inferior in every way? No one could understand Lu Xiaodong's reasoning. She must have had her head stuck in a door. Apologize. You're not worthy. As everyone speculated on Chen Feiyu's next move, a melodious voice like a silver bell rang out. The crowd turned to look, and a tall figure caught their eyes. It was One-Yuan. Today One-Yuan wore a white mid-length dress and white high heels. She resembled an elegant white swan, and with each step the heels clicked crisply against the ground. One-Yuan walked over to Chen Feiyu and naturally took his hand. In truth, she had arrived before the conflict between Chen Feiyu and Gao Yang, but had been watching from the sidelines, witnessing everything. You two are a couple. Lu Xiaodong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could these two seemingly from different worlds possibly know each other? Moreover, One-Yuan was known for her extremely high standards. Lu Xiaodong couldn't fathom how the prodigious One-Yuan could be in a relationship with a delivery-man like Chen Feiyu. One-Yuan completely ignored Lu Xiaodong's question. I heard you say that my boyfriend shouldn't come looking for you, and don't flatter yourself. He came to see me. And One-Yuan paused, then continued, with a girlfriend as outstanding as me, do you think he'd still have eyes for you? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaodong's face flushed with shame and anger. Fang Yuan's words were like iron palms slapping her face repeatedly. Academically, while they were both top students at Zhonghai University, Fang Yuan was the national runner-up in the college entrance exam, a renowned talented woman. In terms of looks, Lu Xiaodong wasn't bad, but compared to Fang Yuan, she was utterly crushed. Fang Yuan was the campus beauty, even hailed as the most beautiful in Zhonghai University's history. What did Lu Xiaodong have to compete with Fang Yuan? The students nodded to themselves. Any normal man would choose Fang Yuan. With a girlfriend as stunning as a celestial being, he wouldn't be interested in any other girl. You've repeatedly provoked my boyfriend with your words. You know full well who's in the wrong. Shall we call the dean to settle this? Lu Xiaodong's eyes darted away guiltily, and her previous arrogance vanished instantly. Fang Yuan was Zhonghai University's treasure, a perfect blend of talent and beauty. The school hoped to boost its reputation through her. If this escalated to the teachers, they would surely side with Fang Yuan and might even give Lu Xiaodong and Gao Yang demerits. Fine for your sake, I'll let this go today. Fang Yuan's appearance made Lu Xiaodong abandon the idea of pursuing the matter. She couldn't compete with Fang Yuan on campus, and offending her would make her school life miserable. As for Gao Yang, he was still in a daze. Here, your bag. Thank you, darling. Taking the bag from Chun Feiyu, Fang Yuan rested her head on his shoulder, and the students were caught off guard by the public display of affection. Darling, I'm a bit hungry. Let's go eat. What would you like? Chun Feiyu initially wanted to refuse. He wasn't used to eating with people he didn't know well. But Fang Yuan had helped him save face, so treating her to a meal wasn't too much. I want barbecue, and I want you to grill it for me. Alright, I recall there's a decent Korean barbecue place nearby. How about we go there? Will go with whatever you say. Having settled on the plan, the two walked arm-in-arm to the car. Seeing Chun Feiyu and Fang Yuan so lovey-dovey, the students exchanged glances, feeling utterly superfluous, and as if they shouldn't be there. Watching Chun Feiyu drive off in the Koenigsegg, Lu Xiaodong's mind went blank. This flashy supercar had been on the school forum yesterday, rumored to cost over 100 million. Even if she exhausted every brain cell, Lu Xiaodong couldn't have imagined it belonged to Chun Feiyu. How could a delivery man like Chun Feiyu have that kind of money? Had he been pretending to be poor all along? Countless questions flashed through Lu Xiaodong's mind. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of regret surged within her, and she recalled a sentence Chun Feiyu had spoken. I hope you won't regret this. Gao Yang's family was in business and had some money, but their assets were only tens of millions, not even enough to qualify for a Koenigsegg 1-1. If she had known Chun Feiyu was so wealthy, she would never have broken up with him. Regret. At this moment, she truly regretted it. After finishing the Korean barbecue, Chun Feiyu drove Fang Yuan back to Zhonghai University. Under envious gazes, the two got out of the car and happened to run into Fang Yuan's three roommates. These three girls were known as department beauties, each with looks above 90%. So you're Yuan's boyfriend. Looks like she's a sucker for a handsome face too. He's quite handsome, but I wonder if he's got good stamina. He just asked Yuan. The three girls teased her in turn, and Fang Yuan blushed. How was she supposed to know about Chun Feiyu's stamina? Chun Feiyu didn't mind, and just shrugged. The girls were joking without any malice. Want to find out for yourselves? Chun Feiyu joked harmlessly. Well, pass. Afraid Yuan might get jealous. You just need to keep her satisfied. The girl who spoke was Chun Lingling. She had a baby face, a petite and cute figure, and a mischievous personality like a lively sprite, making it hard to guess what she was thinking. Chun Feiyu immediately recognized Chun Lingling as the girl who had called and asked him to deliver takeout to the dorm. If not for her, he and Fang Yuan would never have met by chance. Lingling stopped talking nonsense. Fang Yuan playfully punched Chun Lingling. The seasoned joker was driving the conversation too fast. She and Chun Feiyu weren't really a couple, and talking about such open topics was too embarrassing. How about we go to the campus coffee shop and chat? Another department beauty, Li Siwen, suggested. She was tall with a classic oval face and wavy long hair, cascading over her shoulders. Her sweet smile seemed to have a magical healing effect on the soul. Alright, I'm fine with that. So Chun Feiyu led the four stunning girls through the campus, drawing countless stares. The four prettiest girls in the school were all by his side, making the other male students green with envy. They found an empty table and sat down to chat. The last department beauty, Chun Fei, jokingly warned Chun Feiyu. If you break Fang Yuan's heart, I'll fight you. And if she breaks mine, will you fight her? Chun Feiyu retorted. Of course not. Chun Feiyu gave a thumbs up. Nice world-renowned double standard. The girls were amused by Chun Feiyu, their faces lighting up with laughter. When they left, Chun Feiyu insisted on paying the bill, stopping Fang Yuan from doing so. He wasn't a male chauvinist, he just didn't like using women's money. But he couldn't help feeling a pang of financial pain. Treating Fang Yuan to Korean barbecue had cost several hundred, and the coffee added another 100+, worsening Chun Feiyu's already tight wallet. He now hoped the house would rent out quickly. Chen Feiyu drove away from the school while the girls returned to the dorm. Chen Lingling pressed Fang Yuan for details. Yuan, how far have you and your boyfriend gone? Confess, have you two been to a hotel? When girls get dirty, they're far dirtier than boys. Chen Fei and Li Siwen, who were tidying up, also pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. No matter how beautiful, girls love gossip. What's going on in that head of yours? Fang Yuan tapped Chen Lingling's forehead and said, actually, he's not my— What? He's not your boyfriend. Since only the four of them were in the dorm, Fang Yuan didn't need to hide anything. She recounted the whole story of how she and Chen Feiyu had pretended to be a couple. Chen Lingling and the others were astonished. They never expected Fang Yuan to come up with the idea of using a fake boyfriend to fend off the guys pursuing her. I think Xiaoli Zi is pretty good, handsome, and rich. Why not just go along with it? Chen Lingling and the others had never asked for Chen Feiyu's name, and since the delivery order had been under Brother Li's name, they mistakenly believed Chen Feiyu was Brother Li. Fang Yuan shook her head. You all know I already have someone I like. Other than him, no matter how outstanding the conditions, I won't consider anyone else. Yuan, you're still thinking about that guy. Living in the same dorm and being close confidants, Chen Lingling and the others knew about Fang Yuan's little secret. Despite her cold demeanor toward boys, she already had a crush. The boy Fang Yuan liked was from the same graduating class as them, and was even the top scorer in the college. That boy was supposed to be admitted to Zhonghai University with a scholarship. Fang Yuan had turned down many prestigious schools to choose Zhonghai University because of him. But something went wrong. When she arrived at the school for registration, she discovered that the boy had never shown up at Zhonghai University. Not finding her crush left Fang Yuan heartbroken. She was sad for a long time, and it was only with the comfort of Chen Lingling and the others that her mood finally improved. In truth, Fang Yuan had only met that boy once during an international exchange competition in middle school. At that time, a few tall foreign students tried to bully her, and that boy stepped forward to drive them away. Later, he shone brilliantly in the competition, humbling those arrogant foreign students and bringing great honor to his school and country. From that moment on, a seed of love quietly sprouted in Fang Yuan's heart. I wonder where you are now. Fang Yuan walked to the window, resting her hands on the frame, gazing at the distant clouds in the sky. Several years had passed, and that boy's appearance must have changed dramatically. What have you become now? Probably a sunny and cheerful young man. A smile unconsciously curled at the corners of Fang Yuan's mouth. She had a faint feeling that one day she would meet the boy who had once made her heart flutter. Come to think of it, she remembered his name, a rather interesting one. Chen Feiyu. Of course, Chen Feiyu had no idea that Fang Yuan's dorm was discussing him, nor that his impulsive act of chivalry years ago had left an indelible impression on her. Chen Feiyu found a random eatery for lunch. As soon as he parked his car at the small restaurant, it drew a lot of attention. The diners inside couldn't help but size him up. The owner dared not be negligent and greeted him warmly. It was the first time his shop had a Tycoon driving a supercar as a customer. Zhonghai City was a first-tier city with generally high prices. Chen Feiyu ordered a set meal of their signature braised chicken leg rice for 24 yuan. He didn't have much cash on hand and needed to be frugal until the house was rented out. Ding! The host has earned a chance at a flash sale lucky bag. Suddenly, the system's lucky bags appeared again. 3 of them each priced at 1 yuan like before. Chen Feiyu was thrilled. He hadn't expected to get another chance at the flash sale so soon. What treasures would he unearth this time? It was truly exciting. The golden lucky bag had a 100% chance of winning, and any choice would yield a prize worth at least 1 billion. However, each bag contained different items, so it was unpredictable what he might get. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Feiyu chose the middle bag. The last time he picked the middle one, the prize was decent, and he believed it would bring him good luck again. He selected it and paid the 1 yuan fee. Chen Feiyu's breathing unconsciously quickened. The most thrilling part of opening a prize wasn't before or after, but the waiting process itself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the flash sale lucky bag. You have received 1 commercial street exchange voucher. Chen Feiyu slammed the table and stood up in excitement. The surrounding diners shot him curious glances, and the owner, thinking he was dissatisfied, nervously came over to ask, "Sir, is there something you're not happy with?" "Huh. No, your food is excellent." Chen Feiyu chuckled, sheepishly realizing he had lost his composure. Sitting back down, Chen Feiyu's heart still raced. An exchange voucher was a fantastic item. It could be exchanged for any location. A commercial street typically had dozens or even hundreds of shops. With an average rent of several thousand yuan per shop per month, that meant hundreds of thousands in monthly rental income and nearly 10 million in annual net profit. Chen Feiyu wouldn't have to lift a finger. A large sum of money would simply fall into his lap. He wouldn't have to worry about a thing for the rest of his life. Chen Feiyu then. His dream had always been to be a landlord, enjoying a life of indulgence, and unexpectedly, it had truly come to fruition. The only drawback was that the reward limit for the golden fortune bag was only 1 billion, Those commercial streets worth hundreds of billions in bustling areas were certainly out of reach, but Chen Feiyu was already very satisfied. He could exchange for the commercial street near his home, and whenever he felt full and had nothing to do, he could take a bag to collect rent. Envisioning a bag full of cash before his eyes, it was exhilarating. The process was the same as last time. He entered the name of the commercial street, and the system evaluated its price. The commercial street near Chen Feiyu's old house was just within the billion limit. After successfully exchanging, another property certificate appeared in his personal warehouse, with the system automatically handling all related procedures and changing the rent collection account to his bank account. I must say the system's efficiency was astonishing. Normally, buying a commercial street involves a very complicated process taking at least a month, but the system completed everything in mere seconds. Next, he didn't have to do anything. All he had to do was lie back and wait for the money to roll in. After dinner, Chen Feiyu went to a jewelry store to return the diamond necklace he had bought for Lu Xiaodong. Since they had already broken up, there was no need to keep the necklace. Returning the necklace added several thousand to Chen Feiyu's funds, making him feel financially comfortable. Now Chen Feiyu no longer delivered food. After handling his affairs, he returned home to rest, still immersed in the joy of acquiring the commercial street, dreaming of becoming a business tycoon. At that moment, a call from the real estate agent brought him good news. Someone wanted to rent his mansion. His mansion had only been listed for a short time. When someone came to rent it, immediately set on his exquisite property without a second thought. Moreover, the other party was quite straightforward, wanting to rent it for a whole year and could pay the rent in one lump sum. Chen Feiyu agreed with the agent to sign the rental contract at the agency tomorrow noon. This happiness came too suddenly. The annual rent was as much as 6 million, and with the shop's rent, he could earn over 10 million in a year. Once the rental contract was signed tomorrow and the money transferred, the poor boy would instantly become a millionaire. I've struck it rich. The next morning before dawn, Chen Feiyu got up. So excited was he that he hadn't slept a wink all night, his mind racing with thoughts of how to spend the money. After washing up, feeling bored with nothing to do, Chen Feiyu drove his Koenigsegg One-Yuan to the market to buy some groceries, bringing breakfast for his parents. The elderly were dumbfounded, having never seen anyone drive a sports car to buy groceries. It was truly a sight to behold. Young man, that car of yours must be very expensive, right? While Chen Feiyu was queuing to buy breakfast, an elderly man with white hair turned around to chat with him. Other elderly folks also looked over, curious about how much the car cost. Not expensive, not expensive, it's just a grocery car, only a few million. Chen Feiyu casually quoted a low price, knowing that the elderly wouldn't understand the market for sports cars. After all, 1 billion was outrageous. He feared that quoting the real price would give the old folks heart attacks. Goodness, a car cost that much. You could buy a house for a few million. As soon as the words left his mouth, the scene erupted in astonishment. Chen Feiyu had tried to quote a low price, but it still left the elderly deeply shaken. Some elderly women suddenly brightened up their gazes towards Chen Feiyu, changing. If a grocery car costs millions, then his worth must be at least several billion. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? An elderly lady has a little niece who is currently single and very beautiful. Would you like me to pass along her WeChat? The elderly women hurriedly vied to introduce him to someone. A catch like him would be hard to find. If they didn't act quickly, someone else would snatch him away. No, I'm not planning to find a girlfriend for now. Chen Feiyu smiled slightly, politely declining the elderly women's good intentions. He wasn't considering starting a new relationship at the moment, and he had seen all kinds of beautiful girls. Fang Yuan and Chen Lingling were both top beauties, yet they failed to make Chen Feiyu's heart race. Besides, with Chen Feiyu's looks, finding a girlfriend was far too easy. As long as he wanted, countless girls would be eager to date him. Perhaps only Lu Xiaodong, having gone out of her mind, would break up with him. Young man, it's better to keep a low profile. There are too many people who resent the rich. It could be dangerous if those with envy set their sights on you. The elderly man with white hair was kind-hearted, feeling it was his duty as an elder to give Chen Feiyu a friendly warning. Thank you, sir. I will remember that. Chen Feiyu smiled. In truth, this was his helplessness. He didn't want to drive the Koenigsegg One-Yuan around every day. The fuel consumption was too high, and driving it for long periods was uncomfortable. But there was no other choice. This was the only car he had. If he had the money to buy a compact car, he wouldn't be happy driving the Koenigsegg every day. I want to keep a low profile too, but my strength doesn't allow me. Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu, feeling a bit bored while playing with his phone, suddenly heard someone call his name and turned around to see a familiar Zhang Kai. Upon seeing the person, Chen Feiyu's brows immediately furrowed. It was a narrow road for enemies, and he had run into his arch-nemesis. Zhang Kai was about the same height as Chen Feiyu. They had been classmates in high school, but they weren't particularly familiar and had a bit of conflict, having almost come to blows several times. It was all caused by women. Due to his outstanding looks and excellent academic performance, Chen Feiyu was liked by many girls. Even the high school flower Han Shishuan had confessed to him multiple times. At that time, Chen Feiyu was focused on getting into a good university. He didn't want anything or anyone to disturb him, so he repeatedly rejected Han Shixian. Unfortunately, Zhang Kai's best friend Wu Fei had a crush on Han Shixuan, and seeing his beloved girl falling for someone else made Wu Fei filled with resentment, completely holding a grudge against Chen Feiyu. From then on, Zhang Kai helped his friend Wu Fei to trouble Chen Feiyu from time to time. At first, they threatened Chen Feiyu to stay away from Han Shixian. Chen Feiyu had no intention of getting close to her, but he wouldn't be intimidated by them continuing to have his usual interactions. A few warnings were ignored, which made Wu Fei feel disrespected and thoroughly enraged. So their little group of 7 or 8 people plotted to teach Chen Feiyu a lesson when he was alone in the restroom. One day, they finally found an opportunity cornering Chen Feiyu in the restroom. To their surprise, Chen Feiyu was remarkably skilled, taking them all down in a few moves. Not only did they not gain any advantage, but they were also left bruised and battered by Chen Feiyu. Unable to outfight him, and with him being a teacher's pet, they couldn't do anything about Chen Feiyu until graduation. Later, someone learned from Lu Xiaotong that Chen Feiyu, originally recommended for admission for some reason, did not report to the school, which delighted Wu Fei and the others. Zhang Kai had always remembered the incident of being beaten up. He was still holding a grudge. Today, upon finally seeing Chen Feiyu, he certainly wanted to mock him well and clear his name. Chen Feiyu glanced at him and continued to play with his phone, too lazy to pay attention to Zhang Kai. I just came out after an all-nighter, and I didn't expect to run into you. I heard you didn't report to Zhonghai University. Oh, by the way, why didn't you report to university? Could it be that you couldn't afford the tuition? Chen Feiyu ignored Zhang Kai, who mistakenly thought Chen Feiyu was afraid of him, and continued to mock him one taunt after another. The nearby elderly folks were beginning to find it hard to listen. Young man, why is your mouth so sharp? Say a few less words and accumulate some virtue. Old man, am I don't meddle in others' business. The elderly man was furious. Who are you calling a dog? This kid is so rude. Doesn't he understand what it means to respect his elders? Other elders also began to criticize Zhang Kai's lack of upbringing. Realizing he had spoken out of turn and incurred everyone's wrath, Zhang Kai immediately fell silent. Are you out of your mind? At this moment, Chen Feiyu, who had been silent, put his phone away and launched a fierce counter. I was the top student in the college entrance examination. A Zhonghai University was begging me to go. Unlike you, I don't need to pay tuition. And the school you got into, calling it a university sounds nice, but it's just a third-rate private college where anyone who pays can enroll. What are you showing off about? If you have the ability, go and get admitted to a prestigious school. The essence of learning is not just acquiring knowledge, but also learning how to be a decent person. With your despicable character, you'll be trash wherever you go. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in applause. The elderly folks didn't hold back in showering Chen Feiyu with praise. Well said. He doesn't even know basic manners. Oh, I wonder how his parents raised him. A person without basic qualities is no different from a beast. Zhang Kai's face turned a mix of green and purple. He had initially wanted to ridicule Chen Feiyu, but unexpectedly, he became the target of ridicule himself. But one thing you said is very true. Chen Feiyu raised his hand to quiet the crowd and said, being a sugar baby indeed requires capital, and I can do it, but you can't. Cut it out. Who can't be a sugar baby? Zhang Kai retorted. Chen Feiyu scoffed. How do you not have a mirror at home? Rich women aren't blind. Who would look at your face? Your soul is ugly and your looks are a disgrace to the audience. Go home, study hard, strive to get a decent job after graduation, and if you have money, maybe you can marry a wife, who otherwise you might be single for life. After all, no girl would want to spend her life with a loser who's poor, ugly, and thinks he's something great. Chen Feiyu chuckled to himself. He was quick-witted and could out-talk Zhang Kai for days without repeating himself. In a battle of words, he had never feared anyone. Zhang Kai was so furious, he was shaking, nearly spitting out blood. Every word from Chen Feiyu felt like a needle piercing his heart, each one more cutting than the last, and remarkably, not a single curse word was used. Boss, give me 3 boxes of soup dumplings. When it was Chen Feiyu's turn, he couldn't be bothered to stoop to Zhang Kai's level. He wanted to finish breakfast quickly and head home. He had to sign a contract at the agency at noon. If it weren't for helping the elderly vent their anger, he wouldn't even talk to a moron like Zhang Kai. Boss, how many soup dumplings do you have left? He'll take them all. Zhang Kai abruptly cut in front of Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu scolded him, as if he were a grandson, humiliating him in front of everyone. But Zhang Kai wasn't going to let Chen Feiyu off easy. He bought all the breakfast and wanted to see what Chen Feiyu would eat. There are 30 boxes of soup dumplings left. Do you want them? Zhang Kai was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected there to be so many soup dumplings. The price list on the wall showed that the unit price for soup dumplings was 15 yuan per box, totaling 450 yuan for 30 boxes. He wasn't a rich second generation. His parents only gave him a few hundred yuan for pocket money each month, and he had almost spent it all this month. He now had only about 100 yuan left in his pocket, which was far from enough. Are you buying or not? If not, step aside and don't interfere with my business. Zhang Kai had just insulted the elderly, and then cut in line, so the boss was somewhat displeased, and his tone was a bit harsh. "He'll buy it, boss. Wait a minute, he'll have a friend send me some money." The boss looked at him with disdain. "You expect me to wait for you? Who do you think you are? Don't act like a big shot when you have no money, even if you want to buy line up properly." Zhang Kai felt utterly humiliated, as if the whole world was against him. He felt his face burning with embarrassment, having boasted that he would buy all the soup dumplings only to find himself unable to produce any money. It felt like he had been slapped multiple times and his cheeks burned. The worst part was that he was the one who lost face. Damn it. Zhang Kai gritted his teeth. He just wanted to embarrass Chen Feiyu, but unexpectedly, he had ended up losing face and all his dignity today. At that moment, Chen Feiyu pushed him aside. "You." Before Zhang Kai could finish his sentence, Chen Feiyu interrupted. "What do you mean you? If you can't afford it, why are you pretending? Don't you realize you have bad breath? It's suffocating me. Get away. Boss, he'll take all 30 boxes of soup dumplings today. I'm treating these elderly folks to breakfast. Please pack them up for me." After saying that, Chen Feiyu scanned the QR code to pay. After returning the bracelet, his wallet was once again filled. Although it wasn't a lot, he could still afford a few hundred yuan. "Young man, you're really kind. Such a good kid. Your parents must be honest and upright people. Thank you for treating us old folks to breakfast." The elderly folks, now holding their soup dumplings, were all smiles, giving Chen Feiyu thumbs up and constantly praising his character. While packing, the boss glanced at Zhang Kai and couldn't help but start to complain about him to Chen Feiyu. "Young man, you're genuine. When you say you'll treat, you do it without blinking an eye, unlike some people who have no money yet want to show off. At such a young age, you should learn the good and not the useless." Zhang Kai's face was even more miserable than moss on a tile. He knew very well that the some people the boss referred to was him. He couldn't even remember how many times he had been mocked by the crowd. This was a great humiliation. "Chen Feiyu, you think you're so great. There are people who will defend you no matter where you go, but don't get too complacent." Zhang Kai suddenly came up with a plan, sneeringly provoking. "Next month, Wu Fei is organizing a high school reunion. I wonder if you have the guts to meet our old classmates. What's there to be afraid of? He'll definitely go." Before Chen Feiyu could respond, the elderly man beside him unexpectedly answered enthusiastically, "Of course, it's not like you've done anything shameful." In fact, Chen Feiyu didn't want to go. He now drove a supercar, owned a mansion, and had an entire commercial street worth over $1 billion. While he couldn't compare to the richest man in the country, he was among the wealthiest in Zhonghai City. Chen Feiyu feared that attending might inflict a catastrophic blow to his old classmates' fragile hearts. A person who failed to enter university had instead risen to great heights. Wouldn't that be intentionally provoking them? However, since Zhang Kai was forcing him to flaunt his wealth, Chen Feiyu felt he couldn't let Zhang Kai's good intention. "All right. At noon on the 15th of next month, I'll let Li Pengfei inform you once we finalize the details." Li Pengfei was Chen Feiyu's good buddy. They had been in the same class since elementary school and lived very close, so their friendship was very strong, almost like family. "Have you finished making fart noises? Then you can scram." "We'll see." Zhang Kai thought to himself. "Enjoy your triumph now. Oh, just wait until the reunion to see you embarrass yourself." A class reunion. Sigh. Watching Zhang Kai's departing figure, Chen Feiyu let out a helpless sigh. "I also want to keep a low profile, just be an ordinary. A quietly wealthy, handsome man. Yet there are always some ignorant people forcing me to make a high-profile comeback to slap their faces." After buying breakfast, Chen Feiyu drove home in his Koenigsegg 11. Fortunately, Zhang Kai left early. If he found out that the flashy supercar parked by the roadside belonged to Chen Feiyu, he would surely be humiliated. After finishing breakfast with his parents gone to work, Chen Feiyu lay in bed, having just finished a match in honor of kings, when a strange phone number came through. Chen Feiyu pressed the call button, holding the phone to his ear. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, is this Mr. Chen Feiyu?" A girl on the other end spoke, her voice clear and pleasant sounding. "Yes, this is I. What is the matter?" "Mr. Chen, I am the secretary of the general manager of Dongfang Company. You recently purchased the Xintai Commercial Street from us." "Yes, that was me. Is there a problem with the paperwork?" "No, there are no issues with the paperwork." Chen Feiyu pressed the speakerphone button, then returned to the phone's home screen to search online. He confirmed that the Xintai Commercial Street he had bought indeed belonged to Dongfang Company. Moreover, the contact information on Dongfang Company's official website matched the number that called. Confirming it was not a scam call, Chen Feiyu furrowed his brow. The sudden call must indicate some problem. Typically, the system handles all paperwork without any loopholes. Rest assured there are no issues with the paperwork. "Mr. Chen, because you purchased the Xintai Commercial Street, the company would like to invite you for an on-site inspection and a simple handover ceremony, mainly to introduce you to all the merchants to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and unpleasantness in the future. Do you have time this afternoon? I have matters to attend to today. How about tomorrow afternoon instead?" Chen Feiyu did not refuse the invitation, thinking that an on-site inspection was necessary. After all, the Xintai Commercial Street was now his enterprise, and its performance would directly impact his worth. He needed to invest more effort into it. Moreover, it was good to get acquainted with the merchants, ensuring they knew he was the new boss. This was not for show, but to prevent conflicts arising from not being recognized. Last time the security guard at Hengda Binjiang Garden had a conflict with him simply because he didn't know Chen Feiyu. Furthermore, Chen Feiyu wanted to experience the feeling of collecting cash as a landlord. If the merchants did not recognize him, how could they possibly hand over the money? Alright, I'll contact you tomorrow afternoon. Sorry for the trouble, goodbye. The girl politely bid farewell to Chen Feiyu before running off to report to the general manager. In reality, the handover ceremony was merely an excuse. Dongfang Company's primary objective was to get close to Chen Feiyu. The fact that he had pulled out $1 billion in cash to buy the commercial street indicated that his liquid assets were at least in the hundreds of billions. A tycoon of this level is exceptionally rare across the country. Building a good relationship with such a big shot could only be beneficial. Time was almost up. Chen Feiyu tidied himself and headed out. I must say the Koenigsegg 1-1 turned heads like no other. On the way to the agency, it attracted many gazes. Some even turned back to take a second look, and while waiting at the traffic light, a female driver in the adjacent lane rolled down her window to flirt with Chen Feiyu. At the entrance, the agent Xiao Wu had been waiting for a while. As soon as he saw Chen Feiyu's sports car, he quickly jogged over. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, we meet again. Has the person looking to rent the house arrived? Chen Feiyu greeted the agent Xiao Wu with a smile. He originally thought he would have to wait a month for someone to view the house, but unexpectedly it got rented out in just one day. Yes, they are waiting for you inside. Let's handle the formalities first. Sure, please come in. The agency that Chen Feiyu chose, One-Yuan Real Estate, is a nationwide chain with a reliable brand much more trustworthy than small-time agencies. The only downside is that the agency fee is comparatively higher. However, renting out the house for a year would yield several million, so he wouldn't mind a bit of agency fee. Leading the way, Agent Xiao Wu brought Chen Feiyu to a small room, separated by glass walls, where a middle-aged woman wearing sunglasses was seated. Upon seeing Chen Feiyu, the middle-aged woman was momentarily stunned, surprised that the landlord was so young and moreover a handsome man. Hello, Mr. Chen. I didn't expect you to own a luxury property like Hengda Binjiang Garden at such a young age. Truly impressive. I thought the landlord would be an elderly person over 50. Miss Sun, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person, not a young talent. The two shook hands with smiles. When entering, Agent Xiao Wu had already informed Chen Feiyu about the middle-aged woman's surname. After some small talk, they officially began signing the rental contract. Agent Xiao Wu poured tea and then handed over the pre-printed contract. Both parties carefully reviewed it to confirm there were no issues and signed their names. The contract was made in triplicate, one each for the landlord and tenant, with a third kept by the agency as a backup. If any disputes arose and the contract was lost, this third copy would come in handy. The entire process was very quick, completed in about 10 minutes. Mr. Chen, I will arrange for the rental payment to be transferred to your bank account shortly. I have other matters to attend to, so if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Alright, goodbye. Chen Feiyu put away his contract. Zhonghai City is an ultra-first-tier city with strict regulations against illegal activities. The black and white contract ensures that the other party cannot evade the rent. Moreover, Chen Feiyu had discreetly observed that Miss Sun was adorned with luxury brand items and had an elegant demeanor. One's aura is difficult to feign, and she was obviously affluent. Agent Xiao Wu did not rush to ask Chen Feiyu for the agency fee. To please him, he offered to let Chen Feiyu pay the fee after he received the rent. Xiao Wu shared the same thought as Chen Feiyu. The contract clearly stated the terms, and there was no way to. Wealthy people value their reputation, and Chen Feiyu would never ruin his image over a small agency fee. Besides, the supercar alone cost 100 million, and a few tens of thousands for him was just a drop in the ocean. Don't worry, your agency fee is guaranteed. Chen Feiyu sighed with relief. The contract stipulated that the agency fee was 1% of the total rent, meaning the agency would take 60,000 yuan as their commission from the 600,000 rent. Before the rent even arrived, Chen Feiyu couldn't come up with that much money, so it was best to delay it. By early afternoon, he received a text notification from the bank that 600,000 had been deposited into his account. Looking at the account balance, Chen Feiyu felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline, his heart racing wildly. 600,000 was once an astronomical figure for him. Now that he truly had it, it felt like he was, "No, I must celebrate properly." Chen Feiyu called to reserve a table at Junlai Hotel for tomorrow. Junlai Hotel is quite famous in Zhonghai City, being a century-old establishment, and dining there is not cheap, averaging over 2,000 per person. If he ordered seafood and a good bottle of red wine, that meal could easily cost tens of thousands. Thus, only wealthy individuals frequent there. Ordinary wage earners could only admire the luxurious hotel from afar without daring to spend. He could keep the mansion a secret from his parents for a surprise later, but now that Chen Feiyu had money, he had to treat his parents to a feast. His parents worked hard for most of their lives, supporting him through school. Even when Chun Feiyu couldn't report to Zhonghai University, they never blamed him. Now that he had the means, he certainly wanted to show his gratitude to his parents. Unfortunately, the hotel staff informed Chun Feiyu that both today and tomorrow night's reservations were fully booked, so he could only book for the night after tomorrow. But that was fine. In the morning, Chun Feiyu bought plenty of ingredients and planned to cook a big meal for his parents in the evening. Celebrating at home could be just as joyful. What's important is the people you're celebrating with. Chun Feiyu thought for a moment that just having food wasn't enough. He should also get them a gift. So he decided to take some time tomorrow morning to buy 2 gifts for his parents. In the evening, Chun Feiyu personally prepared a few dishes and had a few drinks with old Chun. The family was harmonious. The next morning, a hungover Chun Feiyu was awakened by the alarm clock. He had a poor alcohol tolerance, and after being downed by old Chun yesterday, his head was still throbbing. Sitting dazed on the edge of the bed to sober up, Chun Feiyu finally got up to wash up. Today was another packed day for him. He needed to buy gifts for his parents in the morning and then go to inspect the Xintai commercial street with people from Dongfang Company in the afternoon. Chun Feiyu felt a bit down. His imagined life as a tycoon should be leisurely doing whatever he wanted. Yet now that he had money, he was even busier than when he was a food delivery worker. After getting ready, he drove his beloved supercar to refuel. Chun Feiyu had already thought it through. Women generally like a few things: jewelry, bags, and clothes. So he planned to buy his mother a diamond bracelet and a designer handbag. As for what to give old Chun, that was a bit tricky. Old Chun didn't have many interests or hobbies. He just liked smoking and drinking. After buying his mother a diamond bracelet and a designer bag, it wouldn't make sense to give old Chun cigarettes and alcohol. As a child, one should treat both parents equally. Chun Feiyu pondered what gift to get for old Chun when he happened to pass by a car dealership and suddenly had an idea. Since he couldn't think of anything else, why not just buy a car? Previously, Chen Dongshan was a truck driver at a food factory, so he got his driver's license early on. He remembered that whenever there was a holiday in his childhood, he would often go to the food factory to play. The uncles and aunts would give him lots of delicious snacks, and old Chun would take him along to deliver goods in the truck. Later, when the food factory closed down, old Chun lost his job, and through someone's introduction changed careers to become a security guard, relying solely on an electric bike since then. He hadn't driven a car since, and his driver's license had been gathering dust on the bedside table. Actually, old Chun loved cars. It was just that due to financial constraints, he had never had the spare money to buy one. Now that Chun Feiyu had money, of course, he wanted to fulfill his father's wish, so he decided to buy a car today to make old Chun happy. This dealership was actually a professional car sales company selling many car brands, so the showroom was 4 to 5 times larger than a regular dealership. Car prices ranged from hundreds of thousands to millions, and they had most well-known imported car brands available, including luxury supercars, but of course you needed to have money. Since it was still early, most of the parking spaces outside were empty. After parking his car, Chun Feiyu walked. As soon as Chun Feiyu walked in, a male salesman approached him. "Hello sir, how can I assist you today?" Sales in this line of work depend on customer satisfaction, and whether they can sell a car is directly linked to their salary, so the service attitude is generally very good. Salespeople with rude attitudes like those in TV dramas are actually quite rare, though they do exist. It depends on the individual. "I want to buy a car. Could you recommend one for me?" Chun Feiyu glanced around. The showroom was filled with a variety of car brands and models, dozens of cars parked everywhere, making it a bit overwhelming. "Do you have any specific requirements for the car? What is your budget range?" "No special requirements. It's for my dad, so it just needs to be suitable for a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. As for the budget, let's tentatively set it at under $1 million. Chun Feiyu's only buying principle was to get a suitable car rather than an expensive one. The type of car he chose would depend on personal financial capability. Not buying a more expensive car didn't mean Chun Feiyu was stingy, it was just unnecessary to waste money. Many people think that the better the car, the more face it gives, but for Chun Feiyu, a car is merely a transport tool. As long as it's comfortable to drive, there's no need to compare with others. Moreover, his parents certainly wouldn't want an overly extravagant car. However, it wouldn't do to buy something too shabby. After all, his son drove a Koenigsegg, and giving old Chun a tiny compact car would be a bit excessive. Thus, a price around $1 million was just right, expressing Chun Feiyu's filial piety, while also being within his budget. The male salesman immediately perked up. This was a big client. "Understood, please follow me." The salesman began to lead Chun Feiyu around the showroom, introducing various models: the Mercedes-Benz S-Class, Audi A8, the new BMW 8 Series, and Lexus LC, all priced around $1 million. In addition, he also introduced luxury brands like Maserati, Porsche, and more. The Porsche and Maserati models were relatively youthful, unsuitable for old Chun's age, so they were eliminated from consideration. The Lexus LC was decent, but Chun Feiyu wasn't fond of Japanese cars, so that was also passed. In the end, only the classic luxury brands remained. BBA. BBA refers to Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi, the 3 benchmark luxury car brands from Germany, and the first luxury brands to enter the Chinese market. Starting with Mercedes-Benz, its exterior and interior exude luxury, But there's a saying, you drive a BMW, but sit in a Mercedes. The seats in a Mercedes are indeed comfortable, but driving experience is not impressive, so it was not considered. The new BMW 8 Series is eye-catching and full of sportiness with an upgraded and beautified interior layout. If it were just for him, Chen Feiyu would definitely choose the BMW 8 Series, but it seemed a bit too youthful for old Chen. The Audi A8, on the other hand, is understated yet luxurious, stable, and grand, perfectly matching old Chen's temperament. Chen Feiyu didn't want to look any further. He had important matters to attend to later, so he decisively chose to buy the Audi A8. Let's go with the Audi A8. Do you have one in stock? Ideally, I want to pick it up tomorrow. I can't answer that right now. Oh, I need to check the inventory. Why don't you relax in the waiting area for a bit? Before long, the male salesman returned panting. Mr. Chen, I've checked, and there are two Audi A8s in stock. One is the fully equipped Legendary Black, and the other is the second highest equipped Starlight Gray. You can pick it up as soon as today. Great, let's go see the actual cars. Chen Feiyu followed the salesman to the garage. As an experienced driver, checking the car was no challenge for him. After a quick inspection, he found nothing wrong, and it wasn't a stock vehicle. In the end, Chen Feiyu opted for the top model as the black color was relatively more appealing. He swiped his card to pay in full. While the salesman was processing the paperwork, Chen Feiyu found a vacant sofa in the waiting area to sit down. The salesman even asked the cleaning lady to bring tea and snacks. In the eyes of the salesman, Chen Feiyu was a god of wealth. As long as he served him well this time, he might come back to buy a car again in the future. Chen Feiyu yawned. He was getting a bit bored from waiting, so he got up to stroll around. He walked over to an Audi A4L. It was actually quite attractive and reasonably priced, but compared to the A8A, it fell short. As Chen Feiyu planned to step outside for some fresh air, a man and a woman approached him. Chen Feiyu. The man was around 30. Chen Feiyu didn't recognize him, but he knew the woman in her 20s. Her name was Lu Xiaoxia, related to Lu Xia Tong's cousin, whom she had met a few times before. Lu Xiaoxia was quite snobbish, believing that Chen Feiyu came from a poor background and had never treated him well. Especially after Chen Feiyu did not attend university, Lu Xiaoxia looked down on him even more, constantly slandering him in front of Lu Xiaotong, saying that a delivery boy like Chen Feiyu was unworthy of her sister, while she hoped to introduce Lu Xiaotong to someone else. Upon reflection, Lu Xiaotong's sudden proposal to break up was somewhat influenced by Lu Xiaoxia. If it weren't for her daily belittling of Chen Feiyu causing Lu Xiaotong to feel humiliated, she wouldn't have thought of switching to a wealthy boyfriend to show off in front of her cousin. Thus, Lu Xiaoxia was also one of the hidden culprits behind their breakup. Lu Xiaoxia looked at the smirk on Chen Feiyu's face and sarcastically said, "Oh, what are you doing at the 4S store? Surely you don't want to buy a car. Do you have money?" The car buying fiasco too. Chen Feiyu found Lu Xiaoxia somewhat disgusting. She was indeed very materialistic. She had once dated a boyfriend from a well-off family who treated her very well, spending over 10,000 on her every month. However, after some issues arose in the boyfriend's family, Lu Xiaoxia proposed breaking up without a second thought. Looking at the boyfriends Lu Xiaoxia was now dating, they were all much older than her and had certain economic power. In Lu Xiaoxia's view, feelings were worthless. As long as the money was right, she wouldn't hesitate to sell out her own relatives. Previously, she had been instigating Lu Xiaotong to break up with Chen Feiyu, not because she thought Chen Feiyu was unworthy, but because she wanted to introduce Lu Xiaotong to a wealthy second-generation friend to gain benefits for herself. "What does it matter to you if I have money?" Chen Feiyu scoffed, dismissing her. While Lu Xiaoxia had some beauty, who knew if this money-hungry woman would sell her body and dignity for money, he wouldn't want her even if she offered herself. Seeing that Chen Feiyu was engaging with her, Lu Xiaoxia became more animated, chattering on. "Chen Feiyu, it's really a pity that you and my sister broke up." While she claimed to be sorry, Lu Xiaoxia was secretly gloating, thinking that when her wealthy friend said he would give her a good kickback if Lu Xiaotong dated him, it would all fall apart, because Chen Feiyu and Lu Xiaotong hadn't broken up. "Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced this. This is my boyfriend Zhao Ming, whose family is in business and owns several stores. He came specially to take me to buy a car today." After boasting, Lu Xiaoxia didn't forget to kick Chen Feiyu a few times. "Actually, it's good that you and Xiaotong broke up. You can't go to university. In the future, you can only do some low-level degrading jobs, while Xiaotong will graduate and be a white-collar worker. You two will break up sooner or later." "Low-level jobs?" Chen Feiyu sneered. Initially, he didn't want to bother with this woman, but her repeated mention of lowly jobs made him very displeased. Chen Feiyu's parents were also working-class laborers, and with one sentence, Lu Xiaoxia insulted his parents. He absolutely could not tolerate this. "Your dad is a delivery man and your mom is a supermarket cashier. Their jobs have low barriers. Does that make them lowly people too? You? Tisk, your parents worked so hard to raise you, yet in their precious daughter's eyes they are just lowly people at the bottom of society. Raising a white-eyed wolf would be better than raising you." Lu Xiaoxia was caught off guard by the retort. She never expected Chen Feiyu to have such a sharp tongue. Previously, for the sake of Lu Xiaodong, Chen Feiyu had been very tolerant of Lu Xiaoxia, but now that they had broken up there was no need to hesitate. It was better to completely tear off the facade. Lu Xiaoxia suppressed her anger knowing she couldn't win against Chen Feiyu and glanced at the nearby Audi A4L, thinking that Chen Feiyu must be eyeing that car. Then she thought of a way to humiliate Chen Feiyu. Are you interested in this Audi A4L? Don't be shy to ask. They'll help you call the sales rep to see if there are any discounts. Sales, come over here. A female salesperson ran over, slightly bowing and greeting, then asked, "How can I assist you?" Lu Xiaodong pointed to Chen Feiyu and then to the Audi A4L nearby. "This gentleman is interested in this Audi A4L. Do you have any promotional activities at your store right now?" The female salesperson looked at Chen Feiyu in surprise. He had come to the store early in the morning and within 5 minutes had decided to buy an Audi A8, a decision so extravagant that it was hard not to attract attention. Now all the employees in the store knew that Chen Feiyu was not only handsome, but also extremely wealthy, a veritable high-class rich man. However, there was one thing the female salesperson couldn't understand. If Chen Feiyu had bought an Audi A8, why would he still want to purchase a basic Audi A4L? This Audi A4L is going to undergo a minor facelift soon, so the discounts are substantial, up to 20 points off, making it a great deal. If you're interested in purchasing, I personally suggest you act quickly. Lu Xiaoxia and Zhao Ming displayed expressions of surprise, not expecting such a generous discount. 1 point is 1%, so 20 points means 20% off, which immediately reduces the price by several tens of thousands. In reality, they had no idea that the reason it was so cheap was entirely due to Chen Feiyu's presence. Under normal circumstances, sales wouldn't quote such a low price, leaving room for negotiation. However, Chen Feiyu was a valued customer, and to show sincerity, they quoted him the bottom price directly. "This price is very reasonable. Chen Feiyu, are you buying it? Forget it, a delivery boy like you can't afford it." Lu Xiaoxia turned to Zhao Ming and said sweetly, "Honey, I really like this Audi A4L. Can we buy?" "Of course, if you like it, that's fine. I knew you were the best, unlike some people who drive electric cars to pick up their girlfriends, not being able to buy even a single car and still have the nerve to come to a 4S store. Truly embarrassing." Zhao Ming smiled, but said nothing. He had no enmity with Chen Feiyu and saw no need to mock him, but he would not stop Lu Xiaoxia from taunting him. "Well, take this car. You better keep an eye on it and not let some losers touch it. If it gets dirty, I won't buy it." Lu Xiaoxia referred to Chen Feiyu as a loser, and in front of him purchasing the car he liked while instructing the sales not to let him touch. It was a double humiliation in terms of dignity and spirit. The female salesperson was also somewhat bewildered, sensing the tension in the air. What was going on? Didn't they know each other? Were they friends or enemies? Without thinking much, the saleswoman went to process the paperwork while Lu Xiaoxia pulled Zhao Ming around. At that moment, a brand new Audi A8 was driven out from the warehouse and parked in a private partition. The 4S store had many independent partitions usually used for delivery ceremonies and photos. As soon as Lu Xiaoxia saw the Audi A8, she couldn't take her eyes off it and rushed forward to admire it. But when she reached for it, Zhao Ming stopped her. As soon as Lu Xiaoxia saw the Audi A8, she couldn't take her eyes off it and rushed forward to admire it. But when she reached for it, Zhao Ming, as she was about to touch the car, Xiao Wu, the male salesperson attending to Chen Feiyu, finally finished the paperwork. Seeing someone approaching, Lu Xiaoxia nervously retracted her hand. "Mr. Chen, your paperwork is ready. What time will you be coming to pick up the Audi A8 tomorrow?" "Not sure what time yet, but I will definitely pick it up tomorrow. They'll call you in advance." Hearing their conversation, Lu Xiaoxia's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "What? This car is yours? Impossible. How could you afford such a nice car? Without comparison, there's no harm." Lu Xiaoxia was completely stunned. Although she didn't know how much an Audi A8 sold for, there was always a price tag next to each display car indicating its price. Just now, Lu Xiaodong had walked around, and among the Audi brand cars on display besides the Audi R8 and a few S-series models, the A8 was the most expensive, with the top model's guide price exceeding $1 million. Even after discounts, including insurance, the total cost would still be around $1 million. Chen Feiyu, as a delivery boy earning just over $10,000 a month at best, would have to save for at least 8 or 9 years without eating or drinking. How could he possibly afford it? "No. If it's not mine, could it be yours?" Chen Feiyu rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaoxia, opened the car door, put the contract inside, and then said to salesperson Xiao Wu, "I'm going to the restroom. Keep an eye on it for me. Don't let any idiots touch my car. If it gets dirty, I'll expect a refund." "Yes, I will keep a close eye on it." Xiao Wu dared not say a word against it. If an ordinary person said they wanted a refund, he would certainly dismiss it, even look down on it. Having already paid, who could just return it? But while processing the paperwork, Xiao Wu had heard from his colleagues that Chen Feiyu drove a Koenigsegg 1-1. As a car salesman, he was well aware of the price of that divine car. Not everyone could afford a Koenigsegg 1-1, so it represented not just a high price, but also one's identity and status. For hidden wealthy individuals like Chen Feiyu, if they wanted to return a car, they would have to comply obediently. No one dared to offend them. Seeing Chun Feiyu's smug expression, Lu Xiaoxia's face turned red with anger. The words she had just thrown at Chun Feiyu to humiliate him unexpectedly came back to her. Xiao Wu noticed the tension between Chun Feiyu and Lu Xiaoxia, so he stared directly at her, fearing she might do something foolish and ruin the car. If that happened, he would be in serious trouble. Why are you staring at me? Lu Xiaoxia was furious. Xiao Wu's gaze seemed to be guarding against a thief. All right, don't be angry. Let's see how the paperwork is going. Picking up the car should be a happy occasion. Zhao Ming soothed her a bit, and Lu Xiaoxia's anger was somewhat quelled. Lu Xiaoxia and Zhao Ming sat in the lounge for a while. The female salesperson hurried over, just about to hand the contract to Lu Xiaoxia when Xiao Wu rushed out and pulled her aside. Xiao Wu whispered something to the female salesperson, and her expression changed several times. After a long pause, the female salesperson finally approached apologetically, saying, Ms. Lu, Mr. Xiao, I'm really sorry, I made a mistake earlier. The discount isn't 20 points, but 8 points. What? Didn't you just say it was 20 points? How did it suddenly become 8 points? While 80 off and 92 off don't sound significantly different, they actually represent a huge difference. If Lu Xiaoxia wanted to buy that Audi A4L, she would have to pay much more than before, at least several tens of thousands more. I truly apologized, it was an error on my part. If you feel it's too expensive, you can choose another model. The entry-level A3 is also very good and more suitable for girls to drive. The salesperson had assumed Lu Xiaoxia and Chun Feiyu were friends, which is why she offered a 20-point discount. But after Xiao Wu informed her they were actually enemies, the discount naturally shrank. At that moment, Chun Feiyu returned, and as he passed by said to the female salesperson, Don't bother asking, she's an unemployed drifter and can't afford it. That was something Lu Xiaoxia had said before, and Chun Feiyu returned it to her. Lu Xiaoxia was furious, glaring at Chun Feiyu. Who says I can't afford it? I bought it, and I'm picking it up today. Alright, I'll draft the contract again now. Before long, the female salesperson completed the paperwork. After the payment was made, the car was driven into the partition, and the female salesperson brought out some celebratory confetti for Lu Xiaoxia's car delivery ceremony. Lu Xiaoxia felt much better as she finally owned her first luxury brand car. However, this good mood did not last long and soon dissipated. Chun Feiyu had planned to bring his parents to pick up the car the next day, but he suddenly changed his mind and decided to stir up some trouble for Lu Xiaoxia. So Chun Feiyu held his own car delivery ceremony nearby with a dozen beautiful saleswomen surrounding him, shouting, Congratulations to Mr. Chen on acquiring an Audi A8. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone pulled the celebratory confetti and colorful paper rained down from the sky. The spectacle was grand, drawing many customers who were looking at cars. Xiao Wu presented non-alcoholic champagne. Chun Feiyu shook it vigorously, and with a pop the cork flew off, spraying white foam everywhere. Chun Feiyu took a sip of champagne, and out of the corner of his eye observed the livid Lu Xiaoxia. He felt indescribably delighted. Yes, he was intentionally trying to infuriate her. Previously, Lu Xiaoxia had spoken in front of him about wanting to introduce a boyfriend to Lu Xiaotong. Today, he was letting her experience what it felt like to be humiliated in front of others. Lu Xiaoxia felt like her heart was on fire, trembling with rage. Without comparison, there's no harm. Her car delivery had only one salesperson setting off firecrackers, while Chun Feiyu was surrounded by dozens of salespeople, and someone even brought champagne. All the attention was stolen by Chun Feiyu. Zhao Ming, that bastard is bullying me, go beat him up for me. Don't be ridiculous. Faced with Lu Xiaoxia's unreasonable request, Zhao Ming naturally wouldn't agree. He was a mature man, knowing that fighting wouldn't solve the problem and would only bring unnecessary trouble. Aren't you a man? Your girlfriend is being bullied and you don't even know how to help her vent. I don't care. I can't swallow this anger. If you don't hit him, you have to buy me an Audi A8. Enough. An A8 costs over $1 million. Can you just buy it because you say so? Zhao Ming's expression darkened. His family only ran a small business, and while he could come up with $1 million, it wasn't a small amount. He couldn't possibly spend that much on a car. I don't care. If you don't buy the A8 today, I'm breaking up with you. Lu Xiaoxia was throwing a tantrum, nearly rolling on the ground. Unless she could humiliate Chun Feiyu, the anger in her heart wouldn't dissipate. Breaking up, huh? Fine, let's break up. Zhao Ming felt Lu Xiaoxia was going too far, as she could act wild in private, but in public with so many eyes on them, didn't he deserve some dignity? Zhao Ming took out the keys, and without looking back drove away in the new car. Lu Xiaoxia, sitting on the ground, was dumbfounded. The car was registered in Zhao Ming's name, and they had agreed to change it to hers after marriage. Now she was left with nothing. Her boyfriend and her new car were both gone. Wow. Lu Xiaoxia could no longer bear the shock, and sat on the ground wailing and crying. Mr. Chun surveys the commercial street. Chun Feiyu felt no sympathy for Lu Xiaoxia from start to finish. It was this woman who had been provoking him, so he couldn't help but strike back hard, teaching her a lesson she would never forget. Moreover, for such a vain woman who disregarded others once she found a wealthy boyfriend, she shouldn't be spoiled, she must experience the harshness of society. After leaving the 4S store, Chen Feiyu drove the Koenigsegg 11 straight to Xintai Commercial Street. He had driven here today, and the new car couldn't be taken away yet. The car delivery ceremony was just to irritate Lu Xiaoxia, so the Audi A8 would remain at the 4S store until he returned tomorrow to pick it up. About 10 minutes later, Chen Feiyu arrived at his destination. Xintai Commercial Street was long, with a 5-story Xintai shopping plaza built in the center featuring a 3-story underground parking garage totaling 8 levels and more than 500 parking spaces. Taking the elevator to the first floor, Chen Feiyu immediately saw that a stage had been set up outside the main entrance of the Xintai shopping plaza, covered with a large red carpet, and the backdrop was also red, looking especially festive with several large golden characters prominently displayed. Xintai Commercial Street handover ceremony. As he wandered around, he received a call from the secretary of Dongfang Company. Hello, Mr. Chen, how long until you arrive? I have already arrived. I am at the main entrance of the shopping plaza. Okay, please wait a moment, I will be there soon. Not long after hanging up, Chen Feiyu saw a girl in professional attire wearing glasses rush towards him, followed by a large group of bodyguards. Such a grand procession was hard to ignore, and the onlookers were left bewildered. What a spectacle! Could it be that a celebrity is visiting? Mr. Chen, hello, I am Su Qinglu, the secretary of the general manager of Dongfang Company. Dongfang Company had some basic personal information about Chen Feiyu, and the secretary recognized him immediately from his photo. Hello. Chen Feiyu glanced at the bodyguard team, roughly estimating there were more than 20 people. He thought it was just a simple handover ceremony, but he didn't expect the other party to make such a big deal out of it. Although it was a weekday, the surrounding office workers flocked to Xintai Commercial Street for meals, and it was precisely meal time, so the crowd was considerable. Chen Feiyu hoped to avoid excessive exposure. I don't want to attract too much attention, please withdraw all your people. Okay. Su Qinglu suddenly realized that wealthy individuals tend to be very low-key and dislike being recognized by too many people. Bringing so many people along did not flatter Chen Feiyu. It could have the opposite effect. Thus, Su Qinglu immediately dismissed all the bodyguards. Originally, there was a plan for Chen Feiyu to say a few words on stage, but now it seemed that could be skipped. The inspection officially began, and Su Qinglu took Chen Feiyu for a tour around the commercial street. The shop owners had already received news that the new boss was coming to oversee operations, so when they saw Su Qinglu diligently introducing Chen Feiyu, everyone quickly guessed that this young man would be their new employer. After completing the round, Chen Feiyu felt a bit hungry, so he and Su Qinglu casually found a place to eat. They sat down facing each other, and Chen Feiyu finally had the opportunity to closely examine Su Qinglu. In terms of appearance, Su Qinglu was much prettier than Lu Xiaodong, but slightly less attractive than One-Yuan. In a university setting, she would definitely be the belle of the department. Chen Feiyu didn't know many girls, so he subconsciously compared Su Qinglu with One-Yuan. One-Yuan exuded a youthful beauty with a touch of charming arrogance, while Su Qinglu was a few years older and had matured from her experiences in society, shedding her youthful innocence and gradually embodying the sophistication and charm of a mature woman. Both were beautiful, but their styles were completely different. Noticing Chen Feiyu staring at her, Su Qinglu felt a bit embarrassed, nervously stirring the ice cubes in her drink. After a moment of silence, she took the initiative to break the awkwardness with a topic. Mr. Chen, may I ask if you have your own management team? No, why would I need that? No management team. How do you manage such a large commercial street then? Chen Feiyu was caught off guard by the question. With so many shops on the commercial street, the tenants had paid their rent, and if there were issues like leaks or power outages, they would all have to come to him for repairs. Moreover, with so many tourists on the commercial street, maintaining order and customer safety required hiring security personnel. Otherwise, if some unexpected incidents occurred, it could lead to fatalities. Without a professional management team, it was simply unworkable. Chen Feiyu had initially only thought about collecting money, and if Su Qinglu hadn't reminded him, he might have forgotten about such an important matter. While he could recruit people after the handover, the Dongfang Company personnel would be leaving. In such a short time of just one day, where would he find people? Mr. Chen, I can represent the company to offer you 3 months of free management services to give you ample time to recruit. What do you think? The boss of Dongfang Company orchestrated such a grand scene mainly to flatter Chen Feiyu. Now that Chen Feiyu faced a problem, it presented them with an opportunity to showcase their capabilities. 3 months of management fees weren't much, but gaining Chen Feiyu's friendship was a very worthwhile deal. Su Qinglu believed the boss would support her decision. That's great, thank you so much for your company. You are too polite, Mr. Chen. Su Qinglu smiled, raising her glass and saying, I hope we can have more opportunities for cooperation in the future. There will definitely be opportunities. Chen Feiyu and Su Qinglu exchanged smiles and clinked their. After finishing their meal, Su Qinglu said her goodbyes and hurried back to the company to report on the task, while Chen Feiyu walked into a quaint cafe on the commercial street. Sipping the rich grinding coffee, Chen Feiyu felt a bit gloomy. Originally, he imagined that his wealthy life would involve leisurely lying in bed counting money and stacking gold bars like building blocks, but now he realized he was terribly mistaken. After gaining wealth, he had become busier, instead with a mountain of trivial matters waiting for him to handle. Just recruiting a management team was enough to give him a headache. Inside the cafe, there were couples in love, white-collar workers busy at work, when suddenly a loud, angry shout broke the tranquil atmosphere. "What's wrong with you? Are you blind while walking? You spilled coffee all over me." Chen Feiyu, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality, and everyone turned to look. In front stood a man and a woman, with the man's shirt drenched in coffee, furiously scolding the girl. I'm sorry. The girl knew it was her fault, so she didn't retort, but kept bowing and apologizing. In the food and beverage industry, it was common for staff to bump into customers and stain their clothes. Generally, those with good temperaments wouldn't pursue the matter, while those with bad tempers would lash out angrily. Usually the shop would offer some discount or a free meal as compensation to the customer, resolving the issue and preventing it from escalating. Rarely would someone linger on the matter. You walk without looking, or your eyes just for venting. "This t-shirt is Givenchy, have you heard of it? It's a brand, do you know how much it costs? Selling you wouldn't even cover it." The young man was clearly hot-tempered and continued his tirade. I'm sorry. If saying sorry were enough, why would we need the police? If I scratch your face, would saying sorry suffice? Dude, don't go too far. That girl didn't do it on purpose. Is it necessary to be so aggressive, eh? A man should be magnanimous, a few harsh words to vent is enough. Don't push it further. The other customers in the cafe were getting uncomfortable. The girl had acknowledged her mistake, and her attitude was quite proper. How could he keep berating her like that? What's it to you? It's not you who got splashed, and now you're all just here to talk nonsense. Usually when a person becomes the target of public ire, they would feel guilty and back off. But this young man not only didn't relent, he started arguing with the crowd. He picked up the coffee cup on the table and yelled, "Who just said to let it go? Step up. If you want me to splash a cup of coffee in your face, then I won't pursue this matter." Hearing this, the customers fell silent. They could have stepped up to say a few fair words, but the girl wasn't their relative or friend, so no one was willing to take her place and face punishment. At this moment, the cafe manager rushed over a woman in her 30s. "Sir, I'm truly sorry for staining your clothes. This was a mistake on our part. Please bear with us." The manager stood between the girl and the young man, fearing that if the young man got angry and resorted to violence, it would adversely affect the cafe. "How about this? How much did your shirt cost? The shop will compensate you for it, and all your expenses today will be waived. Does that work for you?" "That sounds much better." Finally, the young man calmed down and the conflict was resolved. "Shaolin, come with me." The manager called the girl into a corner of the restroom and lowered her voice, saying, "What's wrong with you? You've been so careless. You didn't used to be like this." "Manager," he suddenly stood up, "and that's why I accidentally bumped into him." The girl's full name was Lin Wayne. In front of so many customers, she had endured the scolding to avoid damaging the cafe's image. Now that it was just her and the manager, she felt the need to clarify. She knew she was at fault, but that young man should bear a bigger share of the responsibility. "Don't make excuses. Excuses are just a cover-up. I don't want to hear it." The manager impatiently waved her hand to interrupt the girl, saying, "You will deduct the compensation for that customer from your salary. If something like this happens again, don't bother coming to work anymore. Do you understand?" I understand." Lin Wayne bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment. She was not unwilling to take responsibility, but she didn't want to take the blame for everything. Shouldn't there be an investigation first before deducting her pay? Unfortunately, Lin Wayne knew she had no authority to speak up. Moreover, she had no connection with the manager. For the manager, maintaining the customers' and cafe's reputation was paramount. No one would care whether she was innocent. Lin Wayne crouched alone in the corner, gently sobbing, feeling immensely wronged. "Lin Wayne, you can do this. Keep going." She encouraged herself, knowing she had a younger brother and a seriously ill father to care for. She couldn't afford to lose this job. After venting for a while, Lin Wayne's emotions gradually calmed down. She stood up and walked to the sink. When she looked in the mirror, she was shocked to see how much she had cried, her face a mess. Lin Wayne wanted to grab some tissues to clean herself up, but she found the tissue box was empty, leaving only an empty container. At that moment, the men's restroom door opened and Chen Feiyu walked out. Lin Wayne, worried about her tear-streaked face being seen, quickly turned away. As he washed his hands, Chen Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. This silly girl thought if she turned her back on him, he wouldn't see her embarrassing state, forgetting there was a mirror right beside her. He pulled out a pack of tissues from his pocket, took one to dry his hands, and left the remaining tissues on the sink before silently departing. Once the footsteps faded, Lin Wayne let out a sigh of relief, grateful that her embarrassing state hadn't been seen. Otherwise, she would be mortified. The girl thought about washing her face first, but when she turned around and saw the tissues on the sink, She immediately realized they were left for her by Chen Feiyu, and a wave of warmth surged in her heart. Wait a minute. He left me tissues, which means he must have seen my face. Thinking about how Chen Feiyu had seen her tear-stained face, Lin Wayne felt so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to hide in. She didn't have time to apply makeup during work hours, so she simply washed her face with water, wiped it clean with the tissues, tidied herself up, and re-engaged in her work. At her seat, Chen Feiyu finished the last sip of coffee. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Wayne approached with a tray, placing a freshly brewed cup of coffee in front of him. Chen Feiyu looked at Lin Wayne in confusion, as he hadn't ordered a second cup of coffee. When they were at the sink, Lin Wayne had only remembered Chen Feiyu's outline and clothing. She wanted to see what he looked like, so she looked up to sneak a glance, and their eyes met. Lin Wayne thought she had been caught peeking, and her face instantly flushed bright red as she lowered her head and quickened her pace to leave. What's going on? Chen Feiyu was equally puzzled, and then noticed a yellow sticky note attached to the coffee cup, which read, "Thank you for the tissues. This is the coffee I brewed myself." Below the note was a drawn smiley face. Chen Feiyu suddenly understood Lin Wayne's intention. She was thanking him by treating him to a cup of coffee. Chen Feiyu thought that since he had nothing else to do, he couldn't let this girl's kindness go to waste. As Chen Feiyu savored the coffee, some oblivious individuals disrupted his peace. Slander and the despicable manager. As Lin Wayne walked past the young man, a sly grin appeared on his face. Suddenly the young man stuck out his foot. Lin Wayne, holding the tray with both hands, couldn't see it because the tray blocked her view. She tripped and lost her balance, tumbling forward, causing the coffee on the tray to spill. Lin Wayne instinctively let out a scream of panic. Just when she thought she was about to fall to the ground, a figure rushed forward, solid arms catching her and pulling her into a warm embrace. Still in shock, Lin Wayne's pupils widened as she breathed rapidly in the warmth of the embrace. After a moment, Lin Wayne snapped back to reality and looked up to see that the person who caught her was none other than Chen Feiyu. Realizing everyone was watching, she shyly stepped back a few paces. "Thank you." She sincerely expressed her gratitude, knowing that without Chen Feiyu, she would have surely fallen. Seeing Chen Feiyu's clothes soaked, Lin Wayne understood he must have been splashed with coffee when he saved her. She hurriedly took some tissues from the box on the table and carefully wiped his clothes. I'm so sorry. You didn't do anything wrong, so why are you apologizing to me?" Everyone expected Chen Feiyu to explode in anger like the young man, but the reality was quite the opposite. Chen Feiyu not only remained calm, but also smiled to comfort Lin Wayne. Chen Feiyu saw everything clearly. It was the young man who had intentionally tripped Lin Wayne, and she was not at fault. She was the victim. I stained your clothes. It's fine, it's just a piece of clothing, but can be washed clean." Lin Wayne stared blankly at Chen Feiyu, her eyes suddenly reddening. She had worked early to earn money for her father's medical treatment and to support her younger brother's education, encountering countless inequalities and workplace bullying. At 18, during what should have been her carefree school years, Lin Wayne had already shouldered pressures and pains that were beyond her age. Her spirit had been tormented to the point of breaking, and she had nearly collapsed and entertained thoughts of suicide on several occasions. If it weren't for her family, she wouldn't have lasted this long. Chen Feiyu's gentleness was like a ray of sunshine, constantly warming and healing Lin Wayne's scars. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Lin Wayne didn't speak, her eyes glistening with tears, and she simply shook her head. At that moment, the young female manager rushed over, not bothering to understand the situation, and immediately scolded Lin Wayne harshly. "You mindless thing, didn't I just say that? Have you forgotten so quickly? Do you think I'm joking?" "Manager, what do you mean I? If you can't do your job properly, you don't need to work here anymore. You're fired." The manager didn't give Lin Wayne a chance to explain. She was clearly determined to dismiss her. "I'm not pursuing this matter, so why do you need to fire her?" Chen Feiyu frowned. He had heard the conversation between the manager and Lin Wayne while in the restroom. If she makes a mistake, she will be fired. If it weren't for the young man meddling, Lin Wayne would not have fallen. Lin Wayne is innocent and should not be punished. The female store manager also judges people by their appearance. She glanced at Chen Feiyu and saw that he was dressed, simply showing no intention to engage with him, treating him completely differently than the young man, even failing to mention compensating Chen Feiyu for his losses. Seeing Lin Wayne standing there, the female store manager coldly said, "What are you standing there for? Go take off your uniform and get out." Lin Wayne clenched the hem of her clothes, lowering her head silently as she walked toward the changing room. The female store manager suddenly wore a sly smirk. Everything was meticulously planned by her. Lin Wayne worked diligently and was appreciated by the boss, while the store manager had a laid-back attitude and liked to take advantage of the store, leading the coffee shop owner to consider promoting Lin Wayne to replace the store manager. By chance, the store manager learned about this news and felt a strong sense of crisis. Thus, she had been plotting to get rid of Lin Wayne. In fact, that young man was the store manager's cousin, brought in to help her eliminate Lin Wayne, her competitor. The workplace is a battlefield without gunpowder full of deceit. Lin-Yuan, a naive girl, would never suspect that the store manager had carefully devised such a trap to deal with her. Chen Feiyu suddenly grabbed Lin-Yuan, his cold gaze fixed on the store manager. As the store manager, isn't it a bit unreasonable to fire an employee without asking about the truth? Sorry, sir, whether or not to fire her is an internal matter of this store and has nothing to do with you. You have no right to interfere. The store manager scoffed dismissively. When the boss was not in the store, she was the one in charge, possessing absolute authority to fire anyone she wanted with no one else entitled to interfere. Even if the boss questioned her later, she could justify it by saying that Lin-Yuan spilled coffee on a customer and no one would suspect her scheming behind the scenes. Hey, this is a matter for the store. The young man who tripped Lin-Yuan, also the store manager's cousin, stepped forward, shaking his fist menacingly at Chen Feiyu, clearly threatening him to mind his own business. Chen Feiyu, who delivered takeout every day, had seen all kinds of people. He immediately noticed the peculiar relationship between the store manager and the young man. Something was definitely off, and he couldn't stand seeing someone bully the weak. So today he was determined to intervene. How is it not my business that I got splashed with coffee? Since you've already fired her, we are now customers, and I want 2 cups of coffee. Sorry, we are out of coffee. The store manager crossed her arms, appearing unconcerned. She didn't believe Chen Feiyu could cause any trouble. We do not welcome you to. Please leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. I prefer a soft approach. Oh, I really want to see what you can do to us. The store manager glanced at the time. The boss routinely inspected the store in the afternoon, and with time running out, she had to get Chen Feiyu and Lin-Yuan out quickly. Otherwise, it would be even harder to deal with Lin-Yuan when the boss arrived. So she signaled the young man to take. The young man understood and rolled up his sleeves angrily, saying, "Damn it, are you trying to cause trouble?" I think. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man threw a punch at Chen Feiyu. The conflict escalated, leading to a brawl. Everyone was baffled. Oh, what did the young man have to do with the argument between Chen Feiyu and the store manager? Why did he suddenly start fighting? The young man didn't care about others' gazes. He and the store manager had discussed beforehand that as long as he could get rid of Lin-Yuan and secure the store manager's position, she would reward him with a big red envelope. The young man exerted all his strength to swing his fist, having only one thought in mind: to kick Chen Feiyu, the obstacle in his way to wealth, out of the coffee shop. But he never imagined that Chen Feiyu was much more formidable than he had anticipated. Suddenly, Chen Feiyu, who was seated on the sofa, launched a counterattack, splashing coffee from his cup into the young man's face. Taking advantage of the young man's momentary distraction, Chen Feiyu struck him with the cup. Crash! The coffee cup smashed against the young man's forehead, shattering into pieces. The young man felt dizzy, and a gash opened on his forehead, blood streaming down. Chen Feiyu grabbed the young man's neck from behind and pressed him firmly against the table. The young man struggled violently, wanting to break free. At that moment, Chen Feiyu picked up a spoon from the table and forcefully thrust it down, embedding it deep into the table, less than an inch from the young man's cheek. If he had been just a little off, it would not have been the table that was pierced, but his cheek. If you move again, it'll make a hole. A chill crept in from behind, and the young man was so scared that his legs went weak, collapsing onto the table. He couldn't even dare to breathe. Gasp! The customers gasped. Chen Feiyu looked refined and scholarly, like an ancient scholar, yet when he fought, he showed no hesitation. Speak. What schemes do you have with this woman? Why are you targeting her? Although Chen Feiyu did not mention names, everyone wasn't stupid. It was clear he was referring to Lin-Yuan. Some sharp-eyed individuals immediately caught on. Chen Feiyu used the word scheme and target. Could it be that Lin-Yuan spilling coffee was not an accident? Spilling things is normal, but a waitress couldn't possibly spill coffee twice in a short time, and both times the young man had jumped out, suggesting a hidden connection. The more they thought about it, the more they believed Lin-Yuan was being targeted. Everything was meticulously designed. I don't understand what you're talking about. The young man stubbornly refused to admit anything. The store manager was his cousin, and even if he couldn't get the red envelope, he would never betray his relative. Let him go quickly, or he'll call security, and you won't get away with it. The store manager tried to intimidate Chen Feiyu. If anything happened to her cousin, she would never face her relatives again and would definitely be punished by her parents. Everyone stared curiously at Chen Feiyu, wondering how he would handle the situation next. To most people, the correct course of action should be to let the young man go and leave Shintai Commercial Street quickly before security arrived, and they got caught, likely ending up in the police station for fighting. After a few seconds of pause, Chen Feiyu made a move that everyone found inexplicable. He pushed the young man away, causing him to fall hard, while Chen Feiyu returned to the sofa, casually crossing. All right then, call security. Hey, I want to see who can't handle it. Fine, this is what you asked for. The store manager was furious. Chen Feiyu had injured her cousin and refused to leave, clearly not understanding the severity of the situation. The store manager rushed to the front desk, dialing the property management's number. Is this property management? I'm from the Other Shore coffee shop. There are thugs causing trouble in our store, and injured someone, send security quickly. Alright, make it quick. After hanging up, the store manager smugly raised her eyebrows at Chun Feiyu. Security will be here soon. Let's see if you can still be so tough then. Chun Feiyu smiled, and then closed his eyes, waiting for security to arrive. One must admit that this store manager was quite adept at turning right and wrong upside down. Clearly the young man had struck first, yet she claimed that Chun Feiyu had assaulted someone, labeling him as a troublemaker. The management team of Shintai Commercial Street was extremely efficient. Upon receiving the store manager's call, they immediately contacted the security team patrolling nearby via walkie-talkie. Less than a minute after receiving the order, the security team arrived at the other shore coffee shop. Who made the call? Where are the troublemakers? The leader of the security team was a middle-aged man with a crew cut, named Zhu Liang, the captain of the 5th security team. His fierce appearance intimidated many, making people wary with just a glance. I made the call. The store manager seemed to see a savior, her eyes lighting up as she pointed at Chun Feiyu. Captain Zhu, that brat is causing trouble in our store. Daring to cause trouble in my territory, you must be tired of living. Zhu Liang looked in the direction the store manager pointed, and Chun Feiyu soon came into his view. Zhu Liang froze for a moment, and then his expression turned to one of sheer terror, as if he had seen the king. Zhu Liang clumsily adjusted his security hat and hurried over to Chun Feiyu, bowing nervously to greet him. Mr. Chun, it's you. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Zhu Liang, right? Chun Feiyu glanced at Zhu Liang. When Su Qinglu brought him to inspect the commercial street, he had also met the management team of Dongfang Company, including the security team, so he recognized Zhu Liang. Yes, Mr. Chun, you are correct. Just call me Xiao Zhu. Zhu Liang's face was full of smiles as he took out a cigarette to offer Chun Feiyu. The two had met for less than an hour, and Zhu Liang certainly wouldn't forget who Chun Feiyu was. This handsome young man was the new owner of Shintai Commercial Street. Before Su Qinglu left, she had specifically instructed that Chun Feiyu's identity was mysterious and must not be provoked. She warned everyone in the management team to be extremely cautious and to ensure that they managed the commercial street well over the next 3 months. If anything went wrong and angered Chun Feiyu, they would all be waiting for unemployment. Zhu Liang had initially thought that a commercial street was a place for eating and drinking, so what could go wrong? Who knew the store manager would actually get into a quarrel with Chun Feiyu? I don't smoke. Chun Feiyu pushed away the cigarette and said, what did you say this is? Zhu Liang felt a chill run down his spine, his facial muscles stiffening. The last thing he wanted to hear was that question. He knew an explanation was useless and could only force a smile. This is of course your territory, Mr. Chun. Zhu Liang was drenched in sweat, cursing the store manager's ancestors in his heart. Why did this foolish woman provoke someone she shouldn't have? Captain Zhu, quickly throw this brat out. The store manager, used to bullying employees, had developed an arrogant personality and was completely unaware that the situation had changed. Bystanders could see clearly. The customers thought the store manager had gone overboard or was simply an idiot. Didn't she notice how respectful Zhu Liang was towards Chun Feiyu? There must be something fishy going on. Even if Chun Feiyu was not directly under the security's command, his status was definitely not ordinary. Shut up. How dare you be so rude to Mr. Chun? Zhu Liang straightened up, his eyes blazing with fury as he slapped the store manager hard. Previously, someone had discreetly inquired about Chun Feiyu's background, and Su Qinglu had only said 8 words: invisible rich man, fortune unknown. Invisible rich men may not be as famous as those on the billionaire list, but they might be even wealthier. Just like the Rothschild family, who controls the economic lifeline of the United States, they possess an unfathomable amount of money, but are not on any billionaire lists. Therefore, never underestimate invisible rich men, as they might hold immense power. For someone of Zhu Liang's stature, offending such a super boss was out of the question. The store manager was digging her own grave, and now she was dragging him down with her. How could Zhu Liang not be furious? The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the air, leaving the store manager utterly stunned. She and Zhu Liang were somewhat familiar, but she couldn't understand why he didn't drive Chun Feiyu away and instead turned to strike her. Inside the coffee shop, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. At that moment, someone pushed open the coffee shop door, breaking the silence, and everyone's gaze shifted to the entrance where the owner of the coffee shop appeared. The owner was dressed casually and held a BMW car key in his hand. He looked well-preserved, appearing to be in his 20s, but his receding hairline revealed that he was not as young. Upon entering the shop, the keen-sensed owner immediately noticed something was off. The atmosphere in the coffee shop was unusually tense. Seeing that the security team had arrived, he quickly understood that something had happened. Captain Zhu, what on earth happened? Although security work doesn't pay much and comes with little power, they are present everywhere. To survive in a place, one must maintain a good relationship with them. Especially in places like commercial streets where disputes frequently arise, it's essential to be on good terms with security. Zhu Liang did not give the store manager a good look, snorting coldly. What happened? That would be a question for your precious store manager. Xiao Zhou, what exactly happened? Xiao Zhou was the store manager who had just been slapped by Zhu Liang and was still in disbelief, unable to answer. At that moment, the store manager realized that Chen Feiyu's identity was not ordinary, otherwise Zhu Liang wouldn't have acted against her. However, since she had already offended him, she could only continue digging her own grave. I. After a long pause, the store manager finally organized her thoughts. Boss Lin-Yuan and this guy are in cahoots. They deliberately caused trouble in the store to extort money from us. Chen Feiyu was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this woman to still have the audacity to bite back. The boss frowned, not believing the store manager's one-sided story. If the store manager was trying to swindle, he might believe it, but Lin-Yuan could never be involved. In his impression, Lin-Yuan was gentle, kind, and a very sensible girl who worked diligently and would never conspire with outsiders to swindle the coffee shop. Just as the boss was pondering, Chen Feiyu spoke up. If you want to know what happened, just check the store's surveillance footage. This statement jolted the boss awake, and he immediately instructed an employee to check the surveillance. The store manager's face turned pale. She had actually forgotten such crucial evidence. The store manager wanted to destroy the surveillance footage, but leaving would raise suspicion, so she signaled her cousin, "I need to go to the restroom. Stop him." Before the young man could take a step, Chen Feiyu instructed Zhu Liang to prevent him from leaving. This kid was the store manager's accomplice and could not be easily let go. "On what grounds are you stopping me from going to the restroom? Restricting someone's personal freedom is illegal. No one is restricting your freedom. Once the matter is resolved, you can leave. If you need to go urgently, just use this bottle." Zhu Liang threw a water bottle at him, saying, "With your little schemes it won't work on me." The store clerk and the young man looked extremely ugly. Once the surveillance was reviewed, they would have no way to argue. Soon an employee brought over a laptop and the boss opened the surveillance footage as curious customers gathered around. Everyone stared intently at the screen as the footage was adjusted to 1 hour prior, when Lin-Yuan first appeared. The moment of collision between the young man and Lin-Yuan was captured with remarkable clarity. Lin-Yuan was walking normally during her shift when the young man suddenly rose. Only then did they collide. Look closely. You'll see he made a preparatory movement. Clearly this was intentional. A sharp-eyed onlooker immediately spotted the flaw. The young man had tracked Lin-Yuan's every step from the outset, and just as she approached his seat, he extended 1 foot forward in anticipation of standing. He even rose to collide with her while others were approaching. Who would believe this was accidental? During that interval, the footage also captured the female shop manager handing the young man a thick stack of cash, easily over 10,000 yuan. Next came the second incident, the spilled coffee. Dozens of witnesses clearly saw the young man deliberately thrust out his leg, tripping Lin-Yuan. Not because she was negligent at work. Is this guy mentally unwell? What possible reason could he have for tormenting that young woman? I've never seen anyone so despicable. Customers turned toward the young man with undisguised contempt. "Speak up. Why did you deliberately harass our staff member?" The shop owner, enraged, demanded answers. With the entire sequence recorded, anyone failing to recognize the deception would be truly obtuse. It was a misunderstanding. The young man's voice trembled as he made one last futile attempt to deflect. Chen Feiyu took a slow sip of coffee and said calmly, "A misunderstanding. I suspect this was premeditated." The shop owner stared at Chen Feiyu in astonishment. "You? Young sir, whom do you mean by you? Does your remark imply he has accomplices?" "That question belongs to your shop manager." At those words, every gaze snapped instantly to the woman behind the counter. 24. He is Mr. Chen, the sovereign of Xintai Commercial Street. The shop owner scrutinized the female manager and the young man closely, noting a striking resemblance in their facial features, a similarity rarely seen without blood ties. "What is your relationship?" he demanded. Refusing to admit collusion with her cousin to frame Lin-Yuan, the manager instead accused Chen Feiyu and Lin-Yuan of conspiring against her. "They're in cahoots. Don't believe a word they say." Though surveillance footage clearly showed the young man deliberately tripping Lin-Yuan, denial alone rendered evidence useless. If no confession was forthcoming, denial changes nothing. Let the police investigate. Chen Feiyu set down his cup with quiet certainty. If they uncover any familial or conspiratorial link between you two, it constitutes joint fraud. The cash you handed him on camera exceeds 10,000 yuan, more than enough to file charges. Once convicted, prison awaits. The female manager froze, petrified. She'd only meant to oust Lin-Yuan and pocket a little extra. Never had she imagined the matter escalating to criminal investigation. Should the police intervene, every detail would be meticulously uncovered. No amount of eloquence could shield her from guilt. "Don't call the police. I'll confess everything. She's my cousin. She instructed me to stage this trap against that girl." Hearing the threat of arrest, the young man broke down instantly. Imprisonment would ruin his life. Kinship loyalty dissolved before survival instinct. He recounted the entire scheme unflinchingly. Upon hearing his confession, the crowd seethed with fury. Many clenched their fists, itching to deliver it. "This Miss Zhou," the the shop manager, was utterly despicable. Lin Wayne had never provoked her, yet to safeguard her own position from being usurped, she stooped to framing an innocent colleague, cunning, cruel, and shameless. Here's the money, I want none of it. Take it all back. Please don't involve the police. The young man surrendered the cash and knelt pleading abjectly. His designer clothes were counterfeit, a further mark of deceit, leaving him no recourse but to beg the owner's mercy. The female manager's face drained of color, as pale and lifeless as a corpse. Her cousin's spontaneous confession left her cornered. Evidence and testimony aligned irrefutably. Boss, I've erred. I beg you spare me this once for the sake of our years of service together. Your life may be spared, but not your job. You're dismissed. Seeing her kneel at his feet, clutching his sleeve, and weeping uncontrollably, the owner's resolve softened. Years of shared labor forged bonds no policy could erase. Please don't fire me. My child is still in school, and my aging parents are ill. I cannot lose this livelihood. I'll even resign as manager and accept a pay cut. The owner hesitated. Ordinarily colluding with outsiders to defraud the business warranted immediate dismissal. No one keeps mice in their rice bin. Yet he possessed a gentle heart, especially vulnerable to raw, unguarded sorrow. Jobs were scarce these days. Even graduates struggled to find employment. For someone without elite credentials, opportunities were scarcer still. Picturing her child's plight, his resolve wavered. Should he truly let her go? Noticing his indecision, Chen Feiyu stepped in decisively. Boss, if you retain her, your rent increases. Young man, you jest. Rent can't skyrocket tenfold. The owner dismissed the remark as playful banter. The cafe's monthly rent stood at 12,000 yuan. Tenfold would be 120,000. No tenant could afford such exorbitance, nor would the commercial district arbitrarily raise rates without cause. Oh, so you decree rent hikes now? Who do you think you are? The manager glared venomously at Chen Feiyu. Her hatred for him, now absolute. Had Chen Feiyu not intervened, her plot would have succeeded. Lin Wayne would already be cast out. No groveling, no disgrace. In Xintai Commercial Street, Mr. Chen's word is law. If he says tenfold, it is tenfold. Zhu Liang, eager to redeem himself, seized the chance to flatter Chen Feiyu with unrestrained fervor. Commander Zhu, just who is he? The cafe owner blinked in surprise. Rent adjustments were not within ordinary authority. He is the new proprietor of Xintai Commercial Street, Mr. Chen Feiyu. A collective gasp echoed through the room. None had imagined this unassuming youth was the street's new sovereign, granting him absolute dominion over its affairs. You're Mr. Chen. The owner's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Dongfang Corporation had notified tenants that Mr. Chen would inspect the commercial street today, but delays en route led the owner to assume he'd already departed. Instead, he'd chosen this cafe for his coffee. Su Qinglu had accompanied Chen Feiyu on a prior inspection of Bian's cafe, though they'd merely passed outside. Staff were too occupied to notice. The manager, meanwhile, had been idling in her office, hence her ignorance of his identity. The manager's mind reeled, her mental faculties overwhelmed by the sheer impossibility of this reversal. Mr. Yang, your coffee is exquisite. It would be tragic if such a fine establishment closed due to the misdeeds of a single corrupt employee. Chen Feiyu knew the owner's name, Yang Hongwei, from the merchant registry. Yang swallowed hard. This was no idle threat. Retaining the manager would trigger an immediate tenfold rent surge. His half-year profit totaled barely 110 yuan, insufficient to cover 1 month's rent. Mr. Chen speaks wisely. Such greed merits punishment. Though nearly twice Chen Feiyu's age, Yang deferred to him with deferential respect. Status dictated. As a shrewd merchant, Yang weighed costs and consequences. Aligning with Chen Feiyu outweighed preserving a traitorous insider. The calculus was unequivocal. Chen Feiyu nodded, pleased with the outcome. Boss, please spare me. When Yang remained unmoved, the manager seized Chen Feiyu's pant leg, pleading tearfully, Mr. Chen, I misjudged you gravely. Grant me clemency. Remove your filthy hands. Zhu Liang shoved her aside and spat. Fraud in Xintai Commercial Street warrants arrest. Mr. Chen's leniency is extraordinary. Don't mistake mercy for weakness. Guards, escort these two out now. At Zhu Liang's command, security personnel surged forward, seized the manager and her cousin, and expelled them from the commercial street. Xiao Zhu, add them to the blacklist. They are forbidden entry ever. Understood. Onlookers murmured. Wealth conferred undeniable authority. 25. Accompanying a brother's online romance, real-life meetup. With the odious manager removed, Chen Feiyu's mood lifted. He strolled the commercial street once more. Zhu Liang and the security team, trailing discreetly, caution demanded vigilance. But tedium soon set in. As Chen Feiyu prepared to depart, a graceful figure dashed toward him, halting abruptly in his path. He recognized her instantly. Lin Wayne. You sought me. She panted heavily, strands of black hair fluttering wildly about her temples. Meeting his gaze, she blushed, speechless with shyness. After half a minute she summoned courage and offered him a bottled coffee. Chen Feiyu examined the bottle. A yellow sticky note adhered to its surface read, "Thank you for proving my innocence." He smiled faintly. Her bashfulness was endearing. "Xiao Zhu, fetch a pen." Zhu Liang promptly produced a ballpoint pen from his pocket. His sole duty now was flawless service. Chen Feiyu scribbled a message, then gently grasped Lin Wei's hand and pressed the note into her palm. "I must go. Until next time." He turned and vanished into the elevator, leaving Lin Wei holding the note. 3 lines of elegant script. "Your coffee is exquisite. I hope to savor another cup brewed by your hands. By the way, you're stunning without makeup. Next time speak plainly. Passing notes might make strangers think we're deaf or mute." She giggled, a soft, delighted sound. To her the note was priceless. She tucked it reverently into her pocket. Glancing once more toward the elevator, she smiled softly. His visage was now indelibly etched upon her heart. Alas, she'd forgotten to ask for his contact. When would they meet again? Back home, showered and reclining like a lifeless fish, Chen Feiyu gazed blankly at the ceiling. Once at this hour he'd toil beneath a scorching sun, breathlessly delivering takeout. Never this serene, no longer chained to survival, no fear of depleted funds. Freedom to live authentically, to drift in thought, without guilt. This was the life countless souls dreamed of. Chen Feiyu realized he'd merely existed before. Now he truly lived. Ajun fell in love with Achong. On a starlit night, an airplane soared overhead, while a meteor streaked across the sky. A sudden ringtone shattered the silence. Chen Feiyu stirred from reverie, checked his phone. Caller ID Li Pengfei, his oldest friend. Without hesitation, he tapped the green call button. With Li Pengfei pretense dissolved, he revealed his "Hey, what's up? Why aren't you in class calling me instead? Heard there's a viral barbecue joint. Tasty stuff. Fancy late night eats tonight. Skip the fluff, spit it out." Li Pengfei's booming voice filled the room. Thankfully, Chen Feiyu hadn't maxed the volume. Li Pengfei was a quintessential homebody, rarely venturing out unless compelled. His sudden urge for nocturnal dining signaled something amiss. "Ha, you know me too well." Li Pengfei dropped the act. "I met a girl on TikTok. We're meeting tonight." "Whoa, Li Pengfei, you've leveled up. Online romance, real-life meetups." Chen Feiyu was astounded. This boy lived for games. Yet university had sparked unexpected growth. He now sought love. "Ha. Seeing how happy you and Xiao Tong were, I figured it was time to find my own partner. For a love story that shakes the heavens." "Happy? Xiao Tong and I broke up." Chen Feiyu rolled his eyes, joking. "You're rubbing chili oil on an open wound." He laughed lightly, no real reproach. He'd told no one of the breakup. "What happened? Did you split?" "How?" Li Pengfei wasn't prying. Pure concern. 3 years of devotion evaporating overnight terrified him for Chen Feiyu's well-being. Chen Feiyu idly scraped a nail and replied, "Nothing dramatic. She was simply insatiable." "Insatiable?" Li Pengfei repeated it softly. Then his eyes bulged wide, as if unveiling a cosmic revelation. "Old fish. Could it be? That thing isn't working," he ventured cautiously. "Which thing?" "That, your kidneys." Li Pengfei lowered his voice. "No worries. I know a TCM master specializing in kidney deficiency. I'll take you next time." "Thanks a ton." "My pleasure. Brothers stick together." Chen Feiyu's forehead darkened with vexation. Had Li Pengfei stood nearby, he'd have throttled him. "You're the one with kidney deficiency. My testosterone levels are legendary." "Then why say Xiao Tong was insatiable?" "I meant material insatiability, luxury wealth status." Realizing his blunder, Li Pengfei chuckled awkwardly and pivoted. So what really ended things?" Chen Feiyu recounted the full story. Li Pengfei erupted, "Unbelievable. That ungrateful rat. You treated her like royalty, yet she betrayed you." "Screw her. I'll march to Zhonghai University and teach that pair a lesson." Chen Feiyu smiled warmly. Li Pengfei, though reclusive, was fiercely loyal to friends. Back in middle school, a jealous classmate hired thugs from another school to ambush Chen Feiyu outside campus. Others fled in terror. Only Li Pengfei charged forward without hesitation. As a brother, he was beyond reproach. "You worked so hard to get into university. Don't stir trouble. Your parents dream of your success." Worried Li Pengfei would act rashly, Chen Feiyu cautioned him. "It infuriates me. Xiao Tong doesn't know her loss. She'll regret it bitterly." Chen Feiyu smiled faintly. "She already does." 26. Show off. Don't force me to strike. Since Li Pengfei is determined to experience the pain of love, Chen Feiyu can only accompany him on. After agreeing on the time and place, Chen Feiyu happily took a nap in the afternoon. When he woke up, his mother Wang Shufan was already back from work, busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. With still some time before their meeting, Chen Feiyu decided to grab a bite at home to fill his stomach. When old Chen returned, the 3 of them sat together to enjoy dinner. Chen Dongshan swallowed the rice in his mouth and asked, "Are you still delivering takeout recently?" Chen Feiyu knew he was being asked about himself. Wang Shufan looked at Chen Feiyu curiously. Her son used to be the first to leave and the last to come home, but now he was still at home when he should be waking up after work. Even the electric bike for delivering takeout was missing, and it was clear to them that Chen Feiyu had not been working lately. I'm not delivering anymore. Chen Feiyu did not hide the truth. He thought to himself that he had millions in his bank account now, enough to buy properties and collect rent, so why would he still need to wake up early and deliver takeout like before? Wait, why buy properties? I already own 2 luxury apartments. His parents did not press further, which relieved Chen Feiyu, otherwise he wouldn't know how to answer. He certainly couldn't tell them that he had obtained a system and was now a billionaire. His parents would probably think he was out of his mind. After dinner, Chen Feiyu helped his mother wash the dishes and tidy up. Several times he wanted to tell her about buying 2 luxury apartments, but he ultimately held back. Stay calm. If he revealed it now, there would be no surprise later. After watching some TV, he checked the time, grabbed his car keys, and went out. The popular barbecue restaurant wasn't far. It took just over 10 minutes to drive there. From a distance, he could see a long line outside, and the noise level was through the roof. What the hell, is it really that crazy to queue for barbecue? Chen Feiyu thought to himself. The people of Zhonghai City have a habit of flocking together. Seeing a line makes them want to join in, and among the crowd there were many elderly folks likely unaware of why they were queuing. If it wasn't for his brother, he wouldn't come to such a trendy place on a hot day. Chen Feiyu opened WeChat and took a photo of the scene to send to Li Pengfei. Li Pengfei, damn, are there really this many people? Chen Feiyu, don't tell me you didn't make a reservation. Li Pengfei, congratulations, you got it right. Chen Feiyu slapped his forehead in frustration. He was about to be driven crazy by this fool. Which trendy restaurant doesn't have a line? Did Li Pengfei dare to invite a girl to a place like this without a reservation, expecting them to queue together? The girl would be crazy not to slap him. Li Pengfei, what do we do now? Chen Feiyu, don't worry, just hurry over. I'll take care of everything else. Li Pengfei, okay. Chen Feiyu put away his phone, feeling a bit annoyed. Looking at the sea of people, he figured they'd have to wait several hours to eat. And by the time it was their turn, most of the food would probably be sold out. Reflecting on this, Chen Feiyu thought, now that he was so rich, why should he stand in line? It didn't fit his high-class persona. Moreover, this was his good brother's first time meeting a girl from online dating. He couldn't let him embarrass himself in front of her. Thus, Chen Feiyu decided to use his ultimate weapon, money. Chen Feiyu searched around and finally spotted a shadowy corner where a bald man was secretly handing a piece of paper to another man. In places where long queues are common, one can always find scalpers. This bald man was clearly a scalper selling. Hey buddy, how much for a number? The scalper glanced at Chen Feiyu, speaking with a strong regional accent. 200 for a number, and I guarantee you'll be seated within half an hour. 200 for a number is acceptable. In many trendy milk tea shops, a 20 yuan drink can be sold for over 200 by scalpers, so 200 for a number is a fair price. My buddy is on his first date and can't wait too long. Give me a number closer to the front. Without haggling, Chen Feiyu scanned the QR code and paid 300 yuan. Then he received a notification from the bank showing his balance. Forget it, I have too much money. Well, I can't be bothered to look. The scalper looked at Chen Feiyu in surprise. He was the quickest customer he had encountered. Bro, you're quite generous. Alright, I'll give you the best number. The scalper happily handed Chen Feiyu the number that was the closest to the front. Just as Chen Feiyu was about to take the number, a hand suddenly appeared and snatched it away. Chen Feiyu frowned and looked over. The person was a well-mannered young man of similar age. I want this number. The young man didn't care whether Chen Feiyu agreed. He was ready to scan the payment code. The scalper hastily explained, sorry handsome, but this brother has already paid. Then do you have any other numbers? No, this is the last one. In fact, the scalper still had another number in his pocket, but he intended to keep it for himself and did not plan to sell it. Then what about me? I'm here today to meet a girl I like for dinner and can't wait that long. You can give me your payment code and I'll send you a 20 yuan red envelope as compensation. Heh. The self-righteous attitude of the other person amused Chen Feiyu. Having stolen something from someone and acting as if it were his right, he looked like a spoiled brat who lacked the harshness of life. Do I need your 20 yuan? Am I begging for it? Chen Feiyu hated these pretentious people. He lit a cigarette and said indifferently, return the item to me in 1 minute or don't blame me for getting physical. You're crazy. The young man completely ignored Chen Feiyu and sat down at the entrance of the restaurant. The scalper interacted with many people daily and immediately saw that Chen Feiyu was not joking. He thought Chen Feiyu was a decent guy and decided to give him his number. Bro, don't bother with that kind of person. I have another number you can use. No need, thanks. Chen Feiyu declined the scalper's kindness. He was just that kind of person. If the young man had spoken nicely and asked him to give up the number, Chen Feiyu might have felt pity and let him have it. But the young man made the foolish choice to be confrontational. Everyone in Zhonghai City knows that Chen is the type who only yields to soft approaches and never to hard ones. What I give you is yours, and what I don't give you, even the Jade Emperor can't take it. Checking the time, the minute limit had expired. Chen Feiyu walked towards the young man, who had snatched his scalper number, hands in his pockets, chest out. The young man saw Chen Feiyu approaching, feeling no fear at all, even smiling disdainfully. With so many eyes around, he didn't believe Chen Feiyu would dare to hit him. What's up? Coming to ask for a red? Chen Feiyu was tough and didn't waste words on some grand principles of first come first served. He directly kicked out. Caught off guard, the young man was knocked down with his chair crashing to the ground. The other customers waiting were startled, quickly backing away to keep their distance, fearing they'd get caught in the crossfire. Wow, what's happening? I know that guy in the white shirt bought the scalper number first and paid for it, but that guy in blue suddenly came out and snatched it, which is why the guy in white reacted. When Chen Feiyu bought the scalper number, someone happened to pass by, and a knowledgeable person immediately jumped in to explain to everyone. So he was robbed. No wonder he got hit. Chen Feiyu didn't care how others viewed the situation. He looked down coldly at the young man and stepped on the ladder. The young man screamed in pain, involuntarily letting go of the scalper number in his hand. You brought this on yourself. Chen Feiyu spat, and at that moment the waiter happened to call his number. Chen Feiyu couldn't be bothered to talk further with the young man and walked into the restaurant with the scalper number. Everyone envied him. Having money meant being powerful, casually buying a scalper number to walk in freely, unlike them, who had to suffer through the queue. The young man got up from the ground. The imprint of a shoe on his shirt felt like a mark of a loser, inflicting immense humiliation on him. All right, just you wait. The young man silently vowed that when his friends arrived, he would make sure Chen Feiyu was 1,000 times more embarrassed than him. Chen Feiyu, of course, had no idea that the young man wanted to take revenge on him. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. After entering the restaurant, he first ordered some drinks. As for food, he'd wait until the girl arrived to order, mainly because he didn't know what she liked to eat, and secondly, it was a matter of respect. Not long after, the waiter brought the drinks. When Chen Feiyu saw the waiter, both he and the waiter were momentarily stunned, then they spoke in unison. It's you. Chen Feiyu was somewhat surprised to see that the waitress was Lin Weiyin, whom he had met earlier in the coffee. Lin Weiyin was equally delighted. She had been wondering when she would see Chen Feiyu again, not expecting to run into him so soon. Could this be the legendary fate? Observant Chen Feiyu quickly noticed that Lin Weiyin was wearing no makeup, looking fresh-faced. You're quite hardworking, juggling several jobs by yourself. Lin Weiyin felt shy, answering, lowering her head and nodding slightly. Then she used a cloth to wipe the table clean for Chen Feiyu. I need to get back to work. Then go ahead and busy yourself. You don't need to mind me. Chen Feiyu smiled. This was the longest conversation Lin Weiyin had had with him. Lin Weiyin bowed and left, running around the restaurant busy as a bee, but she would occasionally steal glances at Chen. She found it strange that even though she was exhausted, just seeing Chen Feiyu would give her a burst of energy. Chen Feiyu naturally noticed Lin Weiyin sneaking glances at him. He had caught her several times, but he didn't mind. While drinking his beverage and playing on his phone, he didn't notice Li Pengfei had appeared behind him. Hey! Li Pengfei playfully slapped Chen Feiyu on the shoulder, but Chen Feiyu was unfazed, continuing to play the game as if nothing happened. The prank didn't work, leaving Li Pengfei a bit disappointed. Old fish, you're impressive. With so many people outside, how did you manage to get in? Don't you know how to speak? What do you mean by sneaking in? Chen Feiyu turned off the game, saying, unhappily, I spent 200 to buy a scalper number, just for this trivial matter, otherwise we'd be waiting until dawn to eat. Good brother. I'll pay you back when I get my pocket money next month. No need to pay back. Wait, what do you mean by getting pocket money next month? Don't tell me you've run out of money this month. Ooh, I'll be paying the bills soon. Not at all. Oh, I still have enough money for this bar. Heh. Chen Feiyu smiled meaningfully. Why is a trendy restaurant a trendy restaurant? Apart from the expensive prices, there are some unique features. When he casually glanced at the menu while ordering drinks, he saw that this restaurant offered both cheap skewers and expensive seafood for barbecuing. While ordinary barbecue restaurants only sell crayfish, this one sells Australian lobsters. A cheese-baked Australian lobster costs over 1,000 yuan. Black gold abalone, caviar oysters, grilled tuna. Just ordering any of these would mean a bill in the 4 digits. Chen Feiyu hoped Li Pengfei's date would have some sense and order cheaper skewers. Otherwise, even if he stripped Li Pengfei of his clothes, he wouldn't be able to afford the bill. However, Chen Feiyu wasn't worried at all. At most, he would secretly help Li Pengfei pay later. A few thousand yuan was nothing to him. He couldn't let Li Pengfei be embarrassed. Li Pengfei pulled out a photo of his online dating interest, showing it off to Chen Feiyu. In the photo, the girl had fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. She was certainly a beauty, rivaling even Lin Weiyin and Fang Yuan. Hey, have you arrived? We're in the restaurant at table 19. Oh, come on in. Li Pengfei received a call, and Chen Feiyu didn't need to guess. It was definitely the girl he met online. Sure enough, shortly after, 3 girls appeared beside them. Li Pengfei was overjoyed and looked up only to see something unbelievable. The smile on his face froze in an instant. Seeing Li Pengfei's dazed expression, Chen Feiyu wondered if it was really that exaggerated. He took a look himself. He had seen all kinds of beauties and wouldn't lose composure like Li Pengfei. But when he saw the girls' faces clearly, he spat out his soda. Among the 3 girls, 2 were relatively normal with decent figures and looks around 70 points. Not beautiful, but not ugly. However, the girl in the middle weighed at least 160 pounds, looking like a human-shaped tank. Chen Feiyu worried that if this girl sat down, the long bench might collapse under her weight. Li Pengfei was about to cry. The girl he had invited didn't resemble any of those 3 girls. The photos must have been photoshopped. At this moment, he could only pray silently that his online dating interest wasn't the fat girl. The fat girl introduced herself. I'm Yunyi. Oh, which of you 2 is Li Pengfei? Boom. Li Pengfei felt like he had been struck by lightning, as if he had fallen into an abyss. Just when he was afraid of it, Yun-Yi was indeed his online dating interest. This really proved that saying online dating has its risks. Meeting in person requires caution. Chen Feiyu was about to speak when Li Pengfei interrupted. He is Li Pengfei. What the hell? Chen Feiyu almost cursed. He never expected this fool would sell him out. Fateful encounters, bumping into Fang-Yuan again. Chen Feiyu widened his eyes, unable to believe Li Pengfei, who had never been quick-witted, suddenly turned so fast at this critical moment. Li Pengfei looked pleadingly at Chen Feiyu, who couldn't bear to expose him. I'm Li Pengfei. Hello. Don't just stand there, come sit. In order not to leave Li Pengfei with a shadow from his first love, Chen Feiyu decided to impersonate him. There couldn't be anyone more loyal than him in this world. The 2 girls pushed Yunyi to sit beside Chen Feiyu while they sat on the same side as Li Pengfei. What do you want to eat? Order whatever you like, but don't be polite with me. Chen Feiyu wasn't superficial. He didn't dislike Yunyi for being overweight and warmly welcomed her. They were just having a meal together. It wasn't like they were getting married. The girls casually ordered some skewers, and within half an hour, all the barbecue they ordered was served. I must say it was really delicious. The 5 young people chatted and ate, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. During the conversation, Chen Feiyu noticed a detail. Yun-Yi ate very little, with only a few skewers left on the table, and she hadn't reached for more. Normally, with Yun-Yi's weight, her appetite should be huge. This little bit wouldn't even fill the gaps in her teeth. Is she pretending to be reserved? In less than a second, Chen Feiyu dismissed that thought. It seemed Yun-Yi wasn't pretending, but genuinely. How could she be so overweight while eating so little? Chen Feiyu recalled the photos Li Pengfei had shown him, where Yun-Yi appeared slim and tall, forming a stark contrast with her real self, but he could still recognize her features. Chen Feiyu contemplated a possibility. Yun-Yi wasn't genuinely overweight. She might be experiencing a condition that made her appear so. Some illnesses require taking steroids and hormones, and the side effects of these medications could lead to weight gain. Fu became overweight. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Yun-Yi stood up and walked towards the toilet. After she walked away, the 2 accompanying girls looked gratefully at Chen Feiyu and said, "Thank you." "Thank me? Why should I be thanked?" The short-haired girl began to explain, confirming Chen Feiyu's speculation that Yun-Yi had suffered a serious illness and had become like this only after taking hormone medications. Later, classmates often mocked Yun-Yi as a fat girl. Once attentive suitors would run away upon seeing her, afraid that she would cling to them. Having endured cold stares, Yun-Yi became very lacking in confidence. The subsequent events were simple. Her 2 close friends encouraged her to chat with boys at night to help regain her confidence, leading her to meet Li Pengfei. Yun-Yi hadn't even mentioned wanting a relationship. She just wanted to make friends, but it was Li Pengfei who misunderstood. The short-haired girl and the ponytailed girl exchanged a glance, then stood up and deeply bowed to Chen Feiyu. "Thank you for not despising me. Don't mention it, please sit down. It would be inappropriate for others to see. I'm just an ordinary person. I have no right to despise her, and I think Yi is quite pretty." Chen Feiyu was not lying. Being fat and being ugly were 2 different matters. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Yun-Yi had well-defined features and an elegant demeanor belonging to the type that looked better the more one looked at her. It was just her obesity that concealed her merits, requiring careful observation to discern. Moreover, Chen Feiyu believed that a girl's inner beauty outweighed her outer beauty. Take Lu Xiaoxia as an example. She was a beauty of the class flower level, but with a warped outlook, only caring about money. Such a person, no matter how beautiful, would not be appealing. Shu Yi is back. As Yun-Yi returned, everyone quickly changed the topic. What were you talking about? Oh, nothing much. Li Pengfei said you were pretty. Li Pengfei looked at the ponytailed girl in surprise, about to say he hadn't said that when he suddenly remembered that now Chen Feiyu was Li Pengfei. Yun-Yi looked at Chen Feiyu, seemingly inquiring whether her friends had lied. Yes, I said you were quite pretty. Upon hearing Chen Feiyu's affirmative response, Yun-Yi's gaze softened immensely. She hadn't heard compliments in a long time. After some initial conversation, everyone felt much more familiar, and the chatting became more lively. Through the conversation, Chen Feiyu learned the names of the other 2 girls. The short-haired girl was named Xia Duo, and the ponytailed girl was named Yang Qian. Xia Duo and Yang Qian showed relieved smiles, and Yun-Yi gradually began to join the conversation, her personality noticeably brighter than when she first arrived. At that moment, a group of people came over and sat at the adjacent table. Chen Feiyu turned his head to take a look. It was the young man he had kicked over. What a small world. With the young man were 2 boys and 4 girls, and Chen Feiyu's attention quickly focused on the 4 girls because he recognized them. It turned out to be Fang Yuan and her 3 roommates. Fang Yuan also spotted Chen Feiyu and was a bit surprised, not expecting to run into him while having a late-night snack. The quirky Chen Lingling elbowed Fang Yuan and teased, Yuan, your boyfriend is with another girl, shouldn't you go take care of that? Stop talking nonsense. Fang Yuan shot Chen Lingling an annoyed glare. She had already explained that her relationship with Chen Feiyu was just a fake one. Chen Feiyu disliked being overly friendly when the other party was cold. Since Fang Yuan hadn't greeted him, he chose to act as if they were strangers, and they were not close anyway. Instead, the young man kept staring at Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu didn't regard the young man at all. He better not provoke him, or even if Fang Yuan pleaded, it would be useless. He would still beat him up. After finishing the skewers, Chen Feiyu waved his hand, and the waiter immediately ran over. Hello sir, would you like to settle the bill, or order more? I heard your cheese-baked lobster is excellent. It'll have 3 Having come this far, not trying the signature dish would be a waste, and Chen Feiyu wasn't short of money. This frightened Li Pengfei. He almost fell off his chair. 3 lobsters would cost at least several thousand yuan. Oh, where would he get that much money? Li Pengfei, trembling, picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Feiyu. Bro, I don't have that much money. Li Pengfei looked down and saw that Chen Feiyu hadn't replied, but had directly transferred money to him. 1,100,000. After counting, Li Pengfei's mouth dropped open in shock. It was a full 10,000 yuan. This meal is on me. The rest is your birthday gift for this year. Li Pengfei sent an appreciation emoji and in a grand manner told the waiter, add 10 king scallops. Just as the waiter was about to leave, the young man at the adjacent table called him. Waiter, we want 3 cheese-baked lobsters too. Chen Feiyu's expression hardened. It seemed some ungrateful guys were about to get beaten up. The waiter didn't rush to place the order as she communicated with her colleagues via walkie-talkie and confirmed that only 3 lobsters remained. I'm sorry, sir, but we only have 3 lobsters left, and they have already been ordered by that gentleman. Would you like to switch to small lobsters instead? Small lobsters? Who do you think you are? The young man slammed the table angrily, saying, if others see this, they'll think I can't afford lobsters. I'm definitely having those lobsters today, and no one can stop me. Other than Chen Feiyu, who else could that be for? He Yifan, don't make it hard for her. Fang Yuan frowned. It turned out that the young man was another one of her enthusiastic pursuers, He Yifan, the campus heartthrob from Zhonghai University. Chen Feiyu sneered internally. In terms of looks, he had absolute confidence. He Yifan was indeed quite handsome, but compared to him, he fell far short. He Yifan ignored Fang Yuan's warning and fully confronted Chen Feiyu. How much do 3 lobsters cost? Our lobsters weigh about the same. A 3 would cost around 4,000 yuan. All right, I'll pay double the price. I'll take those 3 lobsters. The waiter, newly employed, had never encountered such a situation before. This was a barbecue restaurant, not an auction. Li Pengfei's joy at receiving the 1,000 yuan instantly vanished, and he glared angrily at He Yifan. Are you looking for trouble on purpose? What trouble am I looking for? The highest bidder wins, and if you have money, feel free to bid. He Yifan disdainfully curled his lip. His family was well off, both parents being executives at foreign companies, and he was given plenty of pocket money. He wouldn't feel pained over 4,000 yuan. As long as he could embarrass Chen Feiyu, spending this money was worth it. Li Pengfei was furious, grabbing a bottle to hit He Yifan and the 2 boys beside. He Yifan quickly jumped up. The tension escalated, and a confrontation seemed imminent. The surrounding crowd was drawn in by the argument, thinking a fight was about to break out. Chen Feiyu slammed the table, breaking the silence. Da Peng, sit down. Old fish. This guy is clearly looking for trouble. We can't let this go. Sit down. Chen Feiyu's words were like a military order that left no room for doubt, and Li Pengfei reluctantly returned to his seat. Chen Feiyu carefully observed the 2 male companions of He Yifan. They were sturdy and tall, likely athletes. If a fight broke out, Chen Feiyu wasn't afraid of them, but he was concerned about accidentally hurting the girls. Besides, why expend effort on matters that could be resolved with money? He Yifan wanted to compete over money, right? Then let's play. Chen Feiyu was currently not short of money. I'll bid 1,000. Chen Feiyu said, expressionlessly quoting a price. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to money. He Yifan secretly rejoiced, thinking he had finally hooked Chen Feiyu in. He would raise the price, then withdraw, making Chen Feiyu lose a hefty sum. What would happen if Chen Feiyu bought a few thousand yuan worth of lobsters for tens of thousands? If he bought them, everyone would laugh at him for being foolish with money. If he backed out, he would be ridiculed for being untrustworthy. So no matter whether Chen Feiyu bought or not, he would end up embarrassed. He Yifan remained calm and said, 1,500. 2,000. Chen Feiyu replied, unperturbed, taking a sip of lemon water. 2,500. 2,800. 30000, 32000, 40000. The moment He Yifan finished speaking, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The customers were deeply shocked. If 3 lobsters originally priced at 4,000 yuan had now been bid up to 4,000 yuan, a tenfold increase. He Yifan raised an eyebrow triumphantly, deliberately provoking Chen Feiyu. As long as Chen Feiyu bid again, he would withdraw, and then Chen Feiyu would become the fool. At this moment, all eyes were on Chen Feiyu, everyone speculating whether he would continue to bid. However, Chen Feiyu remained unusually calm and uttered 4 words. I don't want it. He Yifan was dumbfounded, looking at Chen Feiyu in disbelief. Previously, he had snatched Chen Feiyu's scalper ticket, and the latter had reclaimed it, openly proving Chen Feiyu couldn't tolerate others taking his things. It was impossible. Someone with such a personality shouldn't give up so easily. Waiter, how much food do you have left that hasn't been sold? We have about thousands of skewers and dozens of boxes of drinks left. Chen Feiyu nodded, slapping his bank card on the table. I'll buy all the remaining food and drinks in your store. Tonight, I'm treating everyone to a late-night snack. All right. Knowing they had encountered a wealthy customer, the waiter dared not delay and immediately placed the order for Chen Feiyu. In the following hour, plates of skewers and drinks were served, and Chen Feiyu had the waiter deliver them to every table of customers. Wow, dude, you're so generous. Handsome, thank you for treating us to a late-night snack. Everyone was generous with their applause for Chen Feiyu, each customer wearing a joyful smile. Who wouldn't be happy with free food and drinks? Old fish, do you have money for the bill? Haha, I'm so poor, I only have money left. Just eat to your heart's content. Hearing this, Li Pengfei's worries were instantly dispelled. He knew Chen Feiyu well, never one to boast, and Chen Feiyu seemed confident, so he really must have a lot of money. If you're not short on money, why did you let the lobsters go to the adjacent table? Only a fool would spend 400 on 3 lobsters. With that money, I could treat everyone to a late-night snack instead. Chen Feiyu mocked. Besides, I have to leave some food for others, otherwise wouldn't all those people in line be wasting their time? Haha, old fish, you're too ruthless. Yun Yi and the other 2 girls along with Li Pengfei couldn't help but laugh, though Li Pengfei laughed the loudest. There were 7 people at He Yifan's table, who 3 lobsters cut in half would only be enough for 6 people, leaving 1 person without any, making it impossible to share evenly. Chen Feiyu was truly incredible, but buying out all the skewers was the cruelest move. He Yifan, having spent 400, already had no ability to compete with Chen Feiyu, watching helplessly as Chen Feiyu purchased all the food and drinks. He Yifan's face turned ashen. At that moment, he realized that the one who had been hooked was not Chen Feiyu, but himself. Chen Feiyu had never intended to compete over the 3 lobsters. He had dug a pit for himself to fall into. Or more accurately, Chen Feiyu had been playing him from the start. Each table was piled high with delicious skewers, while He Yifan's table had only the lobsters, giving it a lonely and tragic feel. Seeing food but being unable to eat it felt torturous, making He Yifan and his group suddenly find the lobsters unappetizing. The barbecue chef was busy in the kitchen, and the entire barbecue restaurant was filled with the rich aroma of meat. He Yifan and the others were almost starving, but all the food and drinks had been bought up by Chen Feiyu, leaving them to only watch. A waitress who didn't know about the feud between Chen Feiyu and He Yifan saw that He Yifan's table was empty and carried a plate of skewers over. Wait a minute, this table doesn't need any, they eat only lobsters because they have money and look down on skewers. Before the waitress could set down the plate, Chen Feiyu interrupted, glancing outside. Serve a plate of skewers to everyone waiting outside. A boss, there are probably too many people to finish all that. Chen Feiyu had ordered way too many skewers, emptying the restaurant of all its stock. Even if everyone got full, there would still be a heap of skewers left. It doesn't matter if there's leftover. Oh, do you see those stray dogs outside? Chen Feiyu pointed to a few street dogs by the roadside. If no one eats them, just take all the leftovers to feed the dogs today. I'm also being a dog lover. How despicable. The 2 athletes twitched their mouths in anger. They were thoroughly infuriated. Chen Feiyu would rather throw the skewers away to feed dogs than give them to them, clearly implying they were not even as good as dogs. The 2 athletes stepped out of their seats, ready to give Chen Feiyu a good beating to vent their anger. Help, they're hitting someone. Suddenly Chen Feiyu shouted loudly, and the athletes froze in place, having not even touched. People's mouths are soft, and seeing Chen Feiyu about to be beaten, the customers put down their food and spontaneously stood up to protect Chen Feiyu. You 2 try to touch him. Male customers glared fiercely at the 2 athletes, who immediately backed down and obediently returned to their seats. No matter how capable they were, they couldn't take on so many people. The quirky Chen Lingling had a shift in her eyes. Although she had come with He Yifan, his embarrassment had nothing to do with her. All she wanted was to enjoy good food. So Chen Lingling defected. Literally, can you share some skewers with us? Chen Feiyu realized that Chen Lingling mistook him for the delivery guy Li Ge, and without explaining his identity, he said, you can sit down and eat, but you can't take them away. Chen Feiyu and Chen Lingling were somewhat acquainted, and her charming personality was very likable. He wouldn't dislike her because of He Yifan. Then I won't be polite. Chen Lingling sat down, stuffing skewers into her mouth one after another. One-Yuan One-Yuan Fei, this skewer is so delicious, much better than the lobster. Come eat with me. Li Siwen and Chen Fei exchanged glances, unable to resist the temptation of the food, and rushed over to Chen Feiyu. He Yifan's corner of the eye twitched wildly. All the girls he brought ended up at Chen Feiyu's table, making his face feel like it would break. The only consolation was that Fang Yuan was still sitting here. As expected of the woman I like. He Yifan secretly rejoiced that Fang Yuan hadn't left him, but then Fang Yuan suddenly stood up. How can you leave your bags lying around? You should carry your valuables. Fang Yuan walked over to Chen Feiyu with her bag, angrily scolding her friends, then gave Chen Lingling a wink. Chen Lingling instantly understood the meaning. Fang Yuan wanted to eat, but was too shy to ask. Yuan, please sit with me. Oh, without you, I have no appetite. Chen Feiyu and the others almost burst into laughter. This excuse was too awkward. Chen Lingling had a mountain of skewers in front of her, yet claimed she had no appetite. Wouldn't she eat everything if she had a good appetite? All right, then I'll reluctantly keep you company. Fang Yuan sat down reluctantly, took a bite of the skewer offered by Chen Lingling, and was instantly delighted. It tasted really good. In fact, Fang Yuan had long been tempted. She just had a bit of a proud personality and felt embarrassed to come over since Chen Feiyu hadn't invited her. Seeing this scene, He Yifan felt as if a bomb had exploded in his head. He only felt dizzy, and his head was buzzing. The 4 girls he brought along were all taken away by Chen Feiyu. Can you believe how infuriating that is? Fortunately, He Yifan had a strong mental resilience. If it were anyone else, they would have been fuming by now. He Yifan was so parched with anger that he wanted to buy a drink to quench his thirst, but suddenly remembered that Chen Feiyu had monopolized all the drinks as well. He Yifan, you all can go back first, no need to wait for us. Chen Lingling's words felt like a sharp blade stabbing He Yifan where it hurt. He lost his money, and the girls were taken away, leaving him with nothing. It was too heart-wrenching. Let's go. He Yifan couldn't bear to stay any longer, leaving with his 2 sports teammates, his heart bleeding as he settled the bill. 3 Australian lobsters cost 400 yuan. This was the most expensive lobster he had ever eaten. Just watch how I deal with them. Li Pengfei held on to a grudge from He Yifan's earlier disruption. Chen Feiyu wouldn't let him fight, but he didn't stop him from dealing with He Yifan. So Li Pengfei took some of the fattiest lamb pieces from the skewers, and while He Yifan and his friends weren't paying attention, stuffed them into their pants pockets. Many customers around saw Li Pengfei playing tricks, but no one spoke up. Summer pants are thin and breathable, and the lamb fat quickly seeped out of the pockets, filling the air with a barbecue smell, which He Yifan and the others didn't notice. As they walked out of the barbecue shop, He Yifan glared at Chen Feiyu with gritted teeth. I must make him pay. Let's go back and get people to deal with him. The 2 sportsmen were equally furious. Hardly had they walked 300 meters when they noticed a pack of stray dogs behind them, drooling and eyeing them greedily. There were at least 7 or 8 dogs. Woof. Before He Yifan and the others could figure out what was happening, the pack charged at them. Oh no. He Yifan and his friends were scared out of their wits and ran for their lives, with the 2 sportsmen running faster than the dogs. He Yifan, not being a sportsman, was at the back when a stray dog leaped up and bit him right on the butt. Oh. He Yifan's scream echoed, even reaching the barbecue shop, while Li Pengfei, who had successfully played his trick, was overjoyed. With the annoying people gone, everyone enjoyed their food even more. Chen Lingling burped and seemed to remember something, asking, "Little, why did your friend just call you old fish? Could it be that your full name is Li Yu?" Yunyi's friend Xia Duo explained his name is Li Pengfei, not Li Yu. Then it's strange why call him old fish. Chen Lingling's question piqued everyone's curiosity, and 7 women turned their 14 eyes toward Li Pengfei. Was sweating profusely, realizing he had let something slip. This is bad. Is his identity about to be exposed? In a panic, Li Pengfei thought his lie would be exposed, but at the crucial moment Chen Feiyu remained calm and came up with an excuse. I've loved fish since I was a child, so my mom gave me the nickname Little Fish. Oh, so that's why? The girls nodded in confusion. Many nicknames have no relation to their real names, so even though Chen Feiyu's explanation was simple, it had no flaws. They wouldn't go asking Wang Shufan for the truth, so they were easily swayed. After a hearty meal, Chen Feiyu settled the bill, and everyone prepared to leave. The girls left in groups while Chen Feiyu packed a box of skewers and handed it to Lin Wayne. You've been busy all night without a break. You must be hungry. Here's something to eat. Thank you. Lin Wayne stared blankly at Chen Feiyu, warmth surging in her heart. No one had ever made her feel so cared for like Chen Feiyu did. No need to thank me, I'm off now. Chen Feiyu waved and left the barbecue shop, linking arms with Li Pengfei. Old fish, when did you become so rich? Seizing the moment when no one was around, Li Pengfei asked his burning question. He knew Chen Feiyu's family situation well, and usually Chen Feiyu was quite frugal, not one to spend money recklessly. But tonight a barbecue meal cost tens of thousands. It was simply extravagant. If it weren't for their identical looks, Li Pengfei wouldn't believe this person was Chen Feiyu, as his demeanor had completely changed. What does a few tens of thousands matter? Let me show you what true wealth looks like. Chen Feiyu stopped, took out his car key, and pressed it, causing the lights of the Koenigsegg One-Yuan to flash. Then, under Li Pengfei's astonished gaze, Chen Feiyu opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. This car is yours. Li Pengfei was dumbfounded, stuttering as he spoke. He was a car enthusiast and knew the Koenigsegg One-Yuan was worth over 100 million. The price was secondary. What mattered was how rare this car was. Even with money, one might not be able to buy it. Li Pengfei's mind went blank. He couldn't understand why Chen Feiyu owned this divine vehicle. What are you standing there for? Get in, I'll take you home. Coming. Li Pengfei jumped into the passenger seat with excitement, his face flushed like a curious child exploring the surroundings. Old fish, is this car really yours? When did you become so rich? Actually, it's nothing special. I started a company, made some money, and got lucky to buy this limited edition supercar. In front of his good brother, Chen Feiyu didn't deliberately hide his newfound wealth. Li Pengfei wasn't the kind of person to become envious. However, the system was Chen Feiyu's secret. He wouldn't tell his parents or Li Pengfei. It's not like anyone would believe such a miraculous thing if he told them. So Chen Feiyu casually came up with an excuse, saying he made money by running a company. Wow, old fish, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to become a boss. Should I start calling you Boss Chen now? Li Pengfei genuinely felt happy for Chen Feiyu. Haha, if Lu Xiaodong knew you were thriving, she would probably regret it immensely. She already knows. Chen Feiyu smiled for him. Now Lu Xiaodong was just an inconsequential person, so mentioning her stirred no emotional turmoil in him. In fact, after Chen Feiyu gifted Fang Yuan a bag, Lu Xiaodong realized he was wealthy and added him on WeChat several times, but Chen Feiyu directly blacklisted her. She had once discarded him for being poor. Now that she saw he was wealthy, she wanted to rekindle their relationship. There are no such cheap things in this world. Betrayal only happens 0 times or countless times. If Lu Xiaodong encounters someone richer in the future, she will likely betray him again. Such a vain woman is not worth it. Old fish, this car is incredibly cool. Do you know I've dreamed of riding in a Koenigsegg One-Yuan? I can't believe my wish has really come true. If you like it so much, then I'll give it to you. Chen Feiyu wasn't joking. He had no interest in supercars, and driving one for long would give him back pain. A Mercedes S-Class would be much more comfortable. Besides, he might be able to buy a supercar in the future, so he didn't mind giving it away at all. I don't want it to. A gentleman doesn't take what others love, and I can't afford it. Li Pengfei said seriously. Besides, gifts from others are meaningless. Buying it yourself gives a sense of accomplishment. Chen Feiyu gave him a thumbs up. As expected of my brother, you have principles and ideals. I believe you will be able to afford your favorite supercar in the future. Chen Feiyu thought that his business would grow more and more, and starting a company was just a matter of time. At that point, he would definitely need to find a trusted person to help manage it. Li Pengfei was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Good brothers earn money together. Chen Feiyu was willing to help him out, but he wouldn't force it. The premise was that Li Pengfei was willing. After dropping Li Pengfei off at home, Chen Feiyu also went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Chen Feiyu was awakened by the alarm clock. Groggy as he opened his phone to see a reminder in his notes that he had to pick up the Audi A8 today and celebrate at Junlai Grand Hotel in the evening. Chen Feiyu sent a WeChat message to his parents asking them to come home early from work. Rarely having a free day, he didn't plan to go out before his parents returned, just relaxing at home like a salted fish, and ordered takeout for lunch. Scrolling through Douyin and watching movies, the day passed quickly. Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan thought Chen Feiyu had something important to announce, so they rushed home as soon as they got off work and arrived home almost simultaneously. Wang Shufan took off her safety helmet and asked, you said on WeChat there was something important that required us to rush back. What is it? Actually, it's not anything important. Our family hasn't gone out to eat in a long time, so I plan to take you both out for a meal. Wang Shufan pretended to raise her hand to hit Chen Feiyu, scolding, you scared me. That's what it is. I thought something. Why go out to eat? It's such a waste of money. We can eat at home just as well. Chen Dongshan said sternly. It's different. I've prepared a surprise for you. Just listen to me. Without caring whether his parents agreed or not, Chen Feiyu dragged them out. The Koenigsegg couldn't fit 3 people, so Chen Feiyu called a taxi on Didi, instructing the driver to take them directly to the 4S dealership where he bought the car. As soon as they arrived at the dealership, the salesperson who assisted Chen Feiyu rushed over, more enthusiastic than his own parents. Mr. Chen, your car is ready. Take us there. Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that their son bought a car? Buying a car was indeed a surprise, because Chen Feiyu's grandmother lived far away and it had been very inconvenient for him to visit her. Having a car made it much easier to visit relatives during holidays, and he wouldn't have to worry about getting drenched in. The couple followed Chen Feiyu into an independent exhibition room, and then a grand and upscale car appeared, and it turned out to be an Audi. The couple was stunned, and old Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. They thought Chen Feiyu had bought an ordinary domestic car, but never expected it to be an Audi. Ms. Shufin didn't have much of a concept of cars as she just knew that Audi wasn't cheap, but old Chun was different. He had a rough idea of the price range. When he saw the A8 label on the rear of the car, old Chin's heart surged once more. This car must cost at least $1 million. Is this the car you bought for yourself? Chen Dongshan's expression was extremely complex. Given their family's financial situation, buying an Audi A4L would be difficult, so where did Chen Feiyu get the money for an A8? Yes, this is the car I bought. The money has already been paid in full. Chen Feiyu walked behind Chen Dongshan, patting his shoulders, and said with a smile, but it's not for me, it's for you. For me. Yes, now you can drive to visit your grandmother without having to ride an electric bike under the sun. And hearing how filial his son was made Chen Dongshan exceptionally pleased, but he still said sternly, where did you get so much money? Explain this clearly. Chen Feiyu reiterated the story he had told Li Pengfei. Upon hearing that his son was a boss of a company, old Chen was skeptical, while Wang Shufin couldn't stop praising Chen Feiyu. I always knew my precious son was capable. Even without attending university, he could still become wealthy. As she spoke, Wang Shufin was on the verge of tears. What parent doesn't wish for their child to attend a good university? Wang Shufin didn't mention it, but Chen Feiyu's inability to report to Zhonghai University had always been a concern for her. She had always worried that Chen Feiyu, due to his low education level, would find it hard to get a good job and end up delivering takeout for a lifetime. Now that she saw her son had succeeded, the stone in her heart finally lifted. Chen Dongshan was also filled with emotion. He was undoubtedly happy that his son had made it, but men express emotions more reservedly, often hiding their feelings. I don't want this car, you should return it. With this money you could buy a wedding house instead. Did old Chen like this car? But he hoped Chen Feiyu would spend the money on himself. Dad, I'm only 18, I'm far from the legal marriage age, and now that I have money you don't need to worry about it. I will handle the house myself. Chen Feiyu still didn't tell his parents that he owned 2 luxury apartments. He planned to save that surprise for his mom's birthday and didn't want to reveal it early. But this car is too expensive, why not return it and buy a cheaper one? Dad, money earned is meant to be spent, otherwise what's the point of making so much money? But old Chen felt that his son's reasoning made sense, but losing so much money at once for a car worth $1 million hurt his heart. Under Chen Feiyu's constant persuasion, old Chen reluctantly accepted the car. The salesperson was also very accommodating, arranging a car delivery ceremony for old Chen complete with fireworks, champagne, and banners. The family of 3 took a photo in front of the car with Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufin smiling widely. Chen Dongshan hadn't driven in years. At first he was a bit clumsy, but after a few laps he quickly adapted. Dad'll guide you. Today I'm taking you to a place for a big meal. You little rascal, what are you plotting now? Chen Dongshan and his wife were also curious about what Chen Feiyu was up to. Following his directions, turning left and right, the car finally stopped in front of the Junlai Grand Hotel. Wang Shufin turned to Chen Feiyu, who was sitting in the back seat, and asked, is the place for the big meal really the Junlai Grand Hotel? Yes. Isn't it exciting? Chen Feiyu replied with a proud smile. Exciting, my foot. Wang Shufin gave Chen Feiyu a hard knock on the head and said, this place costs several thousand for a meal. It's equivalent to several months of our family's food expenses. No way, let's go home. Mom, I've already paid a deposit. If we don't eat, we won't get our money back. Chen Feiyu knew his mom was very frugal, so he acted decisively. With the money non-refundable, she had no choice but to go. Chen Dongshan was more open-minded. Since we've bought the car, we shouldn't worry about this little amount. Let's treat it as a celebration for the new car. Under the persuasion of the father and son, Wang Shufin had to compromise. The hotel offered valet parking service. After handing over the car keys, Chen Feiyu led his parents into the hotel. After providing their names and phone numbers and verifying the information, the waiter then escorted them to their seats. Chen Feiyu had never eaten here before and didn't know which dishes were good, so he just casually ordered some. The dishes were served one after another. This was a grand hotel, and the food and plates were exceptionally exquisite, looking like works of art. Wang Shufin took out her phone to take pictures as keepsakes. This was her first time eating such high-end cuisine in her life. Mom, if you like it, I'll bring you here every day from now on. I won't come, no matter how delicious it is. Eating it every day would get boring. Actually, Wang Shufin was mostly worried about the money. If she had heard from friends that a meal at Junlai Grand Hotel could cost several thousand or even tens of thousands. If we come to such an expensive place every day, even with mountains of gold and silver, we would be bankrupt. Mom and Dad, take your time eating. I'm going to the restroom. Halfway through the meal, Chen Feiyu found an excuse to slip away. He had bought his mom a gift as well, which he had secretly hidden under the back seat and hadn't taken out yet. In less than 10 minutes back and forth, Chen Feiyu also settled the bill. This meal cost over 5,000 yuan for all the top quality ingredients. He absolutely couldn't let his mom know how much money was spent, otherwise she would surely scold him mercilessly. Ho suddenly stopped in his tracks, seeing 3 people standing beside his parents from a distance. The pair in front were a middle-aged man and woman holding hands, likely a couple. Another young girl bore a resemblance to the middle-aged couple, suggesting she was their daughter. The distance was too far to hear what the middle-aged couple was saying, but Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan's expressions were somewhat grim. Chen Feiyu could guess they were not exchanging pleasant words. Especially the couple's daughter, her expression proud and arrogant, looked at Chen Dongshan and his wife without an ounce of respect, due to elders, even curling her lips in disdain. Clearly, she looked down on Chen Feiyu's parents from the bottom of her heart. Chen Feiyu felt a chill in his heart, thinking, who does she think she is to look down on my parents? Watch how I teach you a lesson. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Chen Feiyu walked straight back to his place. As he got closer, he deliberately sized up the three people and felt they looked somewhat familiar, though he couldn't remember where he had seen them. Shall you greet Uncle Gao and Aunt Wen? Chen Feiyu did not call out to them. Since their daughter disrespected his parents, why should he show them respect? However, after hearing his father's introduction, Chen Feiyu suddenly remembered the identities of the middle-aged couple. When he was younger, his mother had taken him to a temple fair where they had encountered a young couple with a little girl. Although over a decade had passed, and their appearances had changed somewhat, Chen Feiyu still recognized them. The middle-aged couple before him was indeed that young couple from back then. When Chen Feiyu was small, he couldn't clearly remember what the couple had said to Wang Shufan, but it couldn't have been anything good, as his mother was unhappy for the entire day after returning. If he remembered correctly, the middle-aged man was named Gao Jianmin, and the woman was One-Yuan. He didn't know what their daughter's name was, as she must be that little girl from back then. Soon Chen Feiyu noticed something amiss. Gao Jianmin's eyes were fixed intently on his mother, filled with intense admiration. What the hell? This old lecher isn't developing feelings for my mom, is he? Oh, is this Xiaoyu? It's been over a decade. You've grown into a fine young man. Gao Jianmin wore a smile on his face, patting Chen Feiyu on the shoulder. To an outsider, it would seem they were quite familiar. Chen Feiyu's expression darkened instantly. Gao Jianmin was shamelessly staring at his mother, clearly not taking Chen Dongshan seriously. Not taking Chen Dongshan seriously was akin to slapping Chen Feiyu's face. Chen Dongshan had a reserved personality and disliked arguing with others in public, but Chen Feiyu was different. He was not a pushover. If this old bastard dared to have improper thoughts about his mother, Chen Feiyu would not give him a good look. Chen Feiyu's attitude did a complete 180. He slapped Gao Jianmin's hand away and coldly stated, of course, after over a decade, anyone would have grown up. Gao Jianmin was taken aback by the retort and momentarily at a loss for words. After a few more insincere exchanges, Gao Jianmin's family of three sat down at a nearby table, with Gao Jianmin occasionally sneaking glances at Wang Shufan. Mom, that old bastard keeps staring at you. Shut up. Wang Shufan shot a fierce glare at Chen Feiyu, then looked at Chen Dongshan, relieved to see her husband was not angry. Dad, what's the relationship between you and them? That Gao Jianmin was your mom's suitor back in the day. Chen Dongshan's simple sentence brought unprecedented shock to Chen Feiyu. Gao Jianmin was mom's suitor. That means he was dad's rival. At that moment, Wang Shufan added, One-Yuan used to like you too. The shock hit Chen Feiyu like waves crashing against a shore. He never imagined it was a love quadrangle with such a complex web of relationships. Seeing Chen Feiyu's curiosity, Chen Dongshan began to explain slowly. It turned out that the four of them had been very close friends back in the day, but due to romantic issues, things had turned quite unpleasant. In the end, of course, Chen Dongshan ended up with Wang Shufan. As for Gao Jianmin and Wen-Lan, they were the two who had failed in love and ended up together. Gao Jianmin believed he was knowledgeable and capable, far superior to Chen Dongshan, and felt quite resentful about losing to him. Even after more than a decade, he still brooded over it. Wen-Lan shared the same sentiment. Thus, when they learned that Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan were not living luxuriously, the couple took pleasure in their misfortune, frequently mocking Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan whenever they met. The incident from when Chen Feiyu was a child at the temple fair was merely one among many. Wen-Lan had said quite a few derogatory remarks back then, but Chen Feiyu had been too young to understand. Chen Feiyu squinted, his eyes a glint of cunning flashing beneath. There was no need to ask further. Earlier, Gao Jianmin and Wen-Lan had definitely come over intentionally to annoy his parents. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hesitate to return the favor. In the realm of causing annoyance, Chen Feiyu had never lost. Today he would settle old and new scores in one go. After a while, Gao Jianmin and Wen-Lan approached with drinks in hand. Dongshan, I heard you're working as a security guard now. As an old friend, why didn't you come to me for help in tough times? Gao Jianmin remarked with a hint of meaning. Would you like me to introduce you to a job? I've opened a bar, and we are currently looking for security. Why don't you come work for me? The compensation will definitely be satisfactory. No one present was foolish. Gao Jianmin's words implied that Chen Dongshan would only ever be a security guard in life, regardless of the location, destined to merely stand at the gate for eternity. Chen Feiyu and Wang Shufan frowned in unison. It was clear this was a provocation. Wang Shufan was about to retort, but Chen Dongshan suddenly held her hand down, shaking his head to signal her not to stoop to their level. Seeing Chun Dongshan and his wife's displeasure, Gao Jianmin's face beamed with smug satisfaction. Wang Shufan, look at the man you chose. He's useless, poor, and powerless. He's just a security guard while I've become a big boss. Chun Dongshan doesn't even compare to a single hair on my leg. You must deeply regret your choice now. Wang Shufan gritted her teeth. If not for her husband's restraint, she would have splashed a drink on him by now. Wen-Lan stepped forward with a smile that was neither here nor there, saying, Shufan, I toast you a glass. If you hadn't given up on Jianmin back then, I wouldn't have found such a good husband. Thank you. With that, Wen-Lan raised her glass and downed the wine in one gulp. Wang Shufan clenched her fists. She didn't believe her judgment was flawed. She chose Chun Dongshan because they loved each other. Although their life was somewhat tight, every day was filled with happiness. No amount of wealth from Gao Jianmin had any bearing on her. Since you're so happy, let me toast you as well. Suddenly Chun Dongshan, who had been silent, stood up, filled his glass with red wine, and gulped it down in one go, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Wen-Lan, I also want to thank you. If it weren't for comparing you to a woman so vain, I wouldn't have realized how good Shufan is. You played a significant role in my and Shufan's union. Chun Dongshan was not eloquent. Even when ridiculed, he wouldn't retaliate. But he would not allow anyone to insult his wife. You? As if struck at her soft spot, Wen-Lan's ears turned red. Gao Jianmin signaled his wife not to act impulsively, then took out a business card, placing it on the table with a smug expression. I'm opening a bar on Xintai Commercial Street next month. You all should come by and have fun when you have time. Chen Feiyu's eyes shifted. Xintai Commercial Street. What a coincidence. With enmity to repay and to avenge his parents, Gao Jianmin dropped the business card and returned to his seat with his wife, both harboring the same thought, to make Chun Dongshan and Wang Shufan regret not choosing them back then. He seemed to have seen this bar during a previous inspection of the commercial street, but at that time, it was still under renovation with only workers inside, so he hadn't met the owner. Unexpectedly, the owner of this bar turned out to be his father's enemy. Interesting. Why was Gao Jianmin so audacious in mocking Chun Dongshan? It was simply because he owned a bar and thought he was superior to Chun Dongshan. Chun Feiyu never considered himself a good person. He kept things simple: repay kindness and seek vengeance. Originally, everyone could coexist peacefully, each enjoying their own meal, but Gao Jianmin and his wife insisted on stirring trouble. Chun Feiyu wouldn't go easy on them. If he were to completely ruin what Gao Jianmin prized, would he still be as cocky as earlier? Chun Feiyu smiled playfully. He couldn't wait to see Gao Jianmin's expression when he learned the bar was finished. It should be quite despairing. This good show had just begun. The Junlai Grand Hotel had an upscale environment, and the dishes were delicious. The only downside was running into Gao Jianmin and Wen-Lan, which completely ruined the mood. Mom, Gao Jianmin seems to have good conditions. How could you choose my dad back then? Why are there so many whys? Feelings have no reason. If you can explain it, it's not true love. Chun Feiyu nodded, fully agreeing with his mother's words. Some might say, I like your character, I like this or that about you. That only reflects a liking for certain traits in the other, not genuine love for the person. Loving someone should be a heart-stopping, reasonless affair. When you see them, your heart races. Only when you don't, you can't help but think about them. I believe many people have experienced this in their first love. But Gao Jianmin is richer than my dad. Didn't you ever feel tempted back then? Chun Feiyu tentatively asked, and Chun Dongshan also looked at his wife, genuinely curious, as he couldn't match Gao Jianmin in terms of conditions. What's the point of wealth? What does it have to do with me? Not liking someone means not liking them. Even if they are rich, it's useless. Chun Feiyu was taken aback. His mother's straightforward answer reminded him of someone. Fang Yuan. Back then, when Fang Yuan asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend to refuse Jin Fangzhou, she had said the same thing. In today's society, women like Fang Yuan who aren't greedy for money are almost extinct. Suddenly, the lights in the restaurant dimmed, plunging the entire place into darkness. Customers began to panic and shout. What's happening? Why are the lights off? Just as everyone was puzzled, beautiful music suddenly filled the air. The lights brightened again, and a waiter pushed a cake slowly towards Gao Jianmin's table. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Gao Jianmin stood up, pulling a small square box from his pants pocket. Wife, thank you for silently dedicating yourself to this family over the years. Today is our wedding anniversary, and I've specially prepared a gift for you. Gao Jianmin knelt on one knee, opening the small box to reveal a diamond ring. Under the light, the diamond sparkled brilliantly. Many people showed signs of surprise. This diamond was at least 2 carats in size. Heavens, this is the latest model from Swarovski. I saw it online before. It's priced over 100,000. The girls couldn't resist the allure of the diamond, and admiration rose in waves. Who wouldn't want a husband who loved them and spent generously? Amidst the envious glances, Gao Jianmin took Wen-Lan's hand and placed the ring on her finger. Then the couple tightly embraced each other. Onlookers applauded in unison. Gao Jianmin and Wen-Lan's vanity was satisfied like never before. Mom, aren't you envious? What's there to envy? It's just a shiny stone. Wang Shufan scoffed, laughing dismissively. A woman claiming not to like gold and silver jewelry must be lying, but it's just that her vanity in this area wasn't high. We've eaten enough, let's head back. Wang Shufan didn't want to linger there any longer. She knew Gao Jianmin and his wife well. They would definitely come over to flaunt and provoke. Rather than stay here and make herself uncomfortable, it was better to avoid the situation. Don't rush, we haven't finished the last dessert. We paid for it, so let's not waste it. Chen Feiyu certainly wasn't willing to leave. He hadn't yet slapped Gao Jianmin and the others back in the face, so how could he let them off easily? Sure enough, Wen-Lan came over holding a piece of cake. I'm so sorry, today is our wedding anniversary, and I didn't expect to run into old acquaintances. The cake is a bit small, so I can only share a piece with you. Chen Feiyu smiled. That's okay, Andy. Eating too much cake will make you gain weight. We don't want to end up like you with a barrel-shaped waist. Upon hearing that, Wen-Lan's mouth twitched. Women care most about their age and figure. Chen Feiyu's roundabout way of mocking her weight was sure to Wen-Lan sneered coldly, beginning to flaunt the ring on her hand. Shufan, do you think this ring is beautiful? Why not let Dongshan buy you one too? It's quite cheap, just around 100,000. Shun Dongshan as a security guard didn't earn much. His annual salary was merely a few thousand. Even if he didn't eat or drink for 3 to 4 years, he still couldn't afford it, but Wen-Lan said it on purpose. Clearly she was trying to provoke. Wang Shufan rolled her eyes. If it were her younger self, she would have already slapped her in the face. That's quite cheap, only 100,000. It's just a bit bigger than eye boogers. It would be hard to find if it fell on the ground. Chen Feiyu sneered inwardly. Keep showing off, and soon you'll have your crying moment. He not very old, but you sure have a big mouth. Seeing Chen Feiyu belittle her diamond ring, Wen-Lan said displeased, if you have the ability, buy a Swarovski diamond for your mom. I certainly can't afford it, but my dad can. Chen Feiyu turned to Chen Dongshan saying, Dad, didn't you prepare a gift for Mom? Hurry up and let someone bring it out to show us. Gift? Chen Dongshan was confused. When did he prepare a gift? While Chen Dongshan was puzzled, he felt a kick under the table. Looking down, a small box flew out from under the table and landed on his thigh. Chen Dongshan suddenly understood his son had bought a car for him and prepared a gift for his wife, but he just hadn't brought it out. Now it was time to slap Wen-Lan in the face. After pondering for a moment, knowing his son well, Chen Feiyu had never done anything without confidence. After seeing Wen-Lan's Tukarat diamond ring, if he dared to bring out this gift, it meant he was very confident in it. It must be something of great value. Wife, this is a gift for you. Chen Dongshan, who was quite honest, didn't mention that it was something he bought. With a nervous heart, he opened the box, curious about what was inside. As the lid fully opened, a brilliant light burst forth. All customers felt their peripheral vision invaded by a luminous object, and they unconsciously turned to look at the source of the light, revealing a massive diamond. Gasp! Upon seeing the true face of the diamond, the sounds of people taking a sharp breath echoed around. This diamond was as big as a quail egg. My goodness, that's a huge diamond. I've never seen such a large diamond before. It's at least over 5 carats. Tisk, if this diamond is real, it's worth at least $1 million. People were amazed. Some girls stared wide-eyed. The patrons at Junlai Grand Hotel were all wealthy. They had seen all sorts of gold and silver jewelry. It wasn't that they were unsophisticated, it was just that this diamond was ridiculously large. Is this for me, eh? Wang Shufan stared blankly at the diamond, as if everything was a dream. Of course it's for you. In an instant, Chen Dongshan was also a bit bewildered. Such a large diamond is usually the prized possession of a jewelry store, rarely seen on television, yet Chen Feiyu actually bought it. Wow, Dad, you really are rich. Today's protagonists are the parents, and Chen Feiyu played the role of a supporting actor, constantly adding drama for Chen Dongshan. Wen-Lan, who had been smug just minutes ago, now looked worse than a frostbitten eggplant. Her 2-carat diamond ring was not small, but compared to Wang Shufan's, it was simply not in the same league. It was like comparing a baby to an adult. In terms of both size and value, it far exceeded hers by countless times. Impossible. Yours must be fake, definitely made of glass. Envy, jealousy, and hatred twisted Wen-Lan's face. She was unwilling to accept the reality before her. How could a security guard like Chen Dongshan afford such a large diamond ring? Chen Feiyu picked up the diamond and struck it hard against the glass table twice. Bang! Bang! The clear sound of impact reached everyone's ears, and everyone craned their necks to see the result. In the end, the glass table shattered, revealing a white with countless cracks appearing around it, while the diamond remained intact, not even showing a scratch. Such hardness clearly indicated it was a real diamond. And when I still think your diamond looks nice, it's small and exquisite. Chen Feiyu teased, my mom's diamond isn't that great, it's too big, and will make her fingers sore if worn for long, but it should be quite nice as a necklace. How about letting Uncle Gao help you buy one? It's not expensive, just a little over 100,000. Wen-Lan's face shifted between blue and white. This was her previous mockery of Chen Dongshan and his wife, and now Chen Feiyu had thrown it all back at her. At this moment she felt like she was eating her own spit, nearly nauseated. The key was that she couldn't fight back. A diamond worth over $1 million is not something everyone can afford. The small bar their family owned was probably worth less than this diamond. One-Yuan gritted her teeth. She was originally the brightest spotlight in the room, envied by everyone. But with Wang Shufin's diamond appearing, it completely overshadowed her, making her and her diamond look dull. Wang Shufin was overjoyed. Who wouldn't be happy to receive such a large diamond? Especially seeing Wen-Lan's embarrassment, she couldn't have felt more elated. You thought you could show off after eating well, didn't you? Embarrassed, huh? Gao Jianmin, who had been sitting in his seat, immediately came over to help smooth things over. The size of the diamond ring doesn't represent anything. It's my heartfelt intention, and as long as you can feel my love for you, that's enough. Yes, love has nothing to do with value. The couple sang in harmony, looking for an excuse to back down. Chen Feiyu scoffed. At first you all came over to flaunt your wealth. Now that you can't compete, you say money doesn't equal love. So you've enjoyed all the benefits. Why are you so thick-skinned? Anwen, can you help me advise my mom on what should be done with such a large diamond? As he spoke, Chen Feiyu compared the diamond with Wen-Lan's ring, and then asked the waiter, do you have a microscope? The waiter shook his head in confusion. This wasn't a laboratory. Where would they find a microscope? Sir, why do you need a microscope? Can't you see this diamond is too small to be seen clearly? How can I compare without a microscope? Surely you have a magnifying glass. We have that. After a while, the waiter really brought a magnifying glass and handed it to Chen Feiyu. You really brought it. The diamond may be small, but you shouldn't crush someone's self-esteem like this. The waiter looked innocent. Oh, wasn't it you who asked for a magnifying glass? Chen Feiyu held the magnifying glass up to Wen-Lan's diamond ring, saying excitedly, wow, finally, I can see clearly this diamond is really big. Suddenly the room burst into laughter. Everyone found Chen Feiyu amusing. Who wouldn't look big when viewed through a magnifying glass? It was evident that Chen Feiyu was deliberately provoking Wen-Lan. Wen-Lan was humiliated and angrily pulled her hand back behind her. Clearly Wang Shufin's diamond was bigger, but Chen Feiyu continuously called her ring big, which was a blatant humiliation. Wen-Lan couldn't understand. Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufin were upright and honest people. How could they have a son with such a wicked mind? Enough! Gao Jianmin shouted in anger. He could no longer hold it in. Chen Feiyu, no matter what, Wen-Lan is your elder. You should respect her. How can you embarrass her in public? Gao Jianmin criticized Chen Feiyu, yet he didn't consider that they had come looking for trouble themselves. That's how people are. They always think they are right, and that the fault lies with others. From the beginning, it was Gao Jianmin and his wife looking for trouble, while Chen Feiyu was merely forced to respond. If they hadn't sought out trouble, how could Chen Feiyu have harmed them? She's an elder? Then I'm still a child. Chen Feiyu scoffed disdainfully. An elder worthy of respect is truly an elder. Those unworthy of respect are worthless. You. Chen Dongshan, Wang Shufin, is this the good son you raised? Gao Jianmin, unable to counter Chen Feiyu, turned his fire on Chen Dongshan and his wife. Wang Shufin slammed the table, transforming into a protective mother hen, angrily stating, I think my son is quite good. You don't have the right to criticize him. In the eyes of parents, their own children are always the best. Wang Shufin could endure being mocked, but she couldn't stand her son being ridiculed. My son is right. You don't deserve to be an elder. Do you even look like one? I won't stoop to your level. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Boasting with a diamond, afraid others don't know you're rich. In the future, you'd better watch out. When you go out, don't let robbers target you and cut off your fingers. Pa, what is this? Wang Shufin had endured a night of pent-up anger which now erupted like a volcano. Gao Jianmin and his wife were left bewildered. They could previously mock others for being poor, but now they couldn't find any point of counterattack. Chen Dongshan, you raised a good son. Gao Jianmin's eyes nearly spat fire. Chen Dongshan responded nonchalantly, I think so too. Gao Jianmin, furious to the extreme, laughed ironically and said, if I remember correctly, you work as a security guard at Dongya Bank, right? The vice president of your bank is quite familiar with me. Oh, so what? Oh, nothing much. Just have your son apologize to us, or don't blame me for being rude. Gao Jianmin pulled out the vice president's phone number, deliberately showing it to Chen Dongshan. Do you believe that with just one call, I can have you fired? Chen Dongshan remained unfazed and suddenly laughed. While work is indeed important, a child's dignity is even more important. A job can be found again, but once dignity is lost, it can never be retrieved. Moreover, Chen Dongshan felt his son had done nothing wrong. He wouldn't let his child suffer, just for his own benefit. If you want to hit me, go ahead. All right, don't regret it. Gao Jianmin dialed the number and put it on speaker. Hello, Vice President Han, sorry to disturb you so late. Is there a security guard named Chen Dongshan at your bank? A male voice on the other end replied. Yes, Lao Chen is our security guard. Gao, what do you want from him? Did he offend you in some way? I have a bit of a personal grudge with Chen Dongshan. I don't want to see this person. Vice President Han, I have money in your bank and would like to arrange a time to withdraw it. Wait. Gao, let's talk nicely. After a moment of silence, Vice President Han said, Gao, if you don't want to see Lao Chun, that's easy, I'll fire him. As for the withdrawal, can we reconsider? Oh really? Gao Jianmin pretended to be in a difficult position and said, if you fire him, I won't be withdrawing my money. Alright, it's settled then. I'll call him right now. After hanging up, Gao Jianmin revealed a victorious smile. He had lost to Chen Dongshan in the romantic arena, but in the workplace his connections trampled Chen Dongshan. With just one finger he could crush Chen Dongshan. After a moment, Chen Dongshan's phone rang, and the caller ID showed Vice President Han. Hello Lao Chen, you won't need to come to work starting tomorrow. Vice President Han directly issued the ultimatum without explaining the reason for the dismissal and hung up before Chen Dongshan could say a word. Despicable and shameless. Wang Shufan was furious. Chen Dongshan had worked diligently at the bank for decades without making any mistakes. How could he be fired with just one call? Wang Shufan picked up a glass of water from the table to pour it, but Chen Feiyu held her hand down. Mom, your insight back then was really sharp. A man with such a narrow mind, whoever gets involved with him is doomed. You brat, what are you saying? Apologize immediately, or I'll make your mom lose her job too. Chen Feiyu calmly looked at Gao Jianmin and said, do you believe I could make your bar shut down with one call? Ha ha ha. Gao Jianmin and his wife laughed heartily as if they had heard the funniest joke. A young kid like Chen Feiyu, what connections or ability could he possibly have? Make their bar shut down. It was utterly ridiculous. Chen Feiyu scanned through his contacts, found a number, and called it. After a few rings it was answered. Hello, I am Chen Feiyu. Is there an X-bar on the commercial street? Tell them to get out immediately. After saying that, Chen Feiyu hung up. Gao Jianmin and his wife exchanged glances, their eyes filled with mockery. This kid acted pretty well, making it seem real. It was a shame he wasn't an actor. Buzz. Suddenly Gao Jianmin's phone vibrated a few times. He picked it up to see it was Su Qinglu, the secretary of the boss of Dongfang Company, calling. Don't underestimate Su Qinglu. Just because she's a secretary, she participated in many development plans at Dongfang Company and could be considered the spokesperson for the boss. Most importantly, Su Qinglu was the highest manager of Xintai Commercial Street. A sense of foreboding surged in Gao Jianmin's heart. Chen Feiyu had just hung up and Su Qinglu called right after. Could it be that this kid truly knows the upper echelons of Dongfang Company? It can't be. Gao Jianmin continually reassured himself that this must just be a coincidence. Hello, Secretary Su, what can I do for you? Gao Jianmin wore a smile on his face, even more polite than when dealing with the vice president of the bank. After all, the vice president needed performance and had to give Gao Jianmin face. But Su Qinglu was different. Whether the bar could continue to operate depended on her mood. It's nothing much, just to inform you that we've decided to take back your store. Your bar doesn't need renovation anymore. Su Qinglu was quick-witted and understood immediately upon receiving the call. It was clear that Gao Jianmin had offended Chen Feiyu. Even big shots like the boss of Dongfang Company worth billions had to treat Chen Feiyu with respect. How could a small bar owner like Gao Jianmin dare to provoke him? Truly unwise. What? Secretary Su, even if you're sentencing me to death, you should give me a reason. Reason? You know it in your heart. There are some people you cannot afford to offend. Beep. Listening to the busy signal on the phone, Gao Jianmin was struck by an unprecedented shock, and his phone fell to the ground with a clatter. He had invested most of his money into the bar. If it couldn't open, he would lose everything. All the savings he had accumulated over decades would turn to dust overnight. Mom and Dad, I've finished eating. Let's go home. Wait a minute. Gao Jianmin rushed forward and stopped Chen Feiyu, forcing a smile and saying, Xiaoyu, it was all my fault earlier. Let's sit down and talk slowly. The bar is my hard work. I hope you can be magnanimous. Uncle Gao, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Chen Feiyu pretended to be confused as if all of this had nothing to do with him. I was blind before and spoke out of turn. Please don't take it to heart. The manager of Xintai Commercial Street has notified me to close the bar. I know you must know him. As long as you let me off this time, I will agree to any condition. Gao Jianmin was no fool. Having been in the business world for so many years, he quickly sensed the clues. Chen Feiyu had just finished the call, and Su Qinglu immediately ordered the bar to be closed. There's no way such a coincidence could exist. It was clear as day that Chen Feiyu was manipulating everything behind the scenes. The more Gao Jianmin thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Su Qinglu said he had offended a big shot he shouldn't have. That person was definitely Chen Feiyu. He didn't expect Chen Feiyu to have such immense power. At first, Gao Jianmin thought Chen Feiyu's family had struck it rich, which is why he could afford such a large diamond ring. Now he realized he was dead wrong. Even Su Qinglu had to listen to Chen Feiyu. His identity was certainly not as simple as it appeared. Now the only way to save the bar was to actively apologize and seek Chen Feiyu's forgiveness. Perhaps he would give him a way out. Thud. Gao Jianmin disregarded his face and knelt down to Chen Feiyu. If he lost all his money, what was the point of saving face? Xiaoyu, for the sake of my long-standing friendship with your parents, please spare me this time. Chen Feiyu found it amusing his parents had known this couple for many years, yet they had publicly mocked them countless. Back then, where was their sense of nostalgia? Now that they knew they were doomed, they started playing the emotional card. How shameless. Chen Feiyu had few redeeming qualities, but he was decisive in his actions, never showing mercy to women or enemies alike. Even if his parents pleaded, he wouldn't spare Gao Jianmin today. Uncle Gao, please get up. No. If you don't forgive me, I'll stay kneeling. Chen Feiyu pretended to help Gao Jianmin up, but he didn't put any effort into it. Gao Jianmin immediately sensed Chen Feiyu's intention. You misunderstand me too deeply. What I said before was all in jest. Chen Feiyu calmly said, I'm just an ordinary citizen, and how could I have the ability and connections like Uncle Gao? One call could get my dad fired. Xiaoyu, I was wrong. I'll call Vice President Han right now and have him reinstate your dad. No need do I want my dad to retire early and enjoy life. Chen Feiyu leaned close to Gao Jianmin's ear, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Do you think that Vice President can still keep his job? Vice President Han was also on Chen Feiyu's blacklist. Anyone who bullied his parents would not escape. Unless that Vice President was brought down, Chen Feiyu would write his name backward. Gao Jianmin's heart trembled. He didn't expect to drag Vice President Han down with him. Chen Feiyu's desire for revenge exceeded his imagination. However, Gao Jianmin couldn't care less. He was on the verge of losing his bar. Where would he find the leisure to bother? Mom and Dad, let's go home. As Chen Feiyu's family prepared to leave, Gao Jianmin rushed up and tightly grabbed Chen Feiyu's leg. If Chen Feiyu stepped out that door, his bar would be finished. Xiaoyu, brother, you grandpa, you. Please spare me. Oh, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I've said it doesn't concern me anymore. Uncle Gao, I'll give you a way out. You can sue the commercial street and let them compensate your losses. Gao Jianmin. Min is almost in tears. What kind of lawsuit is this? The Dongfang company behind Xintai Commercial Street is powerful, with a strong financial backing and a professional legal team. How can he possibly take them to court? Moreover, a lawsuit can drag on for a year and a half, and the lawyer's fees alone could be a huge burden that would drain him completely. Chen Feiyu patted Gao Jianmin on the shoulder to offer comfort, saying, you are a mature adult. Now you need to learn to be strong. I believe you can get through this. Go for it. Chen Feiyu pulled his foot away from the embrace, leaving Gao Jianmin with a resolute back. Wen-Lan rushed over to support her husband and comforted him. Jianmin, don't be anxious. Perhaps we can plead with Secretary Su and things might take a turn for the better. Right? Secretary Su. Gao Jianmin seemed to see a lifeline, his eyes rekindled with hope. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. But reality dealt Gao Jianmin a heavy blow. Wen-Lan asked, did you get through? I was blocked. Gao Jianmin slumped in his chair, completely despondent. Give me the phone number. Try calling. Wen-Lan refused to give up, making one last attempt, but was stopped by Gao. Being blocked already said it all. Unless he got Chen Feiyu's forgiveness, there was no way to salvage the situation. Gao Jianmin smiled, but the smile was filled with despair. It's over. Everything is over. His life's work is gone. The Chun family waited at the hotel entrance for a while, and the waiter soon drove over with an Audi A8. On the way home, the family chatted and laughed happily. Wifey, go upstairs first. Let our son accompany me to park the car. After entering the neighborhood Qindongshan, let Wang Shufeng go home alone, keeping Chen Feiyu behind. The mother and son understood each other well, both knowing what old Chen wanted to say, but they didn't mention it. The car entered the underground parking lot, and the father and son waited side by side for the elevator. Xiaoyu, one should spare others when possible. Let Gao Jianmin off the hook. Dad, you don't really think I was the one who closed Gao Jianmin's bar, do you? I don't have that kind of power. It was just a coincidence. Chen Feiyu shrugged, having guessed that his father would plead for. However, he would never admit to being the cause. Gao Jianmin had made Chen Dongshan lose his job. If it were someone else facing such a situation, they would wish for Gao Jianmin to have no place to be buried. Only Chen Dongshan would turn around and plead for Gao Jianmin. His father was just too kind-hearted. You little brat, pretending to be dumb in front of me. Chen Dongshan scolded with a smile, then added, even though Gao Jianmin is a bit despicable, he doesn't deserve death. Let's just take a breath. After all, the bar was his life's work. Oh, I'm so sleepy. The elevator's here. Let's hurry home. At that moment, the elevator door opened, and Chen Feiyu yawned, stepping in first. There's no way he'll let Gao Jianmin off the hook. The outcome he faced was entirely his own doing. If it weren't for him ruining the bar, it wouldn't have closed. Chen Feiyu would not be as soft-hearted as his father. The next morning, Chen Dongshan came to talk to Chen Feiyu again, asking him to spare Gao Jianmin's family. Chen Feiyu only said 3 sentences throughout, I don't know, I didn't do it, and it really has nothing to do with me. Chen Dongshan had no choice but to give up. He understood Chen Feiyu's character very well. Chen Feiyu was determined to make sure Gao Jianmin was finished. The colorful lucky bag, Chen Dongshan stopped trying to persuade Chen Feiyu. After changing his clothes, he went out, having arranged to meet an old friend to help him find a job, and he was going to a simple interview. People of his parents' generation are used to working hard. they can't sit still at home. While washing his face, Chen Feiyu suddenly received a system message. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained an opportunity to instantly kill the colorful lucky bag. A row of bags popped up before him, but this time the bags were completely different from the previous two. Previously, there were 3 golden bags. Now there are 7 bags each in a different color lined up, like a 7-colored rainbow. Chen Feiyu was astonished. It was the first time he encountered such bags. After carefully reading the system notes, he finally understood the difference between the colorful lucky bags and the golden bags. The golden bag's instant kill price was 1 yuan, and each bag had a guaranteed reward, meaning one would only gain and not lose. As for unlocking the colorful lucky bags, one needed to put up something of certain value as collateral to gain an opportunity for a lucky instant kill. Among the 7 bags, there would be 4 types of coupons: doubling, zeroing out, depreciating, and debt. For instance, if Chen Feiyu put up a luxury house worth 100 million as collateral, he could then proceed with a lucky kill. If he draws a doubling coupon, his assets could instantly multiply several times. The maximum limit for the doubling coupon is 100 times. This means if Chen Feiyu draws a 100 times coupon, 100 million could instantly become 10 billion. Moreover, this 10 billion could be used flexibly. It could be exchanged for stocks, cash, luxury houses, antiques, land, and more. The depreciating coupon, as the name suggests, would cause the collateral to lose value. A 100 million luxury house might depreciate to 50 million or even drop to 10,000. If he draws a zeroing coupon, the luxury house Chen Feiyu put up would be completely confiscated by the system. If it's a debt coupon, it would be even worse. Confiscated collateral aside, he would also owe the system a large sum of money. Fortunately, there is only one debt coupon with a probability of 1 in 7. Unless he was extremely unlucky, the chance of drawing a debt coupon is very small. In simple terms, the colorful lucky bags are a gamble orchestrated by the system. Chen Feiyu is betting against the system. Winning or losing depends entirely on luck, and there are no tricks involved. This is a bit thrilling. The colorful lucky bags are not mandatory to participate in. One can choose to forego them. However, this special reward and punishment mechanism piqued Chen Feiyu's interest. The allure of 100-fold reward is simply irresistible. Anyone would find it hard to resist. However, the risks are equally great. If he draws a zeroing or debt coupon, he could lose everything. After some hesitation, Chen Feiyu decided to take a gamble. The instant kill event appeared randomly, and he didn't know when the next opportunity for a bag would come. It could be a day, a year, or it might never appear again in his lifetime. Therefore, he needed to cherish every chance to instantly kill a bag. Having made up his mind, Chen Feiyu began to ponder what to use as collateral. He certainly couldn't use his luxury house. One house could bring him an annual income of 6 million, and Zhonghai City is a first-tier city where housing prices only rise. With a house in hand, Chen Feiyu wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Only a fool would use such a money-making tool as collateral. Xintai Commercial Street is worth even more than the luxury house. Chen Feiyu would never use it to gamble. Besides, he hasn't yet enjoyed the pleasure of being a landlord. After thinking it over, the only things left to pledge were the few million cash left in his bank card and the Koenigsegg One-Yuan supercar. Chen Feiyu didn't plan to touch the cash in the card. In case of unexpected situations, this money could be used for emergencies. After much thought, Chen Feiyu decided to pledge the Koenigsegg One-Yuan for 3 reasons. First, it's extremely difficult to sell a supercar worth 100 million. Second, the Koenigsegg One-Yuan has a high enough value. Although the risk is great, it offers the potential for higher returns. Third, Chen Feiyu has no attachment to the supercar. Having made up his mind, Chen Feiyu pledged the supercar. The system first assessed the collateral, valuing the Koenigsegg One-Yuan at 100 million, and then Chen Feiyu received a chance for a lucky instant kill. The item has been pledged, and even if he doesn't use the bags, it won't be returned. It's too late to regret now. Which one should I choose? Looking at the 7 colorful bags, Chen Feiyu's choice paralysis struck again. After agonizing for a long time, Chen Feiyu decided to use the most primitive method, drawing lots. He tore off 7 pieces of paper, wrote the corresponding colors of the bags on them, folded them, then closed his eyes and mixed them up randomly, drawing one. Upon opening the paper, he found a green paper inside. Green. Chen Feiyu's mouth twitched slightly. His expression was worse than if he had eaten something disgusting. Green is the color that men hate the most. Huh. Is this a mockery of me being greened by Liu Xiaodong? Chen Feiyu didn't plan to change. If he did, and found out later that green was a doubling one, he would have nowhere to cry. Since drawing it means its fate regardless of whether he gains or loses, he accepted it. Green. The other 6 bags disappeared, and the green bag moved to the center. As the bag started to shake, Chen Feiyu's heartbeat quickened. Double. 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 Boom. The bag opened, spewing out colorful ribbons. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 30 depreciation coupon. Chen Feiyu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Green indeed was not a good color. A 30 depreciation coupon means the collateral's value is reduced to only 30% of its assessed value. A 100 million supercar was reduced to 30 million in the blink of an eye. I lost 70 million and you congratulate me. Congratulations to your grandpa. Host, would you like to continue the pledge? At this moment, Chen Feiyu faced two choices: continue pledging to gain an opportunity to instantly kill the remaining 6 bags or cash out the 30 million. Should he go all in or preserve his strength? Whatever, I already lost 70 million, do I care about this? Go for it. A bike turns into a motorcycle. So Chen Feiyu drew lots again and drew a purple paper. Purple bag. Double. Double. Chen Feiyu stared intently, his heart racing. As long as he drew a doubling coupon, he could break even. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 10 depreciation coupon. Damn you. Chen Feiyu was furious. Of the 7 bags, only 2 were depreciation coupons, and he drew one of them. How unlucky could he be? Now 30 million was reduced to 27 million. Chen Feiyu drank some water to calm his nerves, finally understanding why they say gambling dogs never die a good death. The more one wants to win, the worse the losses. Host, would you like to continue the pledge? Continue. Chen Feiyu was already on edge. He had lost so much and wasn't willing to give up now. I don't believe I can't draw a doubling coupon. 39. X 50 doubling coupon, joyfully winning 35 billion. Chen Feiyu rolled up his sleeves, ready to go all out against the system. He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination and a direct admit to Zhonghai University. He didn't believe he couldn't outsmart his system. Calming down, Chen Feiyu began to analyze. Now there were only 5 bags left. According to the system explanation, among the 7 bags, there were 3 doubling coupons, 1 zeroing coupon, and 1 debt coupon, meaning he currently had a 3 in 5 chance of winning. The winning probability was as high as 60. Chen Feiyu didn't believe that with such a high chance he couldn't draw a doubling coupon. His hand hovered in the air for a moment before he gritted his teeth and randomly grabbed a piece of paper. When he opened it, it was red. Red is good. Red symbolizes prosperity, a good omen. You're the one. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 50-fold doubling coupon. What the hell? Chen Feiyu jumped up in excitement. Heaven rewards those who work hard. He finally drew the coveted doubling coupon, and the multiplier was as high as 50 times. He saw the amount on the system interface skyrocketing like a rocket, finally settling at 135,000. Chen Feiyu counted. The amount reached 35 billion. After deducting the 100 million cost of the Koenigsegg 1-1, he made a net profit of 25 billion. The Dongfang Company ranked 79th among the top 100 enterprises in Zhonghai City with an annual income of about 10 billion. Chen Feiyu earned nearly 1/9 of Dongfang Company's annual income. The most terrifying part was that it took him less than 3 minutes. Chen Feiyu swallowed, and a crazy idea popped into his mind. If he threw 35 billion into it, and instant killed the other 2 doubling coupons, even if they were both the lowest, 2 times the amount would swell to 5 billion. That's equivalent to half a year's earnings for Dongfang Company. Keep in mind that Dongfang Company's 10 billion in revenue does not equate to pure profit, while Chen Feiyu would receive every cent of pure profit. This rate of making money is terrifying. It's faster than riding a rocket. Host, would you like to continue the pledge? Continue, you big-head ghost. Chen Feiyu calmed down. He wasn't foolish. 10 bets, 9 losses. His win this time was entirely due to luck. Who could guarantee what he drew would definitely be a doubling coupon? The colorful lucky bags depend too much on luck. One misstep could lead to bankruptcy. If he drew a debt coupon, Chen Feiyu couldn't bear such a blow. So now pulling back was the most rational choice. Ding. Would you like to exchange assets, host? Once he decided not to continue pledging, the system would provide options. He could exchange the money for the fixed assets he wanted. The opportunity was only once. If he gave up, he couldn't exchange through the system later. Any desired items would have to be purchased himself. If he didn't exchange assets, the money would automatically transfer to the system account, and whenever Chen Feiyu needed money, he could withdraw it at any time. With a house and money, Chen Feiyu felt he lacked nothing except perhaps a car. Then let's get a car first. Buying a car from a 4S shop is too troublesome. Purchasing through the system could save a lot of unnecessary steps, and there's no need to seek farther. So Chen Feiyu began to browse through the system. His dad drove an Audi A8. As his son, he couldn't drive something worse. After looking at luxury brands, Chen Feiyu's favorites were Rolls-Royce and Bentley. These 2 brands are well known and have a grand, noble appearance. However, Rolls-Royce has a drawback. It is often mistaken for a chauffeur's car, so it was eliminated. Finally, Chen Feiyu chose the new Bentley Flying Spur with a luxurious yet dynamic exterior. The total price, including insurance, was 5 million. Only 5 million. That's really cheap. He'll buy it. Would this sound too pretentious? Chen Feiyu chuckled and shook his head. He used to budget every cent, and now he was dealing with cash flow in the millions and billions. Life is truly a roller coaster. The system automatically deducted the corresponding amount, and a Bentley Flying Spur appeared in Chen Feiyu's portable warehouse ready for him to use at any time. Host, would you like to continue the exchange? Chen Feiyu glanced at the amount. He still had over 1.3. The number 13 resembles cursing someone as stupid, which doesn't sound pleasant. Moreover, Chen Feiyu has obsessive-compulsive disorder and felt uncomfortable seeing the millions in change behind it. Leave 1.2 billion untouched. Exchange the remaining over 100 million for shares in the most promising company in Zhonghai City. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 shares of digital entertainment accounting for 5 of the company's shares. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 300 shares of Alice Medical Co. Ltd. accounting for 6 of the company's shares. The system helped Chen Feiyu purchase stocks in a total of 6 companies covering 5 different sectors: entertainment, healthcare, real estate, education, and finance. Many of the company names he had never heard of. Although the equity ratio was only in single digits, each of these companies generated annual revenues in the hundreds of billions, and all 5 sectors are highly profitable. The year-end dividends would at least bring him over 100 million. As long as nothing unexpected happens, Chen Feiyu wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for this life, the next life, or even the life after that. He spent a leisurely few days. During this time, the executives of the 6 companies whose stocks Chen Feiyu purchased called him one after another wanting to meet him. Chen Feiyu was rejected for dinner. Don't mess around. Chen Mainin just wants to quietly make money. Social dinners are not suitable for him. Staying at home was too boring. Chen Feiyu thought he should find something to do, unable to just lay around like a salted fish all day. At this moment his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Hello, may I ask if this is Li Pengfei? Chen Feiyu was puzzled. Why would someone looking for Li Pengfei call him? Chen Feiyu was about to say that they had the wrong number when he heard a girl on the other end say, I am Yunyi. Yun-Yi. Yes, I am Li Pengfei. Chen Feiyu quickly admitted, then asked in return, how do you have my phone number? Don't you remember? You gave it to me. I gave it to you. When the hell did I give it to you? Chen Feiyu didn't say this out loud. He already guessed it must have been Li Pengfei, that scoundrel who gave his number to Yunyi. Goodness, what a way to shift the blame. Oh right, I remember now. What do you need me for? I wanted to ask, sure, what's up? Could you accompany me to the hospital to get some medicine? My best friend is in class today, and I'm a bit scared to go alone. Of course. Chen Feiyu readily agreed. Although Yunyi had gained some weight, he didn't mind at all. It was because she was unwell that her figure changed. It wasn't her fault. Although Yunyi had put on a bit of weight, her features were exceptionally delicate and not unattractive. Moreover, she had a kind personality, and Chen Feiyu found her uniquely charming. At the very least, she was 1,000 times cuter than a gold digger like Lu Xiaodong. My phone number is also my WeChat. Add me as a friend, and send me your location, and he'll come pick you up. Yunyi's appearance had changed due to medication, and she had some fear of hospitals. Anyway, Chen Feiyu had nothing to do, so he figured he'd accompany a friend to the doctor. It wouldn't be a loss. Not long after hanging up, Yunyi added Chen Feiyu on WeChat and sent a location. It turned out to be East China Normal University. This is ranked 4th among the schools in Zhonghai City, and compared to Zhonghai University, it was equally prestigious. I didn't expect Yunyi to be a female academic elite. Chen Feiyu changed into clothes suitable for going out, found a secluded place, took out his Bentley, and drove straight to the destination. About half an hour later, Chen Feiyu arrived at the entrance of East China Normal University. As he parked, he spotted Yunyi waiting at the school gate from a distance. Yunyi was holding a cup of milk tea, wearing light and elegant makeup today. Her exquisite features appeared even more three-dimensional, and she wore a loose dress that concealed her slightly plump figure. Actually, Yunyi looked quite good after a while. If she could lose some weight, her beauty would definitely rival Fang Yuan and Lin Wayne. Chen Feiyu turned the steering wheel, preparing to drive up to Yunyi, when suddenly a man and a woman walked up next. Oh, isn't this the former campus flower, Yunyi? The girl mocked. After so long, you've become as round as a ball. Who would have thought that the ethereal Yun fairy would end up looking like this? If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to stay at school. I would have dropped out a long time ago. The girl spoke sharply, each word piercing Yunyi's heart like a sword. This girl is named Shen Min, and the boy beside her is named Sun Zi. They are in a relationship. Before Yunyi gained weight, she had many pursuers both on and off campus, and the boys called her Yun Fairy, meaning she was as beautiful as a fairy descending from the heavens. It is worth mentioning that Sun Zi was once one of Yunyi's admirers. Shen Min had confessed to Sun Zi several times, but was rejected as she felt that Yunyi had stolen her crush, so she held a grudge against her. Later, when Yunyi transformed from a swan into an ugly duckling, Sun Zi agreed to date Shen Min, but Shen Min remained resentful. So whenever she saw Yunyi, she would mock her. Since gaining weight, Yunyi became very self-conscious and lost her former confidence. The eyes around her brought immense pressure. Yunyi turned to leave, but Shen Min blocked her. I'm not a man-eating tiger. Why are you in such a hurry to— Please, let me pass. Yunyi lowered her head in embarrassment, not daring to meet Shinmin's gaze. I didn't expect Yun Fairy would also need to ask for help. Shunmin scoffed, linking her arm with her boyfriend Sun Zi's, and said with a smile, "Darling, this is your Sun Zi spread his hands, and said, "Hey, what dream girl. I was young, and didn't know better back then. So you tell me, do you like me or her more? Of course it's you, babe. This fat pig can't even compare to your pinky toe." The two of them took turns saying her. Some boys nearby laughed. They felt humiliated when Yun-Yi rejected them back then, and now that they saw her being mocked, they couldn't help but feel schadenfreude. However, some frowned and expressed their displeasure, thinking Shinmin had gone too far. Yun-Yi wasn't as pretty as before, but she hadn't harmed anyone. Why target her? Sympathy is one thing, helping is another. If the past beautiful Yun-Yi were bullied, that guy would have been carried out on a stretcher, but now no one was willing to stand up for an ugly girl. The indifference of her classmates left Yun-Yi heartbroken. Many of them had once been very attentive to her, but now they wouldn't even say another word. Yun-Yi was nearly broken-hearted, tears dropping to the ground like raindrops. I haven't offended them. Why are they bullying me? Is it really because I'm fat that I deserve to be bullied? Suddenly the sound of a car honking attracted everyone's attention. It was a Bentley, and many gasped in amazement. It's a Bentley. This brand of car costs at least several million. A few million for a Bentley and 100 million for a Koenigsegg 1-1. In the eyes of ordinary people, both are luxury cars and equally unaffordable. Chen Feiyu stepped out of the car, causing a stir. The girls gasped, covering their mouths. They had never seen such a handsome guy, and he was rich too. Wasn't he the Prince Charming in their hearts? Chen Feiyu walked straight up. He didn't greet Yun-Yi, but flashed a slight smile at Shinmin. "Hello, beautiful. Could you tell me how to get to Guyun Road?" "Are you talking to me?" Shinmin was both surprised and delighted, not expecting such a tall, rich, and handsome guy to flirt with her. "Of course, is there anyone prettier than you here? Drive straight, turn right at the 3rd traffic light, and then turn left at the 1st traffic light to get there. I'm not very good with directions. Could you lead me?" "Of course." Shinmin readily agreed. She had never been in a Bentley before, and being alone with such a rich and handsome guy made her feel thrilled. "Shinmin, you stop right there. Who gave you permission to go with him?" Sun Zi was furious. It was bad enough that Chen Feiyu was flirting with his girlfriend, but if he let Shinmin go with Chen Feiyu, how would he continue to fit in at school? Others would laugh at him for not being able to keep his girlfriend. He would become a joke. "You little punk, are you looking for death?" Sun Zi clenched his fists. "Is this your boyfriend?" Chen Feiyu said innocently. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were a couple. If he minds, I'll find someone else to guide me." After saying this, Chen Feiyu turned to leave to find someone else. "Wait a minute." Shinmin called out to Chen Feiyu, scolding Sun Zi. "What's wrong with you? He just wanted me to show him the way. He didn't do anything wrong. Why are you acting so fierce?" Sun Zi's anger soared. His girlfriend was not only not supporting him, but was also siding with the other guy. "I think you just think this guy is handsome and want him to take you to a hotel." "Sun Zi, don't slander me." With one provocative remark, Sun Zi ignited Shinmin's fury. Saying such things in front of so many classmates would only lead her to be pointed at in the future, wouldn't it? "You're slandering me. Did I say anything wrong?" Sun Zi sneered, unwilling to back down. "Don't think I don't know you've been flirting with other guys behind my back. You're talking nonsense." Shinmin would never admit to being unfaithful, but the truth was she had recently been ambiguous with other boys and had even gone to a hotel hiding it from Sun Zi. Shinmin would never publicly admit to her lack of fidelity, as she couldn't let her reputation collapse at school, or everyone would know she was a woman with a chaotic private life. Sun Zi only knew part of the story. He thought his girlfriend had only emotionally cheated. If he knew she had physically cheated, he would have exploded. "If you dare to get in his car today, I'll break up with you." "Break up if you wanted. Do you really think I care about you?" The unattainable always stirs restlessness. When they weren't together, Shinmin was determined to marry only Sun Zi, but after being with him, she felt he was just average, nothing special. Shinmin subconsciously compared Chen Feiyu with Sun Zi. In terms of wealth, Chen Feiyu drove a Bentley. In terms of looks, Chen Feiyu was several galaxies ahead of Sun Zi. As expected, Chen Feiyu won in every aspect. "Handsome guy, let's go." She threw down that sentence and walked towards the Bentley. She wasn't sad at all. If she could hook up with such a rich and handsome guy like Chen Feiyu, losing Sun Zi was nothing. In Shinmin's mind, she began to fantasize about a life of luxury adorned with gold and silver, enjoying delicious food and living a wonderful life. "Buddy, I'm really sorry for causing your breakup." While apologizing, Chen Feiyu couldn't help but smile. This was exactly the outcome he wanted. He turned the key in the ignition, sat in the driver's seat, and started the car. Knock, knock, knock. Shinmin couldn't open the passenger door, so she knocked on the window, and Chen Feiyu rolled it down. "Handsome, please open the door and let me in." "Sorry, beautiful, I forgot to tell you that my car has a built-in beauty evaluation system. Maybe the system thinks you're too ugly and would pollute the car's environment, which is why it didn't open the door for you." Shinmin was dumbfounded. Oh, was he trying to fool a 3-year-old? What kind of ridiculous beauty evaluation system was that? Seeing Chun Feiyu's playful smile, she realized she was being made a fool of. Are you messing with me? How could you think that? Of course I'm messing with you. Chun Feiyu admitted, openly, looking as if he had done a good deed. This left Shin Min both angry and confused. She had no vendetta against Chun Feiyu, so why was he messing with her? Frustrated, Shin Min wanted to kick the car door. If it weren't for Chun Feiyu, she wouldn't have quarreled with her boyfriend and broken up. You have guts, so let's see if I don't kick your car to pieces. Go ahead, kick hard. I'm not worried about a Bentley. After a pause, Chun Feiyu continued. But if you break it, you won't even be able to afford to buy new panties. You? Shin Min gritted her teeth. Her foot that was half raised silently lowered, and in the end, she could only leave in frustration. Indeed, this Bentley was worth much more than her. What on earth did I do to you for you to play me like this? You didn't offend me, but you offended my girlfriend. Chun Feiyu ignored Shin Min any further, stepped on the gas to reach Yun Yi, and then got out of the driver's seat, wrapping his arm around Yun Yi's shoulder. Babe, I came to pick you up. These simple 7 words stirred up a huge wave. Did you hear that? That handsome guy called Yun Yi babe. Why could they be a couple? Oh my god, such a handsome guy is actually with Yun Yi. Who would have thought that Yun Yi, who was nearly disfigured, would find such a wealthy and handsome boyfriend? The girls shot envious and jealous glances. Yun Yi's shy face turned red. Oh, when did she become his babe? Chun Feiyu cleared his throat, and everyone immediately quieted down. Smack. Everyone thought Chun Feiyu was going to say something. Unexpectedly, he raised his hand and slapped Sun Zi hard. You dare hit me? Sun Zi was furious and swung his fist at Chun Feiyu. Unfortunately, Chun Feiyu was faster. Sun Zi didn't even touch his clothes before being kicked to the ground. Ah! Sun Zi screamed, hugging his stomach, curling up like a hedgehog. Everyone listen up, Yun Yi is my girlfriend. Chun Feiyu shouted. From now on, if anyone dares to mock her or bully her, the fate of this son of a gun will be a lesson for you all. His name is Sun Zi, not son of a gun. Yun Yi was incredibly moved, but couldn't help but correct Chun Feiyu's mispronunciation. Who cares what his name is? He bullies you, and I'll turn him into a son. Chun Feiyu said it boldly, then proactively opened the passenger door. As Yun Yi got in, he used his hand to shield her head, afraid she might accidentally bump it. Oh. Chun Feiyu's series of thoughtful actions made many people envious. The girls were all lamenting in their hearts, thinking the same thought. Why isn't such a gentle, domineering, and wealthy, perfect man my boyfriend? Why does Yun Yi, that fat girl, deserve him? Watching the taillights grow distant, the girls could only feel envy. With today's encounter, Chun Feiyu and Yun Yi had only met twice, so they couldn't find much to talk about, leading to a slightly awkward atmosphere in the car. Thank you. Yun Yi looked at Chun Feiyu sincerely. Among so many people, only he was willing to stand up. What are you thanking me for? It's only right for friends to help each other. Chun Feiyu smiled slightly, noticing Yun Yi staring at him intently. He asked, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Ah. Realizing she had lost her composure, Yun Yi quickly looked away. Her little hands nervously intertwined as she mustered the courage to ask, do you really want to be my friend? I wouldn't want to. Yun Yi lowered her head, her eyes filled with disappointment. Indeed, given her appearance, it was already rare for Chun Feiyu to be willing to help her, so how could he possibly want to be friends with her? Just kidding, we're already friends, so your question doesn't hold up. Chun Feiyu glanced at Yun Yi. Although they were the same age, Chun Feiyu had experienced life's hardships. In contrast, Yun Yi was an academic elite, but hadn't yet seen the harshness of society. Her thoughts were very innocent. This girl was simply too pure. All her joys and sorrows were written on her face, and one could see through her little thoughts at a glance. Such a kind-hearted girl deserved to be treated well. No one wants to be friends with her at all. Don't say that. Yun Yi panically covered Chun Feiyu's mouth, not because she was worried that Chun Feiyu was lying, but because she feared that this toxic vow would come true. She didn't want anything to happen to Chun Feiyu because of her. Your hands smell nice. Chun Feiyu meant no offense, that was just a reflexive remark. To be honest, although Yun Yi's body and face had become chubby, her fingers remained slender and delicate, fair and tender, even prettier than those hand models. Yun Yi shyly withdrew her hand, still feeling the gentle breath of Chun Feiyu on her palm. Your hands are beautiful, perfect for playing the piano. I can play the piano, but after I got sick, my parents were worried that I would overwork myself, so they wouldn't let me learn. Oh, that's really a pity. If you want to hear, I can play for you. Sure, if there's a chance, I must appreciate your piano playing. Chun Feiyu and Yun Yi became more familiar with each other, chatting more and more as they unknowingly arrived at Ailey Hospital on Guyun Road. Ailey Hospital is a private hospital charging much more than public hospitals, so the patients here are either wealthy individuals or those with urgent medical needs, and there aren't many people in the entire hospital. Finding a vacant spot to park the car, Chun Feiyu accompanied Yun Yi to get a number at the machine. While taking the escalator, Yun Yi stumbled and nearly fell off, prompting Chun Feiyu to quickly grab her. Be careful. Thank you. Yun patted her chest, grateful that Chen Feiyu acted swiftly to catch her. If she had rolled down, she would have been seriously injured. Forget it, I'll just hold on to you to prevent you from tripping again. Chen Feiyu, worried about Yun falling again, decided to hold her firmly, and although Yun felt shy, she didn't object. As they exited the elevator, a pregnant woman and her husband approached from the opposite direction. The pregnant woman was supporting her belly with her right hand and her waist with her left, her brow furrowed in distress, clearly struggling. Her husband followed behind, engrossed in playing a mobile game. Seeing Chen Feiyu supporting Yun, the pregnant woman assumed they were also there for a pregnancy checkup. Without comparison, there would be no harm. The pregnant woman suddenly felt a surge of anger and tugged at her husband's ear. Look at how well that guy treats his girlfriend, and then look at you just playing games. Aren't we more important than a game? Ouch, that hurts. Honey, let go, I know I've done wrong. The man immediately backed down, reluctantly closing the game, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Chen Feiyu, as if to say, it's all your fault for making me get scolded by my wife. Sister, he's not my husband. Yun tried to explain that they were not in a marital relationship, but the pregnant woman interrupted her. Sister, there aren't many good men like your husband who are so handsome and caring. You must cherish him. Yun didn't know how to respond, and the pregnant woman enthusiastically asked, Sister, how many months along are you? I'm not pregnant. The pregnant woman was taken aback, realizing she had made a big mistake. She repeatedly apologized and quickly left with her husband. This was truly too embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Yun's aggrieved expression was too adorable, causing Chen Feiyu to laugh uncontrollably. You didn't even help me explain. It's my fault. Chen Feiyu supported Yun, smiling as he said, You have to be careful, you have a little life inside you now, and if you fall I can't afford to pay for the damages. If you still dare to say. Yun playfully stomped her foot, raising her hand to hit Chen Feiyu, but he had already dashed off several meters away. After such a commotion, Yun felt much more relaxed and was no longer as fearful of the hospital as she had been at the beginning. There weren't many patients in the private hospital, and soon it was Yun's turn. Chen Feiyu didn't follow her into the consultation room, as the conversations between doctors and patients involved personal privacy, making it inappropriate for him to eavesdrop. About half an hour later, Yun came out. Why did it take so long? Was the medicine ready? As soon as he spoke, Chen Feiyu noticed something was off with Yun. At this moment, Yun's complexion was pale, her eyes vacant, and she walked unsteadily, as if she had suffered some sort of mental shock and stimulus. Yun didn't say anything and suddenly hugged Chen Feiyu, crying. What happened? What did the doctor say? Seemingly recalling something, Chen Feiyu angrily asked, Did the doctor touch you? They'll go in and deal with him. Yun shook her head, her pitiful appearance making anyone feel heartbroken. What on earth happened? Yun choked out. The doctor just told me that I wasn't sick at all. He read the report wrong, and the one who was sick was someone else. What do you mean? You're not sick. Then was the medicine just a waste? Chen Feiyu was incredibly shocked. To misdiagnose someone who wasn't sick is a medical malpractice. He had only seen such things on television before, but he never expected to encounter it himself this time. Don't cry. Did the doctor say how to resolve it? He said the hospital would compensate me, but I don't want money. Oh, I just want to return to my original self. How do you think money can fix everything? Chen Feiyu sneered internally and helped Yun to a seat. He said, First call your parents and tell them what happened. Don't worry, I will definitely make the hospital give you a satisfactory explanation today. Chen Feiyu was extremely angry. A young girl once bright and beautiful had become unrecognizable just because of the hospital's misdiagnosis. The hospital must take full responsibility. Compensation is secondary. They must publicly apologize to the hospital. Yun nodded and calmed herself before calling her parents. Bang! Chen Feiyu stormed into the consultation room, slamming the door shut and locking it behind him. At first the consultation room was quiet, but soon the sounds inside grew louder, and those outside could tell that a fight was breaking out. Didn't you say the hospital would compensate? Compensate? Do you know how much psychological damage your misdiagnosis has caused this girl? Please help me cast a 5-star vote. It's almost 90000 words, and I still haven't exceeded 50 votes. Also, after reading, please do take a moment to click for updates. Thank you, everyone. Chen Feiyu was not a saint. If someone else encountered such a situation, he would sympathize, but not get involved. But Yun was different. They were friends now. As a friend, Chen Feiyu felt it was his duty to seek justice for Yun. Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei got along well, because both were willing to go to great lengths for their friends. In the room, Chen Feiyu and the doctor were arguing more fiercely, attracting the curiosity of many patients. Faced with Chen Feiyu's questions, the male doctor argued. There were 2 patients named Yun at the time. It was reasonable to misread the report. Reasonable? Chen Feiyu, furious to the point of laughing, said, I'll smash your pig head if you say you mistook someone else. The doctor's attempt to shirk responsibility infuriated Chen Feiyu. A mistake is a mistake. There shouldn't be so many excuses and justifications. The fact that he could say such a thing shows that the doctor was completely unaware of his error. He probably had an indifferent attitude, thinking it wasn't his problem since the misdiagnosed patient had nothing to do with him. You're causing a scene. Get out now, or he'll call security to throw you out. The doctor's face darkened. After practicing medicine for over a decade, Chen Feiyu was the first to threaten him. Oh, come on. You messed up, yet your attitude is more arrogant than mine. If I don't show you some colors, you really think I won't dare to touch you? Chen Feiyu spoke each word firmly. Your hospital must publicly apologize to my friend. A public apology. This statement completely ignited Chen Feiyu's fury. Saying she was just unlucky was a heartless remark, proving that This statement completely ignited Chen Feiyu's fury. Saying she was just unlucky was a heartless remark, proving that this doctor had no medical ethics. Chen Feiyu respected the medical profession, but this male doctor was simply tarnishing the entire medical field. Such a person was unworthy to be a doctor. The argument abruptly ceased. There was nothing more to say to such an immoral person. Chen Feiyu directly threw a punch. The male doctor let out a scream, and then the consultation room echoed with the sounds of clanging, as if someone was smashing things. Li Pengfei, open the door. You need to come out. Yunyi knocked on the door, fearing Chen Feiyu would really beat up the doctor. But the door remained locked tight. Other than hearing the doctor's cries, they had no idea what was happening inside. Soon nurses and 2 security guards rushed to the scene. After prying open the door, the male doctor rushed out, covering his head and stumbling, falling hard. Help! There's been a murder. The male doctor hid behind the security guards in terror. At this moment his face was bruised, his clothes torn, looking utterly disheveled. Chen Feiyu also charged out, his fists stained with blood, furious and ready to chase after the male doctor. Let's talk it out calmly. If you hurt him, you'll face legal consequences. The security guards took a few steps back, trying to pacify Chen Feiyu, as they had never encountered someone causing trouble before and didn't know how to handle it. Should we rush in and subdue Chen Feiyu? What a joke. Didn't you see the male doctor was beaten into a pulp? The security guards earned only 3,000 yuan a month. Oh, only a fool would be willing to rush in recklessly. Don't hit anymore, your hand is bleeding. Yunyi rushed over, fearing that Chen Feiyu would truly kill that doctor. Fine, that's the blood of that bastard. Chen Feiyu referred to the male doctor, who was now looking glum, having lost a tooth, and now tasted blood in his mouth. Yunyi wiped off the blood, and found that Chen Feiyu indeed had no injuries, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Young man, let's talk this out. Of violence is not the answer. No matter what happens, you shouldn't hit a doctor. Onlookers who didn't know the truth began to criticize Chen Feiyu. Everyone shut up. If you don't know the pain of others, don't advise others to be kind. Chen Feiyu shouted angrily, silencing everyone. Chen Feiyu pulled Yunyi close and said, my friend was once the school beauty, more beautiful than a star, but because of this bastard's misdiagnosis, she was prescribed a lot of hormones which made her look like this now. After gaining weight, she was humiliated and mocked by classmates at school, living in torment every day. I confronted this bastard, but not only did he refuse to admit his mistake or apologize, he even said my friend was just unlucky. Some of you must also be parents. If this happened to your child or friend, what would you do? Upon hearing the whole story, those who had previously criticized Chen Feiyu fell silent. Indeed, what if this happened to their own child? They would probably be 1,000 times angrier than Chen Feiyu. Damn it, this bastard deserves to be beaten to death. How can someone misdiagnose and still be a doctor? If he doesn't admit his mistake, beat him until he does. In an instant, the crowd became furious, and the male doctor became the target of their wrath. Everyone aimed their anger at the male doctor. While the women only verbally scolded him, several men rolled up their sleeves ready to take action. The male doctor was terrified, nearly wetting himself from fear. Fortunately, nurses and security guards continued to hold back the crowd, otherwise he would likely have been beaten to the ground. Everyone calmed down. As the situation began to spiral out of control, someone suddenly spoke up. Hearing the voice, everyone turned to see several doctors in white coats approaching slowly. Leading them was an elderly man with gray hair, estimated to be in his 60s, followed by a few younger doctors, both male and female, likely in their 40s or 50s. Chen Feiyu glanced at their work badges. The elderly man was the vice president of the hospital, while the rest were all associate chief physicians and chief physicians. These people were the backbone of Aili Hospital. Vice President Qian Huaiyan smiled warmly and said, young man, I've heard about your friend's situation. How about we sit down in my office and discuss it? Medical disputes have been a hot topic in society in recent years. With so many people present, if someone recorded a video and posted it online, it would surely spark a heated discussion, especially since the hospital was at fault. If word got out that Aili Hospital caused a medical accident, who would dare seek treatment there in the future? The hospital's reputation directly affects its future development and fate. Qian Huaiyan, being the second-in-command of the hospital, certainly wanted to handle this matter as discreetly as possible. There's nothing that cannot be said. Just speak your mind here. Chen Feiyu was not buying it. He could guess that once in the office Chen Huaiyan would likely plead and say nice things then promise compensation, eventually downplaying the matter. Yuan Yi's suffering over the years couldn't be in vain. Without a public apology this matter would not be resolved. Thank you everyone. 44. Tongue lashing the doctors. Shen Feiyu's thought was simple, I'm trying to talk this out with you but it's already a concession on my part, but you insist on not accepting it. Fine then let's make this a bigger issue. Let the public judge whose fault is it really. Chen Huaiyan looked stunned, his expression frozen for a few seconds, clearly not expecting Chen Feiyu to refuse. He couldn't forcibly take Chen Feiyu and Yuan Yi away. With so many eyes on them, if news spread, it would be said that the hospital was using violence to cover up the truth of the medical accident. This would ruin the hospital's reputation, and who would dare seek treatment in the future? Young man, then let's talk. Chen Huaiyan maintained his amiable smile and said, First I must apologize to your friend. I am deeply sorry for what has happened to her, who our hospital bears undeniable responsibility. Many patients present began taking out their phones, directing their cameras at Chen Feiyu and the doctors. Chen Huaiyan, being shrewd, quickly noticed that Yuan Yi relied somewhat on Chen Feiyu. To fundamentally resolve the problem, he needed to win Chen Feiyu over, so Chen Huaiyan spoke directly to him without addressing Yuan Yi. We will fully refund the medical expenses your friend has incurred here, and additionally our hospital is willing to offer 1 million yuan as compensation to your friend. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to stir. 1 million. This was no small amount. How many people worked their entire lives and still didn't earn that much money? Chen Feiyu remained unmoved, as if 1 million was no different from toilet paper in his eyes. Who does he look down upon? As if no one had 1 million to spare. In fact, he currently had 1.2 billion in liquid assets plus 2 luxury apartments and a commercial street, making his net worth nearly 3 billion. To him 1 million was just a drop in the bucket, merely a fraction of what he had. Chen Feiyu was curious to see what words the vice president would use to impress him. Haha, go on. In addition to compensation, we are willing to provide your friend with recovery treatment free of charge, ensuring she returns to her previous healthy and beautiful self. Chen Feiyu nodded. He was very pleased with this aspect. After using hormones for such a long time, Yuan Yi must have faced many challenges. With numerous side effects, her constitution was also greatly weakened, requiring professional treatment to fully recover, and the entire course would undoubtedly cost a fortune. It was naturally best that Ailey Hospital was willing to cover Yuan Yi's recovery treatment and expenses. However, these two conditions only brought Chen Feiyu slight satisfaction, not enough to move him. Chen Feiyu was wealthy enough, he could forego compensation. If Yuan Yi's family couldn't afford the recovery treatment, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. His concern was only one thing. Would the hospital apologize, and how would the doctor involved be dealt with? What about the doctor who made the misdiagnosis? Chen Huaiyan saw through Chen Feiyu's thoughts at a glance, and said, An apology? I've already apologized to your friend publicly. As for Dr. Gu, who made the misdiagnosis, we will suspend him from duty and cut his pay. No. Chen Feiyu directly rejected it. Suspension and pay cut were just tricks to fool people. In a month, when the dust settled, the doctor involved would return to work as usual, suffering no real loss. Moreover, salary was an internal hospital matter. If outsiders had no way to know if the pay was truly cut. Such a punishment was too trivial. Chen Feiyu could not accept it. Young man, why not tell us your thoughts then? Chen Huaiyan wasn't angered. To be precise, he dared not show anger. With so many phones recording around him, he could only swallow his fury. My demands are simple. First, you must publicly admit your mistake on the hospital's official Weibo and apologize to my friend. Second, the doctor involved must be fired and his personal information exposed on Weibo, so he can never work in the medical field again. Letting such an irresponsible quack who said the patient deserved it go free would only cause more innocent patients to suffer. Chen Feiyu was determined to rid the world of this menace today. Don't go too far. Do you know how difficult it is to become a doctor? You're ruining his life. Dr. Gu is already bruised and swollen from your beating. Why won't you let him go? Several middle-aged doctors stepped out from behind Chen Huaiyan, glaring at Chen Feiyu with righteous indignation. The second demand Chen Feiyu proposed was enough to destroy a doctor's career. How it doesn't hurt you, so you're indifferent. Which is more precious, your career or human life? Chen Feiyu said with firm resolve. Do you think a few apologies can make up for the suffering my friend endured? Have you ever experienced watching your loved ones leave one by one, enduring nothing but disdain? Fortunately, my friend was strong and pulled through. If it were someone psychologically fragile, they would have jumped off a building by now. Beating him was the least I could do. Chen Feiyu looked at Yuan Yi and asked, Do you have any of the medicine you didn't finish? Yuan Yi nodded, not knowing what he intended. She took out the remaining half bottle of pills from her bag and handed them to Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu slammed the pill bottle onto the nurse's station and said, Make that Gu eat all the pills in this bottle, and he'll drop the matter. I want to eat. Dr. Gu, beaten into a swollen mess by Chen Feiyu, had resistance written all over his face. What a ridiculous joke. Taking so many hormones would make him sick, even if he wasn't ill. Shut up. You have no say here. Chen Feiyu's eyes blazed and Dr. Gu trembled in fear. Chen Feiyu turned to the doctors who had spoken up for Dr. Gu earlier. You pity him so much. Then share the burden. Finish these pills today, and he'll leave immediately. The doctors who had just been righteous in condemning Chen Feiyu now wore expressions uglier than one another. They would have to be insane to take those pills. Medicine couldn't be taken casually. Hypocrites. Chen Feiyu spat with disdain. That's how people were. When it didn't happen to them, they could brush it off with a few words. But when it was their turn, they all turned mute. If that wasn't hypocrisy, what was? Well said. The crowd burst into enthusiastic applause not only because Chen Feiyu's words made sense, but also because he had done what most of them dared not do. An ordinary person wouldn't dare openly confront hospital management. Even if a few did, they'd likely fall at the hurdle of the 1 million compensation. Only Chen Feiyu had passed both tests. A wave of admiration arose in everyone's hearts. In ancient times, there was Zhuge Liang debating the scholars. Today, there was Chen Feiyu debating the doctors. How exhilarating. Chen Feiyu refused to yield an inch, and the atmosphere plunged to freezing point. Just then a middle-aged couple arrived at the hospital. They pushed through the crowd, and Yun Yi immediately ran over upon seeing them. Mom, Dad. The arrivals were none other than Yun Yi's parents. Upon receiving the call and learning their daughter had been misdiagnosed and wasn't actually ill, the couple felt a surge of joy, but quickly realized it was a medical malpractice. So they dropped their work and drove hurriedly to the hospital. Are you really not sick? Yun Yi's mother Lu Hui asked with concern. Yun Yi nodded and recounted the whole story from start to finish. After hearing it, Lu Hui was furious. The hospital was clearly at fault, yet they said her daughter was just unlucky. Was that even human speech? If you don't make this clear today, I won't let it go. Lu Hui's eyes glistened with tears. Her daughter had once been so beautiful, a carefree little princess. All because of a misdiagnosis, her daughter had endured so much pain and bitterness. Yun Yi's father Yun Yulong wore a grave expression, lost in thought. Hello, Mr. Yun. Qian Huaian, as if finding a breakthrough, said, we will take full responsibility for your daughter's situation. Why don't we find a quiet place to talk properly? Yun Yulong was silent for a long time, then nodded. All right. Everyone was stunned. This was clearly a sign of Yun Yulong's impending compromise. No, I won't agree. If you dare settle with them, I'll divorce you. Lu Hui declared her stance as resolute as Chen Feiyu's. Their family wasn't short of money, they wanted justice. Don't be unreasonable. Yun Yulong pulled Lu Hui aside and lowered his voice. Aili Hospital is our biggest client. If we offend them, our business is finished. Chen Feiyu, with his sharp hearing, turned to Yun Yi and asked, does your family have business dealings with Aili? Our family runs a factory that mainly produces medical supplies. Aili Hospital is our biggest purchaser. Yun Yi didn't hide anything. Because of their business partnership, Yun Yi's family and their workers came to Aili Hospital for annual checkups as a gesture of goodwill. Yun Yi's medical report had been mixed up with another patient of the same name, leading to the misdiagnosis. Tisk, this is quite a tricky situation. Chen Feiyu clicked his tongue. From a parent's perspective, they would surely protect their child's interests, but the Yun family had business ties with Aili Hospital. Seeking justice for Yun Yi would inevitably offend Aili Hospital. If they chose to let it slide, the business would be saved, but it would surely break the hearts of Yun Yi and her mother. Would he stand firmly by his daughter's side or swallow his pride for the sake of business? Family or money? Yun Yulong had to make a choice. Chen Feiyu thought Yun Yulong would likely choose the latter. Businessmen sometimes valued profit over relationships, and Yun Yulong hadn't spoken up immediately, clearly unwilling to offend the hospital. Qian Huaian was a sly old fox too. Seeing Yun Yulong's stance waver, he immediately applied pressure. Mr. Yun, it's not very dignified with so many people watching. Why not come to my office and we can discuss how to resolve your daughter's matter properly? By the way, the hospital is planning a bulk purchase of medical supplies this year. We might as well talk about this year's cooperation. Chen Feiyu's eyes narrowed into slits, a deep glint flashing in their depths. What a cunning old fox. A few veiled words, yet they reeked of threat. If Yun Yulong compromised, the hospital would offer him a large order as compensation. But if he insisted on fighting, they would sever their partnership. Yun Yi had also said that Aili Hospital was their biggest purchaser. If the two sides suddenly stopped cooperating, the Yun family's products would have no immediate buyer, potentially leading to a cash flow crisis, leaving them unable to pay even their workers' wages. They were on the verge of bankruptcy. As expected, Yun Yulong's face changed drastically. He too wanted justice for his daughter, but the hospital had him by the throat, able to crush him with a flick of a finger. He had over 100 workers to support. Even if he didn't think of himself, he had to consider them. All right, we accept the compensation plan you proposed. Yun Yulong gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to compromise. There was no choice. The arm couldn't twist the thigh. Yuni lowered her head in disappointment, but she understood her father's predicament. With so many workers relying on him, every decision had to consider the bigger picture. Lu Hui angrily pushed her husband away. Understanding was one thing, but she only had this one daughter. Letting it go like this was truly unacceptable. Qian Huaiyan stroked his beard. Chen Feiyu had no conflict of interest with the hospital, so he couldn't handle him, but Yun Yulong was much easier to manipulate. The doctors also raised their eyebrows at Chen Feiyu, as if saying, "Aren't you so tough? The girl's father has agreed to a peaceful resolution. What right do you, an outsider, have to demand a public apology?" Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, Chen Feiyu suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, old man, your methods are even more ruthless than mine." Everyone was baffled, not knowing what Chen Feiyu meant, but sure he was cursing Qian Huaiyan, the oldest person. "How dare you? You insult the vice dean. So disrespectful to an elder. Did your parents not teach you manners, hey?" The doctors rushed to defend Qian Huaiyan, whose smile vanished as he demanded, "You call me ruthless? How am I ruthless? Playing dumb. At most I'd make Gu lose his job, but you used business and the livelihoods of hundreds of workers to force someone into submission. Isn't that ruthless enough? That's the medical profession for you. Killing without drawing blood." Chen Feiyu's reminder cleared the confusion for the onlookers, who now looked at Qian Huaiyan with contempt. "I'm overlooking your youth, but you're deliberately smearing our hospital." With his little scheme exposed, Qian Huaiyan could no longer pretend and ordered the security guards, "Throw him out. He's banned from stepping foot in this hospital." How the corner dog jumps the wall. "I'm not leaving today." Chen Feiyu swaggered over to a chair and sat down, crossing his legs high. "It's not up to you. Throw him out." The security guards closed and ready to escort Chen Feiyu out, when suddenly an aged voice rang out. "What's all this noise? What's happening?" Following the direction of the voice, everyone saw an elderly man standing outside the crowd. The moment they saw the old man, everyone's eyes filled with deep respect. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a powerful aura. Like a stabilizing pillar, his presence immediately quieted the atmosphere. Both doctors and patients looked at the old man with exceptional reverence. This elder was a man of great. His name was Zheng Jiwen, a famous traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the Zhonghai area. For decades, he had practiced medicine without charging a fee, earning coverage in newspapers. The mayor had once personally visited Zheng Jiwen, presenting him with a banner bearing the 8 characters: contemporary divine physician, benevolent heart, and virtue. Throughout his medical career, Zheng Jiwen had cured countless patients. According to official statistics, he had treated over 1.2 million people. The medical costs for 1.2 million people would be astronomical. How many doctors could be as selfless? As Zheng Jiwen grew older, he handed his clinic over to his 2 sons, who continued his legacy of free medical care benefiting society. Later, at the invitation of Aili Hospital's chairman, Zheng Jiwen came out of retirement to serve as the hospital's director. His simple thought was to earn some money to support his family and help more people, allowing more common folk to receive free treatment. "It's Dean Zheng. Greetings, Elder Zheng." Zheng Jiwen's reputation was so immense that everyone recognized. It was no exaggeration to say that among every 10 locals present, at least one had a relative or friend who had received free treatment from Zheng Jiwen. The crowd parted to both sides, clearing a path. Zheng Jiwen walked through, greeting patients warmly with a smile and a nod. "Old Qian, what's all this racket about?" Zheng Jiwen frowned. A hospital was a place for healing and rest. Such noise was improper. "Old Zheng, I didn't want this either, but this kid is maliciously slandering our hospital." Qian Huaiyan lacked Zheng's broad-mindedness and noble spirit of healing the world. His earlier pretense was all an act. Now that Zheng Jiwen had been alerted, Qian Huaiyan quickly shifted the blame onto Chen Feiyu. Zheng Jiwen frowned, his deep gaze falling on Chen Feiyu. After seeing his face clearly, he was a bit surprised, feeling a sense of familiarity. "Young man, what's your name?" "Grandpa Zheng, don't you remember me?" "I'm Xiaoyu." Chen Feiyu stood up with a smile. "When I was a kid, I injured my lower back, and my dad took me to your clinic." "Ah, I remember now. You're that little troublemaker." Zheng Jiwen slapped his forehead. His clinic mainly treated bone and muscle ailments, typically attracting middle-aged and elderly patients. Back when Chen Feiyu was in middle school, he had taken a year off due to a lumbar injury. He was the only child patient Zheng Jiwen had ever treated, so the old man remembered him vividly. "You rascal. I fixed your bones, and now you're here causing trouble for me, huh?" Zheng Jiwen scolded with a laugh, a faint gratified smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He recalled that when Chen Feiyu came to the clinic, his spinal injury had compressed the nerves in his right leg, leaving him unable to walk. Chen Dongshan had to carry him in and out. Now Chen Feiyu had grown up full of vitality, and Zheng Jiwen was genuinely happy. For a doctor, nothing was more glorious than curing a patient. "Grandpa Zheng, I'm wrongly accused." Chen Feiyu looked aggrieved, as if suffering a grave injustice. Zheng Jiwen lightly kicked Chen Feiyu's calf. "Who's wronging you?" If you don't explain yourself clearly today, you'll break that spine I fixed all over again. If anyone else had said that, Chen Feiyu would have slapped them senseless. But Zheng Jiwen was his benefactor whom he deeply respected, so he wouldn't act rashly. Grandpa Zheng, hey race, what happened? Chen Feiyu leaned close to Zheng Jiwen's ear and recounted the matter in full detail, without any embellishment. Upon learning that his own doctor had misdiagnosed, refused to admit fault, and even shifted blame by saying the patient deserved it, Zheng Jiwen's smile gradually faded, his expression and eyes growing increasingly stern. Grandpa Zheng, let me tell you a secret. I'm actually a shareholder in this hospital. You're a shareholder? That's right. I'm now a shareholder in Alice Medical Co. Ltd. Ailey Hospital is a private hospital under Alice, so wouldn't you say I'm a shareholder? Chen Feiyu hadn't wanted to reveal his identity, but those doctors would surely side with Chen Huaiyan. With everyone giving their own accounts, who would Zheng Jiwen believe? So, Chen Feiyu could only prove that he would not harm the hospital's interests to convince Zheng Jiwen that he was not lying. Are you the new shareholders surnamed Chen? Zheng Jiwen suddenly remembered that a few days ago the chairman of Alice had called him to say that a new shareholder named Chen Feiyu was joining and might bring a new partner to visit the hospital. After many years, Zheng Jiwen had long forgotten Chen Feiyu's full name and only remembered he was called Xiaoyu. He didn't expect that Chen Feiyu was the new shareholder and that he had come secretly. Although Zheng Jiwen was getting older, he was not senile. How could it benefit him if Chen Feiyu, a shareholder, brought the hospital to ruin? It was impossible that he was tired of having too much money and wanted to burn some of it. There must be something wrong with Qian Huaiyan and the others first. Grandpa Zheng, please don't expose my identity. My friend doesn't know I am a shareholder of the hospital. Alright, I understand. Leave this matter to me. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Zheng Jiwen's expression darkened. If it weren't for Chen Feiyu causing such a commotion, the people below would probably still keep the medical accident from him. These people like to form cliques and create factions. It was time to rectify the hospital's atmosphere. As the dean, I announced that Dr. Gu Bin made a mistake, causing great harm to the patient. I have decided to dismiss him. Starting today, Gu Bin is no longer a doctor at Alice Hospital. At the same time, we will publicly apologize to the victims on our official Weibo. Gu Bin seemed to have been sentenced to death, collapsing to the ground. Zheng Liuingming. The patients applauded, and the entire hospital echoed with thunderous applause. Old Zheng, you can't dismiss Gu Bin. Qian Huaiyan became anxious. Zheng Jiwen glanced at Qian Huaiyan and said, why not? Just because Gu Bin is your nephew. Everyone was astonished. No wonder Qian Huaiyan was so protective of Gu Bin. Oh, it turned out they were relatives. Old Zheng, you must consider the monk's face, even if not for the Buddhas. Qian Huaiyan's face turned slightly awkward. After all, he was the vice president, and publicly dismissing his nephew was a slap in his face. How could he save face? However, Zheng Jiwen was not fooled by Qian Huaiyan's tactics. Allowing a doctor like Gu Bin, who had no sense of responsibility, to stay in the hospital would cause countless ordinary people to become the second and third victims. Those who do good should be rewarded, and those who make mistakes should be punished. Don't say Gu Bin is your nephew. Even if I, the dean, make a mistake, I should pack my bags and leave immediately. Zheng Jiwen's words won loud applause. What is a doctor? This is a true doctor. Putting people first and prioritizing patients. Dean Zheng, what you are doing will damage the hospital's reputation. Qian Huaiyan's face turned extremely ugly, and he now referred to Zheng as Dean Zheng. Zheng Jiwen didn't even discuss it with him before publicly announcing Gu Bin's dismissal. It was clear he was trying to go against him. Of course, Zheng Jiwen had no ulterior motives. He was just handling affairs according to their merits. Zheng Jiwen was a pure doctor. He only thought about how to save people and treat illnesses, and had no time for the bureaucratic tactics like Qian Huaiyan. Being irresponsible to patients is what truly damages the hospital's reputation. Fine, if you insist on going your own way, I can't help it, but I will inform the chairman about today's events. You can explain to the chairman yourself. Don't worry, if the board investigates, I will bear the responsibility alone. Qian Huaiyan angrily left, having no other options besides his anger. After all, Zheng Jiwen was the dean, while he was just a vice president. The former held the absolute authority in the hospital. With the matter settling down, the onlookers dispersed. Chen Feiyu cheerfully approached, saying, Grandpa Zheng, about my friend's recovery treatment, what do you think? Don't worry, it's our hospital's fault, and we will take full responsibility. With Zheng Jiwen's promise, Chen Feiyu's task was accomplished. As long as Yun Yi cooperated with the hospital's treatment, she should be able to return to her previous condition. Your parents have arrived, so I won't send you back to school. Chen Feiyu thought there was no need for him to stay any longer, and said goodbye to Yun Yi. He'll be leaving now. If you need anything, call me. Bye. Yun Yi wanted to send Chen Feiyu off, but due to her physical condition, she couldn't catch up, and could only watch him enter the elevator. Yun Yi returned with a lack of enthusiasm, hearing her father discussing business with Zheng Jiwen. Old Zheng, our family's cooperation with your hospital won't change, right? Don't worry, as long as your medical supplies have no quality issues, our hospital will continue to cooperate with you. Yun Yulong breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Qian Huaiyan would retaliate, but now with Zheng Jiwen's words he felt reassured. Thank you, old Zheng. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank that kid Chen Feiyu. Who is Chen Feiyu? Isn't your daughter friends with Chen Feiyu? At once Yun Yulong and his wife looked at Yun Yi, with Lu Hui asking, is your friend named Chen Feiyu? No. His name is Li Pengfei. The three elders were a bit confused. Who exactly was Chen Fei? Zheng Jiwen was the first to react, throwing back his head and laughing. That little rascal has always been clever. Your daughter is too naive. She must have been deceived by him with a fake name. His real name is Chen Feiyu, and he is a shareholder of our hospital's parent company. Zheng Jiwen patted Yun Yulong on the shoulder, saying, as long as you maintain a good relationship with him, our hospital's orders will be almost guaranteed. Yun Yulong's eyes lit up. He initially thought that Chen Feiyu approached Yun Yi with a fake name for some ulterior motive, but he didn't expect Chen Feiyu to have such a strong background. The parent company of Alice Hospital is Alice Medical Co., Ltd., the leader in the medical industry. It's quite impressive that Chen Feiyu became a shareholder of Alice at such a young age. Lu Hui took a glance at her daughter. Since Chen Feiyu left, Yun Yi had been wearing a gloomy expression, seemingly very concerned about that guy. Chen Feiyu was young and accomplished, and he was quite good-looking, which made him worthy of her daughter. Lu Hui thought about inviting Chen Feiyu to their home for a meal next time to try to matchmake the two young people, though it might lead to a wonderful romance. The couple had their own thoughts while Yun Yi fell into deep contemplation. Chen Feiyu. So his name is Chen Feiyu. Yun Yi murmured that name in her heart and suddenly realized. If she guessed correctly, the other guy from that night out for supper was the real Li Pengfei. Most likely the real Li Pengfei saw her plump figure and retreated, leaving the name to Chen Feiyu. Understanding this, Yun Yi suddenly smiled brightly. It didn't matter what Chen Feiyu's name was. What mattered was that when she encountered difficulties, he bravely stood up for her, and that was enough. On the other side, Chen Feiyu was driving his Bentley around. He had repeatedly instructed Zheng Jiwen not to reveal his identity, but he never expected old Zheng's mouth to be so loose that he sold him out as soon as he turned around. Chen Feiyu suddenly felt a bit hungry and parked his car to find a roadside Lanzhou noodle shop to treat him. After finishing and walking out of the noodle shop, Chen Feiyu saw the postal bank across the street. He suddenly recalled something. He had not avenged his father's grudge. The vice manager, surnamed Han from Dongya Bank, dismissed Chen Dongshan without asking any questions. If Chen Feiyu didn't deal with him, he would be unworthy of being a son. Previously, Chen Feiyu wanted to bring down a vice president, which was clearly not possible. At that time, he had assets worth over $1 billion, but he was not prepared to liquidate them. Banks only recognized money. But now it was different. He had $2 billion in liquid funds. Just depositing $1 or $2 billion in there would ensure that even a mere branch vice president would treat him like a beloved father. Getting Vice President Han fired would be incredibly easy. Without hesitation, Chen Feiyu bought several suitcases on his way home, then took out 100 million cash from the system, piling it into a small mountain on his bed. Chen Feiyu stuffed the cash into different suitcases and then shoved them under the bed. Since he was already home, he planned not to go out again today, but he intended to visit Dongya Bank tomorrow. The vice president is quite powerful, right? A single word can dismiss my father, right? Tomorrow you'll regret it. In the evening after dinner, the Chen family went to their rooms early to rest. Chen Feiyu went to the living room to pour water. As he passed by his parents' room, he overheard them discussing how Chen Dongshan was not having a good time finding a job. After all, he only had a middle school education and was around 50 years old. So many employers were unwilling. Chen Dongshan could only take on a security job at an old campus, but those positions were already filled. There was simply no chance for him. Hearing Chen Dongshan's sighs strengthened Chen Feiyu's resolve to take down the one surnamed Han. A night of silence passed. The morning sun broke the darkness and illuminated the earth. It was a brand new day. Wang Shufan left early for work. Chen Feiyu had urged his mother several times to retire and enjoy life. He was more than capable of supporting her. However, Wang Shufan said one must be cautious in times of peace. I want to save $1 billion. Chen Dongshan currently has no job, and in case one day Chen Feiyu's business fails, and he runs out of money, at least she would still have a salary to ensure the family has food. Chen Feiyu couldn't argue with his mother and had to let her go to work. Dad, aren't you going to look for a job today? As soon as Chen Feiyu stepped out of his room, he saw Chen Dongshan lying on the sofa in a depressed state. Hair loss and unemployment are known as the two major midlife crises for men. As the head of the family, Chen Dongshan now relied on his wife and son to support him. How could he not feel worried? There aren't really any jobs out there for me. Chen Dongshan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Xiaoyu, what do you think about me delivering takeout? Delivering takeout? Do you have an electric bike? Both Chen Dongshan and his wife took the bus to work, so aside from 2 cars, there was no electric bike at home to use for deliveries. No electric bike. I have a car. Chen Feiyu teased his father. Are you going to deliver with your Audi? Are you delivering takeout or showing off? I guarantee you will get all bad reviews. Delivering takeout is indeed too tough. Exposed to the sun and rain, encountering some difficult customers could lead to being scolded for being late. His father was not young anymore and didn't need to look at others' faces. Besides, the money earned from delivering takeout might not even cover the gas for the Audi A8, and he might even have to shell out some money. Moreover, Chen Feiyu wasn't incapable of supporting his parents. However, he didn't directly say, "I'll support you," as all men care about their dignity. Saying so would make Chen Dongshan feel old and useless. Finding a job is really troublesome. Chen Dongshan complained, regretting not furthering his education. Dad, don't be so down. Have you heard of at the end of the dark tunnel, there is a bright village? Maybe a job will come knocking on your door. What nonsense. Jobs don't come knocking on doors by themselves. Just think about it carefully, consider. Chen Feiyu said mysteriously, and suddenly someone rang the doorbell. When he opened the door, he saw 10 strong men outside. Leading them was Zhu Liang, the security captain of Xintai Commercial Street, followed by his subordinates. Mr. Chen, I brought everyone here. Come with me to the room and carry out the boxes. Zhu Liang and the others followed Chen Feiyu into the room, each carrying a suitcase. Seeing this, Chen Dongshan was curious, but did not ask what Chen Feiyu was up to. Dad, I'm going out for a bit. After saying this, Chen Feiyu led them to the parking lot, loading the suitcases into his car. With over 10 large suitcases, the entire trunk and back seat were packed full. You all come with me to Dong. Chen Feiyu drove in front, while Zhu Liang and the others got into 2 vans closely following Chen Feiyu's car. Before long, they arrived at Dongya Bank. You all wait outside and follow my orders. Chen Feiyu pulled a suitcase and walked alone into the bank, while Zhu Liang and the others stood by at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Feiyu, the bank teller immediately put on a professional smile. Sir, how can I assist you? I want to deposit money. You can directly deposit at the machine. We have staff to teach you how to operate it. The teller had no malice. She simply thought Chen Feiyu looked too young and probably wouldn't have much in savings. The machine probably can't hold it. Him depositing quite a large amount. Oh, how much do you want to deposit? 100 million. The entire bank was in an uproar. The teller was stunned for a moment. She had seen many clients borrowing 100 million in her over a year at the bank, but this was her first time encountering someone depositing 100 million. Sir, did you say how much you want to deposit? The teller thought she had misheard and repeated the question for confirmation. 100 million, oh, what's the matter? Is that too little? No. That's not what I meant. The teller shook her head vigorously. To the branch, 100 million was definitely a top-tier client, not too little at all, simply overwhelming. Excuse me, sir, I must ask, how are you planning to make this deposit? Chen Feiyu was only pulling a large suitcase, which could at most hold 1 million, far from being able to contain 100 million. Chen Feiyu did not answer. He laid the suitcase down and opened the lock. When the suitcase opened, stacks of red bills were exposed to the air, spilling out of the suitcase, with a few stacks even falling to the ground. Here is 1 million. Ooh, I brought 1 million in cash today. Chen Feiyu calmly stated, if your bank's service satisfies me, I will transfer the remaining 90 million to your bank. All right, sir, please follow me. The teller didn't dare to be negligent, not even questioning whether Chen Feiyu really had 100 million. No one would bring 1 million in cash to the bank to show off by claiming they wanted to deposit 100 million, because if they were found out, they would be exposed immediately. Even if Chen Feiyu only had 1 million, that was still a considerable amount. So the teller directly led Chen Feiyu into the VIP area. The VIP area was quiet. There were far fewer customers than in the lobby, but every one of them was wealthy. Chen Feiyu sat on the sofa, quietly waiting while the teller went to fetch him some water. A middle-aged man in a suit entered the VIP area to inspect the work. He began conversing with a VIP client who was handling business. Vice President Han, why has the bank security changed? What happened to that security guard, old Chen? Oh, don't mention it. That blind guy offended one of our VIP clients, and they called in to complain, so I had... Old Chen was a good guy, but it's a pity to dismiss him. What's there to pity? Just a security guard. He has no one to blame but himself for being unlucky. Chen Feiyu, who was playing on his phone, paused for a moment. He looked up and realized that the man in the suit was Vice President Han. Very well. Waiting for my revenge for daring to speak ill of my father behind his back. You'll regret it. The teller ran back holding a bottle of Evian mineral water worth dozens, and upon seeing Vice President Han, she immediately hurried over to whisper a few words. Chen Feiyu could guess without a doubt that the teller was reporting that he wanted to deposit 100 million. Sure enough, Vice President Han's eyes lit up at the sight of Chen Feiyu, and one could see the unmistakable joy in his pupils. Sir, may I ask how to address you? Han, he dared not be negligent, and quickly approached to show goodwill. 100 million is a big client. If he could secure this deal, perhaps he would be promoted and receive a raise this year, and maybe even be directly promoted by the headquarters to branch manager. Though the titles of branch manager and vice president differ by only one word, the power and treatment are worlds apart. Han Yi would never have imagined that Chen Feiyu carrying a large sum of money was here to cause him trouble. Promotion and raise. Dream on. I want you to be unemployed. Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu spoke in a cold tone, showing no intention of shaking hands with Han Yi. He found shaking hands with such a person beneath him, he felt it would dirty his hands. The entire bank, so it is Mr. Chen, may I ask if you have a bank card from Dongya Bank? What a stupid question. If I didn't have one, what would I be doing at your bank? Chen Feiyu pulled out a savings card from Dongya Bank, which Chen Dongshan had helped him open, but he had never really deposited much money into it. You are right, it was my oversight. Han Yi could only smile apologetically, not daring to retort. After all, he was dealing with a big client. After the previous VIP client finished their business and left, Han Yi invited Chen Feiyu to the counter, where Chen Feiyu made a call to have Zhu Liang and others waiting outside come in. The VIP counter was in a separate area distinct from the regular counters. As Zhu Liang and others carrying boxes approached the VIP area, they were stopped by security. Sorry, this is the VIP area. Only our bank's VIP clients are allowed to enter. VIP clients are wealthy, and Han Yi is certainly willing to lower his stance, but Zhu Liang and the others dressed plainly looked like common folk and had no qualification to receive such treatment. As Han Yi turned around, he saw Chen Feiyu dragging a box filled with money out of the VIP area. Mr. Chen, where are you going? Han Yi was puzzled, thinking that the money hadn't been deposited yet, so why was he leaving? You all open the box. Chen Feiyu glanced at him and instructed Zhu Liang and the others to open the box. In the next moment, the entire bank erupted in chaos. So much money. The boxes were filled to the brim with cash. Chen Feiyu was standing right at the boundary between the VIP area and the regular area, so all the bank staff and clients could see the cash scattered all over the floor, creating a shocking scene. Many people swallowed hard. If it weren't for the bank's surveillance and security, they might have lost control and rushed in to grab it. Han Yi was also stunned. A suitcase holds about 1 million. 10 of them would be exactly 10 million. There were certainly clients with large deposits at the branch, but most of them deposited through transfers or remittances. To bring 10 million in cash to deposit Chen Feiyu was definitely the first in the branch's history. Simply extravagant beyond reason. Han Yi was exhilarated. A female staff member had previously told him that Chen Feiyu was going to deposit 100 million with 10 million in cash. Now that he saw the 10 million in cash, it confirmed that the 100 million was undoubtedly real. Zhu Liang and the others were also dumbfounded. They had been wondering what was so heavy in the suitcase, not expecting it to be stacks of 100 yuan bills. However, Zhu Liang and the others dared not harbor any greedy thoughts, as Chen Feiyu's identity was too mysterious. Even their boss had to find ways to please him. Even if they managed to get the money, they probably wouldn't live to spend it. They are all here to give me money. Since Vice President Han has turned me away, I will just go to another bank to deposit it. I believe there are many banks eager to take this money. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. Han Yi bent his back and said with a fawning expression, "This is a misunderstanding. I didn't know they were here to give you money." Han Yi opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Chen Feiyu. Calm down, I apologize to you. Chen Feiyu sneered and then returned to the VIP area. Han Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His heart raced earlier, terrified that if he messed up with a big client worth 100 million, his job would be in jeopardy. Little did Han Yi know that this scare was just an appetizer. The real feast was yet to come. His nightmare. The bank brought out several bill counting machines. There was so much cash brought by Chen Feiyu that the staff in the VIP area couldn't count it all, so they called in busy employees from the front hall to help count. With both manual and machine counting, many employees counted bills just as quickly as the machines. The bank staff bundled the counted bills into paper bags with each stack containing 10,000. During this time, one of the bill counting machines malfunctioned due to overload, actually burning out and emitting thick white smoke and a foul smell. Many customers couldn't help but exclaim about the workload required to burn out a bill counting machine. Perhaps this is what cash power is. This young man carries so much cash, doesn't he fear being robbed? Don't joke, didn't you see so many strong men protecting him closely? If they don't rob him, that's already fortunate. One must admit that the security personnel of the Eastern Company are all of excellent quality. Each one has undergone systematic training, is spirited and strong, and is orderly. Those who do not know they are security personnel may easily mistake them for top-tier bodyguards. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I need to handle something. Han Yi noticed two men touring the lobby and straightened his collar before walking over. The short-haired man, surnamed Zhou, is the branch manager. The other middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses is Fang Shixuan, the vice president of the headquarters, who specially came to guide the work today. Good day, Vice President Fang. Your presence truly brings great honor to our branch. Han Yi may not excel in other skills, but his ability to flatter is unparalleled. He immediately showered him with praise. Han Yi was very clever. he directly omitted the title of vice in front of the manager, which indirectly elevated Fang Shixin's status, implying that Fang Shixuan would soon be promoted to president. Xiaohan, why is the VIP area so lively? Fang Shixuan smiled, slightly not taking it to heart. He hears flattery like this hundreds of times a day, and wouldn't let a few compliments from Han Yi get him carried away. Today a client came to deposit money. 100 million and 10 million is cash. Everyone is counting the money. 100 million. Fang Shixuan was momentarily startled. While the headquarters often dealt with large transactions, a 100 million transaction at a branch was exceedingly rare. Xiaohan, you did well. Keep it up. Once Lao Zhou is transferred to the headquarters, the position of branch manager will be yours. Han Yi was ecstatic. Fang Shixin's words meant that as long as nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be the next branch manager. Take me to meet that esteemed big client. With a circulating capital of 100 million, whether at the headquarters or the branch, one becomes an esteemed guest of the bank. Since they met, Fang Shixuan naturally wanted to see him to maintain the client relationship for long-term benefits. Han Yi led the two big shots to the VIP area. At this moment, Chen Feiyu was sitting on the sofa leisurely playing with his phone. Upon seeing the real person, both Manager Zhou and Fang Shixuan were somewhat surprised, not expecting the client to be such a young guy. Mr. Chen, this is our headquarters leader, Fang Shixuan. After introducing Fang Shixuan, Han Yi introduced Chen Feiyu to him. President Fang, this is Chen Feiyu. Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. I didn't expect you to be so young. You truly are a person of great achievement. Vice President Fang, you flatter me. I have long heard of your name. The two shook hands, friendly, exchanging pleasantries, although Chen Feiyu had never heard of Fang Shixin's name before. Chen Feiyu used to be an ordinary person. How could he have come into contact with elite figures like Fang Shixuan? However, the situation has changed now. Chen Feiyu is worth several billion, while Fang Shixin's annual salary is at most $1 million. Now Fang Shixuan could only look up to him. Xiaohan has already told me that you intend to deposit 100 million into our bank. Thank you for your Dongye Bank is a long-established brand, and my father used to work at your bank, so I naturally trust you. Oh, your father was an employee of our bank. May I ask his name? My dad was just a minor employee. Vice President Fang probably doesn't know him, so it's best not to mention it. Seeing that Chen Feiyu did not want to disclose this information, Fang Shixuan did not press further and sat down to chat with Chen Feiyu. Half of the money had already been counted when Fang Shixin's eyes turned and he began to get to the point. Mr. Chen, do you need to handle any wealth management services? With 10 million, even if it's a fixed deposit, the interest for the year would be several hundred thousand. With 100 million, that's several million in interest. Of course, as our esteemed VIP, our bank will offer you the maximum interest rate. Chen Feiyu squinted and smiled. Fang Shixuan was indirectly asking him when he would deposit the remaining 90 million. Depositing was undoubtedly a given, but it wouldn't be happening now. Vice President Fang, I apologize, but I may not deposit the other 90 million in your bank. As soon as Fang Shixuan heard the words, I'm sorry, he sensed something was wrong. Chen Feiyu's following statement nearly chilled his heart. Mr. Chen, are you dissatisfied with our service in some way? Fang Shixin's first reaction was that there was a service issue that caused Chen Feiyu to change his mind at the last minute. Chen Feiyu did not answer and said, Zhu Liang, you tell Vice President Fang what happened. Zhu Liang, who had been standing by, spoke up. Vice President Fang, just now President Chen instructed us to bring the money in, but that Vice President Han refused to let us in, and his attitude was incredibly arrogant. Anyone who didn't know might think President Chen's money is stinky. If it were you, would you still want to deposit the money? These lines were sent to Zhu Liang by Chen Feiyu on WeChat to provide an excuse to retaliate against Han. Upon hearing this, Fang Shixin's expression immediately turned serious. Other banks treat clients who come to deposit money like gods, while Han Yi, this scoundrel, actually obstructed them, so it was no wonder Chen Feiyu was angry. Mr. Chen, please don't be angry. I'll let Xiaohan apologize to you right away. Fang Shixuan signaled Manager Zhou with his eyes, and the latter understood, quickly going to call Han Yi over. Before long, Han Yi rushed over, and upon entering, he was startled. Fang Shixin's face was darker than Zhang Fei and Li Kuei combined. Xiaohan, look at the mess you've made. Apologize to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. Manager Zhou hadn't informed Han Yi of the situation, so he was confused, not knowing where he had offended Chen Feiyu. However, since Fang Shixuan asked him to apologize, he could only comply. Mr. Chen, Xiaohan has already apologized. How about we let this matter go? That's not acceptable. Chen Feiyu shook his head and said meaningfully, I would very much like to deposit money in your bank, but I feel a bit uncomfortable seeing this person. Chen Feiyu came to the bank today not for anything else, but to pull Han Yi down from the vice president's throne. If Chen Dongshan had made a mistake at work and was fired by the bank, Chen Feiyu would have nothing to say and would not blame anyone. But Chen Dongshan had been diligent and hardworking for years, never arriving late or leaving early. Every time the bank's alarm went off in the middle of the night, regardless of whether he was asleep or not, rain or shine, Chen Dongshan would get out of bed to turn off the alarm. Chen Dongshan often recommended friends and relatives to buy Dongya Bank's financial products, indirectly bringing in customers and boosting performance, but he never sought any benefit for himself. Such a diligent and selfless employee, yet he said he would fire him without even considering Chen Dongshan's contributions and hard work. Moreover, he had just spoken ill of Chen Dongshan behind the VIP client's back. Since he was heartless, don't blame Chen Feiyu for being ungrateful. Vice President Fong, it's not that I'm unwilling to give you face. Chen Feiyu sighed. Why did I bring money? Isn't it because my dad used to be your employee? To be honest, I have no interest in the interest rates your bank offers. Fong Shishuan nodded in agreement, not thinking Chen Feiyu was boasting. A person with a circulating capital of 100 million indicates that his assets are at least several hundred billion, and he truly wouldn't care about mere millions in interest. I came here with good intentions to do business with you, but your Vice President Han looks down on my money. Ooh, I have my... He still couldn't comprehend. He had been treating Chen Feiyu better than his own parents, pouring tea, apologizing, and his attitude was extremely humble. He could almost be described as a sycophant. Could it be that he pampered Chen Feiyu so much that it disgusted him? Mr. Chen, what can I do to calm you down? Should I kneel down and apologize to you? Fong Shishuan jokingly suggested. He held a high position at the headquarters and often interacted with wealthy individuals, so he understood that what wealthy people value most is not money but face. To appease Chen Feiyu, the best approach would be to heed his words. If Chen Feiyu felt respected, his anger would naturally dissipate. Vice President Fong, you truly know how to joke. I wouldn't dare let you kneel down. Chen Feiyu chuckled, then turned serious and said, actually, it's very simple to make me calm down. Oh, just fire the person named Han. What? Fire me? Han Yi's eyes widened in shock. He was about to cry. He had no grievances with Chen Feiyu. Why would he want Fong Shishuan to fire him? Fong Shixin's expression tightened. Being the vice president of headquarters, he was much smarter than others and could see at a glance that Chen Feiyu was targeting Han Yi. Vice President Fong, I beg you, don't fire me. Seeing Fong Shishuan deep in thought, Han Yi hurriedly knelt down and pleaded. He had worked hard to reach this position and didn't want to lose his job. Forget it, Vice President Fong, I won't put you in a difficult position. Chen Feiyu suddenly stood up, brushed off his clothes, and said, let your bank employees stop. Ew, I don't even want to deposit the 10 million anymore. Zhu Liang helped the brothers pack the money back into the boxes. Oh, let's go to another bank to deposit it. Okay, President Chen. Zhu Liang began moving money with his subordinates, leaving the bank employees dumbfounded. They had counted the money for most of the day and were nearly finished, only to suddenly not deposit it. What a waste of effort. Hey, Mr. Chen, let's talk this over slowly. Fong Shishuan also stood up and said, I believe you are absolutely right. If our bank is a service industry and should prioritize customers, we absolutely will not tolerate employees with problematic attitudes like Han Yi. Han Yi, you're fired. Fong Shishuan almost immediately made up his mind without much hesitation. His criteria were simple. Whoever could bring more benefits to the bank, he would choose to stand on their side. One was a billionaire with unknown wealth, while the other was a branch vice president. It was obvious who was more important, and the choice was clear without much deliberation. To keep a big client like Chen Feiyu. Client, what does sacrificing a Han Yi matter? Zhu Liang, wait a moment, I suddenly want to deposit my money in Dongya Bank again. Chen Feiyu smiled at Fong Shishuan. President Fong, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you, and I believe we will have more business interactions in the future. Then I must thank Mr. Chen for taking care of our bank's business. The two smiled at each other. They were simply fulfilling their own needs, and Han Yi was the sacrificial victim in this transaction. President Fong, I have worked in the bank for 8 years. I may not have any merits, but I have put in hard work. I beg you, please show me mercy and don't fire me. Fong Shishuan remained silent and didn't even glance at Han Yi. Seeing that Fong Shishuan was unmoved, Han Yi turned to plead with Chen Feiyu, grabbing his sleeve and beginning, Mr. Chen, I have an elderly parent and young children to support. I truly cannot afford to lose this job. I beg you to show mercy and let me off. Vice President Han, oh no, I should call you Mr. Han. Chen Feiyu said coldly, you know life is difficult. Then did you think about that when you fired others, that they also have elderly parents and young children to support? Fine, even if you want to sentence me to death, you should at least let me know why I am being fired. Han Yi knew he could not escape today, but he truly could not understand why Chen Feiyu was targeting him. Being fired is just being fired. Why are there so many reasons? Didn't you often fire your subordinates without reason? I'm just learning from you. Chen Feiyu said with a mocking expression, if I must give a reason, it's that you offended a client and I find you unpleasant. Isn't that a sufficient reason? Han Yi slumped on the ground, his smile carrying a hint of despair. He still did not understand Chen Feiyu's meaning. The only certainty was that packing up and leaving was an undeniable fact. Just over 10 minutes ago, he was still dreaming of being promoted to president, But unexpectedly, that dream shattered so quickly. Fang Shixuan stood by watching coldly as his brain raced. Chen Feiyu had previously mentioned that his father was an employee of this branch. Combining this with all the insinuating remarks made by Chen Feiyu, Fang Shixuan had already deduced a rough idea. It was likely that Han Yi had fired an employee without reason, and it just happened to be Chen Feiyu's father. Therefore Chen Feiyu harbored resentment, and came here today specifically to avenge his father. Han Yi probably didn't expect that the casually fired employee had such a powerful son behind him. This time he ran into a hard wall. He could only blame himself for not being observant. Recommending a friend's book Urban Starting from Experiencing Life to Become Rich. Everyone can check it out. 100 million to buy a managerial position for my dad to play with. President Fang, I will transfer the remaining 90 million into the account today. We shall meet again if fate allows. 1 million was fully deposited into Chen Feiyu's bank card. After greeting Fang Shixuan, he prepared to leave. His objective had been achieved, and there was no point in staying. Alright, it was a pleasure to meet a young talent like you, Mr. Chen. Until we meet again. Fang Shixuan escorted Chen Feiyu out of the bank, watching him leave until the car completely disappeared from sight, before turning back inside. Hey, isn't that young man old Chen's son? Just as the security personnel were changing shifts, an older security guard recognized Chen Feiyu's profile at first glance. Do you know that man from earlier? Fang Shixuan stopped to ask, wanting to know more about someone like Chen Feiyu, as there might be more collaboration opportunities in the future. I know him. His name is Chen Feiyu. He is old Chen's son. He has come to the bank a few times to bring lunch for his dad. Dongyue Bank has two doors. The front door is the main entrance, and the back door is an employee passage. Right next to the back door is the security guard's lounge. Chen Feiyu had indeed come to Dongyue Bank a few times before, but he had only met Chen Dongshan at the back. Moreover, when Chen Feiyu came, it was during working hours, and the bank employees were busy in the lobby, leaving only the on-duty security guards at the back. So aside from a few security guards who had seen Chen Feiyu once, others did not recognize him. Upon hearing the name, Fang Shixuan immediately inquired, Old Chen. What did that old Chen do at our bank before? Old Chen was a security guard in my team, and he was fired by Vice President Han. Do you have old Chen's contact information? Grasping the critical clue, Fang Shixuan felt exceptionally excited. If he could bring Chen Dongshan back, the relationship between Dongyue Bank and Chen Feiyu would become even closer. Wouldn't that mean Chen Feiyu would deposit his money in their bank? I have old Chen's mobile number. Give me the number. Old Joe, call him, and invite Master Chen back. No, I should call him myself. Fang Shixuan decided to take matters into his own hands. This would demonstrate his sincerity, and it would also give Chen Feiyu face. Fang Shixuan said to the security guard, You've done well this time. You will receive a reward of 1,000 yuan this month. The security guard was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a wide smile. He had casually mentioned it, but had not expected to receive 1,000 yuan reward. Happiness came too suddenly. While some rejoiced, others were worried. Unlike the cheerful security guards, Han Yi's face turned ashen, as if he had fallen into an abyss. He originally wanted to plead for leniency, hoping Fang Shixuan would speak on his behalf in front of Chen Feiyu. Who would have thought that Chen Feiyu was actually Chen Dongshan's son? Han Yi was utterly desperate and finally understood why Chen Feiyu was targeting him and the meaning behind the earlier remarks. He had unjustly fired Chen Dongshan, and Chen Feiyu unjustly got him fired as well. Revenge for revenge. After messing around in the bank for half a day, it was noon in the blink of an eye. Chen Feiyu took Zhu Liang and others to a roadside fly restaurant for a meal, with a dozen men squeezed into a small private room. They ordered a table full of small dishes and a few boxes of Qingdao beer. Chen Feiyu started drinking with the security guards, quickly becoming one with them. Zhu Liang and the others did not find Chen Feiyu stingy. Instead, they thought he was very down-to-earth, since few rich people would be willing to eat in a dirty and messy fly restaurant. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Chen Feiyu sent 500 yuan WeChat red envelopes to each of the security guards present today. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The security guards were overjoyed. Their monthly salary was only about 4,000 yuan, and Chen Feiyu's gesture was equivalent to several days' wages. You're welcome. This is what you deserve. Chen Feiyu didn't like to take advantage of others. Since these security guards were off duty today, he couldn't let them come to help for free. Giving a small red envelope was just a token of appreciation. However, Chen Feiyu gave Zhu Liang 1,000 yuan, since these people were called by Zhu Liang, and he deserved to receive a bit more. Seeing the look in Chen Feiyu's eyes, Zhu Liang knew his red envelope was different from the others. He wisely put away his phone without making a fuss. Come on, brothers, let's raise a glass to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, we toast to you. The security guards emptied a large glass of liquor in one gulp, feeling thrilled to be with Chen Feiyu, where work was easy and there were benefits. What a pity, having a boss like Mr. Chen, who is so considerate of his subordinates. If only he were their direct leader. As soon as Chen Feiyu got home, he went back to his room to rest. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Chen Dongshan burst in, shaking Chen Feiyu's shoulder to wake him up. "Little fish, guess who called me? Dad, if you keep shaking me, I might throw up my meal." "Who called you that has you so excited?" Chen Feiyu sat up, leaning against the headboard. Although he had drunk some alcohol, his mind was quite sharp. He had seen the security guard who was in the same team as his dad when leaving the bank. Chen Feiyu had deliberately walked slowly to let the other party recognize him, otherwise who would tell Fang Shishuan about his identity. Everything, including this phone call, was within his expectations. The call was either from Fang Shishuan or President Zhou. It was Vice President Fang from the Donya Bank headquarters who called me. He said he investigated and found that I did nothing wrong and that I should return to work tomorrow. Guess what else he said? "Wow, the leader from the headquarters called you directly. Dad, you really have some clout." "What else did the leader say to you?" Chen Feiyu was sharp as a tack, but pretended to be unaware to cooperate with his dad's performance. "President Fang said I have worked diligently over the years and brought in quite a few client resources for the bank. He wants to promote me to lobby manager." "Wow, Dad, you really turned misfortune into fortune. Should I start calling you Manager Chen from now on?" The promotion and raise were also in Chen Feiyu's expectations. If they wanted to win him over, they would definitely start with Chen Dongshan. As for the position, it was about what Chen Feiyu had anticipated. Chen Dongshan had spent most of his time as a security guard interacting with clients in the lobby, so he was fully qualified for the position of lobby manager. Giving him too high a position might be counterproductive. "Little brat, I see you're itching for trouble, daring to tease your father." Chen Dongshan laughed, his mood brightening. It was unexpected for the bank to invite him back, and the promotion to lobby manager was an even more pleasant surprise. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand: why the bank's attitude changed so quickly. "Little brat, you're not plotting something, are you?" "How could that be? I don't have that kind of ability." Chen Dongshan nodded. "Although you have a bit of money now, it's obviously impossible to influence a high-level executive, right? You're still smart, Dad." Chen Feiyu smiled without denying it. "Dear Dad, you know nothing about your son's capability. I bought this lobby manager position for 100 million. Yueco Ltd. Established." Chen Feiyu has been quite busy lately, as the time limit for Dongfang Company to manage his commercial street was getting shorter. He needed to quickly recruit a management team for himself. Thus, Chen Feiyu asked Su Qinglu to help him register a company. With a professional like Su Qinglu involved, Yueco Ltd. quickly came to life. The registered capital was 100 million. The company's main business was to serve Chen Feiyu personally and manage the assets under his name. After the company was registered, Chen Feiyu started looking for office space, while also posting job recruitment information. Xintai Commercial Street still had some vacant shops, but he didn't plan to open his company there. After all, it was a shopping area, and it didn't quite fit the company vibe. Chen Feiyu had his sights set on the Guijin building, one of the most famous office buildings in Zhonghai City. Chen Feiyu wasn't interested in renting an office. He wanted to buy a floor to use as the headquarters for Yue Company. Unfortunately, the other party only rented and did not sell. Chen Feiyu scratched his head. He hadn't expected that since the system could directly exchange for physical items last time, now he had to buy it himself. Just thinking about it was troublesome. Forget it. Unable to think of a good idea for now, Chen Feiyu decided to set it aside. He had booked a small banquet hall at Junlai Hotel today to hold a small recruitment fair. First recruit employees, then discuss the office location later. Chen Feiyu drove to Junlai Hotel, where the staff had already arranged the banquet hall and placed a row of chairs outside for the waiting interviewees. Because the salary and benefits Chen Feiyu offered were too attractive, it attracted a large number of applicants as soon as it was posted, receiving over 100 resumes. However, Chen Feiyu only allowed the hotel staff to set up 100 seats, a first-come, first-served, and those who arrived late would be directly eliminated for lacking punctuality. As time passed, more and more interviewees showed up with all ages and genders present. Chen Feiyu didn't manage them. He had paid, and the hotel would send someone to maintain order on site. Chen Feiyu sat alone in the banquet hall with a table in front of him and a single chair for interviewees across from him. When the time came, the hotel staff at the door began to let the interviewees in one by one. Chen Feiyu allowed the interviewees to introduce themselves. In fact, their resumes clearly stated their education skills and work experience. This was done to assess their communication abilities. In a company collective, if one cannot communicate with others, they cannot integrate into the environment. One cannot support alone. If one cannot get along with colleagues, it doesn't matter how high one's education or abilities are. Each interviewee was applying for different positions. Some were interviewing for property manager, some for security guard, and others wanted to be Chen Feiyu's personal assistant. For security guards, Chen Feiyu offered a salary of 5,000 after tax per month, and for the security team leader, it was 8,000 after tax with a yearly bonus of 15 months salary and holiday bonuses. There were also various perks like birthday vouchers and the like. Anyway, he had all of that. Conservatively estimated, a security guard would earn at least 8,000 to 9,000 a year, which was higher than many temporary personnel in public institutions. This treatment could be said to be the ceiling of the security industry. However, Chen Feiyu's requirements were relatively high as well. Applicants needed to have received professional training, as he didn't have the energy to train a batch of security guards from scratch. Of course, those with relevant security certificates and military veterans would be given priority. Aside from security, the salary and benefits for other positions would also be 20 higher than the average outside. Chen Feiyu didn't care about money, as long as it was worth spending, that was enough. Interviewees came and went, gradually filling various positions. Among the people Chen Feiyu recruited, 40 were experienced talents, while the other 60 were fresh graduates. Experienced individuals could guide the fresh graduates, while the graduates would bring in new blood, injecting vitality into the company. In the end, only the vice manager and personal assistant positions had yet to be filled. Chen Feiyu, as the general manager, was a hands-off boss, so he definitely needed an experienced vice manager to lead. Among the interviewees, there were capable individuals, but these people were used to high-level positions and had slightly arrogant attitudes. Seeing that Chen Feiyu was much younger than them, they didn't show him much respect. Thus, all these individuals were eliminated by Chen Feiyu. The reason was simple: he needed a competent and obedient vice manager, not someone with a strong personality. Between ability and obedience, Chen Feiyu chose the latter. What if someone didn't listen to him and constantly contradicted him? If he said east, they said west, who would the employees listen to? How could the company continue to operate? The vice manager position remained vacant, which Chen Feiyu was not surprised about, as core management positions were indeed quite difficult to fill. Let the candidates for the personal assistant position prepare. Chen Feiyu was organizing the documents of the employees who passed the interview when a young girl dressed provocatively walked in. The girl wore a super short bodycon skirt that subtly revealed the smile line on her backside, and her deep neck could barely hide her assets. Instead of sitting on the chair, the girl turned sideways and sat half on the table. Boss. Chen Feiyu looked up for a moment and was dumbfounded. I'm interviewing for a personal assistant, not looking for a mistress. What's with this provocative behavior? The girl was also surprised to see Chen Feiyu. She hadn't expected the boss to be a young and handsome guy, and from the muscle lines on his arms, it was clear that his physique was exceptional. Serving such a boss, even without pay, she would be willing to. Boss, the girl had thought about how to seduce Chen Feiyu before coming in, but Chen Feiyu didn't give her a chance to perform and directly said, "You're eliminated." Huh? Why? No reason, you can leave. What's going on? Are you messing with me? The girl left angrily. Chen Feiyu's reason for not needing her was simple. He didn't like people who were cunning or sought shortcuts. Chen Feiyu had seen all kinds of beauties, wanting to rely on seduction to gain a position was simply impossible. 55. Beautiful assistants tried to tempt Chen Feiyu with their looks, some even explicitly indicating their willingness to. Chen Feiyu felt his worldview shatter. Are young girls really this shameless now? Let everyone else in. Chen Feiyu had lost his patience and decided to let all the applicants for the personal assistant position come in at once. The applicants lined up, all young and beautiful women, dressed more revealingly than the last. Chen Feiyu rubbed his temples, feeling as if he were selecting wine waitresses. Damn, I run a company, not a nightclub. It's not surprising that the girls resort to desperate measures. The salary Chen Feiyu offered was too tempting, 2,000 yuan a month, with an annual salary of 3,000. Including various holiday benefits, the total could easily reach 3,500 yuan a year. Who could resist such a salary? To secure this job, sacrificing a bit of appearance was worth it. It had only been a few days since Chen Feiyu posted the job listing. Had it been a month, there would likely be hundreds of applicants. Just as Chen Feiyu was preparing to dismiss everyone, he accidentally spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Lin Wayne, the girl who worked at the coffee shop during the day and at the barbecue restaurant at night. Lin Wayne was dressed simply and wore no makeup, resembling a pearl lost in the ocean, creating a stark contrast with the other girls. Even without makeup, her beauty overshadowed all the others. Number 76, you stay? Everyone else is eliminated. Each applicant wore a numbered badge, and as the girls left disappointed, only Chen Feiyu and Lin Wayne remained in the banquet hall. Chen Feiyu felt a connection with Lin Wayne, as if he would run into her no matter where he went. We meet again. Lin Wayne had a beauty that rivaled that of the school flowers, and she worked multiple jobs, which made a strong impression on Chen Feiyu. To be honest, with Lin Wayne's looks, countless men would be willing to shower her with money if she chose that route, yet she opted to work hard with her own hands. That alone was a rare quality. Hello, Mr. Chen. Lin Wayne bowed, and then sat nervously across from Chen Feiyu. At that moment, Lin Wayne felt both surprised and delighted. She came to the interview with a try-it-out attitude and didn't expect her boss to be Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu smiled slightly and pulled out Lin Wayne's resume from a large stack of papers. You've held quite a few part-time jobs, but they were mostly in low-barrier industries, and your education level is a bit low, only high school. Do you think you're capable of handling the duties of a personal assistant? Mr. Chen, I can learn. Please give me a chance. Lin Wayne stood up from her seat and deeply bowed to Chen Feiyu. Calm down, sit down and talk. Leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed, Chen Feiyu continued, can you tell me why after graduating high school, you didn't continue to university? Is there a particular reason? Chen Feiyu himself graduated from high school and was originally supposed to be recommended to Zhonghai University, but due to some human factors his recommendation was cancelled and he ultimately couldn't enroll. Thus, seeing that Lin Wayne also interrupted her studies after high school piqued his curiosity. Because my father fell ill. Lin Huayan's gaze dimmed as she murmured, my father has cancer, and we've spent all our money on his treatment. I have a younger brother who is still in school, and I am the only one able to work. Chen Feiyu was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lin Huayan's family situation to be so dire. No wonder she worked multiple jobs, all to earn money for her father and brother's medical expenses and education. Families at the bottom of society are so sadly helpless, they simply cannot afford serious illness. A major illness can devastate an entire family, even dragging down 3 generations. What about your mother? My mother passed away a long time ago. I'm sorry I was too forward. It's okay. Lin Wayne smiled and shook her head, indicating she was fine. She had grown used to hiding in the corner to quietly heal after being hurt. Chen Feiyu felt a bit of sympathy for Lin Wayne, struggling to imagine how such a delicate girl who spoke softly bore the heavy burden of her entire family. Looking at Lin Huayan's thin arms and cheeks that seemed malnourished, it was evident that she probably reserved the good food for her father and brother. Many big men might not even be as strong as her. You are hired. Chen Feiyu was attracted by Lin Huayan's simple character. People with a sense of responsibility for their families generally have higher loyalty, making her the ideal candidate for a personal assistant. Really? Am I really hired? Lin Huayan's eyes widened in surprise. She believed she was the least qualified among all the applicants and never expected Chen Feiyu would choose her. Do I look like I'm joking? Chen Feiyu smiled and said the difficulty of a personal assistant's job isn't particularly high, but it can be quite tedious and chaotic. As long as you're not afraid of hard work, you can definitely do well. I'm not afraid of hard work. Lin Huayan's eyes sparkled with determination. Embracing the nightlife, she had endured all kinds of hardships since her father was diagnosed with cancer. As long as she could earn money, she was willing to take on any grueling, dirty job. Well, it's best that you aren't afraid of hard work. However, if you come to work for me, you must quit your other part-time jobs. I want my employees to dedicate themselves fully to their work. Well, okay. Lin Wayne hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She had originally planned to work for Chen Feiyu during the day and then take a part-time job at the coffee shop or barbecue restaurant at night to earn a little extra. However, since Chen Feiyu made this request, she had to abandon the idea of juggling jobs. After all, the combined salary from 2 part-time jobs wouldn't even match a third of the personal assistant's salary. In fact, Chen Feiyu not letting Lin Wayne work elsewhere was for her own good. Working day and night might not pose immediate issues, but over time her health would surely deteriorate. Such a self-reliant girl was rare to find nowadays, practically more precious than a panda. It would be a shame if she wore herself out. Moreover, Chen Feiyu certainly did not wish for his employees' health to decline. Alright, add me on WeChat. Tomorrow will count as your first official day. Since we haven't arranged our office location, yet you can stay home on standby. Don't worry, your salary will remain intact, and I'll notify you via WeChat when there's work. Others who pass the interview will all be assigned to the Management Center office at Xintai Commercial Street tomorrow, gradually taking over operations from Dongfang Company. Su Qinglu will be managing things there, so you don't need to worry. As for Lin Wayne, as Chen Feiyu's personal assistant, she will surely follow him to the company once it is established. Currently, the company hasn't selected a location, so Lin Wayne will be kept on standby for a while. This will allow her to rest properly and take care of her father at home. After all, Chen Feiyu doesn't need the extra money. Understood, thank you, Mr. Chen. Working well will be the best way to thank me. There's nothing else today, you can leave now. Lin Wayne bowed, deeply genuinely grateful to Chen Feiyu. It was Chen Feiyu who had helped her out at the coffee shop, and now he was giving her such a great job opportunity. She truly didn't know how to repay him. At around 7 in the evening, Chen Feiyu received a call from Li Pengfei. Hey old fish, do you want to go out for some late-night snacks? Get lost. Screw you. Chen Feiyu cursed as he had developed a phobia of late-night snacks, especially with Li Pengfei. Who knows if that idiot is planning another online romance. Once was enough for Chen Feiyu. He didn't want to be a scapegoat a second time. Why are you cursing? Your manners are terrible. Why am I cursing you? Don't you have any self-awareness? Hey, don't worry. This time it's not about an online romance. I felt guilty for the last time I led you on, so today, I'm treating you as an apology. Really not about an online romance. Chen Feiyu remained suspicious, being extra cautious. It's really not. But I need to talk to you about something. Let's meet at Night Street at 9, don't be late. Beep, beep, beep. Li Pengfei hung up after saying that. Chen Feiyu originally didn't want to go, but if Li Pengfei had something important, not going would be a waste of time. After some thought, Chen Feiyu decided to go after all. Night Street, as the name suggests, is a street that comes alive at night. The storefronts are closed during the day and only open at night. Night Street stretches over a kilometer filled with numerous popular eateries, but the majority are bars and nightclubs, with dozens of them being the most favored nightlife spots for young people in Zhonghai City. When Chun Feiyu arrived at 8:30 p.m., Night Street was still brightly lit, bustling with people, and except groups of boys walked in twos and threes, laughing and chatting, occasionally pointing at the girls on the street, discussing which girl looked good and which had a nice figure. The entrances of nightclubs and bars were often the most crowded, with people coming and going, and there was never a shortage of beautiful women waiting in line to enter. The girls dressed as if they were party queens, their outfits hardly bigger than towels, flaunting their sexiness, without reservation, their long legs dazzling to behold. Those who frequently visit bars and nightclubs are often very purposeful. Boys hope to find someone for a night of passion, while girls come to attract wealthy suitors. If you're not handsome and your pockets aren't deep, don't even think about approaching those beautiful girls, as they will give you the cold shoulder. Old fish. Li Pengfei spotted Chun Feiyu from a distance, waved, and quickly ran over. What brings you, a gaming hermit, to a place like Night Street? A classmate brought me here a few days ago, and I found it quite interesting, so I invited you along. Chun Feiyu understood. After experiencing the beautiful scenery of Night Street, Li Pengfei had opened a new world, and gaming no longer seemed appealing. Just so you know, you're treating today. I am not spending any money. Alright, if you say so. Let's go to a bar up ahead. Li Pengfei draped his arm over Chun Feiyu's shoulder and grinned mischievously. There are plenty of beautiful women there, and they are quite open-minded, you know what I mean. Chun Feiyu certainly understood Li Pengfei's meaning. Girls who frequent nightclubs tend to have more liberal and progressive mindsets. As long as you're handsome enough, there's no shortage of girls willing to spend the night with you. When Chun Feiyu's recommendation was cancelled, he had been down for a while visiting Night Street for a few drinks, and he had been approached by several girls each time. However, he had ignored them all as if they were air. Li Pengfei led Chun Feiyu into a bar called Mojito, and upon entering they were greeted by deafening music. The bar was huge, with a beautiful DJ spinning records on the main stage while dancers twirled, and a crowd of young men and women swayed and jumped below. The atmosphere was simply electrifying. Chun Feiyu and Li Pengfei found 2 empty spots at the bar. The lounge had a minimum spending requirement to occupy a seat. Li Pengfei, a student with a monthly allowance of only around 1,000 yuan, obviously couldn't afford a lounge. Chun Feiyu had the means, but he wasn't interested. The reason was simple. He found it very childish. The only purposes of booking a lounge are to show off or attract the attention of girls. Chun Feiyu genuinely didn't want to show off, and he had no interest in the wild girls at the bar. There was no need to waste excessive money in that regard. Li Pengfei looked around and nudged Chun Feiyu with his elbow. Old fish, do you think the girl dancing in the front row she seems alright. Do you think I could successfully hit on her? She definitely won't pay you any attention. Hey, I'm not bad looking either. Go ahead and try. He'll give it a shot. Just wait and see. Li Pengfei took a sip of his drink and headed straight for the girl he had his eye on. Unsurprisingly, she ignored him, and within 30 seconds he returned defeated. How did you know she wouldn't pay attention to me? Li Pengfei was confused, thinking that although he wasn't as handsome as Chun Feiyu, he wasn't bad looking either. Because that girl is a bar employee. The beautiful girls in the front row are all hired by the bar to attract customers and create a lively atmosphere, commonly referred to as the atmosphere group. They are working, of course they're not going to pay you any attention. Damn it. Why didn't you say that earlier? Why didn't you ask sooner? The two exchanged eye rolls, silently judging each other. By the way, you mentioned needing to talk to me about something. What was it? Li Pengfei remembered the reason he sought out Chun Feiyu and said, did you run into Zhang Kai before? Zhang Kai was the high school classmate Chun Feiyu had bumped into while buying breakfast that morning. At that time, Zhang Kai had misspoken and received a thorough scolding from the older folks. Yo, what's up? Zhang Kai called me and said you promised to attend the high school reunion, which is on the 18th of this month at noon at Junlai Hotel. You don't actually want to go, do you? The organizers of this reunion were Wu Fei and Zhang Kai, both of whom had previously clashed with Chun Feiyu. Now that he wasn't attending Zhonghai University, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed if he showed up. Of course, if Chun Feiyu drove a luxury car, the tables could turn on who would be ridiculed. I'm not going. Chun Feiyu shook his glass, the whiskey reflecting a golden hue under the light. Besides Li Pengfei, the only close friend from high school was the school beauty Han Shixian, and everyone else was just an ordinary classmate. In fact, Chun Feiyu had forgotten many of their names. Attending such a reunion seemed pointless, and as a businessman worth billions, what could he possibly discuss with a bunch of students? Not going. Didn't you agree to go because Zhang Kai asked? I was just joking around with that big idiot, who knew had actually take it seriously. Alright, I'm not going to nag you anymore. I'm going to dance. Li Pengfei downed his drink in one go and slipped into the dance floor. With his good looks, it wasn't long before a beautiful girl approached him and they began to interact closely. Another Long Island iced tea, please. Since Li Pengfei was treating Chun Feiyu, didn't hold back. Sitting alone at the bar, Chen Feiyu was approached by several girls, some asking for his WeChat, others inviting him for drinks, and some inquiring about whether he had a girlfriend. One girl even asked if he was interested in spending the night together at a hotel. What else could a man and woman do at a hotel? They all understood. Chen Feiyu certainly wouldn't agree, as girls throwing themselves at him lacked the challenge that brought men the joy and satisfaction of conquest. Most importantly, Chen Feiyu didn't like casual girls. Suddenly, an unexpected incident shattered the pleasant atmosphere of the bar. He approached Li Pengfei, pushed him aside, and pulled the girl who was dancing with Li Pengfei to his side. "How dare you hit on my girl? Are you looking for death?" After being pushed, Li Pengfei stumbled and bumped into the person behind him. People noticed the conflict and the crowd began to disperse, clearing a space. Everyone watched with the mentality of spectators. Fights over girls in bars were more common than one might think. Usually it would just be some shoving and harsh words, then it would end without further incident. After all, this is a society governed by law. If someone gets hurt, not only do they have to pay, but there's also the risk of jail time, so very few are willing to actually fight. Of course, that doesn't mean it never happens. Some people, when drunk, feel invincible and might act recklessly, using a bottle to smash someone's head. But once they sober up and find themselves in a police station, none of them have no regrets. Tisk of all the girls to pursue, why go for one that's taken? Do you think a fight will break out? They seem pretty sober. I doubt it will escalate. The people around whispered to each other, detached from the situation. They had no intention of stepping in as mediators. Watching the drama unfold was much more entertaining. What do you mean I'm hitting on your girl? It's your girl who's hitting on me. Li Pengfei was furious after being pushed. Although he was a gaming nerd, he wasn't someone to be bullied. Back in middle school, when Chen Feiyu was surrounded by a dozen delinquents from another school, he charged in with a brick, fighting fiercely. Say that again. They'll say your granddad. I won't repeat myself. If you want to fight, then bring it on. Don't want. Fueled by alcohol, both of them were getting a bit heated. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Hit him. The onlookers were eagerly egging them on, making sure Li Pengfei and the young man would actually fight. You're looking for a beating. The young man grabbed a bottle from a nearby table, ready to smash it over Li Pengfei's head. Li Pengfei, of course, wasn't afraid and prepared to swing a chair at him. The music abruptly stopped, signaling that a major conflict was about to erupt. At that critical moment, Chen Feiyu suddenly appeared between them, grabbing the young man's wrist, holding the bottle. Seeing Chen Feiyu blocking, Li Pengfei quickly restrained himself. Dude, let's talk it out and no need for violence. Chen Feiyu smiled slightly. The boy, who was jealous of Li Pengfei, looked rough around the edges, clearly not a university student, but likely a local thug. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? The young man glared fiercely at Chen Feiyu, saying, "Get lost, or I'll beat you up too." Smack. Before the young man finished speaking, a loud slap echoed, and a red handprint quickly appeared. Indeed, it was Chen Feiyu who struck him. Everyone was taken aback, puzzled. Oh, wasn't he here to mediate? How did he end up throwing the first punch? I hate when people insult others by bringing in family. Don't you have parents? How dare you hit me? The young man was furious, reaching for a champagne bottle, but he grasped at nothing. The bottle had somehow ended up in Chen Feiyu's hand. Chen Feiyu pretended to smash the bottle over the young man's head, who instinctively ducked, covering his head. After waiting for a moment without feeling any pain, the young man opened his eyes to find Chen Feiyu mocking him, the bottle never coming down. Throw the bottle away. I won't throw it. What are you going to do about it? The young man thought Chen Feiyu was too scared to act, and became even more arrogant. Chen Feiyu snorted, suddenly exerting force, causing the young man to feel pain in his wrist. His grip weakened, and the bottle fell to the ground with a clatter. Chen Feiyu did not let go of the young man's wrist, and looked at Li Pengfei, saying, "Put down the chair. How did you two get into this argument?" Li Pengfei put down the chair, feeling wronged, as he said, "He claimed I was hitting on his girl, but that girl came on to me. What does it have to do with me?" Li Pengfei felt extremely frustrated. It was clear the girl was hitting on him, yet he was being blamed. When he danced with her, he asked if she had a boyfriend, and she clearly stated she was single. If he had known she had a boyfriend, he wouldn't have been so close to her. He felt more wrong than doughy. If he's a man, he should take responsibility, claiming he didn't hit on my girl. What kind of man is that? As the young man was about to curse, he noticed Chen Feiyu's sharp gaze fixed on him, and immediately swallowed the curse. The earlier slap left him feeling uneasy, and it certainly hurt. Everyone was intrigued. The situation was becoming more and more interesting. Li Pengfei claimed the girl was pursuing him, while the young man insisted Li Pengfei was stealing his woman. Both had their reasons. Who should they believe? Kneeling for 5-star reviews and comments. The more good reviews, the more updates. The conflict triggered by a woman, 3, as everyone speculated who was lying. The girl in question suddenly walked over to Li Pengfei, unleashing a barrage of insults at the young man. "Are you sick? Who's your girl? I only slept with you for one night. If I hadn't been in a bad mood that night, you wouldn't even have a chance. What are you getting addicted to frogs, eating swan meat?" The girl scoffed. You don't even look in the mirror with that face unworthy of the audience. Can you compare with this handsome guy? Everyone present, both men and women, nodded in agreement. Li Pengfei was indeed very handsome, ranking among the top 10 in any university, while the young man was not bad-looking, but also not handsome. As long as their eyes weren't blind, they would generally choose Li Pengfei. Of course, if they could pick Chen Feiyu, that you. Being compared to a frog in front of so many people, the young man's face turned green and white. He had never faced such humiliation. Dude, you heard that? The girl said she's not your girlfriend. Chen Feiyu shrugged, releasing the young man's wrist, and said, we're here to have fun. Why fight and ruin the mood? How about you let it go for my sake? Fine, I'll let it go this time. The young man, feeling utterly embarrassed, had no face left to stay. With Chen Feiyu giving him an out, he took it immediately. Seeing that Chen Feiyu had sent the young man away, the bar security, who were always ready for action, quietly withdrew. They typically wouldn't confront customers unless a fight broke out. Hey handsome, I have a few friends at the front booth, but why don't we hang out together? The girl wrapped her arm around Li Pengfei and even reached out to grab Chen Feiyu. Sorry, we have something to do and need to leave first. Chen Feiyu sidestepped the girl's outstretched hand and pulled Li Pengfei out of the bar. Why leave? There are so many girls to have fun with. Li Pengfei looked back 3 times, clearly wanting to go to the booth with that girl to meet more girls. Screw that. It's best to avoid girls like her who are available to everyone, who knows if they have any diseases. Chen Feiyu felt it necessary to remind Li Pengfei it's fine to come to a bar for entertainment occasionally, but he should tighten his belt. Not every woman is worth pursuing. If he caught something, he wouldn't even know how he died. Why are you suddenly interested in women? It's nothing new, I just want to find a girlfriend. Before university, Li Pengfei was a day student, and his social circle was limited. Coupled with the intense studies in high school and strict parents, he never had a chance to interact with girls. It wasn't until he started living on campus in college that he gained total freedom. Watching his roommates all in relationships, he felt a jealousy he couldn't articulate. That's why he started thinking about finding a partner. Going to a bar to find a girlfriend. Are you kidding me? Aren't there girls at university? Dude, you know my hell of a school, the male-to-female ratio is 5:1. There are way more wolves than meat. The decent-looking ones have already been taken. Where am I supposed to find a girlfriend? Chen Feiyu was taken aback. That was a valid point. In Li Pengfei's engineering college, it was hardly better than a monk's temple, making it very difficult to find a partner. Why don't you just tell me when you want to find someone? I can introduce you. You introducing me? Please, you're still single yourself, or we're in the same boat. Hearing this, Chen Feiyu wasn't pleased. Was this brat looking down on him? Not looking for a girlfriend and being unable to find one are two different concepts. Chen Feiyu disdainfully said, last time we went for late-night snacks, didn't 4 girls join us? I know them. If you like, I can introduce you. Are you talking about those 4 stunning beauties from last time? Li Pengfei's eyes lit up. Those 4 girls were each more beautiful than the last, and he still remembered them clearly. Each had their unique charm. Now recalling the beauties like Fang Yuan, Li Pengfei almost drooled. His attitude made a complete turnaround. Flattering. Brother, are you hungry? How about I take you to get something good? I can't believe you're only now calling me brother. Chen Feiyu rolled his eyes in disbelief. As long as you successfully introduce me, not only will I call you brother, I'd even call you dad. Li Pengfei threw aside his dignity. His roommates flaunted their relationships in front of him every day, driving him almost insane. Once he found a girlfriend, he would definitely show off to those annoying roommates. Alright, once I finish up this round of business, I'll find an opportunity to invite them out. When will that opportunity be? Can you give me a specific time? Why are you so anxious? How should I know? It depends on when they are free. As they walked, Chen Feiyu's phone rang. It was a call from an unfamiliar number. Chen Feiyu felt the number looked a bit familiar, so he pressed the call button. Hello, who is this? Is this Chen Lingling? That's right, it's me. Can you come over? Fang Yuan is in trouble. Chen Feiyu immediately recognized Chen Lingling's voice. No wonder he felt the phone number was familiar. He had called her before when delivering takeout for Li. If there's trouble, just call the police. What do you need me for? Chen Feiyu was speechless. He wasn't Superman. Why did everyone come to him for help? Besides, if every girl called him saying there was trouble and asked him to come over, wouldn't he be overwhelmed? If no one committed a crime, the police can't help. Chen Lingling was anxious and couldn't explain the situation over the phone, saying, we're at the Cold Brew KTV room, 401. Come quickly and take Fang Yuan away, otherwise she might lose her virginity tonight. If the police can't solve it, what use do you have for me? Goodbye. Chen Feiyu couldn't be bothered to deal with other people's affairs. It was better to go home and get some extra sleep. Li Pengfei asked curiously, who called you for help? No one, just one of the girls who had late-night snacks with us that night. She said her friend is in a bit of trouble and wants me to help. Damn, why didn't you just say yes? Why should I? Chen Feiyu replied nonchalantly. He had rejected beautiful women plenty of times. Are you stupid? If she asks you for help and you refuse, she won't want to hang out with you later. If she doesn't want to hang out, then so be it. I'm not interested in socializing with women anyway. Chen Feiyu's primary goal now was to make his company more complete. Everything related to women was just, dude, you forgot that you promised to introduce me to someone. Li Pengfei was anxiously pacing. You've already strained your relationship. How can you introduce me later? For the sake of my lifelong happiness, I beg you to just go. You're really annoying. Fine, I'll go. Li Pengfei pushed Chen Feiyu along, called for a designated driver, and headed straight for Cold Brew KTV. Cold Brew KTV Room 401. The glass table was littered with empty bottles. Fang Yuan was being forced to drink by several young men, swaying unsteadily, her cheeks flushed and hot, clearly having drunk quite a bit. Several boys were leering at Fang Yuan, but thankfully Li Siwen and Chen Fei flanked her, or she would have been taken by them long ago. Chen Lingling walked into the room and approached her best friend. Li Siwen lowered her voice and asked, "Did you find someone to help?" "I called Shaoli, but he refused to come. However, I called a senior from school to help." Chen Lingling wasn't stubborn. Since Chen Feiyu wouldn't come, she naturally contacted someone else for help. Li Siwen and Chen Fei sighed in relief, but once the boys arrived, they would be safe. About 10 minutes later, 3 boys broke in, clearly the seniors Chen Lingling had called. "Shuiyu finally made it." Chen Lingling and the others brightened up. The leader was Shui Yang, a junior, and the president of the student council, while another boy was Zhou Kong, also a junior. Besides the two of them, He Yifan had also come along. "Lingling, what exactly is going on?" Shui Yang initially thought that Chen Lingling and her friends were being harassed, but as soon as he entered the room, he realized the situation was not what he had imagined. The boys were simply leering at Fang Yuan and the others, sitting on the sofa drinking and chatting without making any excessive moves. Yuan has been asking about a friend recently. These guys said they know the person she's looking for, but want to drink with her first to get the information. If Yuan wins, they will tell her where that person is. If they win, she has to go with them tonight and do whatever the— Chen Lingling explained everything, and Shui Yang and the others understood the backstory. This is ridiculous. Yuan doesn't even drink. How can she win against them? He Yifan scolded. "You all should know what could happen when you go off with strangers. As Yuan's good friends, why didn't you try to dissuade her?" Chen Lingling and the others felt a bit displeased. Why was He Yifan scolding them? Did he really think he was Yuan's boyfriend? Chen Lingling retorted, "Do you think we didn't try to persuade her? What can we do if Yuan won't listen? Let's go, we need to take Yuan home." Shui Yang and the others were students after all. Since they hadn't suffered any losses, it was better to leave this troublemaker's place sooner. Li Siwen and the others tried to drag Yuan away, but the latter broke free from their grasp. "I'm not leaving. If you want to leave, go by yourselves." Fang Yuan swayed and collapsed onto the sofa, mumbling, "It's been 5 years. I finally found a little information about that guy. Today, even if I die here, I must find out where he is hiding." The crowd furrowed their brows, not expecting Fang Yuan to be so stubborn. It seems she won't leave until she gets the information she wants. Shui Yang and his companions were in a bit of a dilemma. The other party didn't force Fang Yuan to stay, and clearly calling the police would be useless. It was impossible to leave Fang Yuan alone. The only way to take her back was to win the drinking contest against these people, and once she got the answers she wanted, she would naturally give up. Shui Yang had a sudden idea. "Brothers, it's not right for a group of big men to bully a girl, is it?" The leader, a bald young man, chuckled. "What do you want then? You have 3 men, and we also have 3 men. Why don't we have a 3-on-3 contest? If we win the drinking match, you'll tell my friend what she wants to know." Shui Yang was calculating in his mind. As a northerner, he had a strong tolerance for alcohol. Unless they were seasoned drinkers, southern peers of similar age would generally struggle to keep up with him. Moreover, the bald group had already drunk quite a bit, so he would definitely have the advantage. The bald young man's eyes turned as he said, "All right, I agree. But what if you lose?" "If we lose, we'll leave immediately and guarantee we won't meddle in this matter." "That won't do." The bald man shook his head and said, "When you drink, there's no reason for me to pay the bill. How about we add a wager? If anyone loses, they buy today's tab." "All right, I'm not afraid of you." Shui Yang's heart swelled with pride. While there were others better than him in various aspects, he had a firm grip on drinking. He had never lost in drinking contests. The bald man then called the waiter, ordered a dozen bottles of foreign liquor, and arranged small cups, neatly filling them all to the brim. The competition was divided into 3 rounds, with the first round focusing on speed. Whoever finished their drink first would win. Zhou Kong was the first to compete, while the bald man sent out a young man with yellow hair. "Start." At the command, Zhou Kong and the yellow-haired youth began to chug their drinks. Zhou Kong was incredibly fast, finishing 7 or 8 cups in the blink of an eye. The yellow-haired youth was relatively slower, but maintained a steady pace. After about 20 cups, Zhou Kang's speed significantly decreased, while the yellow-haired youth continued at a steady rate, gradually closing the gap. Zhou Kong watched anxiously. He wanted to drink faster, but he had been too hasty earlier and now struggled to keep up. In the end, the yellow-haired youth won the first round by a narrow margin of 1 cup. Ugh. After downing 50 cups of foreign liquor, Zhou Kang's stomach churned violently, and he ran to the restroom to vomit. "Let me take over." He Yifan volunteered, but Shui Yang was pondering strategies. The rules stated that it was a best-of-3 match, and if they lost the second round they would have no chance left. The second round involved blowing into bottles. Whoever drank more would win. "I'll do it." Although Shui Yang wasn't fast at drinking, he had great capacity and was confident he could outdrink the opponent. Thus the second round began. "Monkey you go." True to his name, the yellow-haired youth was as thin as a monkey, contrasting sharply with the sturdily built Shui Yang. 321 start. As they counted down to 1, Shui Yang and the monkey both picked up their bottles and started blowing into them, their mouths filled with liquor. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. "I can't do it anymore, I surrender." Shui Yang burped, clearly reaching his limit, but fortunately the monkey surrendered first. 1-1. Shui Yang's side had pulled back around. Although they won, Shui Yang felt he had won at a great cost. After downing several bottles of hard liquor, his stomach felt like it was on fire. The final match began between the bald man and He Yifan. "Yifan, go for it." Zhou Kang returned after vomiting and joined Shui Yang in cheering for He Yifan. The third match had no rules. The contest continued until one side vomited. Initially, He Yifan managed well, but as the alcohol in his stomach increased, his face began to look worse. On the other hand, the bald man remained relaxed, as if he was not drinking alcohol at all. "Yifan, hold on." Shui Yang and Zhou Kang were anxiously watching, wishing they could drink for He Yifan. Ugh. Unsurprisingly, he was the first to lose. You guys lost." The bald man grinned, a sly glint passing through his eyes. "Now you can go pay the bill and get out of my room. We don't have that much money." Shui Yang's face turned pale. He hadn't expected to lose. They had just ordered over a dozen bottles of foreign liquor, which, while not very expensive individually, added up to over 10,000. Where would these 3 students find that much money? Shui Yang regretted it immensely. Had he known, he wouldn't have tried to show off. Now it was embarrassing, losing the match and having no money to pay the bill. They had lost all face. Losing the bet and unable to pay, Shui Yang and his companions could only cast pleading looks at Chen Lingling and the others. "Lingling, do you have any money? Can you lend me some? I'll pay you back next month." "Senior, we don't have that much money either," Chen Lingling said helplessly. Their 3 families were ordinary, and they certainly didn't have that much money. "Haha, asking girls to lend you money for a bill. You guys really are something." Faced with the bald man's mockery, Shui Yang and his companions' faces sank. They had indeed been overly confident, otherwise they wouldn't have ended up in such a humiliating situation. Yuan, just listen to me, let's go." Fang Yuan still retained some clarity. Seeing Shui Yang and the others being mocked for her sake, she felt a bit guilty. Just as she was hesitating whether to leave, the door of the private room was forcefully pushed open, crashing against the wall with a loud bang. Literally. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Lingling and the others felt as if they had found their savior there. Chen Feiyu was indeed a big spender, a man who wouldn't blink at spending tens of thousands on a barbecue, and over 10,000 for the drinks was nothing to him. Of course it was just a temporary loan. They would still have to pay Chen Feiyu back later. "Literally, didn't you say you wouldn't?" "I didn't want to, but this big fool next to me insisted on checking on you guys," Chen Feiyu said, having arrived, decided to be the good guy and refresh his goodwill with Li Pengfei. "Didn't you say Fang Yuan was in trouble? You rushed me over here, and I see she hasn't even lost a hair." Chen Feiyu was speechless. Chen Lingling had said on the phone that something had happened, then claimed Fang Yuan was about to lose herself, making it sound as if she had been kidnapped by a pervert. Yet she was completely fine. Couldn't she be a bit more dramatic? "Can you lend me 10,000? Fang Yuan looked at Chen Feiyu with a hint of embarrassment. Her family was well off, but Fang Yuan was proud and never asked her parents for pocket money. Her tuition and living expenses came from her summer job earnings, so she wasn't exactly flush. However, thinking that Shui Yang and the others had been mocked because of her, she steeled herself to ask Chen Feiyu for help. "I can lend it to you, but you have to tell me what it's for." Chen Feiyu didn't care about money at all. He was numb to figures, as his recent transactions often reached. Shui Yang and the others made a bet and lost, so they have to pay the bill. "Alright, I get it," Chen Feiyu interrupted Fang Yuan, already knowing the rest of the story. It was nothing more than a few overconfident college students who thought they could win easily, but ended up losing on Chen Feiyu had no intention of paying. It was ridiculous. He didn't even know Shui Yang and the others. Why should he help them pay the bill? "Let's finish this and go. Don't hinder me from going home to sleep." For some reason, Chen Feiyu's words had a magical quality that made it hard to refuse, and Fang Yuan actually stood up obediently. "Stop. You think you can just leave without paying after losing the bet?" The bald man obviously wouldn't agree, banging on the table and saying, "If you want to leave the money first." "Money? You made a bet with them, so ask them for money. What does that have to do with me?" Chen Feiyu rolled his eyes at the bald man, looking at him as if he were a big fool with a low IQ. "This." The bald man was momentarily stunned, unable to find a reason to refute. What he said made perfect sense. It really wasn't his business. He Yifan gritted his teeth. and said, Chen, you're really being unreasonable. Who are you? I'm He Yifan. Oh, who is He Yifan? Chen Feiyu didn't pretend. He genuinely didn't remember this insignificant character. He Yifan is Fang Yuan's admirer, the campus heartthrob at our school. He even competed with you for the Australia lobster at the last barbecue, Chen Lingling reminded him quietly. Oh, still don't remember. This time Chen Feiyu was pretending not to remember. He Yifan's face turned red with anger. He had regarded Chen Feiyu as his strongest rival, yet Chen Feiyu had actually forgotten him. This feeling was even more disgusting than eating shit. It was simply infuriating. Fang Yuan stood next to Chen Feiyu, tugging at his sleeve, her eyes full of pleading. Please help Shui Yang, and the others just treat it as me borrowing it from you. Chen Feiyu was someone who responded better to soft pleas rather than hard orders. If Fang Yuan had ordered him to pay the bill, he would have definitely ignored her and walked away. But now this girl had lowered herself to plead with him. Moreover, she had stood up for him against those two scoundrels at Zhonghai University. Thus Chen Feiyu had no reason to refuse. He would consider it a favor owed to Fang Yuan. Alright, but it's just a few bottles of black liquor. It won't cost that much, not even 10,000. A few bottles. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. Fang Yuan had drunk quite a bit earlier, and then Shui Yang and the others had downed several rounds. The table and floor were littered with empty bottles, definitely at least a few dozen. How could Chen Feiyu come up with just a few bottles? Was his math learned from the school janitors? No one noticed that when Chen Feiyu mentioned few bottles, the bald man and his group's expressions subtly changed. What's there to count? You've all been fooled. You drank real liquor while they drank beverages. As soon as Chen Feiyu said this, the bald man immediately became furious. Nonsense. How do you know we drank beverages? If it's real or not, why not test it? Chen Feiyu chuckled, and his reaction was that of someone who was guilty. If the liquor was real, why would the bald man react so violently? The bald man's intense reaction indirectly confirmed Chen Feiyu's suspicions. Seeing Chen Feiyu reach for the empty bottles on the floor, the bald man certainly wouldn't agree and rushed forward to snatch them away, but was kicked in the chest by Chen Feiyu, sending him crashing into the couch. Who wants to try a sip? I will. Chen Lingling volunteered, poured some liquor into an empty cup, took a sip, and her face instantly changed. This isn't liquor at all. The fake liquor looked similar to real foreign liquor, and one could hardly tell the difference with the naked eye, but it tasted sweet, with a faint lemon flavor containing not a drop of alcohol. It tasted just like iced red tea. What on earth is in this? Li Siwen and others also took a sip, confirming it was not liquor, but a mixed drink. This is iced red tea colored with food coloring, looking no different from foreign liquor. If you don't take a sip, you can't tell the difference. Shui Yang also took a sip, and his face darkened as he looked at Chen Feiyu and asked, how do you know they drank fake liquor? It's simple. Look closely at the label on the bottle. Chen Feiyu patiently explained the labels on the liquor they drank have a horizontal line at the top right corner, while yours do not. This line is to help them distinguish between real and fake. They're afraid you'll notice something wrong, so the fake liquor bottles are placed on the floor. Most people wouldn't think much of it, and in the dim room it's hard for you to notice. Everyone picked up the bottles to compare, and sure enough, it was exactly as Chen Feiyu described. No wonder you could drink so much without getting drunk. It turns out you were drinking fake liquor. The anger in Shui Yang's heart erupted like a volcano. He, a high-achieving student from Zhonghai University and student council president, had actually been played by a few little punks. He felt his intelligence had been trampled and humiliated like never before. Shui Yang wished he could take down the bald man and his group, but thinking that he only had a year left until graduation, if the school found out he had fought, he would definitely face punishment. In the end, he endured it. His bright future couldn't be ruined here. Chen Feiyu didn't take out any money. Having confirmed the liquor was fake, only a fool would pay. Using fake liquor to set someone up, once reported to the police, the bald man and his crew would all be arrested, and this KTV would even be shut down for rectification. Fortunately, the bald man had not targeted Chen Feiyu, or he would have surely sought revenge. The bald man held his painfully aching chest, glaring at Chen Feiyu with malice. If it weren't for Chen Feiyu ruining his plans, he would have been holding the money he conned, taking the drunken Fang Yuan to a hotel bed for a night of passion. But Chen Feiyu had disrupted all his plans. The swan meat that was almost in his grasp seemed to be flying away, and the bald man could not accept it. Wait, don't you want to know about Chen Feiyu? Fang Yuan, who was about to leave, suddenly hesitated. Her expression. How could she not want to know? Old fish, what's going on? How would I know? Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei looked confused, standing right here. Why should she ask the bald man for information? What's so funny about that? I'm sorry everyone, I just couldn't hold it in. Li Pengfei wiped away his tears and spat. You brag without even blinking. Do you really know Chen Feiyu? Of course I know him. The bald man with an expression of confidence spoke without changing color. Here, I am Chen Feiyu. Seeing the bald man still spouting nonsense, Li Pengfei couldn't help but scoff. He grew up with Chen Feiyu, studying and eating together, spending as much time with him as he did with his parents. Li Pengfei was confident that he knew all of Chen Feiyu's friends and Chen Feiyu looked down on those second-rate So Chen Feiyu could never possibly know the bald man. Haha, I've played with Chen Feiyu since we were kids. How could I not know someone like you? After saying this, Li Pengfei patted Chen Feiyu on the shoulder and teased, Yuan Fong. No old fish, he says he knows you. What do you think? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Chen Feiyu. What does this mean? Just because he claims to know Chen Feiyu, what does it have to do with Little Li? Chen Lingling, quick on the uptake, immediately thought of a possibility. Little Li is actually Chen Feiyu. Little Li's brother has always called him Old Fish. If he is indeed Chen Feiyu, then this title makes perfect sense. Chen Lingling, quick on the uptake, immediately thought of a possibility. Little Li is actually Chen Feiyu. Little Li's brother has always called him Old Fish. Who knows you? What are you even worth? The bald man's brain cells were as sparse as his hair, clearly not much to speak of, or perhaps non-existent. Chen Feiyu mocked with a smile. Didn't you just say you knew me? How come you don't recognize me now? Are you? I said I knew Chen Feiyu. What does that have to do with you? The bald man suddenly choked mid-sentence, his face showing surprise. You are Chen Feiyu? Isn't it me? Is it you? Your reaction time is a bit too slow. Chen Feiyu smacked his lips and looked at He Yifan playfully. With such low intelligence, you guys actually let him play you around in circles. He Yifan and the others felt incredibly ashamed, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. 3 top students had been fooled by such a big idiot. It was simply a stain on their lives' path. Little Li, aren't you Li Pengfei? Why are you calling yourself Chen Feiyu now? Chen Lingling wasn't questioning the authenticity of Chen Feiyu's words, but couldn't understand why his name kept changing. I'm still Li Pengfei. Li Pengfei finally admitted his identity. Chen Lingling frowned. You guys keep changing names, it's confusing me. If you're confused, then don't think about it. I'll explain it to you when we go out. Okay. Chen Lingling and the others happily followed Chen Feiyu's lead. They no longer wanted to stay in this smoky KTV. Chen Feiyu turned around and glanced at Fong Yuan, who was dumbfounded. Didn't you come looking for me? If you don't go, I'm leaving. Wait for me. Don't leave, everyone stop. Unexpectedly encountering the real deal, the bald man was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, rushing over to block Chen Feiyu and the others' way. He had set a trap to get Fong Yuan drunk and trick her into bed. Having put in so much effort, he was on the verge of success. When Chen Feiyu suddenly appeared to cut in, he certainly wasn't willing to accept that. Chen Feiyu's expression remained unchanged as he suddenly reached out and tightly grasped the bald man's neck. The bald man, a social youth, was fine with eating, drinking, and having fun, but his body had long been hollowed out by indulgence and could only bully honest people. Chen Feiyu was different. He had done a lot of physical work. Although his figure was somewhat lean, every inch of his muscles was filled with strength, making him exceptionally strong. In a fight, 10 bald men might not even be able to take down one Chen Feiyu. Why are you pretending to know me? Chen Feiyu originally didn't want to resort to violence, because every time he drank, he lost control of his strength, making it easy to seriously injure someone. But this bald man wouldn't let go, and if he didn't show him some color, he'd really think he was easy to bully. The bald man wanted to continue fabricating stories, but he soon realized that Chen Feiyu's grip was getting tighter. He was almost out of breath. Oh no. He really doesn't want to strangle me, does he? The bald man broke into a cold sweat, struggling a few times with no effect, so he could only confess honestly. I just heard that the school flower of Zhonghai University was looking for someone named Chen Feiyu, so I thought I'd pretend to know him, to get her drunk and trick her into bed. As for those 3 fools, they just foolishly walked into my trap, and I thought I'd try to cheat them out of some money too. The bald man didn't name names, but everyone knew he was referring to He Yifan and his companions. Big brother, quickly, let go, I can't breathe. The bald man mustered all his strength to finish that last sentence, his face turning crimson, his eyes rolled. Let go, he's going to choke. Fong Yuan was furious about the bald man's actions, but still rushed over to pull Chen Feiyu away. It was hard one for them to recognize each other, and she didn't want anything to happen to Chen Feiyu. However, even with all her strength, Fong Yuan couldn't pull Chen Feiyu away. It was only when Li Pengfei came to help that they managed to pry him off. Chen Feiyu released his grip, and the bald man slid down the wall, collapsing to the floor, coughing a few times to regain his senses, looking at Chen Feiyu with eyes full of terror. A madman. This guy is a madman. If it had been a few seconds later, he would have really gone to heaven. Please leave a good review, request for updates, all sorts of requests. Reunion after 5 years. Chen Feiyu half squatted down, his palm grasping the bald man's head like he was squeezing a basketball. The bald man's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a chill run from his feet to the top of his head involuntarily. Chen Feiyu smiled. If I find out that you used my name to deceive girls again, I'll twist your head off. The bald man was so scared that every hair on his body stood on end. Chen Feiyu's face wore the friendliest smile, yet he was saying the most vicious words, perfectly embodying what it means to hide a dagger in a smile. Did you hear that? Slap. Chen Feiyu delivered a hard slap, his smile even brighter. Who are you whispering to? Are you unhappy? No worries, I'm the kind of person who loves to win people over with virtue. Upon hearing Chen Feiyu say he wanted to win people over with virtue, the bald man's heart immediately relaxed. He wasn't afraid of lecturing, he was afraid of Chen Feiyu hitting him. But before the bald man could rejoice for a moment, he felt a sharp pain on his face. Slap, slap, slap. Chen Feiyu slapped the bald man several times in succession, leaving him completely dazed. Did you hear that? If you didn't hear enough, I can explain it to you again. I heard. The bald man didn't dare to say he hadn't heard this time. He used all his strength to shout, almost losing. The bald man blinked on the verge of tears. It turned out that Chen Feiyu's so-called winning people over with virtue meant beating you until you complied. How ridiculous. This isn't how you play. There was one thing the bald man couldn't understand. Everyone says top students are bookworms. How is this top scorer in the city so fierce? Many thugs aren't as ruthless as Chen Feiyu. He must have run out of luck for 8 lifetimes. If he had known that Chen Feiyu was such a hard-to-handle villain, he wouldn't have dared to use his name, even if he was beaten to death. Leaving the KTV, Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei walked ahead, while Fang Yuan and her 3 female friends followed closely behind. Chun Lingling approached Fang Yuan curious as a little child, and asked, Yuan, is he really the Chen Feiyu you're looking for? I don't know either. Fang Yuan shook her head, indicating she wasn't sure. Really? Your dream lover, and you can't recognize him? Li Siwen slapped the noisy Chun Lingling and explained for Fang Yuan and Chen Feiyu have only met once during a competition. It's normal not to remember clearly. Moreover, back then they were both middle school students. Now 5 years have passed, and their appearances have changed drastically. Oh, it's normal not to recognize each other. That does seem reasonable. Chun Lingling suddenly smirked. Yuan, why don't you hurry and run over to ask him if he's the Chen Feiyu you're looking for? I don't know what to say to him. When she hadn't found him, she thought about him day and night, but now that he was right in front of her, she just ask him if his name is really Chen Feiyu. Does he have a girlfriend? Go quickly, don't dawdle. Chun Lingling pushed Fang Yuan in front of Chen Feiyu, smiling. Little fish, our school flower has something to say to you. Li Pengfei took the initiative to be friendly, saying, you can ask me anything you want to know. I know everything about old fish. Fang Yuan liked Chen Feiyu, so Li Pengfei was certainly out of luck, but Fang Yuan had 3 beautiful and generous roommates. Building a good relationship now would make it much easier to pursue Fang Yuan's roommates in the future. I'm right here, who wants to ask you? Come with me to the side, someone doesn't know what they're doing standing here like a light bulb. Chun Lingling dragged Li Pengfei to the side by his ear, then gave Fang Yuan an encouraging look. Just ask whatever you want. Chen Feiyu stood with his hands in his pockets. Unless it was important relatives or friends, he treated everyone the same way with indifference. Fang Yuan lowered her head, not daring to meet Chen Feiyu's gaze, her small hands tightly twisted together. Thump, thump. She could even hear her own heartbeat. After a long silence, Fang Yuan finally mustered her courage and cautiously asked, are you really Chen Feiyu? Haha, I thought you were going to ask something else. Chen Feiyu replied calmly, my name remains unchanged. I am indeed Chen Feiyu, but I may not be the one you're looking for. Which middle school did you attend before? Nanqing, no. One middle school. Without thinking, Chen Feiyu blurted out the name of his previous school. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened instantly. To find out more about Chen Feiyu, she had recently gone back to her previous middle school to seek out the teacher who had accompanied them during the competition. From the teacher, she learned that in that competition against foreign students, only 2 schools participated. One was her own Yufeng Middle School, and the other was Nanqing No. One middle school. The Chen Feiyu she was looking for was a student from Nanqing No. One middle school. Did you participate in an international exchange competition during middle school, eh? Fang Yuan's heart raced. There were many people with the same name, but it was rare to find someone with the same name from the same school. Chen Feiyu was the person she was looking for, and the odds had increased by more than 80. Please leave a good review, request for updates, favorites, all sorts of requests. Back then the furry girl is now the school flower. I compete with foreigners every year. Which competition are you referring to? Nanqing No. One middle school was the best middle school in the city, and Chen Feiyu was the top student among these elites. So whenever there was an international exchange competition, the school often sent him. Throughout his 3 years in middle school, Chen Feiyu participated in countless competitions. Even he couldn't remember how many foreign top students had lost to him. It was during my 2nd year, and just like now it was summer. Fang Yuan quickly added, did you see a girl with a ponytail being bullied by foreigners at the competition venue? Oh, that competition. I certainly remember it. Chen Feiyu didn't even need to think back. The memories This competition left a deep impression on him. It was because of this competition that his life trajectory changed completely, even causing him to lose his guaranteed admission qualification. Can you tell me what happened back then? Fang Yuan's heart was in her throat. She was already 99% sure that Chen Feiyu was the person she had been desperately searching for, but she still wanted to confirm further. Chen Feiyu froze for a moment, seemingly caught in reminiscence. I remember it was during halftime. I came out of the restroom and saw a girl with a ponytail being bullied in a corner by several foreigners. Oh, and then Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. The characters' locations, time, and events all matched. You know, foreigners develop physically earlier than us Asians. When they see a slightly pretty girl, they have bad intentions and start to act on her. I remember that white-skinned pig was very arrogant, claiming they were esteemed foreign guests and that it was an honor to toy with girls from our country, and that even if they violated that girl, nothing would happen. I was very angry after hearing that, so I beat up that group of white-skinned pigs. Then I went back to continue the competition, and afterward, I just went home. By the way, before leaving, that girl gave me a little bear eraser. Speaking of which, I've never used that eraser. It's still in my drawer at home. Fang Yuan stared intently at Chun Feiyu, her eyes misty. She could now be 100% certain that the person before her was the Chun Feiyu she had been searching for. Why are you asking so clearly? As soon as Chun Feiyu finished speaking, Fang Yuan leaped into his arms. Hey, are you being indecent? Let go or I'll shout harassment. Whoa, I'm that girl. Fang Yuan was in tears, her makeup all smeared. Not far away, Li Pengfei was stunned, secretly admiring Old Fish. Is indeed Old Fish. He quickly made a girl throw herself into his arms, truly a role model for us. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, Chun Feiyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He pushed Fang Yuan away, astonished. You're that girl with the ponytail. Fang Yuan choked a few times, stabilizing her emotions, then nodded. Wow, shouldn't you be the furried girl? Where are your glasses? Oomph. Fang Yuan punched Chun Feiyu lightly on the chest, sulkily saying, that was in the past. I haven't worn glasses for a long time. Chun Feiyu had a look of realization. In fact, he had quite a deep impression of Fang Yuan, but at that time she wore glasses, and she was still a little girl next door. Now she had transformed beautifully, becoming a graceful young woman. Moreover, they had only briefly met, and Chun Feiyu hadn't examined her face closely. He only remembered she was quite pretty, so it wasn't surprising that he didn't recognize her. However, what happened at that time was etched in Chun Feiyu's heart. Fang Yuan gazed at Chun Feiyu, the blurred outline of the young boy in her mind, gradually becoming clearer, eventually matching perfectly with Chun Feiyu. All right, stop holding on to me. Don't you feel uncomfortable on such a hot day? Then can I link my arm with yours? No. Chun Feiyu straightforwardly rejected her, walking ahead alone, while Fang Yuan hurriedly followed him in small steps. Suddenly Chun Feiyu felt his clothes tighten. Turning around, he saw Fang Yuan clutching the corner of his shirt, as if afraid he would run away. Chun Feiyu sighed in silence, but he didn't make Fang Yuan let go. Why are you looking for me? Fang Yuan was caught off guard by the sudden question. She couldn't just say that she liked him and had been searching for him, could she? What kind of girl confesses? It's just that you helped me back then, and I wanted to say thank you. Haha, no need. As they walked and talked, Fang Yuan gazed at Chun Feiyu's back, unable to resist comparing him to the past. He had become even more handsome. His aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. The previous Chun Feiyu was youthful and spirited, radiating confidence. Now Chun Feiyu's demeanor was calm and mature. He had transformed, significantly resembling a mature man devoid of the youthful vigor and passion typically expected at 18. Fang Yuan remarked thoughtfully, your change is quite substantial as well. Having fallen from the clouds into a bottomless abyss, anyone who experienced what Chun Feiyu had gone through would undoubtedly see a shift in their character. By the way, weren't you directly admitted to Zhonghai University? Why didn't you report later? My little Chun is truly handsome. Fang Yuan's casual question caused Chun Feiyu's expression to darken instantly. The cancellation of his admission was closely tied to his support for Fang Yuan. Isn't it because of you? Because of me, eh? Chun Feiyu looked at Fang Yuan, whose eyes were clearer than spring water, and suddenly swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. What should not have happened had already transpired. It was pointless to pursue responsibility now. After all, he had already endured the toughest times. Now worth billions, whether he attended Zhonghai University held little significance for him. Revealing the reason would only make Fang Yuan feel guilty. There was no need to add to anyone's unhappiness. It's because you're so ugly that you scared me away. How rude. You're the ugly one. Chun Feiyu laughed it off, while a blissful Fang Yuan failed to detect any flaws, playfully chasing after him. Fang Yuan was also lost in joy, but if she thought carefully, Chun Feiyu's statement contained significance. She knew Chun Feiyu was admitted to Zhonghai University because it had been reported in the news. But he had no idea Fang Yuan would go to Zhonghai University just to pursue him. This was a colossal oversight. You clearly go by Chun Feiyu. Why claim to be Li Pengfei? Fang Yuan pouted, feeling as if she had been led in circles by Chun Feiyu. The person she sought was right in front of her, yet it took until now to discover, due to the name difference. I never said I was Li Pengfei. It's you who assumed my surname was Li and thought I was Li Pengfei. Don't wrong me. Chun Feiyu was not lying, he simply had never denied it. Then you should add me as a friend on WeChat as compensation. Though it wasn't their first meeting, Fang Yuan and Chun Feiyu had never exchanged contact details. Now that she had finally caught him, she was unwilling to let him go without acquiring all possible contact information. She refrained from asking for his home address, as it felt too soon. She feared being too aggressive would scare Chen Feiyu away, and he likely wouldn't disclose it anyway. However, Fang Yuan had other means. She could subtly approach Li Pengfei. Old fish, the dormitory door is closed. Why don't you take me home on the way? This oblivious guy Li Pengfei came over to be a third, while prompting Chen Lingling to quickly chase after him and give him a hard kick on his backside. A big man like you can't go back by yourself. You still need someone to take you. Are you afraid of being kidnapped by a pervert? You should be taking Fang Yuan home. Li Pengfei felt wronged. Ooh, what had he done wrong? Alright, you two stop arguing. Just listen to me. Chen Feiyu couldn't drive after drinking, so he definitely needed to call a designated driver. The Bentley couldn't accommodate 7 people, so he helped the girls hail a car while he rode with Li Pengfei. While waiting for the car, Fang Yuan quietly had Chen Lingling add Li Pengfei on WeChat. You can't run away from the temple if the monk is caught. Oh, she could inquire about Chen Feiyu's home through Li Pengfei, ensuring he wouldn't mysteriously disappear again. Li Pengfei thought Chen Lingling had a crush on him, which delighted him, nearly causing his phone to drop. Moments later, the designated car arrived, and Chen Feiyu helped the girls into the vehicle. Driver, take them to Zhonghai University. Chen Feiyu snapped a photo of the driver's face and license plate number. In recent years, there had been numerous incidents with girls taking taxis at night. Although Fang Yuan and her friends were 4 in number, they shouldn't run into trouble. However, it was prudent to take a photo. Chen Feiyu reminded them, when you arrive at school, send me a message on WeChat. You two be careful on the road, and remember to call me when you get home. Fang Yuan obediently nodded. If the students from Zhonghai University saw this scene, they would likely be taken aback. Was this the same proud and aloof campus beauty who was indifferent to boys? Haha, you don't need to worry about me. Chen Feiyu found it somewhat amusing. Fang Yuan's concerns were unfounded. Who would target a big guy like him? Next time we hang out, remember to bring that little bear eraser. Fang Yuan said mysteriously. If you bring it, it'll give you a little surprise. Alright, I'll remember to bring it. Chen Feiyu took a step back. Driver, let's go. As the car started, Fang Yuan leaned on the car door frame, reluctantly gazing at Chen Feiyu. Even after he vanished from sight, she still hesitated to turn away. She murmured dreamily, my little Chun is so handsome. Chen Lingling teased. Alright, I know your little Chun is handsome, but you don't need to keep mentioning it. Turn your head back. There's nothing to see now that he's gone. You're the one who's gone. Fang Yuan exclaimed angrily. Watch your words, you can't curse my little Chun. Chen Fei covered her mouth in laughter. I thought only Lingling forgot her friends for looks, but I didn't expect you to be the same, defending him even before a relationship is established. Exactly, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Fang Yuan. Chen Lingling retorted, suddenly realizing, wait a minute, Fei Fei, when did I forget my friends for looks? Dare to speak ill of my lady and see how I deal with you. With that, Chen Lingling and Chen Fei began to bicker. Seated in the front row, Li Siwen turned around, joining in the teasing. You keep calling him your little Chun. He hasn't agreed to date you yet, and you're already planning to monopolize him. Fang Yuan's face flushed red from her friends, teasing, her ears burning. She had intended to say, you can't curse Chen Feiyu, but inadvertently blurted out, you can't curse my little Chun. I'm doomed. How did I let my true feelings slip out? It's so embarrassing. You all are just teasing me. Fang Yuan crossed her arms, pretending to be angry. However, as soon as Chen Lingling tickled her, she immediately broke character and burst into laughter. The two girls began playfully tickling each other, filling the car with laughter. Today was the happiest day of Fang Yuan's life, because she had found that person she had longed for day and night. Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei waited at the spot for a few minutes before the designated driver arrived on an electric. Oh dear, handsome, your car is too expensive. If I accidentally scratch it, I can't afford to compensate. Can I cancel this ride? Don't worry. As long as you drive normally and don't break traffic laws, any damage is on me. With Chen Feiyu's assurance, the designated driver dared to take the driver's seat. The driver paid close attention to the road conditions, not daring to slack off, while Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei chatted in the back seat. Old fish, why did you switch to a Bentley? What happened to that Koenigsegg 1-1? Sold it. It was too uncomfortable to drive. The Bentley is much more comfortable. True supercars do become uncomfortable after a while. Li Pengfei agreed, and then asked Chen Feiyu, what was that girl's name from earlier? Which one? Chen Feiyu understood, immediately guessing Li Pengfei's intentions. It seemed this guy had taken a liking to one of Fang Yuan's friends. The girl who tugged my ear, her name sounded like it had Ling in it. You mean Chen Lingling? Yes, Li Pengfei asked with a grin. Does Chen Lingling have a boyfriend? I'm not her stomach. How would I know if she has a boyfriend? Chen Feiyu was surprised that Li Pengfei had a crush on Chen Lingling. However, she was quirky, lively, cute, and quite attractive, making her popular among boys. Old fish, I feel like Chen Lingling is really great. She looks fierce, but I find her very cute. Li Pengfei touched his ear, which Chen Lingling had pulled with a nostalgic expression. I didn't see it coming. You have masochistic tendencies. It's a pity you're not in the letter community. What is the letter? Li Pengfei looked confused. He had heard of the entertainment industry, the modeling circle, and the swimming community, but this letter community was something new to him, and it sounded like a mysterious organization. Kid, don't ask about things you shouldn't. Chen Feiyu joked. Aren't you friends with Chen Lingling on WeChat? If you like her, why not just ask her? If she doesn't have a boyfriend, then go for it. I'm afraid she might reject me. Li Pengfei lacked confidence. He and Chen Feiyu got along well, but aside from their personalities, their family backgrounds were quite similar as well. Both of their parents were salary earners, and the money they earned was just enough to get by. Thus, growing up, Li Pengfei's mother had often told him, "Our family is poor. If you don't study hard, you won't find a good job in the future. What girl would like you then?" This kind of negative energy instilled in him led Li Pengfei to feel that girls wouldn't like a boy with his circumstances. If it weren't for his roommates showing off their relationship every day, he probably wouldn't have thought about dating before graduating from college. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Feiyu noticed Li Pengfei's insecurities resurfacing again, so he slapped him on the back of the head, trying to jolt the foolish boy awake. You get discouraged without even asking. How are you going to pursue girls? Even if Chen Lingling has a boyfriend, so what? The worst that could happen is she rejects you. It's not like she'll kill you. You might not succeed in pursuing her, but if you don't go after her, you'll definitely fail. Don't make decisions you'll regret for the rest of your life. Chen Feiyu's words enlightened Li Pengfei, and his thoughts became clear instantly. You're right. He'll ask her if she has a boyfriend right now. Li Pengfei was about to send Chen Lingling a message when Chen Feiyu stopped him. Can you not be so impatient? Who asks such private questions right after adding someone on WeChat? If you ask her if she has a boyfriend, now do you believe she'll respond with none of your business? Then what should I do? Li Pengfei felt overwhelmed. He had never interacted with girls before and had no idea how to handle it. Relationships, like careers, require gradual progress. Chen Feiyu said calmly, pursuing girls is a skill. You can first understand Chen Lingling's interests and hobbies to find common ground for conversation. Once you have common topics, you'll lay a foundation for your feelings. As the relationship warms up and becomes familiar, you can then ask her deeper questions. Of course, the way you ask questions is also important. You can't directly ask a girl if she has a boyfriend. It might. Li Pengfei felt utterly confused at how could he find out if a girl had a boyfriend without directly asking. Suddenly, Li Pengfei seemed to have an epiphany. He slapped his thigh and said, I got it. I can ask Chen Lingling's friends to find out if she is single. Idiot. That's the dumbest approach. Huh? Why? Chen Feiyu felt exhausted, but patiently began to explain. Your goal is to create an image of having common interests with her to narrow the gap between you two. It's fine to inquire about her preferences through Chen Lingling's friends without her knowing, but if she discovers you're doing it to get close to her, all your perceived common interests will seem fabricated and she'll feel deceived. Similarly, if you pry into a girl's privacy behind her back, she'll feel disrespected and may even feel like This way, any good impression you've worked hard to establish could vanish overnight. Li Pengfei's eyes widened. Chen Feiyu's reasoning held some truth. If the roles were reversed, he would feel angry if someone deceived him. Then how can I learn what she likes? Idiot. You've added each other on WeChat. You can browse her moments. Just scroll from the first post to the latest updates. Girls' moments usually consist of posts about food, fun, and leisure activities. After viewing, you'll have a good understanding of her lifestyle, what she likes to eat, and what she enjoys doing. For example, you can check online for similar restaurants she's been to recommend the well-reviewed ones to her and ask if she's interested. If she hasn't been, then you have an opportunity to ask her out. New movies are coming out, amusement parks are hosting events. These are all excuses for dates. Li Pengfei was stunned. The information Chen Feiyu provided was overwhelming. He felt that pursuing girls was even harder than preparing for the college entrance exam. Noticing his good friend in a daze, Chen Feiyu knew he didn't fully understand, so he took it upon himself to clarify further. Show me Chen Lingling's WeChat profile for a moment. This is her. Chen Feiyu glanced at the phone, noticing that Chen Lingling's profile picture featured an adorable beluga whale. The profile picture can reflect a person's inner self. Chen Lingling likely loves small animals. Thinking about it, the World Ocean Park is opening next month in Zhonghai City. I estimate Chen Lingling will likely go, so you can ask her out in advance then. Make sure to buy fast pass tickets ahead of time, so she doesn't have to wait too long. Also, it's hot outside and girls hate being in the sun, so prepare an umbrella and a bottle of cold drink. But don't be too proactive or overly attentive. If a girl feels you're a simp, she won't take you seriously. Instead, be casual about bringing out the umbrella and quietly helping her shield from the sun. When she thanks you, don't get too excited. Just smile lightly. Having a bit of personality helps pique a girl's interest. Remember this: the unattainable is always restless. Chen Feiyu felt he had explained enough. If he continued, Li Pengfei wouldn't be able to digest it all. Other details would have to be realized through practical experience. Wow. Old fish, tell me honestly, have you used these methods to pursue many girls? No, I haven't pursued. Li Pengfei was taken aback and said, haven't pursued. After all this theoretical knowledge, you mean you haven't tried any of it? Are you messing with me? Who is messing with you? Chen Feiyu replied assertively, those girls pursued me like this. What a twist. While others gained experience by pursuing girls, Chen Feiyu's experience came from being pursued. Li Pengfei silently turned his head, opened the car window, and took a deep breath to calm himself. If someone else had said such infuriating words, he would have punched them long ago. Those girls, and he even added to them, intentionally trying to annoy him, weren't they? In the following days, Chen Feiyu was extremely busy attending recruitment fairs in search of a deputy general manager who could manage his company, but he still hadn't found a suitable candidate. Thus, Chen Feiyu devised a plan to have Dongfang Company send Su Qinglu to temporarily continue managing until he found the right person. When using someone else's employees, it's essential to inform the boss. Therefore, Chen Feiyu decided to meet with the boss of Dongfang Company to discuss the details of their cooperation in person. The boss of Dongfang Company had long wished to befriend Chen Feiyu, but had never found the opportunity. Now, with Chen Feiyu taking the initiative to reach out, he was eager to discuss collaboration. Come on, he couldn't be more excited. For a businessman, knowing one more person opens up another path. Especially someone like Chen Feiyu, a hidden wealthy figure with an unknown fortune. If he could establish a good relationship with him, it would be beneficial for the Dongfang Company. Thus, the owner of Dongfang Company immediately asked Su Qinglu to book the best private room at Dongfang Hotel along with the most expensive, delicious dishes as he prepared to host Chen Feiyu. Just as Chen Feiyu was about to go out to buy some decent clothes to feign an appearance, a large fortune bag suddenly appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an opportunity to instantly redeem a super fortune bag. 70. A supreme noble set worth 15 billion. Chen Feiyu couldn't help but laugh and cry. Other people's systems reward them at fixed times and places, but his system is random. Perhaps one day it would surprise him. Moreover, each fortune bag had different styles. It started with a golden fortune bag with 3 choices, then came a 7-colored rainbow lucky bag, and today, it was a super large fortune bag. The super large fortune bag had no color, its surface sparkling as if embedded with countless diamonds. Chen Feiyu glanced at the system's description. Inside the super large fortune bag were thousands of unknown goods from which he could draw any one or multiple prizes. The quantity of each reward was also random. Unlike the rainbow happiness fortune bag that had penalties, Chen Feiyu could open it with complete peace of mind. After paying 1 yuan, the thrilling draw began. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a supreme collection of fine wines worth 10 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a noble gift box of men's and women's watches worth 5 billion. Supreme wine collection, noble watch gift box. Chen Feiyu curiously opened his portable warehouse, clicked on the supreme wine collection, and immediately a list popped up. Each type of wine was marked with images, names, years, and detailed introductions. 82 Lafite 45-year-old Romanicani Lai. 925 Tequila Billionaire Vodka Dragon I Vodka Limited Edition Olive Aaron Whiskey, and so on. There were dozens of varieties. All kinds of fine wines were available. The one Chen Feiyu was most familiar with was Lafite. He hadn't heard of the others at all. So he searched online and was shocked by the results. At an auction abroad in 2018, a bottle of 45-year-old Romanicani sold for $5,580. At the current exchange rate, that price is about 3.88 million renminbi. Of course, that was the price from 2018. Now a bottle of 45-year-old Romanicani could sell for at least 4 million or more. The system provided 6 bottles of each wine from the same vintage at once. This means Chen Feiyu now had 6 bottles of Romanicani worth as much as 6 supercars. Most importantly, Romanicani was not even the most expensive. After checking, Chen Feiyu found that the prices of the other fine wines were even more shocking, with a bottle costing tens of millions of RMB. The 82 Lafite should be the most famous, dubbed a show-off artifact. A bottle costs over 100,000, but compared to these fine wines, Lafite is like a younger brother. Wow! Even with his newfound wealth, Chen Feiyu couldn't help but exclaim. A bottle of wine costing tens of millions isn't a drop worth thousands. Is this really wine? This is real gold and silver. Chen Feiyu swallowed hard, clicked on the Noble Watch gift box, and another list immediately popped up, filled with world-renowned watches. Rolex, Patek Philippe, Vacheron, Constantin, Piaget, Cartier, Richard Mille. All the watch brands Chen Feiyu had heard of were visible here, totaling up to several hundred pieces. Chen Feiyu was momentarily dazzled. With so many watches, if he changed one every day, he wouldn't finish in a year. As for those fine wines, he didn't know when he could finish them. The super large gift bag was the most rewarding he had received since obtaining the system. After calming his emotions, Chen Feiyu drove away from the community. Later, he still needed to meet the owner of Dongfang Company at noon, and he was just thinking about what gift to bring. Perhaps he could gift a watch and a bottle of wine. Chen Feiyu didn't head straight to Junlai Hotel. He first stopped by his own Xintai commercial street. After all, he was going to meet a big boss, and dressing too casually might come off as disrespectful, so Chen Feiyu needed to get himself a decent outfit. As soon as he exited the elevator, Chen Feiyu received a call from One-Yuan. Hello Xiaochen, what are you doing? Shopping for clothes, what's up? It's nothing, It's been a long time since we last met. How about we find a time to hang out together? One-Yuan quickly changed her tone, nearly letting slip her true feelings of missing him. Chen Feiyu scanned the area and walked towards a men's clothing store saying, haven't we just met not long ago? No way. We haven't seen each other for almost a month. It's been over a month since they last parted at Lung Shui KTV. During this time, One-Yuan often called Chen Feiyu wanting to meet up. But Chen Feiyu was busy with work, so he declined every time. It's just a month, that's not very long. A month is a long time. Chen Feiyu, immersed in work, naturally felt time pass quickly, but One-Yuan didn't attend classes every day. Whenever she had a moment to spare, she would miss Chen Feiyu. What is Xiaochen doing? Has Xiaochen eaten? Why hasn't Xiaochen replied to my messages? He wouldn't be with another girl, would he? One-Yuan felt like time was dragging on as she wished she could see Chen Feiyu every day, wanting to cling to him like a little koala. While selecting clothes, Chen Feiyu asked, all right then, what do you want? One-Yuan hesitated for a moment, then shyly said, I want to see you. Please give a good review, book review, urge updates, collect, and various requests. The first solo date. One-Yuan felt proud like a white swan, who for her to utter the words I've thought about you was no small feat. I'm shopping at Xintai Commercial Street. If you don't mind the heat, come over. Okay, I'll be right there. Alright, call me when you arrive. After hanging up, Chen Feiyu continued choosing clothes. Meanwhile, One-Yuan quickly tidied up her makeup in front of the mirror. Not knowing when Chen Feiyu would ask her out, she put on makeup daily to be ready at any moment. This way she saved a lot of time on getting ready. Yuan, I heard the milk tea shop next door has a new product. Shall we go take a look? No, you guys go. I'm going to find Xiaochen. One-Yuan decisively rejected her friend's invitation, as milk tea could be at any time, but Xiaochen was not someone she could meet at will. Chen Lingling pretended to be angry, saying, Yuan, you're becoming more and more superficial. Alright, I'll treat you to this milk tea, okay? Feeling a bit guilty for ditching her sisters to go on a date, One-Yuan still longed to see Chen Feiyu. Do you think Chen Lingling would be swayed by a milk tea? Chen Lingling held her chin up, blocking the door to prevent One-Yuan from leaving. Li Siwen and Chen Fei, lying on the bed, chimed in teasingly. Lingling, guard the door well, don't let One-Yuan go meet her little lover. Hey Lingling, let me out. Xiaochen is waiting for me. One-Yuan, feeling anxious, sent Chen Lingling a red envelope. Upon opening it, Chen Lingling found it was a generous 200 yuan. Stunned for a few seconds, Chen Lingling quickly changed her expression and smiled as she opened the door for One-Yuan. Yuan, safe travels, have fun. Without anyone blocking her, One-Yuan grabbed her bag and hurried out of the dormitory, quickly disappearing from sight. Chen Lingling, you were easily bribed by a red envelope. You're really pathetic. Li Siwen and Chen Fei grabbed pillows and threw them at the traitor Chen Lingling. After One-Yuan exited the school gate, she hailed a taxi. Upon arriving at Xintai Commercial Street, her first action was to contact Chen Feiyu. Hello Xiaochen, I've arrived. Where are you? I'm at Givenchy, come find me. Xintai Commercial Street has many luxury stores. One-Yuan had been there with Chen Lingling before, so she quickly located the Givenchy store. One-Yuan spotted Chen Feiyu through the glass wall from afar. Xiaochen. One-Yuan jogged over to Chen Feiyu, slightly breathless. From her joyful expression, it was clear her mood was as bright and happy as the sun. Did you run over? You should sit down and rest for a bit. Chen Feiyu looked One-Yuan up and down. Today, she wore a floral white dress that stopped at her knees, revealing her fair calves, with a pair of white sneakers on her feet. One-Yuan's innate elegance paired with her pristine outfit made her look ethereal, like a little fairy descending from the clouds. One-Yuan obediently sat on the sofa, a beam of sunlight illuminating her, painting a picture as beautiful as an oil painting. Just her sitting there drew the attention of countless suitors. Many boys passing by the store were also attracted. The store, which had been quiet, suddenly became bustling. The staff were immediately baffled. They had never seen so many people come in, even during discount offers. One-Yuan paid no mind to others' gazes. Her eyes remained fixed on Chen Feiyu. As she looked, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. That smile was stunningly beautiful. Surrounding boys felt as if their hearts were melting. Realizing she had lost her composure, One-Yuan quickly covered her mouth with her hand, silently reminding herself, One-Yuan, you're a girl. Maintain some restraint. Don't let Xiaochen see your infatuation. Chen Feiyu, not particularly adept at fashion, couldn't make up his mind after a long while. Understanding One-Yuan immediately noticed his struggle, she stepped forward and inquired, Xiaochen, why do you look so serious? It's nothing, I just have difficulty choosing. I don't know which one to pick. One-Yuan blinked and said, how about I help you choose? You help me choose. Sure, girls are generally better at matching outfits. Chen Feiyu readily handed the task of choosing clothes over to Fang Yuan. With Chen Feiyu's permission, Fang Yuan beamed and eagerly started picking out clothes for him. She pulled out one outfit after another, quickly selecting 2 complete outfits. Xiao Chen, hurry and try them on. Fang Yuan pushed Chen Feiyu towards the fitting room. It must be said that girls indeed have a better sense of style, though after changing, even Chen Feiyu felt great about how he looked. The outfit Fang Yuan chose was casual, yet slightly formal, not too casual, and not too extravagant, perfect for a business dinner. Chen Feiyu took off the first outfit and prepared to try the second. Fang Yuan sat on the sofa joyfully crossing her legs. Could this count as their first date? I wonder what Xiao Chen will look like in the clothes I selected. He must look very handsome. 72. The rich second generation approaches Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan particularly enjoyed choosing clothes for Chen Feiyu. She had always fantasized about shopping with him, like a couple relishing this warm feeling. Fang Yuan eagerly awaited Chen Feiyu's grand entrance when a young man approached. Hey beautiful, can I add you? Fang Yuan looked up. The young man was dressed stylishly, looking around 85 points in attractiveness, wearing all branded items, clearly in good financial standing. Generally, girls would not refuse such well-off boys, as who wouldn't want to find a rich and handsome Prince Charming. However, Fang Yuan was the exception. She preferred talented and capable people, though looks were merely a facade she didn't particularly care for. Chen Feiyu had been the school heartthrob since childhood, oh wasn't he handsome enough? When she first met Chen Feiyu, he was already driving a Koenigsegg 1-1, wasn't he wealthy enough? Yet at that time Fang Yuan had no interest in Chen Feiyu. It was only after realizing he was the one she was looking for that her heart was truly moved. Fang Yuan was not enamored by any of Chen Feiyu's ancillary attributes. Just being Chen Feiyu was, the young man in front of her was decent in all aspects, but paled in comparison to Chen Feiyu. When they first met, how could Fang Yuan possibly be interested in him? Moreover, Fang Yuan's heart was already wholly occupied by Chen Feiyu, leaving no room for anyone else. Sorry, I don't use WeChat. Fang Yuan forced a smile, politely rejecting the young man. You don't use WeChat? How about QQ? If not, DingTalk is also fine. Fang Yuan frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. A normal person would have caught on that she had already declined, yet the young man persisted, which was quite annoying. I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend, and he doesn't like me interacting with other boys. Fang Yuan unleashed her trump card, thinking that with a boyfriend this young man would surely give up. To her surprise, his thick skin exceeded her expectations. Even if you get married, you could still get divorced. You might break up with him tomorrow. The young man grinned, saying, besides, I believe your boyfriend isn't as rich as I am, and definitely not as handsome. Why not consider breaking up and dating me instead? Fang Yuan's expression darkened as she clenched her fist. Your parents should be the ones breaking up. Your grandparents, uncles, and aunts should all be breaking up. How dare you curse for me and Xiao Chun before we've even started? If it weren't for so many people watching, Fang Yuan would have wanted to kick this young man where it hurts. I don't like the rich, nor do I like the handsome. You don't like the rich and handsome. Is your boyfriend ugly and poor? Hearing the young man slander Chen Feiyu, Fang Yuan's cheeks puffed up in anger. You are the ugly and poor one. Fang Yuan fumed. My boyfriend is fierce. He'll be out of the fitting room soon. If you don't leave, be careful. I let him beat you up. Ha ha ha, beat me up. The young man laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, as if he had heard the funniest joke. He smugly declared, oh, I forgot to mention my family owns several luxury stores in Xintai Commercial Street. If your boyfriend lays a finger on me, I could ruin him financially. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan was slightly taken aback, and concern began to creep in. Operating several luxury stores simultaneously was no small feat. She knew Chen Feiyu had some money, but probably not as much as this young man. If she really offended this young man, it could cause Chen Feiyu significant trouble. In fact, if she had known the price of a Koenigsegg, she wouldn't have worried so much. Fang Yuan thought that perhaps she should just add the young man on WeChat to appease him, and after he left she would delete him, thus avoiding trouble for Chen Feiyu. Protecting my Xiao Chun is the most important. Alright then, I'll add you on WeChat. Fang Yuan reluctantly. The young man looked smug. You've agreed after all. Just as Fang Yuan prepared to scan the young man's QR code, a large hand suddenly appeared, grabbing her phone's camera. Both Fang Yuan and the young man turned to see that the owner of the hand was none other than Chen Feiyu. Xiao Chun, let me explain. Fang Yuan panicked. It had taken her a long time to finally go out on a date with Chen Feiyu, as she didn't want him to misunderstand that she was flirting with other boys. No need to explain, I heard everything. Chen Feiyu interrupted Fang Yuan. If you don't want to add it, then don't. No one is forcing the people around me to do things they don't wish to do. I don't need you to give me anything. Fang Yuan gazed at Chen Feiyu with a dazed expression, not knowing why such simple words coming from him were imbued with masculinity. Of course, if you want to add him, I won't stop you, but we shouldn't keep in touch afterward. Then I won't add him. Fang Yuan quickly retracted her hand, secretly relieved. Thankfully, her reaction was slow. If adding the young man's WeChat led to Chen Feiyu ignoring her from then on, she would surely faint from crying. The smile on the young man's face instantly froze, and his gaze turned unfriendly. Are you this bow-tie's boy? Chen Feiyu thought of saying, none of your business. But before he could speak, Fang-Yuan had already embraced his arm, proudly showing off. Yes, he is my boyfriend. As soon as the words left her mouth, Fang-Yuan's face turned red. This was all a subconscious reaction, and she couldn't help but spill her inner thoughts. Oh no. Fang-Yuan, how could you be so unrestrained? Where is your pride? Didn't you say you would wait for Xiao Chun to confess first? Why are you so impatient? This is so embarrassing. If Xiao Chun won't think I'm a casual girl, will he? Chen Feiyu was also taken aback, looking at Fang-Yuan in surprise, wondering how he became her boyfriend. Could this girl be planning to make her temporary position permanent? With Chen Feiyu's personality, he would usually deny it immediately if a girl claimed to be his girlfriend. But this time Chen Feiyu didn't know what got into him. He surprisingly remained silent. Both he and Fang-Yuan were puzzled, while the young man felt utterly disrespected, thinking he had been made a fool of. A woman's words are deceitful. Just now Fang-Yuan clearly said she didn't like handsome guys, yet Chen Feiyu was leagues more handsome than him. Ignoring the young man, Chen Feiyu sat down with Fang-Yuan on the sofa and began trying on shoes. Fang-Yuan glanced up and down, feeling particularly satisfied with her outfit. Xiao Chun, you look really good in this outfit. Fang-Yuan thought that using the word handsome was a bit cliché and couldn't capture Chen Feiyu's charm, so she simply used the plainest adjective, good-looking. Do you like the outfit I picked for you? Fang-Yuan looked at Chen Feiyu with her sparkling eyes, seemingly waiting for an affirmative answer. You chose it, so of course I like it. As soon as he said this, Chen Feiyu felt a bit perplexed. Given his temper, he should have said, it doesn't matter if I like it or not, it's just clothes. What's wrong with me today? As long as you like it, that's enough. Having received his approval, Fang-Yuan felt overjoyed and said, these English-style shoes should show off your ankles. Long socks don't look good with them. I'll help you choose a pair of boat socks. After saying that, Fang-Yuan crossed her hands behind her back, humming a cheerful tune, and skipped off to the sock section. This is outrageous. The young man, feeling ignored like air, felt deeply humiliated and angrily wanted to confront Chen Feiyu. At that moment, one of the store clerks suddenly ran up and grabbed the young man. Young Master Wang, you can't offend him, he is. The clerk had been working when Chen Feiyu and Su Qinglu were inspecting the store, so she knew exactly who Chen Feiyu was. He is the new lord of the commercial street, a big shot, whom even Su Qinglu had to treat with utmost respect. Don't even mention young Master Wang. Even if his father came, he would have to bow down before Chen Feiyu. Offending Chen Feiyu would only lead to one outcome for the luxury store: closure. I can't offend him. The young man's full name is Wang Xiaobing. He grew up spoiled and has developed a bad habit of being domineering, and no one can keep him in check except for his father. A small character like Chen Feiyu isn't even worthy of making him wary. Young Master Wang, please don't act impulsively, he is. The clerk saw the young master about to make a huge mistake and wanted to reveal Chen Feiyu's identity, as her job depended on the store's success. Smack. Who knew Wang Xiaobing would slap the clerk, leaving her dazed. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Wang Xiaobing said a currently popular line and added, to put it nicely, you're our employee. To put it bluntly, you're just a servant in our family. The clerk gritted her teeth, her eyes gradually reddening. She had just wanted to help Wang Xiaobing with good intentions, but was met with humiliation and a resounding slap. Good. Since you want to seek death, I'll let you die. Watching Wang Xiaobing approach Chen Feiyu, the clerk didn't speak up to stop him this time. She was curious to see the splendid scene of Wang Xiaobing begging for mercy once he realized Chen Feiyu's identity. I'll give you the 2 outfits. Break up with that girl immediately. Wang Xiaobing spoke with an air of arrogance, as if he were bestowing charity upon a beggar. Are you out of your mind? Chen Feiyu almost laughed. The 2 outfits together didn't even cost a few tens of thousands, making it seem like he couldn't afford them. Who are you cursing at? Say it again if you dare. You're out of your mind. Chen Feiyu's gaze was like that of looking at an idiot. I've never heard such a shameless request. I'd gladly call you the most shameless person. Uff. Laughter erupted around them. Asking others to insult oneself was indeed quite shameless. You're asking for death. With scornful gazes directed at him, Wang Xiaobing gritted his teeth in anger and in a fit of rage kicked. Xiao Chun, be careful. Fang-Yuan, carrying the carefully selected socks, rushed back, and seeing Wang Xiaobing attacking Chen Feiyu, she exclaimed and instinctively ran toward him. Fang-Yuan leaped into Chen Feiyu's arms, attempting to shield him from the kick with her own body. Wow! The crowd gasped. Onlookers were stunned. Fang-Yuan's bold action caught everyone off guard. Chen Feiyu's gaze turned cold. He certainly couldn't let Fang-Yuan get hurt. He stood up while holding Fang-Yuan, then spun to the side, as if they were dancing a beautiful waltz, narrowly avoiding Wang Xiaobing's kick and moving behind him. Then Chen Feiyu kicked Wang Xiaobing in the lumbar region from behind. Wang Xiaobing flew forward, crashing into the sofa with a dull thud, grimacing in pain. Fortunately, the sofa cushioned his fall. If he had hit the ground, he might have passed out from the impact. You dare hit me? Wang Xiaobing's eyes were filled with rage. His father had never hit him, yet an outsider dared to lay a hand on him. You better not leave, let me call someone to deal with you. With that, Wang Xiaobing took out his phone and called his father, crying out, Dad, someone hit me in our store. Okay, I'll wait for you to come. Wang Xiaobing's father said something on the other end, and Wang Xiaobing's lips curled into a mocking smile. Once my dad brings people over, you'll see why flowers bloom so beautifully. Wang Xiaobing didn't continue to attack Chen Feiyu. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he simply couldn't move. Just now Chen Feiyu's kick had struck his tailbone, and now any movement in his waist caused excruciating pain, so he had to sit and wait for his reinforcements. Chen Feiyu didn't even glance at Wang Xiaobing. He looked down at Fang Yuan in his arms. Are you hurt anywhere? No. Fang Yuan shook her head, feeling Chen Feiyu's warm breath, and her cheeks flushed. This was the first time Xiao Chun had hugged me. Lost in her thoughts, Fang Yuan suddenly remembered they were in public. Turning around, she found countless pairs of eyes staring at her. Xiao Chun, could you let me go? So many people are watching. Fang Yuan's blush spread all the way to the back of her ears. If she could, she would prefer Chen Feiyu to hold her forever, but with so many people watching, it felt a bit embarrassing. Worried that Chen Feiyu might misunderstand and think she disliked him, Fang Yuan added softly, I'm not saying I don't want you to hold me, but it's just that there are too many people. Chen Feiyu's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. What does this mean? In a crowded place, he shouldn't hold her, but in a less crowded place, it would be fine to cuddle. After a moment of daze, Chen Feiyu let go of Fang Yuan, and then pointed a finger at her forehead, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Who told you to rush in and block? What if you got hurt? I didn't think so much. I just wanted to protect you. Thinking Chen Feiyu was angry, Fang Yuan became extremely nervous, tugging at his clothing gently. Xiao Chen, I won't dare again. Please don't be mad at me, okay? I'm not angry, but it's just too dangerous for you to do that. I'm a big man, I don't need a girl to protect me. Chen Feiyu was genuinely concerned for Fang Yuan and didn't mean to blame her. Fang Yuan raised 3 fingers and swore, I promise I won't do it again. There's going to be a next time? Chen Feiyu's eyes widened. There won't be a next time, I promise. That's more like it. Chen Feiyu revealed a satisfied expression and then took the socks from Fang Yuan's hands, sitting down on the nearby sofa to put them on. He acted as if nothing had happened, as if he hadn't just clashed with Wang Xiaobing. Xiao Chen, that guy seems to be calling for help. Shouldn't we leave quickly? What's there to be afraid of? Let him shout. In a society governed by law, does he think he can eat me? Chen Feiyu said nonchalantly. And even in the commercial street, even if he calls the heavens, they will have to kneel before me. Fang Yuan felt a bit nervous. After all, she was a girl encountering such a situation for the first time. However, what she worried about most was if the other party acted impulsively against Chen Feiyu. Fang Yuan quietly pressed 110 on her phone, ready to call the police at the first sign of trouble. A few minutes later, a man in a light blue shirt walked in, followed by a large group of people. The man was Wang Xiaobing's father, Wang Feng. Wang Feng had been dining in a private room at a well-known restaurant in the Xintai commercial street when he received the call. The leadership team of the commercial street was being replaced, and as a relatively large businessman, he wanted to maintain good relations with the new leadership to ensure longevity. So after receiving the call, Wang Feng quickly brought people over. As for the people behind Wang Feng, they were Chen Feiyu's newly hired employees who had already taken over 60 of the rights from the Oriental Company's team, and the remaining work was still being transitioned. As soon as the new property manager entered, he saw Chen Feiyu trying on socks, quickly walking up to him, crossing his hands in front of him, and bowing respectfully. Hello, CEO Chen. This remark shocked everyone. CEO, this young man looked only about 18 or 19. He was actually the CEO. This is too astonishing. Please give good reviews, book reviews, urge updates, collections, all kinds of requests. Question: do you all prefer continuous updates or separate updates? While Chen Feiyu was inspecting the store, Wang Feng wasn't there, but during the dinner he had heard about the name and age of the new boss, and that he was very young. Wang Feng's mind raced. Chen Feiyu's name and age matched the legendary Mr. Chen. He must be the new boss of the Xintai commercial street. Are you Mr. Chen Feiyu? Wang Feng's face was full of smiles. He was about the same age as Chen Dongshan, but Chen Feiyu's social standing was far above his. This was an undeniable fact. Thus Wang Feng still used the respectful you form of address. As for the grudge of his son being hit, he had long since cast it aside. As long as his son wasn't dead, it was more important to flatter the boss. Seeing his father's humble attitude towards Chen Feiyu, Wang Xiaobing's face changed instantly, a surge of bad premonition flooding his heart. Chen Feiyu ignored Wang Feng, stood up after putting on his shoes, and asked for Fang Yuan's opinion. So how does it look? It looks great. Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled, wishing she could stare at Chen Feiyu for. Xiao Chen was already quite handsome. After dressing up nicely, his entire aura immediately elevated to another level, resembling an elegant nobleman. CEO Chen, you are truly handsome and outstanding. Wang Feng gave a big thumbs up, showering Chen Feiyu with praise, but Chen Feiyu wasn't impressed at all. he merely shot a cold glance at Wang Feng. Did I ask you? I spoke out of turn. Wang Feng hit a wall and didn't dare to show any anger. He could only awkwardly apologize with a smile. After all, who told him to be the big shot? If he wanted to make money, he had to keep Chen Feiyu in good spirits. Though Wang Feng had a bit of money, he still had self-awareness. A small boss like him would be crushed by a single finger from Chen Feiyu. Is that your son? Chen Feiyu pointed at Wang Xiaobing not far away, who turned his head feeling guilty. Although Wang Xiaobing was a spoiled rich kid, he wasn't completely brainless. Seeing his dad being scolded, and then apologizing, he realized he had hit a solid wall. If it weren't for his painful lumbar spine, Wang Xiaobing would have run away long ago. That's my son. Is Mr. Chen a friend of my son? As soon as Chen Feiyu mentioned Wang Xiaobing, Wang Feng remembered his son had been hit. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I need to deal with something first. Which bastard hit my son? Step forward. Everyone looked at each other in silence. No one stepped forward. No one is admitting it, huh? I have surveillance in my store. If I find out who hit my son, I'll make sure he leaves horizontally today. I did it. Suddenly a voice broke the silence. He finally admitting it, huh? Wang Feng sneered and looked toward the source of the voice, only to find two people standing there, Chen Feiyu and Fang Yuan. Wang Feng was slightly taken aback. It seemed like that voice belonged to Chen Feiyu. Mr. Chen, it was you. I'm the one speaking. Chen Feiyu sat down, resting one hand on the armrest of the sofa, crossing his legs, his gaze carrying a hint of royal disdain. I'm the one who hit your son, and do you have any objections? Chen Feiyu understood now that Wang Xiaobing's arrogant personality had largely been inherited from Wang Feng. It had a lot to do with his upbringing. Boom. Wang Feng felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, his mind blanking out as he stood there like a wooden doll. He had just cursed at Chen Feiyu in front of him. Oh no. This hole has been dug deep. Well done. Excellent. After a moment, Wang Feng clapped and said, this little brat has been spoiled by his mother and grandparents to the point of being unruly. I've long wanted to discipline him. You're not angry, Mr. Chen, it is our family's honor that you are willing to teach my son a lesson. I can't thank you enough. How could I be angry? Wang Feng had to admit he was quick-witted. Realizing the situation wasn't right, he immediately changed his attitude. Seeing Chen Feiyu remain silent, Wang Feng felt extremely anxious. He had heard stories about Chen Feiyu. On the first day of inspecting the store, the coffee shop manager at the end of the street had offended Chen Feiyu, almost forcing the entire cafe to shut down. Wang Feng scolded his son 1,000 times in his heart. Why did he have to provoke Chen Feiyu of all people? If Chen Feiyu were to angrily order the luxury goods store to shut down, the Wang family would be left with nothing to eat but the northwestern winds. Get over here and apologize to Mr. Chen. Wang Xiaobing said pitifully, Dad, I can't move because my back hurts. If you can't walk, then crawl over here. Seeing Wang Xiaobing move slowly like an old lady, Wang Feng rushed over, grabbed his son's collar, and dragged him in front of Chen Feiyu. Unfilial son, kneel down. Wang Xiaobing protested, Dad, with so many people watching, can I not kneel? Wang Xiaobing knew he had caused a great disaster, but he was spoiled by affection. Since his ancestors had never knelt, it was clearly impossible for him to kneel to Chen Feiyu. Besides, kneeling in front of so many people, wouldn't he lose face? Wang Feng was anxious and angry. It was a critical moment, yet this brat was still concerned about his own. What was more important, money or face? Wang Feng couldn't understand how, with his intelligence and having built a fortune from scratch, he ended up with such a useless spendthrift son. He wished he could stuff Wang Xiaobing back into his mother's womb to be remade. Seeing Wang Xiaobing still stubbornly refusing to kneel, Wang Feng couldn't care less. He kicked hard at Wang Xiaobing's hamstring. Thud. Wang Xiaobing knelt on both knees. He wanted to stand up, but the pain in his back made it impossible for him to move. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. My son did not know your status. If he has offended you, please forgive him and do not hold it against the child. Hearing this, everyone scoffed. Their disdainful glares were unmistakable. Wang Xiaobing was tall and had to be around 20, yet Wang Feng still had the nerve to call him a child. Ugh, how disgusting. This was the worst misuse of the word child ever. Looking at the stunning Fang Yuan beside Chen Feiyu, Wang Feng quickly pieced together the story. It was likely that Chen Feiyu was shopping with his female companion when Wang Xiaobing happened to come in and developed some inappropriate thoughts upon seeing Fang Yuan. Thus, he offended Chen Feiyu, and the situation escalated from verbal exchanges to physical confrontation. Wang Feng secretly felt relieved that his son couldn't defeat Chen Feiyu. If he had beaten up the big boss, there would be no place for them in Xintai Commercial Street. I am a fair person. If your son wants to kick me, I will kick him back. Yes, that's only right. Wang Feng had a flattering expression on his face. Let alone a kick. If he could calm Chen Feiyu's anger, he wouldn't mind if Wang Xiaobing was kicked 100 times. A few kicks wouldn't kill him. Not having money would be worse than death. Mr. Chen, does that mean you forgive my son? I am not angry, so how could there be a question of forgiveness? However, Wang Feng thought everything was fine, but little did he know that Chen Feiyu suddenly changed his tone, causing his heart to leap into his throat. However, I have said that I am a fair person. Chen Feiyu pondered for a moment and said your stores should be closed. Huh? Why? Wang Feng was terrified. He had 4 luxury goods stores in total, 1 in a central shopping mall, and the other 3 were all in Xintai Commercial Street. If he had to close all 3 stores, most of his investments would go down the drain. Moreover, the luxury goods store in the city center had just opened and needed the funds from these 3 stores to support it. If he closed the 3 stores, the financial chain would break. Why? Your son said to give me these 2 outfits and let me leave her. Chen Feiyu took out a bank card and said, I have paid for these 2 outfits, so you should leave the commercial street. No, mister. Chen, the clothes are on me. Please give us another chance. I have paid the money, but whether you accept it or not is your business. From Chen Feiyu's determined gaze, it was clear he had made up his mind. Wang Feng cast a pleading glance at the new property manager and others. Many new leadership members pretended not to see, turning their heads in other directions, asking them to help Wang Feng plead for mercy. Don't even think about it, mister. Chen's anger was not something to be taken lightly. Helping Wang Feng was practically courting death. During happy gatherings, everyone was good friends, but once it came to interest, sorry, we don't know each other. Thud. Wang Feng sat on the ground in despair, utterly lost. Closing 3 stores was like, let's go, Chen Feiyu said to Fang Yuan, and then put away the bank card, walking towards the store's entrance. However, as he passed by the security guards, Chen Feiyu suddenly stopped, startling the guards, who quickly straightened their back. He just said he would make me understand why the flowers are red. Chen Feiyu pointed at Wang Xiaobing and said, you all go over there and tell him why Guangong's face is red. The guards twitched at the corners of their eyes. They understood Chen Feiyu's meaning. This was a signal for them to go and deal with Wang Xiaobing. Chen Feiyu didn't forget to remind them, remember, take him to the security room and deal with him there. Don't disturb the customer's shopping mood. Yes. The leading security guard shouted, this person is disrupting the order of the commercial street. Take him away. Thus the other guards pounced like hungry wolves, dragging Wang Xiaobing out of the store, and Wang Xiaobing was so frightened that he cried, Dad, save me, Wah. The guards covered Wang Xiaobing's mouth and whispered in his ear, save your strength if you offend our mister. Chen, even the Jade Emperor can't save you. Wang Xiaobing was taken away, while Wang Feng seemed not to hear his son's cries for help, sitting dazedly on the ground, murmuring to himself, it's gone. It's all gone. Good. The onlookers did not think Chen Feiyu was being excessive. On the contrary, they cheered. Wang Xiaobing had been too arrogant before, often resorting to violence. They had long been displeased with him. This time he happened to run into Chen Feiyu. If it had been an ordinary customer, wouldn't they only have been bullied by Wang? So everyone not only felt that Chen Feiyu was not in the wrong, but also that he had done a good deed for the people. Wang Feng had no idea what was going on. He only felt that everything was lost and the consequences would be dire. Chen Feiyu thought that he had done Wang Xiaobing a favor by letting him experience the harshness of society. Fang Yuan did not continue discussing the same topic. To her, Wang Xiaobing was just a passerby. She now only wanted to enjoy a pleasant time with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, where are we going next? I have to go for a meeting soon, or I'll take you back to school first. But I want to stay with you a little longer. Fang Yuan murmured softly, her face showing undeniable disappointment. She had originally thought they would have plenty of time to have lunch and stroll around. In the evening, they could have dinner together and take a walk in the park. Although it was simple, it felt romantic, but unexpectedly Chen Feiyu had something to attend to. Good times are always so fleeting. It was hard to see Xiao Chun, and separating so soon was truly hard. Chen Feiyu noticed the disappointment in Fang Yuan's eyes, but there was nothing he could do. He had a prior appointment with the boss of Dongfang Company, and he couldn't break the engagement. At worst, I'll take you out to play next time. Fang Yuan pouted, lowering her head in disinterest as they walked. Chen Feiyu was so busy. After a month of waiting, who knew when they would meet again? As Chen Feiyu was about to head to the parking lot, he suddenly received a call from a local number in Zhonghai City. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Chen, this is He Guangyao. Chen Feiyu was taken aback. He Guangyao was the big boss of Dongfang Company, and they were about to meet. Why was he suddenly calling? Hello, Mr. He am ready to head out, and will arrive shortly. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, as something came up at my company, and I won't be able to attend the lunch. Can we reschedule for next time? He Guangyao's tone was filled with regret. He had finally gotten the chance to meet such a mysterious wealthy man like Chen Feiyu, and didn't want to break the appointment. But a sudden emergency shareholder meeting was called, and as the boss and largest shareholder, he could not be absent. No problem, Mr. He, you can go ahead with your matters. It's the same whenever we meet. All right, thank you, Mr. Chen. I will have Xiao Su inform you of the rescheduled time. He Guangyao thought for a moment, realizing that he was wrong to break the appointment. To avoid leaving a negative impression on Chen Feiyu, he felt he had to make it up to him. So He Guangyao said, Mr. Chen, don't worry. Until you recruit someone, I will have Xiao Su stationed in the commercial street to help you manage everything properly. Haha, thank you, Mr. He. You're welcome, Mr. Chen. I need to prepare for the meeting now. Let's talk again when we meet next time. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye. After putting his phone back in his pocket, Chen Feiyu's schedule for the afternoon was supposed to meet He Guangyao, but since he was stood up, his schedule was now open. Glancing at the gloomy Fang Yuan, Chen Feiyu decided to accompany her. It wasn't easy for a girl to travel a long distance to find him. If he had a matter to attend to, that was one thing, but if he had nothing to do and didn't accompany her, it would be unreasonable. Where do you want to go? What? Fang Yuan looked confused, not yet processing what was happening. I canceled my afternoon schedule so I can spend more time with you. Chen Feiyu had a strange feeling. Was fate deliberately giving him and Fang Yuan a chance to bond? Just as Fang Yuan wanted to be with him in the afternoon, He Guangyao suddenly had something come up. The coincidence was a bit outrageous. Really? Fang Yuan's watery eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Feiyu. Her previous gloom vanished, replaced by joy and excitement. Really, it's almost mealtime. Let's go eat something first. What do you like to eat? Chen Feiyu's phone rang again. You eat first, I'll take a call. Fang Yuan stole a glance and found Chen Feiyu with his back to her, so she quietly transferred all the beef from her bowl to his. To avoid being discovered, she covered the beef with noodles. After doing all this, Chen Feiyu returned just as he finished his call. Why is there no meat in your noodles? I finished all the meat. Fang Yuan smiled while biting her chopsticks. Chen Feiyu didn't think much of it and prepared to dig in, but as soon as he inserted his chopsticks into the noodles, he sensed something was off. When he stirred the noodles, he found the bottom of the bowl filled with meat. You gave me all the meat, what are you eating? As Chen Feiyu said this, he attempted to return the meat to Fang Yuan, but she quickly lifted her bowl of noodles to dodge. I'm on a diet and can afford to eat less. If you eat it, it's like I've eaten it too. Damn. The diners nearby could no longer hold back, wiped their mouths, and turned to leave. Eating a meal while being fed dog food. What a scam. Please leave a good review, book review, urge updates, and various requests. 79. A sweet two-person world. 3 nearby, there was also a young couple eating, and upon seeing Fang Yuan give all her meat to Chen Feiyu, the boys were filled with envy. How great would it be to have such a gentle, beautiful, and considerate girl like Fang Yuan as a girlfriend? One bold boy, hoping for a stroke of luck, tried to take some meat from his girlfriend's bowl. As expected, the girl shot him a fierce glare. The boy silently retracted his chopsticks, feeling deeply moved. Everyone else was in a relationship, while the other's girlfriend was a Persian cat, and his was a tigress. People really can make one feel inferior. At first, Chen Feiyu thought Fang Yuan was reluctant to eat here because it was dirty, so he didn't force her, but who knew Fang Yuan was actually enjoying it. Before long, the mung bean soup and noodles were finished. Don't you think the environment is a bit dirty? Fang Yuan's reaction surprised Chen Feiyu. Previously, he brought Lu Xiaodong here once, and she was picky about everything. However, Fang Yuan hadn't said anything bad since she sat down. It's not dirty at all, and the food is... In fact, this was her first time eating at such a small shop, and the taste was better than many restaurants. This response pleased Chen Feiyu greatly and indirectly revealed the fundamental difference between Fang Yuan and Lu Xiaodong. Fang Yuan was generous and not spoiled at all. Clearly she was born to be a princess, but was not pampered, while Lu Xiaodong had no princess background, yet acted like a princess. Look at you, you've gotten sauce all over your face. Chen Feiyu took out a tissue and carefully helped Fang Yuan wipe the sauce from the corner of her mouth. Thank you. Fang Yuan felt shy, her heart fluttering with waves of excitement. It was as if a little deer was dashing around in her heart, her pulse racing uncontrollably, feeling both happy and sweet. This was the first time Xiao Chun had taken the initiative to care for her. The girl next to them saw this scene and kicked her boyfriend hard under the table. Look how considerate that guy is. Boss, the bill please. Chen Feiyu waved his hand, and the boss came over. No need to pay, I'll treat this meal today. That won't do. You open the door to do business. How can I eat and drink for free? I must pay. Chen Feiyu disliked taking advantage of others, and besides, the boss family was just ordinary folks living at the bottom. Life wasn't easy. Chen Feiyu insisted on paying. The boss blocked him a few times, but in the end Chen Feiyu scanned the QR code. Boss, please check if the amount is correct. Alright, what's there to see? I trust you. The boss looked at Fang Yuan, who was tidying her bag, then leaned closer to Chen Feiyu. Xiao Chun, is that your new No, we are just friends for now. Why? Chen Feiyu suddenly realized that the boss had been misunderstanding Fang Yuan as his girlfriend. This girl is much better than the one you brought last time. From her temperament and speech, it's clear she comes from a good family. To accompany you to eat at my humble shop is quite an act of humility. The girls who can enjoy wealth and luxury with you may not necessarily love you, but those who can lower their living standards for you definitely love you. The boss' words made Chen Feiyu's soul tremble. Seeing that Chen Feiyu seemed to grasp something, the boss, this girl must have many admirers. You should work hard to win her over, or if someone else takes her away, you'll regret. Come on, the girl is waiting for you. Chen Feiyu walked back to his seat, thoughtfully unsure of what he was thinking. Xiao Chen, can we go now? Fang Yuan asked. Chen Feiyu was taken aback and replied, Let's go. Goodbye, boss. The food you made was delicious. Goodbye, come again when you have time. After getting into the car, they didn't discuss where to go. Chen Feiyu went wherever he pleased. The two first went to the amusement park, experiencing many thrilling rides. Fang Yuan was initially quite scared, but with Chen Feiyu by her side, her fear vanished instantly. In the blink of an eye, night fell, and they drove to the night market, indulging in all sorts of food. Finally, they went to Wisteria Park to walk off their meal. When they reached the riverside, they saw a flickering candlelight on the river surface, realizing that someone was releasing wish boats. Seeing Fang Yuan staring at the little paper boats, Chen Feiyu knew she wanted to play too. Wait for me a moment. Chen Feiyu then approached a passerby to ask for some colored paper and 2 candles, quickly folding 2 small paper boats, placing the lit candles on the boats, and creating the wish boats. Chen Feiyu handed one to Fang Yuan. How did you know I wanted to play with this? Fang Yuan received the paper boat with both hands, surprised and delighted, beaming with joy. Could it be that she and Xiao Chun had a telepathic connection? Please leave a good review, book review, urge updates, and various requests. 80. Is it too early to call him husband? If it were another boy, he would surely say something flowery like, because we have a tacit understanding to make the... However, Chen Feiyu was straightforward. He rarely spoke sweet words. He bluntly said, you've been staring at the paper boat for ages. Even a fool can see that you like it. That's an exaggeration. Fang Yuan sniffed, appearing a bit unhappy, but her heart was as sweet. She had heard too many sweet words. If Chen Feiyu said the same sweet things as other boys to please her, it would seem. She liked Chen Feiyu's straightforwardness, his sincerity, and authenticity. Although Chen Feiyu couldn't say romantic words, he was action-oriented. He noticed Fang Yuan's changing emotions and preferences, and even folded her a little paper boat, which made her very happy. Sometimes what is said beautifully doesn't compare to what is done beautifully. The two walked to the riverside, preparing to release their wish boats. Be careful, the mud is a bit slippery. Xiaoqun, you be careful too. Suddenly 2 playful children ran over one, bumping into Fang Yuan, causing her to lose her balance and nearly fall into the river. Watch out. Bystanders were startled and wanted to pull Fang Yuan back, but unfortunately the distance was too great. At the critical moment, Chen Feiyu rushed forward and caught Fang Yuan, holding her tightly in his arms. Xiaoqun, you scared me. I thought I was going to fall into the river. Fang Yuan clung tightly to Chen Feiyu's neck. Wearing thin summer clothes, the two were tightly embraced, and Chen Feiyu could clearly feel the rapid beating of Fang Yuan's heart. It's all right, don't be afraid. I'm holding you. Seeing Fang Yuan still shaken, Chen Feiyu reassured her and led her to the riverside. Have you heard the story of this river? Fang Yuan shook her head, clearly unaware of its origins. Chen Feiyu spoke eloquently. This river is called Xianwing River. I heard from the elders that there lives an old immortal who can help people fulfill their wishes. Every so often the old immortal selects the most sincere person among those who make wishes to help them fulfill their desires. Really? Fang Yuan looked surprised. This bizarre story was something she had never heard before. I don't know if it's true or not. If you believe it, it exists. If you don't, it doesn't. It depends on whether you believe it or not. Chen Feiyu placed the boat in the river and gently pushed it, watching it float away. Fang Yuan also released her boat, clasping her hands together, and began to earnestly make a wish. After a long while, the two opened their eyes simultaneously, watching the candlelit boats drift farther away until they disappeared from sight before leaving the park. Xiaoqun, do you think the name Xiaoqun sounds bad? Not at all. My mom calls my dad Old Chun. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the car became a bit subtle. Wang Shufan called Chun Dongshan Old Chun because they were a couple. The snack shop boss called Chen Feiyu Xiaoqun because he was older and a senior. But Fang Yuan and Chen Feiyu were the same age. Oh, what does it mean for her to call him Xiaoqun? Fang Yuan's heart was in turmoil. Could it be that Xiaoqun was hinting for her to call him husband? No. Girls should be a bit reserved. They hadn't even started dating, yet calling him husband was too early. Should she first call him dear? Fang Yuan had already begun to secretly come up with affectionate nicknames for Chen Feiyu, like Little Fish, Little Fishy Treasure, and many others. But in the end, she found that calling him Xiaoqun was the most comfortable and intimate. Ahem. Chen Feiyu felt the atmosphere was a bit strange and quickly changed the subject. What wish did you make just now? I won't tell you. If I say it, it won't come true. What wish did you make? I won't tell you either. If you don't want to say it, then don't. The two chatted and laughed all the way, quickly arriving at Zhonghai University. At night, the entrance of Zhonghai University was closed, and Chen Feiyu dropped Fang Yuan off at the gate. Fang Yuan felt that time had flown by today, as she wanted to spend a little longer alone with Chen Feiyu. For some reason, even though Chen Feiyu hadn't done anything special, she felt like she had just had a very romantic. You should go back and rest early. Drive home safely, and let me know on WeChat when you get home. Got it? If you don't go back soon, the dormitory door will close. Then I'm leaving. Fang Yuan walked towards the campus, turning back reluctantly after a few seconds. Looking at Fang Yuan's departing figure, Chen Feiyu suddenly remembered what the snack shop boss had said, and he subconsciously called out to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, what's up? Fang Yuan stopped and turned to look at Chen Feiyu, her eyes as bright as the stars in the night. Do you have a boyfriend? Fang Yuan was a bit surprised, not expecting Chen Feiyu to ask this. Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile as she didn't answer, but playfully stuck her tongue out at Chen Feiyu and happily tiptoed into the campus. What a big fool. How could you not know whether I have a boyfriend or not? Please leave a good review, book review, urge updates, and various requests. Not a bad candidate for a daughter-in-law. It had been 2 days since their last date. Chen Feiyu and Fang Yuan's relationship had progressed further, and they chatted on WeChat every day. Fang Yuan bragged about her date with Chen Feiyu dozens of times a day to her girlfriends Chen Lingling, and the others had gotten used to it. But everyone could see that Fang Yuan really had a great time that day. The only thing that troubled Fang Yuan was that before leaving, Chen Feiyu asked her if she had a boyfriend, and according to the plot, shouldn't he confess immediately after? But 2 days had passed, and Chen Feiyu hadn't mentioned it again. This made Fang Yuan feel regretful. If she had known, she would have straightforwardly said she was single, not now she had missed the chance to eat Tang Sing meat. In fact, Chen Feiyu also asked that question due to the emotions of the moment. If Fang Yuan had truly answered that she was single, he wouldn't have known how to continue, so he simply chose to forget that he had ever asked. That said, these past 2 days had nearly driven Chen Feiyu crazy from stress. The position of vice president had been vacant for a while, and he couldn't find suitable talent, plus the office location was not yet settled. He had no mood to think about romance. At the very least, he needed to stabilize the company before considering whether to date. Chen Feiyu felt that this situation was not sustainable. The office location could be figured out slowly, but he needed to find someone to oversee the situation. Since he couldn't find a suitable vice president, he decided to create one himself. Thus he decided to prepare on since I am not withholding Lin Wei's salary, let her do as she wishes. Oh my, this girl is more efficient at housework than I am, as she must have done a lot of chores at home. It's rare to see such a simple and earnest girl nowadays. Wang Shufan nodded, secretly thinking that Lin Wei would surely become a virtuous wife and good mother in the future. She is beautiful and hardworking. Wang Shufan saw all the advantages in Lin Wei, and a bold idea sprung up in her mind. What a great girl to be my daughter-in-law. Girl, what was your name again? My name is Lin Wei. That's a nice name. Little Lin, how old are you, and how many people are there in your family? Do you have a boyfriend? Wang Shufan's rapid-fire questions left Lin Wei bewildered. After a moment of silence, Lin Wei began patiently answering one by one. I am 18 years old, and I have a father and a younger brother who is in junior high school. I haven't had a boyfriend yet. Lin Wei chuckled to herself after finishing her sentence. Due to her upbringing, Lin Wei had always been insecure and self-conscious. She had a younger brother studying, and her father was seriously ill. Deep down, she believed that a girl with such poor conditions as hers would never be liked by any boy. Wang Shufan, unaware of Lin Wei's family situation, naturally did not notice the subtle changes in her expression, and she lowered her voice. Let me tell you a secret, you are the first girl my son has ever brought home. Ding dong. Just as Wang Shufan finished speaking, the doorbell rang again, and when she opened the door, another beautiful girl stood there. Who are you? Wang Shufan was completely stunned. What on earth is happening today? Girls keep knocking on the door, and they are all so beautiful. Hello Annie, my name is Su Qinglu, and I was sent here by Mr. Chen. Wang Shufan felt an impulse to hit Chen Feiyu. She had just said her son had never brought home a girl, and now another beautiful girl had arrived. Isn't this just slapping her in the face? Mr. Chen, I'm here. Su Qinglu greeted Chen Feiyu, and didn't forget to nod at Chen Dongshan. Since everyone is here, let's go to the study to talk. Chen Feiyu stood up from the sofa, leading the two girls into the study, and then closing the door. The three of them did not do much in the room, just discussing a training plan for Lin Wei. Wang Shufan, feeling uneasy, pressed her ear against the door to eavesdrop. With a man and two women in one room, she feared Chen Feiyu might lose control and do something wrong. About 10 minutes later, the study door opened. As soon as Chen Feiyu stepped out, he saw his mother standing at the door. Mom, what are you doing? Caught eavesdropping, Wang Shufan's face flushed red with embarrassment. She cleared her throat a few times, and then pulled Chen Feiyu out to the balcony. Son, although you have money now, you can't be so fickle. Mom, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't pretend to be confused. Having one girlfriend is enough. You can't want both just because they are both beautiful. Chen Feiyu's eyes twitched slightly. He finally understood. His dear mother had mistaken him for a lecherous boss using his power for personal gain. Mom, your imagination is really rich. They are just my colleagues. We have no inappropriate relationship. Really? Wang Shufan expressed doubt. As a woman, she thought both Lin Wei and Su Qinglu were beautiful. How could Chen Feiyu, a man, not feel attracted to either? I swear if I am lying, I will never find a girlfriend in this life. You can't just say things like that. Wang Shufan shot Chen Feiyu an exasperated look. You are 18 now, you should consider dating. I think that little Lin is pretty good. Chen Feiyu felt a bit lost trying to keep up with his mother's line of thought. One moment, she didn't want him to have any improper thoughts, and the next she was eager for him to have something with One-Yuan. What kind of game is this? Oh my dear mother. You just said I am 18, which is not even the legal marriage age. Can you not rush to find me a partner? To avoid any misunderstandings, Chen Feiyu felt the need to clarify. Actually, One-Yuan is quite pitiful. Her mother passed away early, her father has cancer, and she has a younger brother in school. The family relies on her alone to support them. Previously, she took on several jobs to earn money. I felt sorry for her seeing that she worked seriously and diligently, so I hired her to help me at the company. Chen Feiyu's words stirred Wang Shufin's maternal instincts. Oh dear, this girl's background is too... Wang Shufin said solemnly. It's not easy for a girl to work hard alone. Oh, if you can help her, please do so. Pay her a little more, you must not bully her. Wang Shufin said solemnly. It's not easy for a girl to work hard alone. Oh, if you can help her, please do so. Wang Shufin pinched Chen Feiyu's arm. If you date her, mom will support you, but if you are just after her looks and want to play around, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my son. Got it, you can rest assured. Chen Feiyu was speechless. Why does she always think of the worst? Is this really... Can't she expect something good from me? After everything was discussed, Su Qinglu had some business to attend to, and Lin-Yuan also bid farewell to Chen Feiyu's family. Wang Shufin walked Lin-Yuan to the gate of the community, her eyes filled with kindness. Little Lin, feel free to come over and visit more often. If you ever have any difficulties, you can come to Annie anytime. If my stinky son bullies you, tell me, and I will break his legs. Chen Feiyu felt helpless inside. Mom, I'm your real son, why are you siding with her? You were a gift for topping up the phone. To allow Lin-Yuan to focus on learning management knowledge without worries, Chen Feiyu hired a nanny to take care of her sick father with all expenses covered by the company. This brought Lin-Yuan to tears. Chen Feiyu and his mother were so good to her that she felt indebted beyond measure. Lin-Yuan silently vowed to study management well and help Chen Feiyu manage the entire company no matter how difficult it gets. Several days passed, and finally, it was time to collect rent from the commercial street. Chen Feiyu was in high spirits as he arrived at Xintai Commercial Street, with a burlap bag, finally able to experience the feeling of being a landlord after waiting for so long. Landlords in Guangdong dress casually, wearing shorts and tank tops, so Chen Feiyu decided to imitate their style today. Collecting rent should feel poor, yet particularly imposing. Seeing Chen Feiyu's carefree demeanor, people around him immediately showed disdain, thinking he had just come from the countryside. Where did this bumpkin come from? How can such a person be allowed into the commercial street? It lowers the standards. Some passers-by pointed at Chen Feiyu, feeling that walking in the same area as him was an insult to their taste. However, there were sharp-eyed individuals who immediately noticed something unusual. His clothes and pants are from Givenchy. Wow. His slippers are from LV. Look at that red mechanical watch on his wrist. It seems to be a Richard Mille worth millions. Only then did everyone realize that Chen Feiyu was not some bumpkin, but a real wealthy individual. Just the Richard Mille on his wrist was something they could never afford in their lifetime. Chen Feiyu smiled slightly, hiding his accomplishments and fame. This is exactly the kind of contrast he wanted. Let's start collecting rent from the first shop on the street. Chen Feiyu walked into the first store. All the merchants in the commercial street had been notified in advance that the big boss was coming to collect rent today. Upon seeing Chen Feiyu, the store manager immediately approached him respectfully. The gazes of surrounding customers turned towards them, and then they witnessed an incomprehensible scene. Chen Feiyu opened the burlap bag and raised an eyebrow at the store manager, who immediately took out a thick stack of 100-yuan bills and placed them into the burlap bag. After collecting the rent, Chen Feiyu turned and walked out of the store while the store manager sent him off to the door, bowing repeatedly in farewell. Welcome to come again next time. At that moment, the customers were questioning their lives. How did that young man who looked like a waste collector manage to get money from the store, and why were they even welcoming him back? Is it possible to return money in this era? Since the news spread that the Wang family luxury goods store offended Chen Feiyu, every store has had Chen Feiyu's photo inside to avoid a similar incident happening to themselves. As Chen Feiyu knocked on each door, he didn't even have to say much. The staff immediately recognized him as the big boss and voluntarily handed over the rent. The once flat burlap bag quickly became full and heavy. After collecting from over 30 shops, Chen Feiyu was already sweating profusely. He had heard others say collecting rent was arduous, and he used to feel very unhappy thinking that collecting rent couldn't be as hard as working. Now that he had experienced it himself, he realized collecting rent was indeed harder than working. Carrying a large bag of money around was tiring. Chen Feiyu decided that experiencing this landlord life once was enough. Next time, he would just transfer the money directly. After resting for a while, Chen Feiyu arrived at a milk tea shop called Mr. Milk. This milk tea shop had recently become a popular spot, with a steady stream of people queuing up. Its popularity had boosted the foot traffic of nearby shops. As Chen Feiyu approached the ordering counter, the manager recognized him at a glance. Please wait a moment. The manager greeted Chen Feiyu and asked the staff to make him a drink first, then hurried into the back to get the money. Feeling bored, while waiting, Chen Feiyu began to look at the menu. Oh, isn't that Chen Feiyu? At that moment, a sharp voice came and a man and a woman walked up to him. Hearing someone call his name, Chen Feiyu turned to look, feeling that this pair seemed familiar, but couldn't recall him. What, pretending not to recognize me? I'm Xuechong. Xuechong. Oh, it's you. Chen Feiyu struggled to recall, finally remembering that this pair were his classmates from middle school. The boy's name was Xuechong, and the girl's name was Du Ling. Back in school, Xuechong was a mischievous student whom teachers disliked, while Chen Feiyu was the kind of student who excelled and was cherished by the teachers. Whenever Xuechong made a mistake in school, teachers would compare him to Chen Feiyu while scolding him. Xuechong, look at Chen Feiyu, he is good-looking and excels academically. You should learn more from Chen Feiyu, or you won't even get into college. Chen Feiyu had never had any conflicts with Xuechong, nor had they interacted much. However, being compared to him day in and day out made Xuechong increasingly resentful towards Chen Feiyu. If it were just being compared by teachers, Xuechong would dislike Chen Feiyu but wouldn't hate him. At the root of his feelings, Xuechong's issue with Chen Feiyu stemmed from personal matters. The girl he had long pursued, now his girlfriend Du Ling, had once been Chen Feiyu's #1 fanatic. Back then, Du Ling had rejected Xuechong's countless confessions, simply stating, I'm sorry, I like Chen Feiyu. Although they were now a couple, Xuechong still held a grudge, feeling that if it weren't for Chen Feiyu standing in the way, they might have been together long ago. So when he heard from classmates that Chen Feiyu didn't go to college, he was elated. Chen Feiyu, I heard you didn't go to college. Xuechong was clearly trying to provoke Chen Feiyu with this question. Yes, something happened so I couldn't go, but it doesn't matter either way. Chen Feiyu shrugged nonchalantly. Some people had pressured Zhonghai University back, then leading to the cancellation of his guaranteed admission, and he was completely disappointed in Zhonghai University. Even if Zhonghai University invited him back with great fanfare, he wouldn't consider it. Moreover, so much time had passed that Chen Feiyu had long since moved on. Besides, with Chen Feiyu's current worth, if he wanted to go to college, he could easily buy a plot of land and open a university himself. Open a university. An idea flashed in Chen Feiyu's mind. Not having gone to college had always been a concern for his parents. Why not open a university to fulfill their wish? Moreover, the education industry is quite profitable. Opening a university seems like a good idea. Chen Feiyu pondered whether to venture into the education sector when Xuechong interrupted his thoughts. I am now a student at Xingxiao. What about you? What have you been busy with? Xuechong was clearly showing off on purpose. Although Xingxiao was just a vocational school, it was vastly superior to Chen Feiyu, a high school graduate. Before Chen Feiyu could respond, Xuechong jumped in to lecture him. I see you're not doing well, why not enroll in an adult school and upgrade your skills? Xuechong sneered, inwardly feeling elated. What was the use of excelling academically in middle school? The real winner is the one who can laugh last. Now Xuechong was a proper vocational student, while Chen Feiyu was reduced to collecting waste with a burlap bag. Du Ling felt a mix of emotions. She liked the former exceptional Chen Feiyu, who stood at the pinnacle, not the current fallen prince. In fact, she liked Chen Feiyu, but loved the halo around him even more. Now that the halo had faded, Du Ling could no longer find the admiration she once felt for Chen Feiyu, feeling more regret than anything else. Thank goodness she had been rejected when she confessed to Chen Feiyu back then, otherwise she would have ended up with a boyfriend who collects waste, which would surely be a joke. I really am not doing well. Once there was Jack Ma, who loved money, and now there is Chen Feiyu, who is not doing well. However, Chen Feiyu was speaking sincerely. He truly felt he wasn't doing well. The world's richest man, Jeff Bezos, has a net worth of 113 billion, while he only has a meager few hundred billion yuan. The gap is wider than the Nile. Sigh. If he wants to sit in the position of the world's richest man, he needs to work harder. Mr. Chen, I have brought the money for you. The store manager, who had gone to get the money, returned with a thick stack of bills, easily over 10,000 yuan. Chen Feiyu opened the burlap bag, and the manager carefully placed the money inside. I won't say more. I need to go to the next store. If fate allows, we will meet again. Chen Feiyu patted Xuechong on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, study hard, otherwise you will only end up like me, begging for money everywhere. Xuechong was dumbfounded. Can you just casually ask for money with a burlap bag and get so much? Xuechong, for some unknown reason, felt that if Chen Feiyu could do it, so could he. So Xuechong took his girlfriend's bag, opened the zipper, and handed it to the store manager. Give me some too. He mimicked Chen Feiyu's actions, raising an eyebrow at the store manager, then shaking his right foot. Handsome guy, please don't joke around. The shop owner shot Xuechong a glare. Why should he give Xuechong money? Was this guy out of his mind? Why can you give him money and not me? Xuechong was a bit angry too. He had just felt victorious over Chen Feiyu. If Chen Feiyu could get money, there was no reason he couldn't. The shop owner took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. Are you referring to Mr. Chen Feiyu. Yes, that's him. Shuechang nodded. The shop owner finally couldn't hold back any longer and cursed loudly, "You idiot. He's the big boss of our commercial street, and he's here to collect rent today, just to experience life. You come asking me for money with a bag. Why don't you go rob a bank instead?" The shop owner's reply made everyone burst into laughter. They were puzzled as to why the milk tea shop had to give Chen Feiyu money. It turned out he was the big boss here to collect rent. Luckily, they didn't act foolishly like Shuechang bringing a bag to ask for money. Otherwise, they would definitely be seen as lunatics. Is this guy's IQ on the fritz? I think he's just a total fool. He said he's a student from Xingqiao. If you ever have kids, make sure they don't apply to that school. Shuechang's cheeks flushed. He suddenly realized that when Chen Feiyu talked about asking for money everywhere, he didn't mean begging, he meant collecting rent. Damn it. He kept saying he was doing poorly, but the entire commercial street was his. Shuechang felt like he had been played by Chen Feiyu again. After causing such a huge blunder, he wished he could just crawl into a sewer. What a disgrace. Chen Feiyu collected rent from more than 10 shops. He wasn't worried about anyone robbing him. The commercial street was his territory. Once he gave the order, people would rush to his aid. Moreover, from the moment he stepped into the commercial street, security had already surrounded him for protection. Chen Feiyu found a flower bed to sit down and rest, sipping on a bottle of Mr. Milk's drink, which tasted quite good. He opened the bag and took a glance that was filled with cash, the spoils of his morning's work. Chen Feiyu suddenly recalled his saying to be pained yet joyful. Seeing money really could uplift one's mood, but the process of collecting rent was exhausting. Chen Feiyu decided not to continue in such hot weather. He was afraid of heat stroke. The landlord's game would come to an end. He called the property management to notify them to instruct the businesses to transfer all rent to his Alipay account. The game of experiencing life was over as Chen Feiyu carried a large bag of money into his car. As the car passed the intersection of the commercial street, he happened to run into Shuechang and Du Ling, who were standing by the roadside, clearly waiting for a ride. Chen Feiyu leaned over and rolled down the window. "Are you waiting for a ride? Do you want a lift?" Shuechang looked down and saw it was Chen Feiyu, and he was dumbfounded. Oh my. Chen Feiyu was driving a Bentley. They both graduated from the same school, but now Chen Feiyu was the owner of the commercial street and driving a luxury car, while he had to endure the sun and rain waiting for a ride. The harsh reality was continually tormenting Shuechang, and he felt like his heart was about to give out. "Is this your car?" "Yeah, what's the problem?" "You're driving a Bentley and still say you're doing poorly." "I am doing poorly. A Bentley is nothing. I use to drive a Koenigsegg 1-1. Oh my. Shuechang almost couldn't hold back his curse. In fact, Chen Feiyu wasn't showing off, he was just stating a fact. But this statement sounded particularly harsh to Shuechang. A Bentley isn't considered a luxury car? This bastard was really too arrogant. Shuechang gritted his teeth, wanting to beat Chen Feiyu up. However, in the end, he still held back, turning to leave with his girlfriend. He was afraid that if he said any more, he would drop dead on the spot. Cherish life and stay away from arrogant kings. "Hey, let me give you a ride." Being classmates, Chen Feiyu wanted to do a good deed and offer Shuechang and his girlfriend a lift, but the more he called, the faster Shuechang ran away. He had to leave quickly, because Shuechang noticed that Du Ling's gaze towards Chen Feiyu had changed. That look full of admiration was familiar to him, just like how Du Ling looked at Chen Feiyu in middle school. Shuechang was afraid that if he delayed any longer, he would have a field of green grass on his head. He failed to do a good deed, but Chen Feiyu wasn't disappointed. He drove around preparing to explore when he received a call from Li Pengfei. "Hey Lao Yu, what are you doing?" "Nothing much, just finished collecting rent. I suddenly remembered that my wash basin at home is missing a corner. I'm planning to go to the bank to buy a few hundred gold bricks to melt down and make a pure gold wash basin." On the other end of the line, Li Pengfei could clearly be heard taking a deep breath. "Lao Yu, please be a person. Don't show off like this." "I'm not showing off, I'm being serious." Chen Feiyu felt quite innocent. Who in Zhonghai City didn't know that Chen was always graceful and never showed off? It's scary precisely because you're serious. Why don't you just make a golden toilet instead? Chen Feiyu suddenly fell silent. Li Pengfei thought Chen Feiyu was upset, and just as he was about to explain that he meant no harm, Chen Feiyu suddenly slapped his thigh. "You're right." Chen Feiyu's eyes lit up. "My grandmother's toilet just broke. I should make a golden toilet." Damn. Li Pengfei had already started to feel exasperated. If this conversation continued, he had no doubt that Chen Feiyu would directly build a golden mansion, so he quickly changed the subject. "Today is a class reunion. Are you sure you're not going?" "Class reunion? Oh, so today is the 18th. Chen Feiyu slapped his forehead, finally remembering that Li Pengfei had mentioned this last time at the bar. Zhang Kai and Wu Fei organized the middle school class reunion, which is at noon today. The location is at Junlai Hotel. Lao Tian forced me to slap faces. Chen Feiyu slapped his forehead. Last time at the bar, Li Pengfei had mentioned the class reunion. He had been so busy lately that he had lost track of time and only noticed it was the 18th when he checked his phone. Zhang Kai and Wu Fei organized the middle school class reunion, which is at noon today. The location is at Junlai Hotel. Lao Yu, why aren't you going to the reunion? Li Pengfei asked in confusion. Zhang Kai and Wu Fei set up a reunion group. Every day they mock you for not going to university. I think you should go and slap their faces. Li Pengfei had also spoken on Chen Feiyu's behalf in the group a few times, but it had little effect. He believed it was better for Chen Feiyu to personally go and slap their faces. Chen Feiyu was driving a Bentley wearing a designer watch. He wondered what face Wu Fei and the others had to mock him. I already said I wouldn't go. Chen Feiyu had no interest in the reunion. Going just to slap Wu Fei and Zhang Kai's faces felt too. Besides, what was there to talk about with a bunch of students? They weren't on the same level, and even slapping their faces. Han Shixian is going too. Are you really not going? What does it matter to me if she goes? Chen Feiyu said impatiently. Enough, I'm in a hurry to buy gold. Do you think 100 kilograms of gold can make a golden toilet? Go away. Go away. Li Pengfei on the other end of the line clenched his fist. Was he trying to provoke people on purpose? He felt the same way as Xue Chong wanting to hit someone. After hanging up, Chen Feiyu headed directly to the bank. Halfway there, his mother Wang Shufan called. Hey son, where are you? I'm out wandering, Mom. What's up? Today Wang Shufan was attending a colleague's son's wedding. Normally at this time, they should be getting ready for the feast. The sudden call surely meant something was up. I was on my way to the wedding, but the lead luxury car broke down halfway. Wang Shufan explained, I contacted the wedding company, but they said they couldn't find a decent car to rent at the moment. If you have time, could you drive over to help? Sure, just send me the address on WeChat, and I'll head over now. Mom rarely asked him for favors. Since she asked, Chen Feiyu had no reason to refuse. Before long, Wang Shufan sent the location. The convoy was only 2-3 kilometers away from Chen Feiyu, and he arrived in a flash. As soon as Chen Feiyu arrived at the scene, he saw a long line of wedding cars parked by the roadside, each adorned with big red flowers and double happiness symbols, looking particularly festive. The lead car was a Porsche Panamera, and at that moment the hood was open, emitting thick white smoke. Chen Feiyu turned around at the intersection and drove to the front of the convoy. Mom, I'm here. Chen Feiyu spotted his mother Wang Shufan in the crowd. She was comforting her colleague Tang Meijin, explaining how a car problem on such an important day could be so stressful. Meijin, my son is driving over. Wang Shufan waved at Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu walked over. Tang Meijin often visited their home to go shopping with Wang Shufan, so Chen Feiyu recognized her. Chen Feiyu smiled and said, Aunt Tang, don't worry. He'll use my car as the lead car for you. Is that appropriate? I'm afraid I might damage your car. Tang Meijin was initially pleased, but grew worried upon seeing Chen Feiyu's car. Although she didn't know what brand Chen Feiyu's car was, it exuded an air of grandeur and luxury. It was clear it wasn't. As a wedding car, it would surely need decorations, and if anything happened to Chen Feiyu's car, she couldn't afford to compensate. It's fine, Aunt Tang. This is just a grocery getter. I wouldn't mind if it got damaged. Chen Feiyu intended to ease Tang Meizin's worries as he could buy any car he wanted. But upon hearing that, Tang Meijin was utterly stunned. What? Such a nice car is just a grocery getter. Goodness, that seems too extravagant. Tang Meijin suddenly felt unworthy to even buy groceries. After some persuasion from Wang Shufan and Chen Feiyu, Tang Meijin ultimately decided to use Chen Feiyu's car as the lead car. After all, her son's wedding was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and she didn't want anything to go wrong. Little you, thank you so much. No need to be polite, Aunt Tang. You and my mom are old friends. Helping out a bit is the least I could do. Let's get going quickly so we don't miss the auspicious time. So everyone removed the flowers and decorations from the Panamera and carefully transferred them to Chen Feiyu's car. After finishing all this, Chen Feiyu drove off with the bride and groom. On the way, the bride and groom thanked Chen Feiyu profusely. He had saved the day at just the right moment, and upgrading from a Porsche to a Bentley was also a blessing in disguise. The groom directed Chen Feiyu, turning left and right. The more Chen Feiyu looked, the more familiar the roads became. Ultimately, they stopped right in front of Junlai Hotel. Are you hosting the wedding banquet at Junlai Hotel? Yes, we booked it a year in advance to secure today's spot. Chen Feiyu was dumbfounded. He had never thought they would end up at Junlai Hotel out of the blue. Is heaven forcing me to slap faces? I really don't want to slap faces. One Chen Feiyu was also a bit dazed. He didn't expect to end up back at Junlai Hotel after all this time. Little you, thank you so much. Come up and have a drink at the wedding banquet. The groom Tang Yang extended a sincere invitation. Generally, when inviting colleagues to a wedding, relatives weren't included. But Chen Feiyu had been a great help today, and it wouldn't be right not to invite him to the banquet. I think I'll pass. Chen Feiyu thought for a moment and declined. He was afraid he might run into Wu Fei and the others. Since you're here, you should come upstairs for a drink, otherwise it might seem rude. Tang Yang said half-jokingly. You helped us a lot. If you just leave like this, the elders will think we are inconsiderate. The bridesmaids are all my girlfriends, and they are all single. He'll introduce you to them later. Chen Feiyu thought to himself that he didn't need any introductions. He already had plenty of women around him. Chen Feiyu wanted to refuse, but the bride and groom directly pulled him upstairs. In Zhonghai City, there are two types of people: city folks and locals, each with completely different customs for City folks care about face and prefer to host weddings in high-end hotels, having only one meal at the banquet, deciding whether to hold it at noon or in the evening based on reservations. Locals, on the other hand, focus entirely on the festive atmosphere. They usually don't go to hotels, but choose restaurants for rent. Tang Yang reserved a medium-sized banquet hall. Chen Feiyu roughly counted there were exactly 18 tables, and with 12 people per table, that was around 200 people. This scale isn't small, but compared to locals it's far behind. Locals like to invite many people with whom they have little connection and many relatives they've never even met, with banquets starting from 40 to 50 tables. Since there was no reserved seat for Chen Feiyu, Tang Yang brought him to the newlywed table. Besides the bride and groom, there were several bridesmaids and groomsmen, and with a few empty seats, adding Chen Feiyu didn't matter. Come, let me introduce everyone. This is Chen Feiyu, who saved the day for us today, otherwise our convoy would have been stuck on the road. Little you, this is Jia Xiaoming. Tang Yang enthusiastically introduced Chen Feiyu to everyone, and then introduced him to the bridesmaids and groomsmen. Everyone nodded at each other, which was enough of a greeting. The bridesmaids went with the bride to change into their dresses, and the groomsmen left their seats to prepare, leaving Chen Feiyu all alone at the table. During this time, a few girls approached Chen Feiyu to strike up a conversation, but he sent them all away. The wedding ceremony began. The backdrop began playing a video of the bride and groom's pictures, showcasing their past moments together, which was very heartwarming. Please welcome our groom to the stage. With the host shout, Tang Yang stepped onto the stage and thunderous applause erupted in the room. The host asked Tang Yang a few questions to ease his nerves, and once the atmosphere was just right, it was time for the bride to make her entrance. The lights in the venue suddenly dimmed and spotlights illuminated the end of the red carpet. The bride, wearing a white wedding dress, slowly walked toward the groom, with her father supporting her. Tang Yang quickly went to greet her and received his wife from his father-in-law. The father-in-law reminded the newlyweds to get along well, and Tang Yang firmly promised he would treat his wife well. The newlyweds held hands and walked to the center of the stage, reciting their vows of love and placing rings on each other to signify eternal love. Kiss her, kiss her. Instantly, someone in the audience started cheering. The bride shyly closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed, unsure if it was the lighting or her bashfulness. Tang Yang took a deep breath, slowly leaned in, and kissed his bride. As they embraced passionately, applause erupted once more from the audience, and Chen Feiyu sincerely offered his blessings. After returning to his seat, several bridesmaids were moved to tears. Chen Feiyu felt a bit guilty for enjoying the food and drink for free and wondered if he should give a gift to express his appreciation. So while everyone was distracted, he quietly took out 2 small boxes from his personal storage. I didn't prepare any gifts in my hurry. This is just a token of my appreciation. You helped us with the car today. There's no reason for us to accept anything. We can't take this gift. Tang Yang decisively refused. According to custom, no monetary gifts are required for transportation, especially since Chen Feiyu had been of great help today. It's not a valuable item, just a pair of couple watches, but please accept it. The two of them insisted back and forth, but in the end they could not withstand Chen Feiyu's enthusiasm, and the Tang Yang couple accepted the gift. I'm sorry, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Wishing you both a happy marriage, and may you grow old together. Let me see you off. Tang Yang accompanied Chen Feiyu to the hotel lobby, and upon returning, the groomsmen and bridesmaids urged him to open Chen Feiyu's gift and take a look. Upon opening it, to their astonishment, it was a pair of diamond watches. Wow, my eyes are almost dazzled by their brilliance. One of the bridesmaids curiously searched online and then gasped, covering her mouth. Can you guess how much this pair of watches is worth? Seeking positive reviews, book reviews, updates, collections, various requests. With the bridesmaids' question, everyone's curiosity was piqued, and all eyes, including Tang Yang's, were on her. How much? The bridesmaid did not answer, but gave everyone a meaningful smile. Is it 2,000 yuan? The bridesmaid rolled her eyes. Where can you buy diamond watches for 2,000 yuan? Then is it 1,000 yuan? The bridesmaid shook her head and revealed an astonishing number. Not at all, these 2 watches together are worth 1,000 yuan. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but gasp, and Tang Yang suddenly felt the weight of the watch, realizing it was a gift worth 1,000 yuan that Chen Feiyu casually gave away. Moreover, he kept insisting it wasn't valuable. What kind of wealth is this? Meanwhile, Chen Feiyu was waiting at the hotel entrance for the staff to bring his car. In reality, he was not exaggerating. These watches were indeed the cheapest items selected by the system from his personal inventory. A bottle of 1982 Lafite costs around 1,000 yuan. 2 watches adding up to 1,000 yuan isn't that cheap. Giving away 1,000 yuan worth of watches would make others feel heartbroken, but Chen Feiyu felt nothing. When Wang Shufan first started working at the factory, Tang Meijian took great care of her. They were longtime colleagues and good friends. As a person, one should understand the importance of gratitude. Giving a pair of diamond watches as a gift was meant to express the family's sentiments, thanking Tang Meijian for taking care of his mother over the years. Of course, it was also about giving his mother some face. Spending 100,000 yuan just to make everyone happy, why not? After waiting for a few minutes, Chun Feiyu saw his Bentley approaching. Just as he stepped out of the hotel door, a girl rushed over and bumped right into him. The girl's bag fell to the ground, scattering her belongings everywhere. Chun Feiyu crouched down to help pick them up and return the items to her. Thank you, I'm so sorry for bumping into you. No need to apologize, it should be me saying I'm sorry. The girl and Chun Feiyu looked up at each other, their gazes colliding in the air, and they both froze. Are you Chun Feiyu? Are you Han Shixian? They both called out each other's names at the same time. The girl was none other than Han Shixian, the school beauty from Chun Feiyu's middle school days, and he did not expect to run into her at the entrance. As for other middle school acquaintances, Chun Feiyu had only met Fang Yuan once, so it was normal not to recognize her. Remembering Fang Yuan's appearance back then was already quite good. But Han Shixian was different. They were classmates. They saw each other almost every day for 3 years in middle school, spending more time together than with their own parents. Even though Han Shixian's appearance had changed significantly, she could still be recognized by her features. Little fish, you've matured quite a bit. Han Shixian stared blankly at the Chun Feiyu before her, who had shed his youthful naivety and exuded a stable demeanor, possessing a charm of maturity that was different from other boys his age. You've also become more beautiful. Chun Feiyu smiled genuinely and said, but could you please stop calling me little fish? You can call me Xiao Chun or Feiyu, anything works, but calling me fish makes it feel like I'm your son. Haha. Alright then, I'll call you little fish. Han Shixian laughed and said, why didn't you go up? Did you not get the room number? Everyone is already in room 302. Come, let me take you up. I wasn't coming to. Chun Feiyu hadn't finished speaking when Han Shixian pulled him along. He didn't dare to pull away forcefully for fear of hurting her. Thus, Chun Feiyu was dragged into the elevator with a face full of despair. He wanted to cry. Oh, it was so uncomfortable. Why? I am trying to be good, yet you all force me to show off. Exiting the elevator and confirming the direction of the private room, Chun Feiyu was dragged all the way to room 302 like a wooden puppet. Inside the private room, there were 4 large round tables. 3 of them were nearly full, and 1 table. Hearing someone enter, everyone looked towards the door, and when they saw Han Shixian, both boys and girls stood up and applauded to welcome her. Our school beauty has arrived. Xuan, it's been years since we last met, and you've become even more beautiful. The boys sincerely praised her, and the girls were not displeased either, as they had long been accustomed to living in Han Shixian's brilliance during their 3 years in middle school. Li Pengfei took a sip of his drink and immediately ran over when he saw Chun Feiyu arrive. Old fish, didn't you say you weren't coming? Why are you here? Do you think I wanted to come? Forget it, it's too complicated to explain. Chun Feiyu wanted to say he had mistakenly come to Junlai Grand Hotel and then bumped into Han Shixian, but thinking it would be too troublesome, he chose not to explain. The boys were somewhat cold towards Chun Feiyu, even showing a hint of resentment. The reason was simple: nearly all the girls they had secretly liked in middle school had a crush on Chun Feiyu. They were lucky not to gang up on him. Seeking positive reviews, book reviews, updates, collections, various requests, the show was about to begin. Unlike the boys' indifference, the girls warmly welcomed Chun Feiyu. After all, he was the boy who had been their white moonlight during their teenage years. Hey Chun Feiyu, how did you come with Xian? Oh Xuan, you told me you didn't have Chun Feiyu's contact information, and now you're giving yourself away. Let me guess, you two aren't together, are you? Han Shixian turned beet red from the teasing and hurriedly explained, don't say such things, I just happened to run into little fish downstairs, so we came up together. Li Pengfei had a mischievous smile and elbowed Chun Feiyu. Just happened to run into him. What a coincidence. Thus Li Pengfei was convinced that Chun Feiyu had deliberately waited for Han Shixian downstairs. He wasn't just guessing, but had factual basis for his assumptions. In middle school, Chun Feiyu was cold towards all girls except for Han Shixian, who could approach him. Claiming there was nothing between them, even if Li Pengfei was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe it. Li Pengfei even once suspected whether the two had secretly gotten together long ago. Chun Feiyu rolled his eyes, knowing exactly what his best friend was thinking. His close relationship with Han Shixian was purely due to her excellent academic performance, which allowed them to have common topics related to their studies. Furthermore, Han Shixian had a pleasant personality, so they became friends. It was definitely not, as Li Pengfei imagined, involving any vague romantic relationship. Sitting at the main table, Wu Fei wore a dark expression. He had pursued Han Shixian and managed to enter the same high school, later following her to the same university, but their relationship remained as distant as water with no substantial progress. In school, when they met, Han Shixian would only smile and nod at him. But whenever she saw Chun Feiyu, she would blush, making Wu Fei unable to hold back his anger. Wu Fei had confessed to Han Shixian no less than 10 times, but every time ended in failure. He once asked her the reason, but she merely replied that they were not suited for each other. Even Wu Fei, no matter how dense he was, could see that Han Shixian still had feelings for Chen Feiyu. A loser who can't even get into college, what right does he have to compete with me for a woman? Wu Fei's jealousy surged, and he was determined to make Chen Feiyu lose face today. He wanted Han Shixian to see reality that only he could match her. Xian is here, please take a seat. Wu Fei gentlemanly pulled out the chair next to him, which was specifically reserved for Han Shixian. Han Shixian didn't think much of it, and after adjusting her skirt sat down, leaving only Chen Feiyu awkwardly standing there, as everyone realized that all the seats were taken. Oh no, there are no seats left. Zhang Kai said teasingly. Chen Feiyu, we can't fit you here, why don't you sit at the empty table over there? How about everyone shift a bit closer, and make some space for Chen Feiyu? A girl suggested, but the boys remained unmoved, and those who resented Chen Feiyu quickly vetoed the proposal. It's uncomfortable to sit too closely. Let Chen Feiyu go to the empty table instead. Chen Feiyu could see clearly that this was a setup by Wu Fei and the others intentionally trying to give him the hard time. Since he didn't want to leave after coming all this way, Chen Feiyu decided to head to the empty table. Sitting alone at a table was also nice, allowing him to enjoy the food slowly. Old fish will keep you company. Li Pengfei, being quite loyal, stood up without a second thought and sat down next to Chen Feiyu. Then he'll go to that table too. At this moment, just as Wu Fei and the others were feeling smug, Han Shixian suddenly stood up again, picked up her bag, and prepared to walk over to Chen Feiyu's table. Chuan, there are still seats here, why don't you just sit here? Wu Fei immediately panicked. He organized the class reunion. Humiliating Chen Feiyu was secondary. The main goal was to get closer to Han Shixian. If Han Shixian left like this, how would he show his enthusiasm? It's not good for Chen Feiyu to sit alone. Oh, why don't we all shift a bit and make some space for him? This time the boys complied, shifting their seats closer. Wu Fei had no choice to get closer to Han Shixian. He had to compromise. Chen Feiyu, Li Pengfei, please come sit over here. Li Pengfei stood up, but saw Chen Feiyu wasn't moving, so he sat back down. At this moment, any choice he made that contradicted Chen Feiyu would be seen as slapping Chen Feiyu in the face. He couldn't let outsiders laugh at him, so he had to stay consistent with Chen Feiyu. If Chen Feiyu stood, he stood. If Chen Feiyu sat, he sat. No, Zhang Kai had a good point. It's too crowded and uncomfortable. Let's spread out a bit, so everyone is comfortable. That's just Chen Feiyu's character. If you don't appreciate the face I give you, don't expect me to come back, even if you regret. I also think it's more comfortable to sit separately. Han Shixian smiled slightly and sat down beside Chen Feiyu. She was also a talented girl with a keen eye. How could she not see that Wu Fei was targeting Chen Feiyu? From both a friend and classmate's perspective, Han Shixian despised Wu Fei's behavior of ostracizing others. Seeking positive reviews, book reviews, updates, collections, various requests. Why doesn't Han Shixian like Wu Fei? Certainly part of it is due to Chen Feiyu. But the main reason is that she dislikes Wu Fei's bureaucratic style of forming cliques. Wu Fei's actions, if put nicely, are harmless jokes among classmates. But to put it bluntly, it's bullying others and excluding outsiders. Why doesn't Han Shixian like Wu Fei? Certainly part of it is due to Chen Feiyu. But the main reason is that she dislikes Wu Fei's bureaucratic style of forming cliques. However, the more Wu Fei played his tricks, the more Han Shixian felt he was being self-righteous, leading to her growing dislike for him. A real man should defeat Chen Feiyu hidden with skill. Even if he couldn't match Chen Feiyu in brains, if they went out for a fight regardless of who won or lost, Han Shixian would at least see Wu Fei as a proper man. What kind of skill is it to play dirty behind someone's back? Trying to elevate his image by putting Chen Feiyu down. A smart woman like Han Shixian isn't fooled by such petty tricks. Wu Fei gritted his teeth, staring fixatedly at Chen Feiyu with a flash of hatred in his eyes. Perhaps Wu Fei would never realize that what was driving a wedge between him and Han Shixian was not Chen Feiyu, but his own self-righteous cleverness. Chuan, I'll accompany you. Then he'll go to Chen Feiyu's table too. It really is a bit cramped, so he'll join you to make you all more comfortable. Several girls who were close to Han Shixian stood up and changed seats. With someone leading the way, the number of people swapping seats rapidly increased. The last few girls left saw that all their table companions were boys and wondered if it was a bit inappropriate for a girl. After some hesitation, they also stood up and moved to Chen Feiyu's table. In the end, the 3 tables that were previously packed were now like a gap-toothed door with a large number of empty seats remaining, and all that was left were boys, turning it into a boys' club. In contrast, Chen Feiyu's table, which had been quiet earlier, was now filled with girls. The girls chatted away like a flock of larks, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Feiyu, their eyes filled with a mix of helplessness, longing, and admiration. Li Pengfei watched all this and couldn't help but sigh. After so many years, these girls still have feelings for old fish. He truly is the girl killer, Chen Feiyu. Damn you, Chen Feiyu. A group of boys clenched their fists, mentally cursing Chen Feiyu hundreds of times. If looks could kill, Chen Feiyu would have reincarnated 1,000 times. Sorry, but I don't have any seats left. You can see for yourselves that I have no space to let you sit. Not noticing the boy's dissatisfaction with him, Chen Feiyu felt quite innocent. It was you who forced me over here, so you can't blame me. Besides, I didn't invite the girls over. I just passively damn, getting benefits and acting innocent. The boys were gritting their teeth in anger. Chen Feiyu was merely stating the facts. He truly had no seats left. But to the boys it sounded extraordinarily harsh, as if he was mocking them. Wu Fei held back his anger and returned to his seat. Serve the dishes. Wu Fei clapped his hands, and the waiter at the door picked up the intercom to relay orders, soon bringing out exquisite dishes for the table. Wow, such exquisite dishes. This table must have cost quite a bit, right? Both boys and girls couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Junlai Grand Hotel was the most upscale hotel in Zhonghai City, and the university students present had never been there before, as they simply couldn't afford it. Wu Fei's lips involuntarily curled up. He was very pleased with everyone's reactions. Thank you all for coming to this class reunion. Wu Fei stood up like the host to give a speech, rattling on for a while, and finally raised his glass. Come, let's cheers. Everyone cheerfully raised their glasses. The boys downed their wine in one go, while the girls merely sipped a little. Now enjoy the feast I prepared for everyone. Wu Fei specifically emphasized the word "I," making it clear that this meal was treated by him, while also showing off his wealth. Wu Fei can treat you to a meal at the best hotel, whereas Chen Feiyu can't do anything. After a few bites, Wu Fei, like a groom, began to toast at each table, eventually making his way to Chen Feiyu's table. A girl curiously asked Wu Fei, "How much does this table cost?" "It's not that expensive, just 1,888 for a table." Although Zhonghai City is a first-tier city, only a small portion of white-collar workers earn over 10,000 a month, and 4 tables of dishes amount to over 70,000. No wonder it's the largest hotel in Zhonghai City. The prices are simply terrifying. Not expensive at all, as long as everyone enjoys the meal, that's what matters. My parents rewarded me with a car for getting into college and gave me a bank card with 500,000 as my living. Wu Fei boasted proudly. A meal costing 70,000 is indeed a bit pricey, but it was still within. Wu Fei glanced sideways at Chen Feiyu and suddenly came up with an idea. Li Pengfei snorted and slammed the table, clearly annoyed by Wu Fei's provocations. Chen Feiyu replied confidently, "I have indeed never eaten these. Thanks to you, I get to try them today." Wu Fei was taken aback. Chen Feiyu should have shown more anger, but instead he was completely different from what Wu Fei had imagined. "If you haven't eaten before, make sure to eat a lot. I'm treating today, order whatever you like." Wu Fei felt a sense of foreboding, but couldn't backtrack now. He didn't want to embarrass himself. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Of course, today is all about enjoyment. Feel free to order anything you want, it's all on me. Then I won't hold back. Waiter, come here." "Mr. Chen, how may I assist you? Why are you skimping on the ingredients lately?" "Huh, Mr. Chen, we haven't cut corners. Look at this dish called Deep Sea Dragon. You used to serve 18-pound Australian lobsters, but why is it now only a 6-pound flower lobster? And this golden abalone, you used to use top-grade one-head abalone, but these are smaller than my bowl, and there should be over a dozen of them. Are you trying to fool us? Abalone weighing 1 pound or more is considered one-head abalone." "Mr. Chen, you misunderstand. We didn't skimp. These materials were requested to be replaced by Mr." The waitress anxiously explained. If a misunderstanding caused the hotel to lose such a distinguished customer as Chen Feiyu, she would surely be fired. Wu Fei's brow furrowed. It was indeed his request to change the ingredients. He thought to himself that since his classmates had never been here, he could get away with using cheaper ingredients. How did Chen Feiyu find out about the change? What nonsense! Are you implying that Wu Fei is stingy and unwilling to spend money on our old class? "Mr. Chen, that's not what I meant. These ingredients are all the best. Each one is the same." "The same? If the foreigners in the next room saw this, they would think we can't afford it. I'm ordering now, so pay it." The waitress thought to herself that there were no foreigners in the next room, but she still began taking notes seriously. "Don't worry, Wu Fei, I'll just order some regular home-style dishes. They won't be too expensive." However, Wu Fei would never have guessed that the home-style dishes Chen Feiyu referred to needed to be put in quotation. "Let's start with an Australian lobster, and make sure it's the largest and heaviest you have. And take this golden abalone away. Oh, it looks unappetizing. Replace it with 8 one-head abalone." Wu Fei's face turned a shade of green. Every word from Chen Feiyu felt like a hammer pounding on his heart, and he felt like he was about to have a heart attack. Australian lobster, one-head abalone, blood swallow. Wu Fei's nose nearly crinkled with anger. Is this what you'd call home-style dishes? Do you have a misunderstanding of the term home-style? Even a billionaire wouldn't indulge this extravagantly. How much would this meal cost? Chen Feiyu's orders sounded expensive just by name, and Wu Fei quickly scanned the menu, discovering none of those dishes listed. Wu Fei panicked, feeling completely unsteady. What if he couldn't pay the bill later? That would be embarrassing. Why aren't the dishes he ordered on the menu? The waitress explained, "We reserve the top ingredients for esteemed customers like you, Mr. Wu, so they're not." I. Cough cough. Wu Fei nearly choked on his own saliva, thinking to himself, who wants to be your most esteemed customer? However, he had already allowed Chen Feiyu to order, and backing out now would be too embarrassing, especially with Han Shixin present, so he could only hold his ground. In front of his crush, Wu Fei chose to stand firm. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, but we ran out of one-head abalone." Hearing this, Wu Fei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that since the hotel is out, he can't be blamed for not. "No one-head abalone. Can't you substitute it for two-head abalone? Do I have to teach you how to do your job?" Yes, I understand." Wu Fei's breathing quickened and his eyes began to redden as he helplessly watched the waitress write, "Two-head abalone 16 on the menu." At that moment his heart was bleeding. "Mr. Chen, would you like to order anything else?" the waitress asked softly. "Of course I want more." Are you questioning Wu Fei's capabilities? "All right, bring me the wine list to take a look." "Sure, please wait a moment." The waitress brought over the wine list, and Chen Feiyu glanced at it before tossing it on the table, saying, "Forget it, there's nothing special about the wine list." Wu Fei showed an astonished expression. Could it be that Chen Feiyu had a change of heart and was going to let him? "The red wine on the table tastes awful. It's bitter and astringent. Just bring us 3 bottles of the 1982. "Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll prepare it right away." The waitress didn't even ask Wu Fei's opinion and hurried off to get the wine. Upon hearing the name Lafite, everyone became excited. This is a renowned red wine brand both domestically and internationally. In films you often see a group of wealthy people gathering to taste wine, and most of them are drinking Lafite. "How much is a bottle?" Wu Fei asked in return, only concerned about the price. "The wine list is right here. Just check it yourself to find out." Wu Fei picked up the wine list and quickly found Lafite. Upon seeing the price tag of only a few thousand, he truly sighed in relief. Only a few thousand. I thought it would be much more expensive." The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Wu Fei felt like he was in the clear. "A few thousand? You must be mistaken." Chen Feiyu flipped through the wine list and pointed to one of the red wine images, saying, "What you just saw was the 2017 Lafite. I ordered the 1982, this one here." Looking at the long string of zeros after the price, Wu Fei felt dizzy. 10,000, 10,000. Wu Fei gritted his teeth and began counting, and after finishing his heart sank significantly. What the hell? One bottle of wine costs over 1,300. Damn, Chen Feiyu, are you trying to ruin me? Can you even finish all this? Wu Fei gritted his teeth, truly wishing he could twist Chen Feiyu's head off and kick it like a ball. "It's alright, if we can't finish it we can pack it up." Chen Feiyu added another comment. "Oh, I forgot to mention the takeout boxes here are made of silver. Each one costs a few hundred." Wu Fei felt dizzy, his legs weak. If it weren't for the nearby stool, he would have collapsed to the ground. A takeout box cost a few hundred. What a ripoff. The red wine and dishes that Chen Feiyu ordered were quickly served. The difference in ingredients elevated the taste and texture of each dish. Everyone was enjoying the meal except for Wu Fei, who had no appetite at all. He just wanted to know how much of his 5,000 would be left after this meal. After a sumptuous meal, the waitress brought the bill, assuming Chen Feiyu would pay. "Mr. Chen, here is your bill for the consumption." "Don't give it to me. I'm not paying this time." "Do you see that pale-faced guy by the window? He's paying today. Give him." The waitress searched for Wu Fei and indeed found him looking pale. "Mr. Wu, here is your bill for this visit, totaling 483021 yuan. How would you like to pay?" "Swipe." "Swipe the card." Wu Fei shakily retrieved his bank card. He had just spent 4830 on a meal. He felt like he had returned to square one. He wanted to cry. What a disaster, he didn't have enough money. Actually, this meal should have only cost a few tens of thousands. The 3 bottles of wine accounted for a large, only a little over 4800. That's quite reasonable, Chen Feiyu added. 4800 is very cheap. If I had known it was so cheap, I would have ordered a few more Australian lobsters, Li Pengfei chimed in. Li Pengfei had been hanging out with Chen Feiyu for a while and was starting to feel a bit inflated. In the past, he would have thought a few thousand was expensive. Now he found several tens of thousands to be cheap. As Li Pengfei would say, I'm a man who has eaten barbecues worth several thousand. Oh, what's this money? Of course, it was easy for him to say that because he wasn't spending his own money. Wu Fei's face was as ugly as it could be. The only solace was that he still had about 200 left in his account. The waitress took Wu Fei's bank card and suddenly remembered something. Mr. Wu, our restaurant requires a total payment of 0.5 service fee. Your consumption amount is 483021 yuan, and the service fee is 24151. 0.5 yuan, totaling 507172. 0.5 yuan. What? A service fee too? Wu Fei nearly stumbled, almost falling off his chair. You act like a good person, but you've eaten quite a lot yourself. Why don't you pay up? I want to help, but I don't have any money. Besides, all these dishes were ordered by Chen Feiyu. It's only right that he pays a bit. Yeah, the dishes were ordered by Chen Feiyu, he should pay. Other boys chimed in agreement. Both. Li Pengfei defended Chen Feiyu vehemently. When old you was ordering, I didn't see you stand up to object. You all ate quite a bit too, didn't you? You want to shift the blame to old you when you have no money. If you don't have money, just shut up. Stop pretending to be a good person, or you might get struck by lightning when you go out. The boys were rendered speechless by Li Pengfei's retort. Noticing the girls looking at them with faint disdain, they quickly took the hint and fell silent. It's quite shameless to expect Chen Feiyu to pay when they themselves didn't contribute. As for Chen Feiyu, he couldn't be bothered with these people lounging with his legs crossed casually savoring the remaining la fight in his glass. Trying to use moral coercion on me. Sorry, but I have no morals. Wu Fei knew that Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei had always been at odds with him, eager to see him humiliated, so even if he had money he wouldn't help. Wu Fei gritted his teeth. He wouldn't ask Chen Feiyu for help even if it killed him. He was ready to call his parents for assistance, mentally preparing himself for a scolding. How much more do we need? I have a little money in WeChat, but I don't know if it's enough. In Wu Fei's moment of despair, Han Shixian extended a helping hand. Although Han Shixian didn't quite like Wu Fei's way of dealing with things, they had been classmates for 3 years, and she couldn't just stand by and watch him embarrass himself. Wu Fei stared at her in a daze, tears welling up with gratitude. Shixian is willing to help me, she must like me. If Han Shixian knew what Wu Fei was thinking, she would probably immediately reconsider her decision to help pay. Miss, you still need 2,000 yuan. The waiter replied. Han Shixian took out her phone. I have 2,000 yuan, can I pay via WeChat? Of course you can. The waiter took out the machine ready to scan Han Shixian's payment code. However, at that moment a hand suddenly blocked the phone screen, and both Han Shixian and the waitress looked over to see Chen Feiyu's hand. Everyone was confused about Chen Feiyu's intentions. Wu Fei was even more infuriated. This bastard wouldn't pay himself, and now he was stopping Han Shixian from paying. Was he trying to make me look bad on purpose? 2,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for you, isn't it? Or is Wu Fei your man? Back in school, Chen Feiyu had visited Han Shixian's home. Her parents were also working class, and their financial situation was a bit better than Chen Feiyu's, but not by much. That 2,000 yuan was likely what Han Shixian earned during her summer job. Chen Feiyu certainly wouldn't let her waste. Thinking Chen Feiyu had misunderstood, Han Shixian hurriedly explained, Wu Fei is not my boyfriend, we are just ordinary classmates. Snap. This statement shattered Wu Fei's heart. Doesn't he have parents to support him? Does he need you, a classmate, to meddle in his affairs? Chen Feiyu rolled his eyes. He really didn't understand what Han Shixian was thinking. She didn't have much money herself, yet she was helping Wu Fei pay. Did she expect to live off bread for the next month? But Han Shixian wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Chen Feiyu waving his hand. No buts. Chen Feiyu said to the waiter, put the remaining 2,000 on my tab. Mr. Chen, since you've spoken, this service fee will naturally be waived. The salary at Junlai Hotel is particularly high, and those who can work there are very capable and observant. Waiving a mere 2,000 for Chen Feiyu would leave a good impression on him, making it a profitable deal. Even if the boss found out that the waiter acted on her own, he would definitely not blame her. He might even reward her. Waived. Do as you please. Chen Feiyu didn't object. He wasn't desperate. If they wouldn't take his money, why should he insist on giving it? It's best if he doesn't have to spend anything. Of course, Chen Feiyu only asked for the 2,000 yuan to be waived. The other charges should still be collected since it wasn't his money. It was fine to make those fools pay a bit. Wait a minute, why can't we get a discount, yet you waive the service fee for him? Originally the matter could have been resolved peacefully, but Zhang Kai was displeased. Earlier, when Wu Fei asked if he could get a discount, the waiter clearly told him that the hotel never offers discounts, yet they immediately waived 2,000 yuan for Chen Feiyu. What was that about? Was it that they looked down on them? Handsome, it's like this. The waiter patiently explained, for ordinary customers we don't offer discounts, but Mr. Chen is different. What's so different about him? Does that mean he's more noble than us? The moral superiority boy piped up again. In school he always ranked among the top 3 in exams, but he had always been overshadowed by Chen Feiyu and Han Shixian. He certainly wouldn't blame Han Shixian, a girl. But over time his resentment had focused on Chen Feiyu. Why did someone who hadn't even gone to college get to enjoy privileges they couldn't? This was unreasonable. Handsome, you're joking. All the customers who come to our hotel are very distinguished. The waiter wasn't angry, smiling as she replied, however, Mr. Chen holds our hotel's Supreme Black Gold VIP Earl card, making him a member among members. According to hotel policy, he can enjoy waiving all service fees and many other rights. If you had said you could waive the service fee earlier, we could have gotten a Supreme Black Gold VIP Earl card ourselves. A clueless buzzcut boy remarked. I also want to keep a low profile, but my capabilities don't allow it. With Supreme Black Gold and Earl, the name of this VIP card sounds impressive, but the buzzcut boy thought that since Chen Feiyu could get it, it couldn't be that expensive, and they could afford it too. You all want to get a card? The waiter's eyes lit up as she said, our VIP cards come in 2 versions, Standard and Supreme. The Supreme VIP card has 6 levels: Emperor, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Count, and Knight. If you want to obtain the same Earl card as Mr. Chen, you need to meet certain conditions. What conditions? Zhang Kai inquired. If the price was reasonable, he might consider getting one. The requirements are quite simple. First, you need to pre-deposit 1 million yuan into our hotel's VIP card account. You can then receive discounts on meals and waive all service fees. Each time you upgrade your level, you can increase your discount by 0.5. The Baron card is 95 off, and so on. The Emperor card can enjoy a 30 discount. Second, you need to provide proof of funds showing that you have at least 100 million yuan. If you don't have 100 million, even if you pre-deposit tens of millions, you won't qualify for the Supreme card. Third, there's a one-time membership fee of 1,000 yuan. Since you're friends with Mr. Chen, we can only charge you a fee of 5,000 yuan. After explaining, the waiter politely asked, "May I ask which level of Supreme card you wish to apply for?" "I forget I asked." Zhang Kai decisively backed down and sat down without saying a word. What a ripoff. A membership card costs 1,000 yuan. It's robbery. Pre-depositing 1 million already sounded outrageous, and now they wanted proof of 100 million. Could it get any more exaggerated? The others were also left dumbfounded. Oh, everyone had heard of property verification for buying houses, but hearing that a hotel membership card required verification was a first. Truly a sight to behold. But soon someone discovered the loophole. Chen Feiyu had a Supreme card, and it was of the Earl level. Wouldn't that indirectly prove that he had over 100 million in funds? "Chen Feiyu, can we take a look at your card?" "What's there to see? It's just a black card." Chen Feiyu casually threw out a black card which was twice as thick as an ordinary card, faintly shimmering with golden light, with a trident pattern in the center, looking both low-key and luxurious. "Mr. Chen, you can enjoy a 15 discount. Would you like us to apply the discount and waive all service?" Everyone looked at Chen Feiyu in unison. While 15 off didn't sound like much, it was significant when the amount was large, and the total savings could be substantial. For example, on a bill of 5,000 yuan, a discount of about 7,500 yuan could be received. The key was that all service fees were waived, putting the money back into everyone's pockets. Oh, that's not necessary. Everyone here will become pillars of society and elite talents. Oh, we're not short on that little bit of money. Just waive the 2,000 yuan. Oh, and you can collect the rest. Of course, Chen Feiyu wanted those people to suffer a bit. Help them fight for a discount. In your dreams. The waived 2,000 yuan was only because of Han Shixian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of letting them save even a dime. The boys were furious, their anger boiling over. Clearly, Chen Feiyu could provide a discount, but chose not to, deliberately making them pay. It was truly infuriating. However, even if they were unhappy, they had no way to deal with Chen Feiyu. After settling the bill, everyone didn't leave immediately, but sat around chatting. The boys who paid were stuffed and kept shoving food into their mouths, feeling guilty about wasting since they had paid. And even if they vomited, they would never let Chen Feiyu off the hook. "Chen Feiyu, what have you been up to lately? With such an expensive Supreme card, have you made quite a bit of money?" The girls asked curiously, while the boys also looked on with confusion. They had heard that Chen Feiyu was delivering takeout, but how could a delivery guy have so much money? Chen Feiyu let out a bitter laugh. Opportunities to show off kept presenting themselves. What could he do? He wanted to keep a low profile, but his capabilities wouldn't allow it. "Not much. I just bought a commercial street and collect rent every month." Chen Feiyu swirled his wine glass, the red wine moving in a clockwise motion. His tone was so casual, as if owning a commercial street was nothing to him. "Wow, which commercial street?" The girls looked at him in awe. They had always thought Chen Feiyu was impressive, so they didn't doubt the truth of his words. "Xintai Commercial Street." Chen Feiyu stated the name, and Li Pengfei asked, "What the heck, old you? When did you buy Xintai Commercial Street without telling me? Are we not brothers? Are you getting anxious?" Chen Feiyu patted Li Pengfei on the back of his head and said, "I'll set up a membership system soon and send you a card so you can eat and drink on my tab, alright?" The most expensive area of the commercial street is luxury goods. As long as they didn't buy luxury items, enjoying food and entertainment wouldn't cost much. Spending a few thousand in a day would be quite impressive. Chen Feiyu didn't care about such small amounts of money. Seeing the girls surrounding Chen Feiyu in admiration, the other boys, except for Li Pengfei, felt incredibly displeased. They had originally thought that this class reunion could let them find a partner among the female classmates, but now the girls were all revolving around Chen Feiyu, making them feel like transparent people. Sounds too good to be true. Zhang Kai couldn't help but spit out disdainfully, and the other boys wore similar skeptical expressions. "Chen Feiyu, it's been years since we last met. Your skills have really improved." Wu Fei couldn't take it anymore. This class reunion was organized by him, and he paid for it, so he should be the center of attention, not let Chen Feiyu steal his thunder. "What skills?" Chen Feiyu asked. "Of course, the skill of bragging." Upon hearing Wu Fei's words, the boys burst into laughter. Wu Fei continued to mock. "Xintai Commercial Street must be worth at least 1 billion. Where did you get so much money to buy it?" If you're the owner of Xintai Commercial Street, then I'm a director of Dongfang Corporation. Dongfang Corporation is well known in Zhonghai City, involved in multiple sectors, including educational institutions. Wu Fei's parents run a franchise under Dongfang Corporation, which is why he casually mentioned its name. Chen Feiyu smirked sarcastically, too lazy to waste breath. He was on a different level than Wu Fei and the others, with a different perspective and vision. If it weren't for Han Shixian pulling him into this, he would consider such a meaningless gathering a waste of time. Wouldn't it be better to spend this time chatting with a few big shots and broadening his horizons? Chen Feiyu didn't care, but Li Pengfei was visibly unhappy. If he were in Chen Feiyu's position, he would open his banking app to flaunt his savings and then throw out the keys to his Bentley to slap Wu Fei and the others in the face. Seeing Chen Feiyu not refuting the boys felt smug. Look at you boasting, now you've been exposed and have nothing to say. Just as the anti-Feiyu squad was secretly reveling in their success, an unexpected voice rang out. 12,395 yuan has arrived in your Alipay. Over 10,000. Who's received money on their Alipay? A girl asked, but no one answered. Then everyone heard the buzzing sound of a phone vibrating, but soon the sound disappeared, and they couldn't find out whose phone it was. Just when everyone was puzzled, the Alipay arrival notification came again. 13,225 yuan has arrived in your Alipay. 12,229 yuan has arrived. 9,341 yuan has arrived. 43,246 yuan has arrived. 44,352 yuan has arrived. One notification after another bombarded them. This time the messages didn't pause, and the phone kept vibrating, so they quickly found out whose phone it was. Everyone looked closely and saw it was Chen Feiyu's phone. This was just the beginning. The Alipay arrival notifications kept coming. 23,246 yuan has arrived in your Alipay. 44,352 yuan has arrived in your Alipay. The notifications continued for nearly 6 or 7 minutes before finally settling down. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Some tried to use their phone calculators to tally up how much money had arrived, but after a while their brains were too scrambled to keep up. Even so, the amount recorded already exceeded 1 million. Chen Feiyu, how does your Alipay have so much money arriving? It's quite normal. Today is the rent collection day for my commercial street. I was collecting rent this morning, and since I was too tired, I let the tenants transfer it to my Alipay. I still have a whole bag of cash in the trunk of my car. Chen Feiyu said nonchalantly, then picked up his phone and swiped it. He complained impatiently, what a piece of junk phone, it's lagging with just this little money transfer notification. What's going to happen when the transfer amount is in the tens of millions or billions? Looks like I need to switch phones. The boys were nearly spitting blood. Just this little amount. The total adds up to several million. Damn it, they had seen people show off before, but this was the first time they saw someone using Alipay voice notifications to show off. Haha, Chen Feiyu, where did you find this audio? Send it to me so that I can show off too next time. A boy still didn't believe that Chen Feiyu had so much money. Just Google it yourself. Chen Feiyu didn't bother to refute. It wasn't worth arguing with such people. Chen Feiyu, you say you have a car, what kind of car? Zhang Kai started causing trouble again, calling Chen Feiyu over just to slap him in the face. However, Chen Feiyu's repeated counterattacks left him extremely displeased. Fei. Before Chen Feiyu could finish saying the word Fei, Zhang Kai interrupted him. So it's a Fiat. Zhang Kai spoke eloquently. I've heard of that car. It seems to have been discontinued in the domestic market. Why would you buy such a junk car? After saying that, Zhang Kai turned to Wu Fei and tested the waters. Fei, good, didn't your parents give you an Audi A4L? Why don't you take out the car key for us to see? Wu Fei immediately understood as Zhang Kai was creating an opportunity for him to show off. It's just an Audi A4L, nothing impressive. Wu Fei initially pretended to be modest, saying there was nothing to see, but his body was honest, eagerly pulling out the car key and placing it on the table. Wow, Fei, you really are something. Zhang Kai exclaimed loudly. While we are still taking the bus, you are already driving a luxury car like a BBA. It's truly enviable. Everyone cast envious glances. It was rare for college students to have their families buy them cars. Wu Fei's favorable family conditions allowed him to gain a head start, saving him years of hard work compared to many others. It's not as exaggerated as you say. How an A4L is merely entry-level and doesn't qualify as a luxury car. Wu Fei smiled slightly, appearing calm, but inside he was overjoyed. This feeling of being admired and envied greatly satisfied his vanity, and he relished it immensely. Zhang Kai's eyes darted as he turned his attention to Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu, didn't you say you drove here? I've never seen a Fiat car key. Why don't you take it out for everyone to see? Zhang Kai had already planned a series of mocking methods for Chen Feiyu. If Chen Feiyu took out the car key, he would compare it to Wu Fei's Audi A4L. The difference would be obvious, and he could mock him thoroughly. If Chen Feiyu couldn't produce the key, it would be even easier. He could just mock him for lying. He would only need to hint at things, and everyone would soon suspect that Chen Feiyu was colluding with the hotel staff to stage a performance. His Supreme card might also be fake. I don't have the car key with me. Chen Feiyu casually replied, not thinking much about Zhang Kai's intentions. The car key was indeed not with him, it was with the valet staff. Upon hearing that Chen Feiyu had no car, Zhang Kai's eyes lit up. Just as I predicted, Chen Feiyu likely didn't have a car at all, and had been bragging the whole time. As for why the hotel staff would cooperate with him, they probably received a little tip. No way, how could someone who drives not have their car key with them? Zhang Kai sneered, coldly mocking him. You're not trying to deceive us into thinking you have a car, are you? We are all old classmates, you really don't need to save face by pretending to be rich. Zhang Kai added. Oh, if you don't even have a car, then your Supreme Black Gold card can't be real either, can it? Zhang Kai wore a triumphant smile, convinced he would never believe that Chen Feiyu was so wealthy. The girls frowned disapprovingly. Even if Chen Feiyu's Black Gold card and car were fake, Zhang Kai shouldn't expose him publicly. It was a bit too disrespectful to Chen Feiyu. Perhaps the car key is somewhere else. Exactly. If the Black Gold card were fake, the staff would have noticed long ago. Just as the girls finished their rebuttal, the boys seemed to have seized upon Chen Feiyu's weakness and began to passionately argue their points. How could someone who drives not have their key on them? Who knows if he is colluding with the hotel staff to put on a show for us? This kind of Black Gold card can be bought on Taobao for $9.99 with free shipping. Just then, two staff members suddenly pushed the door open, interrupting this heated debate. Everyone turned their gaze in unison towards the staff. The staff walked up to Chen Feiyu, presenting a car key that looked similar. Mr. Chen, I apologize, the staff respectfully said. Our valet staff accidentally dropped your car key. Please check if there is any damage. Our hotel is willing to compensate you accordingly. After the female staff finished speaking, she exchanged a glance with the male staff beside her. Mr. Chen, I am truly sorry, this was a mistake on my part. Please forgive me. The male staff member bowed repeatedly, regretting his actions. A Bentley key could equal several months of his salary, and for the next 3 months he would likely have to live on pickled vegetables. Chen Feiyu took the key presented by the female staff, casually glanced at it. The key indeed had some wear, but there was no other issue. It's not a big deal, there's no need for compensation. Just be more careful next time, other customers may not be as easygoing as I am. Chen Feiyu understood that while the hotel would pay, they would ultimately deduct from the staff's wages. From the accent of the young man earlier, he wasn't a local from Zhonghai. It was not easy for people to work away from home. There was no need to make it hard for someone. People should have more understanding. No need for compensation. The male staff member was completely stunned. He had prepared himself to eat nothing but wind for the next few months. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The male staff member was overwhelmed with gratitude. In the past, when he encountered wealthy people, they often looked down on others and would curse their ancestors at the slightest inconvenience. This was the first time he met a rich person like Chen Feiyu, who was so easy to talk to. In the male staff member's eyes, Chen Feiyu's image instantly became radiant and majestic. Just leave the key with me, we'll go get the car myself when I leave. Okay, thank you for your understanding. The female staff member replied, and then led the male staff member out. Before leaving, the male staff member solemnly thanked Chen Feiyu. Even if Chen Feiyu didn't pursue the matter, the hotel would definitely deduct from his bonus as punishment. However, losing a bonus was still better than losing several months' salary. This outcome had minimized the loss to the greatest extent. Valet parking. Looks pretty convincing. Zhang Kai opened his mouth to mock again. Feigu also drove here, why did he park it himself? Since the car key is here, let's open our eyes and see which is better, the Fiat or the Audi key. A boy immediately suggested comparing the two keys. After saying this, they were already celebrating in their hearts. Even if the car key was real, what did it matter? A Fiat and an Audi were not even in the same league. Comparing them would only bring humiliation. Come, let me compare it. Zhang Kai said as he walked towards Chen Feiyu, but Chen Feiyu pressed his hand down. What? Chen Feiyu, you wouldn't be so petty as to not let us see the car key, would you? Or are you afraid that comparing it will make you lose face? Chen Feiyu shook his head. It's not that, I just don't want you to damage the key. TCH. If I break it, I'll pay you the full price. Zhang Kai scoffed in disdain, thinking that Fiat's key was worth just a few bucks. Oh, if that's the case, then go ahead and take a look. Chen Feiyu moved his hand away, and Zhang Kai didn't examine it closely, but held it high. Everyone take a look at the Fiat car key. This is a limited edition, you won't get another chance to see it. As Zhang Kai spoke and waved his hand, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. All the boys were staring intently at the key as if they were gazing at a shocking treasure. Their eyes were wide, filled with astonishment, shock, and even fear. Some were even swallowing hard. Zhang Kai lowered his hand and took a look at the key in his hand. The key had a letter B in the middle, and around it were a pair of wings. What the hell? After realizing it was a Bentley key, Zhang Kai was startled and accidentally dropped the key, causing it to fall to the ground. Originally, the key's surface had only a bit of wear, but after Zhang Kai tossed it, it actually cracked a little. Chen Feiyu casually bent down to pick up the key. In fact, he could have caught it earlier, but he deliberately did not. Why wouldn't he want someone to pay for a new key? This, isn't it a Fiat? How did it turn into a Bentley? Zhang Kai stuttered nervously. A regular car key costs a few hundred, but how much would a Bentley key cost? When did I ever say it was a Fiat? Chen Feiyu brushed the dust off the key. What I meant was Fei Chi Bentley Flying Spur, do you understand? It was you who kept talking about Fiat and the discontinued models. This key must be fake. Zhang Kai in a panic began to sweat profusely and quickly made excuses for himself. If you could really afford a Bentley, how could you possibly have eaten at a roadside stall for breakfast? Who said that wealthy people can't eat at roadside stalls? Chen Feiyu retorted. At this moment, Zhang Kai still did not believe Chen Feiyu was rich, or rather he resisted the reality that Chen Feiyu was doing better than him. Who told you that being rich means hiring a nanny? Have you watched too many dramas? Chen Feiyu teased, does having money mean I need someone to feed me? Do I need someone to carry me to the bathroom? Your logic is flawed. If you need someone to help you with everything, that doesn't mean you're rich, it means you're paralyzed. Zhang Kai was left speechless, only able to repeat, I don't believe it, your car key must be fake. Ignoring him, Chen Feiyu pressed a button on the key and it popped open immediately. Aside from the exterior damage, it was still fully functional. Whether it's real or fake, let's go to the parking lot and find out. After saying this, Chen Feiyu and Li Pingfei stood up and walked out of the private room. The others, seeing this, also became interested and rushed after them. Everyone took the elevator downstairs and arrived at the parking lot. In front of everyone, Chen Feiyu inserted the key into the slot, and with a click the car door opened effortlessly. As the car door swung open, both the girls supporting Chen Feiyu and the boys opposing him couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow, this key is real. That means Chen Feiyu's black gold card must also be real. The girls might not recognize the car badge, but most had heard of the Bentley brand. When they checked the price on their phones, they were shocked to find it was several million, leaving them speechless. Everyone gathered around the car, unable to resist the urge to touch it. This was their first close encounter with a luxury car worth 7 figures. Idiot, this is truly self-inflicted humiliation. Li Pingfei secretly rejoiced, even more excited than Chen Feiyu. Wu Fei's face was dark. After boasting about his Audi A4L, Chen Feiyu had directly brought out a Bentley worth over 10 times more than his car. He felt utterly humiliated. What made it worse was that he had initiated the conversation with Chen Feiyu. How frustrating was that? Wu Fei felt like crying. He truly couldn't understand why someone like Chen Feiyu, who didn't even qualify for university, could overshadow him in both love and career. The one with the worst expression was Zhang Kai, whose mind was blank and lost its ability to think. Just thinking about how much he would have to pay for the damaged key made Zhang Kai's scalp tingle. Where on earth would he find that much money to compensate Chen Feiyu? Chen Feiyu, can we take a few pictures of your car? Of course, if you like, you can sit in it and try it out. Chen Feiyu, who had previously been well supported by the girls, would not refuse such a simple request. The boys thought they had also received permission and couldn't resist the urge to touch the car. Chen Feiyu observed everything and suddenly shouted, you guys shouldn't touch my car recklessly. If you break it, I won't be able to compensate for it, even if I sell you all. What's so great about it? The boys could only retract their hands reluctantly. Zhang Kai was at fun to drop the Bentley car key. Chen Feiyu said with a smirk, if that wasn't enough, I still have an Audi A8 key in my car, and would you like to try dropping that too? Haha, don't joke around. Zhang Kai's mouth twitched as he wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his. He had initially wanted to question whether Chen Feiyu's car was rented, but upon reflection, he had no evidence. If he continued to target Chen Feiyu without reason, he would be scorned by all the girls. Not going to drop it? Then forget it. Chen Feiyu suddenly changed the topic. Are you still living in the old place? Yes, is there a problem? Zhang Kai instinctively replied, but after saying it, he suddenly felt a bit regret. Nothing, but you dropped my car key. There must be compensation, right? And didn't you say this yourself? Hearing this, Zhang Kai's heart sank. The inevitable had arrived. Chen Feiyu, the car key was dropped by the staff before. I can't bear the responsibility alone. The staff only caused a bit of wear. You broke the key. Don't try to shift the blame onto someone else. Zhang Kai was anxious, sensing that Chen Feiyu seemed intent on making him pay. Realizing that being confrontational with Chen Feiyu would not end well, Zhang Kai decided to lower his posture. He smiled and said, Feiyu, you didn't pursue the staff's responsibility. Considering we're classmates, can we just let this go? Zhang Kai was 1,000 times unwilling to admit his mistake to Chen Feiyu, but what could he do? He was the one who dropped the key. This Blackheart guy Chen Feiyu had made Wu Fei, who boasted about having 5 end up without a dime, and now he owed other classmates a debt. If he continued to go against Chen Feiyu, he might end up losing his pants today. To protect the little money he had, Zhang Kai had no choice but to temporarily set aside his pride. An apology? You should have said so earlier, considering we're classmates. I'll give you a friendly price of 99. Zhang Kai thought Chen Feiyu would let him off easily, and his lips began to curl up, but upon hearing the latter part of the sentence his expression froze instantly. What a scam. What's the difference from no discount at all? Bastard, you made me happy for nothing. Chen Feiyu, this is where you went wrong. Wu Fei stepped up to justify his friend. Give people a chance to save face as Zhang Kai is willing to apologize to you. We are all classmates, why must you be so aggressive? Right? Wu Fei is right. The boys stood behind Wu Fei and Zhang Kai, clearly indicating their support. The girls who had been taking pictures saw this scene, put away their phones, and stepped up to stand up for Chen Feiyu. Stop morally binding others all the time. You should compensate for breaking someone else's things. Chen Feiyu didn't let you touch it from the start. You said you would compensate if you broke it, but now that it's really broken you want to play tricks. Take responsibility for your mistakes. A long-haired girl stood up. Her grades in middle school were poor, and it was thanks to Chen Feiyu and Han Shixian helping her with tutoring that she was able to get into a good high school. She has always been grateful for Chen Feiyu's assistance. Since the beginning of the class reunion, Wu Fei and others have been targeting Chen Feiyu at every turn, and she has been unhappy for a long time. So the long-haired girl suggested, why not just call the police and let them seek justice? As soon as the long-haired girl proposed calling the police, other girls immediately echoed her sentiments. I think calling the police is a great solution. Chen Feiyu, don't worry, we will all testify for you. That's right, I saw with my own eyes that it was Zhang Kai who broke your car key. Zhang Kai was like an ant on a hot pan, restless as so many eyes were on him. If the police were really called, he wouldn't even have the chance to argue. Moreover, the hotel private room has surveillance. With witnesses and evidence in abundance, he wouldn't be able to deny it. The most crucial point is if both parties were taken to the police station to negotiate, and his family found out, Zhang Kai would surely be beaten to a pulp. No, the police are so busy, let's not trouble them. Zhang Kai truly regretted his actions. If he hadn't been so petty and insisted on comparing the two keys, this situation wouldn't have happened. Chen Feiyu smiled and said, don't worry, I wouldn't call the police over a classmate's matter. At this, Zhang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt that Chen Feiyu wasn't so bad after all, and began to reflect on his own mistakes. Thank you. Zhang Kai looked at Chen Feiyu with gratitude, silently swearing that he would never mock Chen Feiyu again, lest he face divine retribution. No need to thank me. Chen Feiyu said calmly, if you don't compensate, I can only sue you in court. Rest assured, I definitely won't call the police. Thud. Zhang Kai's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Damn it. Did he have to speak so heavily? He thought Chen Feiyu was a good person, but unexpectedly this guy was 1,000 times worse than he imagined. Sue in court. That's even worse than calling the police for negotiation. Zhang Kai was on the verge of tears, giving himself a few hard slaps. What was he thinking, provoking such a scheming guy? It was just asking for trouble. Seeing his brother's aggrieved expression, Wu Fei couldn't bear it any longer. Chen Feiyu, you can't really plan to make Zhang Kai compensate, right? Just let it go. If he broke it, shouldn't he compensate? Or do you want to compensate for him? Wu Fei was momentarily speechless. If it had been when he had 5,000 in his bank account compensating for a car, he wouldn't have been a big deal. But now he still owed money to a few other guys. Where would he get the money to help compensate Zhang Kai? As a man, you should be magnanimous. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't blame Zhang Kai. After finishing, Wu Fei glanced at Han Shixian, thinking that his words highlighted his broad-mindedness and should elevate his status in Han Shixian's eyes. However, to Wu Fei's disappointment, Han Shixian didn't even look at him. Clap, clap. Chen Feiyu clapped a few times. Wu Gu is indeed Wu Gu, rich and willful. Da Peng, take the toolbox from my trunk out. What do you need the toolbox for? Li Pengfei asked, puzzled. Wu Gu is so generous. I believe if we smash his car, he won't be angry. Hurry up and get it. Okay. Li Pengfei ran excitedly to the back of the car and took out 2 large wrenches from the toolbox, handing one to Chen Feiyu. Let's go, let's smash the car. Seeing that the two were really about to smash his car, Wu Fei's heart dropped, and he spread his arms to block his Audi A4L. If you dare to smash my car, I'll call the police. Wu Fei shouted hoarsely, looking at Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei as if they were thieves. What kind of international joke is this? The car was newly bought, and he hadn't driven it more than 3 times. If it got smashed, he would be heartbroken. Oh, so you're smashing my stuff, and now that I want to smash yours, you won't allow it. Chen Feiyu said mockingly, didn't you say that men should be magnanimous? As long as you let me smash your car with a hammer, I won't ask Zhang Kai for compensation. How about it? No way. If you dare to smash, you'll call the police. I haven't smashed it yet, and you're already eager to call the police. Chen Feiyu's smile faded, and he spat humph. If you dare to show off your false high-mindedness in front of me again, I'll disassemble your car into parts. Don't doubt my courage. With your broken Audi A4L, oh, I can afford to pay. Chen Feiyu tore off the facade, no longer willing to pretend with these people. Fine, I'll compensate. Zhang Kai gritted his teeth. Apart from paying, he had no other choice. As long as you're willing to compensate, it'll give you the receipt for the new key later. Don't worry, whatever the cost is, it'll charge you that amount. I'm not a gentleman, but I'm also not as hypocritical as some people. I won't take advantage of you in the slightest. If he had to draw a comparison, Chen Feiyu felt that he was a true villain while Wu Fei was a hypocrite. In fact, the cost of a car key was nothing to Chen Feiyu. If it were any poor person or someone who accidentally broke his key, Chen Feiyu would just laugh it off and wouldn't ask for compensation. But today he definitely wouldn't let Zhang Kai off. What old classmates? Did they consider him an old classmate when they mocked him? Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. If he didn't teach them a lesson to make them remember, they'd really think they were something special. Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. Originally, there were plans for more entertainment activities like KTV after dinner, but Wu Fei had spent all his money, so the subsequent activities had to be canceled. The weather was too hot, and no one was in the mood to chat. Some took taxis home while a few girls had made plans to go shopping together. Xuan, let me take you back to school. Wu Fei approached Han Shixian with a friendly demeanor. Because of Chen Feiyu who was stirring the pot, he hadn't been able to talk much with Han Shixian during dinner. With just the two of them in the car, it would undoubtedly be more effective in closing the distance. He certainly wouldn't let such a solitary opportunity slip by. No need him not going back to school. Him planning to go home for a bit. I'm on the way with Xiao Yu and the others. They can take me home. Han Shixian decisively declined Wu Fei's invitation. Originally, she didn't dislike Wu Fei that much. But just now Wu Fei standing there moralizing against Chen Feiyu's stinginess irritated her greatly. Their values didn't align, so there was no need to get too close lest Wu Fei think he had a chance. Xiaoyu, can you take me home? Sure, get in the car. Chen Feiyu agreed without much thought. Han Shixian's home was very close to his and Li Pengfei's, so it was no trouble to give her a ride. Li Pengfei, who originally wanted to sit in the front passenger seat, immediately gave up the seat when he saw Han Shixian was with them, tactfully moving to the back seat. Wu Fei watched as the girl he liked got into Chen Feiyu's car, disappearing from view in an instant. Not even near Chen Feiyu's home, there was an Oriental Mall, a shopping mall under the Oriental Group. As Chen Feiyu was thinking of taking Han Shixian home, halfway there Li Pengfei suddenly said he had a stomachache and needed to borrow a restroom inside the Oriental Mall. After Li Pengfei got out of the car, he leaned on the driver's window, raised an eyebrow at Chen Feiyu, and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, lowering his voice so only the two of them could hear him. Old, you don't say that brother doesn't know how to be subtle. Oh, cherish the opportunity to be alone with Xian. Hearing this, Chen Feiyu rolled his eyes. It turned out that Li Pengfei's stomachache was an act. This guy really thinks he's clever. Do I need you to create opportunities for me? Xuan, I'm leaving. You and old, you be safe. Okay, contact me on WeChat if anything comes up. Bye. Li Pengfei and Han Shixian said their goodbyes to each other. Then Li Pengfei dashed into the Oriental Mall without looking back. Han Shixian's home was very close to the Oriental Mall, right next to her old middle school. It only took crossing 2 traffic lights to get there. Thank you for taking me home. I've taken you home before, there's no need to thank me. Han Shixian unbuckled her seatbelt, but didn't rush to get out of the car. She looked at Chen Feiyu's handsome profile and felt her heart flutter. My parents aren't home. Do you want to come up and sit for a while? After saying this, Han Shixian's face turned. In middle school, she had also invited Chen Feiyu to her home, but saying this now felt different and inexplicably made her feel shy. No, let's save that for another day when Uncle and Aunt are home. I'll come visit then. Chen Feiyu wasn't foolish. Middle school was middle school, and it was different now. Back then, everyone was young and ignorant and wouldn't think in terms of romantic relationships, but now they were adults, and casually visiting a girl's house just didn't feel right. Chen Feiyu wasn't a saint, and Han Shixian was so beautiful. How could a lonely man and a woman stay alone in one room without something happening? What if he couldn't help but cross the line? As a big man, it wouldn't matter to him, but after it happened, he could just turn away and deny it. But Han Shixian was a good girl, and he didn't want to hurt her. Han Shixian's eyes drooped slightly, and she felt a bit lost. She always felt that her relationship with Chen Feiyu wasn't as close as before. Then, they'll go up now. Han Shixian opened the door and got out of the car, while Chen Feiyu backed out of the small road. At that moment, a middle-aged couple was walking toward them, and Han Shixian rushed over. It was her parents. Dad, why do you look so pale? As Han Shixian ran up, she sensed something was off. Her father's face was as white as paper, and he stumbled, needing her mother to support him. Han Shixian's mother said anxiously, Your dad was fine while shopping with me, but when we reached the entrance of the community, he suddenly said he had pain in his side, back, and abdomen, and couldn't stand straight at all. It's fine, he'll just endure it. Thud. Just as Han Shengli finished speaking, he suddenly fainted, collapsing to the ground. Thankfully, Han Shixian and her mother Jiang Huifang caught him, or else his face would have hit the ground hard, causing serious injury. Dad, old Han, please don't scare me. The mother and daughter were completely flustered, even forgetting to call 120. 102. New tricks, running text fortune bag. Most of the time, when an accident happens, many observers can remain calm, and take accurate measures to help, but when it happens to oneself they become at a loss and find it hard to think clearly. This was the situation with Han Shixian and her mother. Apart from continuously calling Han Shengli's name, they had no idea what to do next. Chen Feiyu had just adjusted the car's front and was about to drive out of the community when he heard Han Shixian's panicked shout. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Han Shengli lying motionless on the ground. Chen Feiyu quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and ran over. Upon closer inspection, he found that Han Shengli's complexion was indeed very bad, almost devoid of any color. What happened? My dad suddenly fainted. Han Shixian was so anxious that tears were welling up and her speech became disjointed. Get in my car. They'll take you to the hospital. Chen Feiyu crouched down, picked up Han Shengli, and hurried toward the car with Han Shixian and her mother carefully guiding Han Shengli into the back seat. Once the seatbelt was secured, Chen Feiyu rushed toward Aili Hospital. Upon arrival, he didn't even bother to park the car properly, quickly getting out and carrying Han Shengli into the emergency room. Doctor, nurse, a patient has fainted. The nurse at the front desk rushed over. Upon seeing Chen Feiyu, they were even more careful as he was known for causing disturbances in the hospital and they couldn't afford to offend him. So the nurses divided the tasks. One went to push the mobile bed and another went to call the doctor. Chen Feiyu laid Han Shengli on the bed, and it wasn't long before a doctor in a white coat rushed over. How did the patient faint? The doctor took out a stethoscope to examine Han Shengli's condition, wanting to learn more details from the family, but Han Shixian and her mother were panicking, not knowing how to respond. Before the patient fainted, he complained of severe pain in his side abdomen and back, and then he fainted. Chen Feiyu was worried that Han Shixian would be too anxious to explain clearly after arriving at the hospital, which could delay the doctor's treatment, so he had already asked about Han Shengli's condition and what he had said before fainting. It turned out that being well prepared was the right choice. All right, you all wait outside. Oh, we need to check the patient. The doctor took Han Shengli into the emergency room. Han Shixian and her mother wanted to follow, but the nurse stopped them at the door, stating that family members present during treatment would not help and would only cause inconvenience. Nurses were coming in and out carrying files, making Han Shixian and her mother extremely anxious. About 15 minutes later, the doctor responsible for Han Shengli walked out of the emergency room, and Han Shixian and her mother rushed over. Doctor, how is my husband? Why did my dad suddenly faint? The doctor took off his mask and said, the patient is fine. Oh, it's just an inflammation caused by kidney stones which resulted in severe pain in the back and abdomen, causing him to faint. We have already given him 4 fluids to reduce the inflammation. He will be able to be discharged once he wakes up. Does the stone need surgery? Han Shixian and her mother let out a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't a major issue. The kidney stones inside the patient are not large and do not require surgery. You should encourage the patient to drink more water and jump around a bit. The stones will pass naturally. Thank you, doctor. No need to thank me. You'll be able to see him soon. I have to attend to other patients now. The doctor smiled slightly and left in a hurry, his attitude being exceptionally good. This won't do. Didn't you see Chen Feiyu right next to you? The outpatient Dr. Gu Bin lost his job because of poor attitude and refusal to admit mistakes after offending Chen Feiyu. He certainly didn't want to end up like Gu Bin. Shall you thank you so much this time? Jiang Huifang sincerely expressed her gratitude. If it weren't for Chen Feiyu's help, Han Shengli could have been in real danger and they wouldn't have known what to do. Chen Feiyu smiled lightly. No need to thank me, Aunt Fong. I've often gone to your house for meals before. This small favor is nothing. Silly child, don't say such polite things. Whenever you have time, come over for a meal. Jiang Huifang lightly hit Chen Feiyu, previously thinking he was a good kid, and now after so many years he was still as polite and humble as before. Jiang Huifang suddenly felt a sense of liking, much like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the better she felt. In fact, Jiang Huifang didn't know that Chen Feiyu's humility varied by person. If those who were disrespectful to elders acted arrogantly in front of him regardless of their age, Chen Feiyu wouldn't be polite. Sure, I haven't eaten Aunt Fang's cooking in a long time. Once Uncle Shengli feels better, he'll come over. I don't mind. Afterward, Jiang Huifang entered the hospital room to take care of Han Shengli, while Han Shixian reluctantly sent Chen Feiyu to the parking lot. It was only when Chen Feiyu's car had left the hospital that Han Shixian turned back, feeling a sense of loss. The first thing Chen Feiyu did upon arriving home was to lie down on the bed. He was scrolling through Douyin on his phone when a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the opportunity to get a lightning-fast marquee lucky bag. Heavyweight prize super life elixir. Once again, a lucky bag appeared before Chen Feiyu, but it was different from the previous ones. This time the marquee lucky bag resembled a slot machine from the game arcade in his childhood, with small squares forming a perfect square, each containing a different lucky bag. With a One-Yuan payment, he could obtain a chance to activate the marquee. Each square's lucky bag contained different rewards, and there was one lucky bag on top, wearing a crown. Chen Feiyu opened the system annotations and studied the rules. There were 3 chances for the marquee lucky bag, meaning it could be activated 3 times, and whatever square the marquee landed on would yield the corresponding reward. The crown lucky bag at the top was the super grand prize. Additionally, there was a 10 chance of a chain explosion, allowing one to obtain multiple square rewards at once. However, the conditions to obtain the crown lucky bag were quite harsh. A chain explosion had to occur first, and only after 100 consecutive explosions would one have a 1 chance to obtain the crown lucky bag. This probability was extremely low, only 1 in 1,000. I wonder what's inside the crown lucky bag. Chen Feiyu was suddenly filled with excitement. The system had not revealed any information about the crown lucky bag's prize, but with such a low probability, whatever was inside must be extraordinary. Chen Feiyu paid 3 yuan to obtain 3 chances to activate the marquee lucky bag. He pressed the red activation button in the middle, and the system immediately deducted 1 chance. The lights began to circle around the square, moving faster and faster until they finally stopped on a square. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Super Life Elixir, value unknown. A blue bottle resembling something from an online game popped up and was automatically stored in his personal inventory. What's this for? Chen Feiyu clicked on the Super Life Elixir, and the system's description was minimal, can cure any disease and terminal illness. Wow, this is pretty amazing. There are still many unknown bacteria and viruses in the world. Once infected, they could take a person's life in an instant. Having the Super Life Elixir was like having an extra life. If I start a pharmaceutical company and figure out the formula for the Super Life Elixir, I could make a fortune. Chen Feiyu was stunned by his own idea. Medicine had already advanced significantly in this era, yet many terminal illnesses remained unsolvable, such as AIDS, cancer, leukemia, and so on. Once the Super Life Elixir was released, it was easy to imagine the uproar it would cause throughout human society. Not only would it be a boon for humanity, but it would also be an unprecedented miracle in the history of human medicine. At that time, countless people would come with money, desperately seeking Chen Feiyu to save their lives. Why did the system deem the value of the Super Life Elixir as unknown? The reason was simple. Besides saving lives, the Super Life Elixir had infinite research value. Of course, the imagination was beautiful, but the implementation would be extremely difficult. First, Chen Feiyu lacked a powerful backing. If people found out he had such a miraculous elixir, it could lead to disaster, and he wouldn't even know how he died. An innocent man is wronged for having a valuable treasure. Therefore, before he possessed absolute strength, Chen Feiyu would not expose the Super Life Elixir. Second, the components of the Super Life Elixir were likely unknown to humanity, so figuring them out would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. Even if he were lucky enough to figure it out, the efficacy might only be partial. Thus, the idea of starting a pharmaceutical factory was just a thought. It simply couldn't be implemented at this stage. Chen Feiyu couldn't help but compare the marquee lucky bag with the previous lucky bags. The golden lucky bag provided basic rewards, while the colorful lucky bag offered chances to double one's value, which could be understood as giving money. As for the marquee lucky bag, it resembled loot dropped from monsters. Each type of lucky bag had its advantages. Without the basics, how could one double their value? How could one expand their domain without money and equipment? The emergence of these lucky bags seemed to be interconnected, each one helping Chen Feiyu grow stronger step by step. Chen Feiyu was so excited that he felt parched and went to get a drink of water to calm his nerves. The first prize brought such a huge surprise, and Chen Feiyu was even more looking forward to what prizes he could obtain in the next 2 chances, unable to help but rub his fists together. Chen Feiyu huffed warm air into his palms, hoping to increase his luck, then pressed the activation button. The marquee began to spin again, this time even faster than before, almost like a high-speed train. As the sound of it coming to a stop echoed, Chen Feiyu focused his gaze, and the lights finally halted on a question-marked lucky bag. A question mark? What is this? The marquee had dozens of squares, but Chen Feiyu had not noticed before that there were only 2 question mark bags, making them rarer than the crown lucky bag. From the number of lucky bags, the reward for the question mark bag should be the second highest. Could it be another super grand prize? Just as Chen Feiyu was confused, the question mark lucky bag opened. A dazzling golden light burst from the bag's opening, almost blinding Chen Feiyu. When the light faded, a scroll tied with a red string appeared before him. What is this? Chen Feiyu pulled the scroll from his personal inventory, its texture resembling parchment. Untying the red string, Chen Feiyu unfolded the yellowed aged parchment, which depicted a scene similar to the riverside scene at Qingming, with people, animals, carts, and vendors resembling a bustling market. In the center of the map was the character treasure encircled in red. What is this? Chen Feiyu couldn't understand it all, and felt that it looked somewhat like a map. After staring at it for a long time, and still being puzzled, Chen Feiyu could only seek answers from the system annotations. Upon seeing the item's name, he was utterly shocked and couldn't help but gasp. Lion King's treasure map. I knew it looked like a map, but it turns out to be a treasure map. Chen Feiyu instantly realized that the circled treasure should indicate the treasure's location. Chen Feiyu was as excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline. It was his first time encountering such thrilling treasure hunting. But then came the problem: one must find the treasure right. Where could this treasure be? Chen Feiyu wanted to obtain more information about the treasure location from the system, but all he got was a string of Arabic numbers: 178,452. Aside from these nonsensical Arabic numbers, there was no other information. Damn. Chen Feiyu couldn't help but curse. Wasn't this a joke? They gave him a treasure map, but didn't say where the treasure location was. Even a deity wouldn't be able to find it. Lion King's treasure. Could it be on the African savannah? No. This logic is flawed. If it were the Grey Wolf's treasure, would he have to go looking for Grey Wolf on the green grassland? Chen Feiyu carefully studied it. The map featured many buildings and tiny figures, all styled in ancient Huizhou architecture, with the tiny figures dressed in ancient Han clothing. The customs and culture all seemed to belong to ancient Huagua. Chen Feiyu scratched his head, feeling that the information was too scant. Even if he were smart, he couldn't guess where the treasure location was. Just as Chen Feiyu was puzzled, the tiny figures on the parchment suddenly sprang to life, and sounds of bustling market sales echoed from the drawing. Damn! Chen Feiyu was startled and threw the parchment away. The parchment landed face up, emitting a faint glow. The air around him surprisingly reflected images identical to those in the drawing. After a while, the images became increasingly blurry and finally vanished along with the sounds of vendors. Chen Feiyu, mustering his courage, picked up the parchment again and patted his chest. That gave me quite a scare. Who would have thought this thing could move, and not only that, but also project a hologram? Only Chen Feiyu with his boldness could handle this. A timid person would have fainted at the sight. However, this sudden occurrence wasn't without its gains. Chen Feiyu had caught an important clue. The voices of vendors from the earlier images sounded like a local dialect from a certain place. Although Chen Feiyu had never heard it, it vaguely resembled the dialect from Zhonghai City. Now the treasure location could be narrowed down. Chen Feiyu boldly speculated that this so-called Lion King's treasure should be in the vicinity of Zhonghai City. Just as Chen Feiyu wanted to investigate further, he heard the sound of a key turning outside the door, likely his dad or mom returning. He hurriedly returned the treasure map to his personal inventory. It wasn't that Chen Feiyu was wary of his parents, but rather that the treasure map was just too fantastical. If he mentioned it, his parents probably wouldn't believe him and would think he had lost his mind. Chen Feiyu didn't want to be sent to the hospital for a checkup. Moreover, the treasure map was a bit strange. Who knew if it would suddenly make noise again? He certainly didn't want to scare his parents. Just as Chen Feiyu finished putting away the treasure map, Wang Shufan walked in. Fortunately, he acted quickly, or he would have been caught. After changing her shoes, Wang Shufan suddenly asked Xiao Yu, "What was that loud noise just now?" "I heard it in the hall. It's nothing. If I was just watching a historical drama, and the TV was too loud." Chen Feiyu casually found an excuse to brush it off. "What historical drama? It sounded lively. Why don't you continue watching? Turn on the TV, and let me see too." With that, Wang Shufan went to get the remote and turned on the TV. Chen Feiyu wanted to stop her, but was already too late. When the TV was turned on, it was playing an advertisement. "What historical drama is this?" It just finished airing, so I turned off the TV." "Is that so?" Wang Shufan looked at Chen Feiyu suspiciously. Knowing her child, well, she sensed he was Chen Feiyu was sweating profusely. He had been caught lying by his mother when he was young, and had received a good beating, so he felt a bit uneasy when it came to lying to Wang Shufan. Perhaps this was the shadow of his childhood. Wang Shufan, feeling strange, didn't press further. After washing her face, she returned to her room to rest. Chen Feiyu let out a sigh of relief and returned to his room. He still had one last chance to use the marquee. Worried that the prize he would draw later would emit strange noises, Chen Feiyu turned on the TV and computer music to cover it up. Chen Feiyu did not immediately activate the marquee. He had only one chance left, and he wanted to make the ritual feel complete. He first washed his hands in the bathroom, then sat cross-legged on the bed, silently praying for his ancestors to bless him with a grand prize. After completing all this, he finally activated the marquee. Chen Feiyu's gaze was locked on the screen as the marquee slowed down, finally stopping on a square. Chen Feiyu sighed. The probability of the crown lucky bag was too low, and he knew he wouldn't draw it. Just as he lamented, a sudden BM explosion sound rang in his ears. Damn! What just exploded? Chen Feiyu jumped in shock, his body trembling. He instinctively thought someone was setting off firecrackers outside, but when he looked out the window, there was no one in the hot weather. While Chen Feiyu was puzzled, wondering where the sound was coming from, he was astounded to find that the marquee had changed. Originally, it only lit up one square, but now 2 squares were lit up. Bam! Another explosion, and yet another square was illuminated. Bam! 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 With a series of explosions, 5 squares on the marquee lit up. Chen Feiyu was stunned, then a wave of wild joy surged in his heart. He knew he had triggered a chain explosion. He would receive the rewards from all 5 lit squares. Chun Feiyu's excitement caused his blood pressure to soar. The rewards from the previous 2 squares had been so generous. Now he was about to receive 5 squares worth of rewards. What would the prizes be? It was simply unimaginable. Just as Chun Feiyu was filled with anticipation ready to accept 5 prizes, an unexpected event occurred again. Bam! Another explosion sound rang out, and the crown lucky bag at the very top was surprisingly lit up. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a chain explosion in the crown lucky bag. Would you like to choose the rewards from the first 5 prizes, or the crown lucky bag? What? I can only choose one. It felt like a bucket of cold water doused over him, and Chun Feiyu's. He thought he could receive the rewards from 6 lucky bags at once, but unexpectedly, he could only choose between the 5 lucky bags from the chain explosion and the crown lucky bag. Choosing the 5 lucky bags would mean giving up the crown lucky bag, and vice versa. 5 to 1. How was he supposed to choose? Chun Feiyu had a choice paralysis again, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. From the previous 2 draws of the Super Life Elixir and the Lion King's treasure map, the rewards from the latter 5 explosions wouldn't be bad either, but the rewards in the Crown Lucky Bag must be the best. He didn't know if the value of the Crown Lucky Bag could match the rewards from the 5 Lucky Bags. Forget it, he'll choose the Crown Lucky Bag. After much thought, Chun Feiyu decided on the Crown Lucky Bag. Although the ordinary Lucky Bags were good, he could draw them whenever the marquee appeared next time, while the Crown Lucky Bag was exceptionally rare. Even if the marquee appeared again, he might not draw it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a planning map valued 10 trillion. Upon hearing the prize was a planning map, Chun Feiyu was left speechless. What on earth was he supposed to do with this? Chun Feiyu suppressed the urge to tear the planning map apart, and took it out from his inventory. After staring blankly for several minutes, Chun Feiyu jumped off the bed, and carefully spread the planning map on the bed, which was taken up by the 6-foot-long map. At the top of the planning map was a prominent title development planning map for Zhonghai City for the next 10 years. Chun Feiyu found his rural location on the map, which had already been demolished, leaving an empty lot. It clearly stated that the government would build the subway station here by the end of this year. This meant that the value of the nearby plots would skyrocket. Demolitions, ports, urban transportation planning, opening new schools, hospitals, business districts, and so on. This planning map predicted all development plans in Zhonghai City for the next 10 years. Any land near development projects would see its values soar. With this map, Chun Feiyu could take the lead and seize opportunities. Just imagine if you knew a certain neighborhood was going to be demolished beforehand, and before the news spread you bought a house there, what would happen? Very soon you would welcome demolition, turning one house into 2, swapping an old house for a new one. If a piece of wasteland valued at 1 billion suddenly announces plans for extensive development, that billion could easily transform into 2 billion, 3 billion, or even more. With this blueprint in hand, Chun Feiyu can strategize effectively. Even things deemed worthless by everyone else, Chun Feiyu can see their tremendous potential value through this blueprint. The system estimates the value of the blueprint to be 10 trillion. If he is not mistaken, as long as Chun Feiyu develops according to the blueprint and seizes all project resources in advance, he could earn 10 trillion. Of course, Chun Feiyu estimates that not all of that 10 trillion will be in cash. It is likely to include things like market valuations, which may have some inflated figures. But even so, 10 trillion is an incredibly daunting figure. To put it into perspective, the GDP of a super first-tier city like Zhonghai in 2019 was only 4 trillion. Many might not have a clear concept of GDP, so let's take Apple, a tech giant in the United States, as an example. Its market value is around 10 trillion as well. Founded in April 1976, Apple has taken nearly half a century of development to reach its current scale and value. As long as Chun Feiyu proceeds step by step according to the blueprint, conservatively estimating, it would take at most 10 years for his company, which is still in its infancy, to become a giant like Apple. If he has the help of benefactors, or if he acts a bit more aggressively, he might complete this seemingly impossible task in 7 years, or even less than 5. Chun Feiyu tugged at his collar, feeling a bit breathless. The rewards given today are truly exhilarating. Finding treasure means having funds for development, and once he becomes powerful enough, he can invest in the research and development of super life potions, thus earning even more money. This step-by-step plan is laid out clearly. The more Chun Feiyu thought about it, the more excited he became, feeling a rush of warmth. He turned on the air conditioning to cool down. He took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, making sure he wasn't swept away by the sudden wave of happiness. To achieve great things, substantial funding is necessary, but finding treasure is no easy task. However, Chun Feiyu still had over 10 billion in cash on hand, so he could consider starting with a small scale. Even if he lacks sufficient funds, he possesses assets and goods worth billions, including luxury watches and fine wines, which he could auction off, believing many wealthy individuals would be willing to take them. As long as he sells these items, he will have ample resources. Chun Feiyu decided that for the time being he would not engage in any other activities and instead focus entirely on getting his company off the ground, laying the groundwork for a series of future plans. In the following half-month, Chun Feiyu immersed himself wholeheartedly in building his company, starting to recruit. The first batch of recruits primarily handled the operations of the commercial street. Chun Feiyu also needed to find a group of talents in administration, business, and finance to work in the company. Many interviewees hesitated upon hearing that the address of Yu company had not yet been finalized, fearing it might be a shell company. What if the boss ran off, and they couldn't even collect their salaries? Some recent graduates, having faced numerous rejections in their job search, eventually joined Chun Feiyu's company with a let's give it a try attitude. Although these fresh graduates were not Chun Feiyu's first choice, having them is certainly better than having no one at all. Moreover, there is an advantage to hiring fresh graduates. Young people are energetic and motivated, which can help the company get on track faster. By growing alongside the company, once they invest their time, they will develop an attachment to it and treat the company as their second home. Of course, some may jump ship midway. But that's just how business works. Rewards and risks always coexist. Chun Feiyu first hired a few girls for HR, instructing them to recruit others according to his requirements, thereby freeing himself up to focus on finding a location for the company. However, things did not progress smoothly in the past few days. Chun Feiyu visited many office buildings, but either the locations were too remote or the prices were exorbitant, treating him like a fool. In the end, he couldn't finalize any deals, which made him somewhat anxious. After taking a shower in the evening, Chun Feiyu lay in bed to rest, feeling utterly exhausted lately. Buzz. Hearing his phone vibrate on the bedside table, Chun Feiyu picked it up to see a message from Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, hey little fish, what are you up to? Chun Feiyu, just daydreaming. Fong Yuan thought calling him Xiao Chun sounded a bit old-fashioned, so she switched to calling him little fish. After a moment, Fong Yuan replied, Ling Ling said that Li Pingfei is inviting us to the water amusement park this weekend. Are you coming along? Chun Feiyu was taken aback. It seems that Li Pingfei had successfully connected with Chen Lingling using the method he taught him without making much noise. Li Pingfei was likely inviting only Chen Lingling, but she had brought her friends along. However, this progress was already quite good, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to invite Chen Lingling. Chun Feiyu, am quite busy lately, so I won't be going. You all have fun. Fong Yuan, but I specifically bought a swimsuit and wanted to have fun with you on the rapids. Chun Feiyu was momentarily stunned as visions of Fong Yuan in a swimsuit flashed through his mind. Charming, sexy, with a perfect figure. Chun Feiyu sent a voice message to him. I think I'm free this weekend. I can join you all at the water amusement park. Ordinary outings for eating, drinking, and having fun certainly did not interest Chun Feiyu. However, a group of beautiful women in swimsuits was a different story. After all, he was a normal man who couldn't resist the allure of attractive women. Fong Yuan, didn't you say you had no time? How come you're free now? Chun Feiyu, I have time now that you're wearing a swimsuit. Is it a bikini? Fong Yuan blushed at Chun Feiyu's question, sending a pig emoji. Humph, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Chun Feiyu, you big pig hoof. Chun Feiyu, then I won't go. What a pity that my six-pack abs won't have the opportunity to breathe fresh air. Fong Yuan, abs. No picture, no truth. Well, I won't believe it unless you show me. Chun Feiyu thought for a moment. I can show you, but isn't it fair that you also exchange a photo of your own so I can see how your waistline looks? After waiting a few minutes without a reply from Fong Yuan, Chun Feiyu wondered if he had gone too far with the joke. Chun Feiyu, are you mad? Fong Yuan still did not reply, so Chun Feiyu exited to the main WeChat page and saw a message from the Zhonghai City Network public account. He clicked it open and noticed a post about land auctions. ZHA 1001, ZHB 3091, ZHC 1008, and other plots of land are about to be publicly auctioned. With nothing else to do, Chun Feiyu began scrolling through the posts. The public account had specifically provided a map marking the locations of these plots for easy identification. Beiqing Road. Chun Feiyu recognized the road name, near plot ZHC 1008, realizing that this plot looked familiar. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. I remember now. Chun Feiyu took out the blueprint and found it. The blueprint clearly marked that there was already a long-distance passenger transport center to the south of plot ZHC 1008, and in the near future a subway station and a commercial district would also be built. Moreover, a prestigious private school would be moving in to the north of the plot. Plot 008 was previously rural land separated from the town by only a road resembling the two banks of Pujiang from over a decade ago. One side was affluent while the other lagged behind. The southern areas near the city had already been snatched away by major real estate companies. It would clearly be impossible for Chun Feiyu to snatch land from these real estate giants. However, the rural areas to the north had been relocated many years ago, with many developers feeling that the location was undesirable, so no one had come to invest, leaving it still a wasteland. Chun Feiyu's brain was working in overdrive. Oh, wasn't this the opportunity for wealth? Previously, this plot was worthless, but once the subway was completed, everything would change. Not every family owns a private car, most people's means of transport for commuting are subways and buses, and this place will become a new landmark for people's travel. Once the subway is completed, foot traffic for Plot 008 will skyrocket like a rocket. Chen Feiyu clicked on the blueprint and detailed information about Plot 008 immediately popped up. The government would hold an auction at the end of July for several plots, including 008. The subway project is expected to be approved by mid-August with announcements released in early September. End of July. That's just the end of this month. Chen Feiyu glanced at the time. There were less than 10 days remaining until the auction. He could fully utilize this information gap to create a time advantage. While others were still unaware of the subway construction news, he could preemptively bid low for Plot 008 at the auction, and once the subway project was confirmed, the value of the plot would increase significantly. The southern side is adjacent to a subway station, a shopping district, and an already built long-distance passenger transport center, all within a few minutes' walk, while a prestigious private elementary school would soon move into the north. The layout is simply exceptional. When Chen Feiyu builds houses on this plot, the new development will definitely, even if it's used to create a tech park, many companies would be eager to rent. Where else could you find a park with both a shopping district and a subway? The key is that Chen Feiyu won't even need to build a shopping district. Other developers will naturally invest heavily in building subway homes once they see the subway confirmed, which would undoubtedly benefit Chen Feiyu. With complete living facilities and convenient transportation, purchasing Plot 008 is undoubtedly a surefire profitable deal. Chen Feiyu stroked his chin. The system's estimated value for Plot 008 is 6.8 billion. After all, this is a suburban area that has not yet been heavily developed, far from the 100 billion price tags often seen in the city. A lower price is quite reasonable. In addition to the price, the system also provided a risk value. The planning provided by the blueprint is very accurate, but one cannot completely rule out some human factors and unforeseen events, so there is a certain risk of loss. However, the risk value for Plot 008 is extremely low, and the system concluded that it is worth investing in with substantial returns. I can afford 6.8 billion. Chen Feiyu was truly tempted. Why not buy a piece of land to play around with? Where did my pants go? Chen Feiyu fell into thought. After all, several billion is a lot of money, and having to take out so much at once to buy land would certainly make anyone hesitate. This is his first time doing such a big deal. Damn it. Fortune favors the bold. I'm determined to secure this land. After some lengthy contemplation, Chen Feiyu simply steeled his resolve. It's just a bit of risk. What's there to be afraid of? After all, I'm a man aiming to surpass the world's richest. If I keep hesitating, when will I ever make big money? Damn, isn't it just about finding a suitable office to start the company? Then I'll just buy land and build a few buildings myself. That way I can call the shots without having to consider anyone else's opinions. Having made up his mind, Chen Feiyu called Lin Weiyin, who had been learning under Su Qinglu for a while. According to Su Qinglu's feedback, Lin Weiyin was very diligent and had a strong learning ability. Now Su Qinglu had started to let Lin Weiyin gradually take on the management tasks for the commercial street. Participating in the auction requires a deposit and various verification processes, which would test Lin Weiyin's capability and efficiency. Hello, Mr. Chen, how can I help you? I want to participate in the Zhonghai auction at the end of this month, and you will represent our company to sign up, or if you need funds or related materials, just let me know later. Understood. I won't ask what you're buying. After hanging up, Lin Weiyin quickly started preparing. Chen Feiyu lay on his bed, legs crossed, hands behind his head, appearing to be daydreaming, but his mind was actually filled with thoughts. He had over 10 billion in liquid funds sufficient to secure Plot 008. However, in this world there are no secrets. Someone might have learned about the subway construction news through special channels, leading to fierce competition. To win amidst fierce competition, he must have ample resources. 10 billion is useful, but not enough. The auction in Zhonghai will feature land sales as the main event, but other items will also be auctioned. To ensure a solid victory, Chen Feiyu decided to bring some luxury watches and fine wines to auction. After all, he has no attachment to luxury watches and fine wines. The more leverage he has, the better. Buzz. Just as he was contemplating, Fong Yuan replied. The message notification showed an image rather than text. Chen Feiyu initially thought Fong Yuan had sent an emoji, so he instinctively opened WeChat, and the chat window popped up. Upon seeing what Fong Yuan sent, Chen Feiyu was stunned. What Fong Yuan sent was not an emoji, but a photo. It was her selfie. In the photo, Fong Yuan was facing the mirror, lifting her top. Her abdomen was flat without an ounce of flab, and her well-defined waistline was clearly visible. Ahem. Chen Feiyu nearly choked on his own saliva, never expecting that his casual joke would lead Fong Yuan to actually take a photo. Fong Yuan, here's what you wanted to see. Hurry and show me your little belly. Chen Feiyu, you didn't reply earlier because you were busy taking photos. Fong Yuan, what else? It's my first time taking such a photo. You're not allowed to share it, otherwise I'll get mad. Chen Feiyu, I'm not so bored as to show it to others, but your figure is really impressive. Fang Yuan felt a bit shy and retracted the photo. Chen Feiyu, you retracted it too late. Oh, I've already saved it. Fang Yuan, you're so annoying. Quickly show me your abs. Chen Feiyu, feeling lazy to type, sent a voice message. What? What abs? What abs? Abs what? Fang Yuan immediately initiated a video call. Oh, Chen Feiyu pressed the call button. Naughty little fish, bad little fish, little salty fish, are you trying to play tricks? I showed you mine. If you don't show me your abs today, then what? Chen Feiyu chuckled. Play. Fang Yuan pouted, feigning anger. I'll call the police and say you tricked a blooming beauty into taking belly photos. Then go ahead and call. Oh, I'm curious to know what the food at the police station tastes like. Chen Feiyu shrugged, nonchalantly appearing indifferent. You. Fang Yuan stomped her foot in frustration. She really had no way to deal with Chen Feiyu. Calling the police was just a joke. She wouldn't want to see him suffer. Had she known he would play tricks, she should have asked him for a photo first. Alright, enough of the teasing. I'm too lazy to take a photo. Let's do it via video instead. With that, Chen Feiyu sat up from his bed, lifted his shirt with one hand, and switched the video to the rear camera, revealing his entire body in the mirror. Fang Yuan was mesmerized, forgetting to blink. Chen Feiyu's physique was the type that looked slim when clothed, but had muscle when undressed, boasting beautifully defined arm muscles and a six-pack, like neatly arranged chocolate bars. His physique looked exquisitely perfect, as if sculpted from stone. Oh! Fang Yuan suddenly screamed, covering her eyes with one hand. What are you yelling for? You scared me. Little fish, you are not wearing your outer pants. At the water park date, people are divided by gender, and of course pants are also divided into inner and outer. The ones worn inside are called inner pants, while those worn outside are naturally called outer pants. Chen Feiyu inherited a habit from Chen Dongshan. Every summer, when he gets home, he likes to strip down, completely feeling constrained when wearing clothes. Hearing Fang Yuan say that she was not wearing outer pants, Chen Feiyu realized that he was only wearing a pair of inner pants. What? Little fish is not wearing pants. I want to see too. Yuan, you can't hog it all for yourself. Good sisters should share their blessings. I've been studying human anatomy recently. Yuan, let me see too. Fang Yuan's dormitory suddenly erupted in chaos as Chun Lingling and others rushed to snatch Fang Yuan's phone. Fang Yuan held her phone close to her chest like a treasured heirloom. No peeking. Fang Yuan protected her phone and fled to the restroom, locking herself inside. What a little fish is my private property. How can I let other girls see? Why aren't you wearing pants? In the video, Fang Yuan turned her head away from Chen Feiyu, but her peripheral vision kept stealing glances at the phone screen. Little fish has such a good figure. Chen Feiyu didn't feel embarrassed. He, a big man, wouldn't suffer from being seen naked, especially since he was still wearing a pair of inner pants. It's not like I'm completely naked. What's there to be embarrassed about? That won't do. If you video chat with other girls, won't you be completely exposed? Fang Yuan pouted in protest, thinking about how Chen Feiyu would also be undressed during video calls with other girls, making her feel sour, like she was soaking in vinegar. I've never video chatted with anyone else. Your concerns are unfounded. Am I the first girl to video chat with you? Otherwise, Chen Feiyu switched the camera back to the front. In reality, he was quite boring. He never takes the initiative to chat with girls or ask them out, as he found girls very troublesome. He remembered that during high school, a school beauty once asked him to chat late at night, and she lived less than a kilometer from his home, so he could get there quickly on foot. Anyone could guess that chatting was just a pretext. In the dark, they would of course do some ambiguous things. While other boys would eagerly turn into Sun Wukong and fly over, Chen Feiyu found it too troublesome and refused to go, leaving that girl waiting outside for over an hour, getting bitten all over by mosquitoes. Learning that she was the first girl to video chat with Chen Feiyu, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. That Chen Feiyu was willing to show his private state meant he acknowledged her, indicating that their relationship was slowly warming up. Then I'll video chat with you every day from now on. Chen Feiyu lay back on the bed and said, you won't die from looking. One look is not enough. You want to see every day? You're just greedy for my body, right? Fang Yuan's little thought was exposed, making her ears turn red as she hurriedly defended herself. Who is greedy for your body? I'm not that vulgar. This is caring for your health. Do you believe what you just said? Chen Feiyu joked, looking at your abs and pecs. Can't you tell if I'm healthy? Then if you touch me, wouldn't you know what I'm thinking? Of course, a woman's sixth sense is quite powerful. Fang Yuan began to earnestly persuade him. How about we make a bet? When we go to the water park this weekend, you let me touch you, and I guarantee I can guess what you're thinking. Do you think I'm an idiot? That I'd fall for your tricks so easily? Chen Feiyu chuckled, then suddenly changed his tone. If you wear a bikini, I might consider letting you touch me. I don't want to touch it. Fang Yuan said that she didn't want to, but she clearly swallowed hard, which subtly betrayed her little thought. The water park is indeed something to look forward to. Time flew by, and the weekend at the water park arrived. Li Pingfei arrived early in the morning with a shoulder bag to find Chen Feiyu. The night before, the girls informed him that Chen Feiyu would also be going, so he decided to hitch a ride with him. Li Pengfei knew Chun Feiyu's parents greeted them and headed straight to Chun Feiyu's room. Old fish, why are you still lying in bed? We should be setting off. Are you crazy? The date with the girls is at 10:30 and it's only 8:30 now. Why go so early? Let me sleep a little longer. Li Pengfei of course didn't agree and directly pulled Chun Feiyu out of bed. Today was Li Pengfei's first successful attempt to ask Chen Lingling out. Although it went from a two-person world to a six-person outing, he certainly didn't want anything to go wrong. It's not too early, we still have to pick up the girls from Zhonghai University. You taught me not to keep the goddess waiting. Hey, why are you so impatient? Chen Feiyu scratched his head, looking Li Pengfei up and down. This guy actually dressed up for the occasion today. His handsome level skyrocketed several notches. It seemed that Li Pengfei really cared about this date. Wait, I'm going to brush my teeth and wash my face. At the water park date, Chen Feiyu quickly washed up, gathered his clothes and towels, and just changed into short sleeves and shorts. He didn't even have time to look in the mirror before Li Pengfei dragged him out the door. This time Chen Feiyu didn't drive. He took a taxi first to the car rental place. Old fish, why are we at the car rental place? Are you planning to buy a car? Buy what car? Rent a car. Chen Feiyu shot him a glare. There were 4 girls plus himself and Li Pengfei, making a total of 6 people. A normal 5-seater car simply wouldn't fit unless they stuffed Li Pengfei in the trunk or tied him to the roof. Of course, squeezing 6 people in could work, but it would be uncomfortable and unsafe. If they were pulled over by the police, they would get fined and lose points. Chen Feiyu wasn't short on money. Renting a motorhome was time-saving and labor-saving. When going out to have fun, one should do so happily, without suffering, just to save a bit of money. Moreover, overloading violates traffic regulations and is irresponsible to both oneself and others, and Chen Feiyu would never do such a reckless thing. After paying and completing the paperwork, the keys to the motorhome quickly ended up in Chen Feiyu's hands. Li Pengfei was still taking his driving test, so today Chen Feiyu was destined to be the driver. Chen Feiyu drove in front, while Li Pengfei sat in the back like a curious child looking around excitedly. This motorhome is really nice. You really thought this through. Inside the motorhome, besides 4 seats, there were also beds and a toilet, so there was no fear of needing to go to the bathroom, and they could lie down and rest any time when tired. Driving a motorhome is indeed much more comfortable than other vehicles. Chen Feiyu arrived at the entrance of Zhonghai University. Although the motorhome wasn't a luxury brand, such a large vehicle was hard not to attract attention. Students and passers-by couldn't help but take a glance at the motorhome as it entered the school. It was too ostentatious to drive the motorhome into the university, and this time the security guard didn't let them through. Chen Feiyu naturally wouldn't force his way in. Last time the security guard at Binjiang Garden mocked Chen Feiyu and got a lesson from him. This time the university's security guard didn't say much, and Chen Feiyu certainly wouldn't make things difficult for them. After parking, Chen Feiyu got out of the driver's seat. That guy is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Don't be silly, he's Fang Yuan's boyfriend. Fang Yuan had publicly declared that Chen Feiyu was her boyfriend to reject Jin Fangzhou, and to add credibility, she even kissed Chen Feiyu in public. Everyone thought they were a real couple, unaware that the title of Chen Feiyu as boyfriend was preceded by the word. Chen Feiyu squeezed into the back of the car, yawned, and then lay down to rest. As for Li Pengfei, he was like a statue, eagerly gazing at the entrance of Zhonghai University. After waiting for a while, Li Pengfei couldn't sit still any longer. Checking the time, it was almost 10 o'clock, but he still hadn't seen the girls. Old fish, why haven't the girls come out yet? Women take time to get ready, it's definitely slower, and you arranged for them to come at 10. The time isn't up yet. Chen Feiyu answered lazily with his eyes closed. It's good that the girls aren't late. Surprisingly, Li Pengfei still expected them to arrive early, simply daydreaming. Arrange for 10:30. If they arrive by 11, just be thankful. As it approached 11 o'clock, Chen Feiyu finally got up from bed. As expected, Fang Yuan and the others appeared hand in hand at the school gate, forming a beautiful sight as they walked together. Let me help you carry your things to the car. Seeing Chen Lingling, Li Pengfei couldn't contain his excitement and took the initiative to help. Sorry we're late. Fang Yuan came in front of Chen Feiyu. Had it not been for her urging, they might have had to wait another half hour. Fang Yuan stared at Chen Feiyu dreamily. Today, he wore a short-sleeved white shirt on top and navy blue shorts on the bottom, looking handsome yet casual. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Now that everyone is here, let's get in the car and go. Chen Feiyu sat in the driver's seat and started the car, while the girls and Li Pengfei got into the back, willingly giving up the passenger seat to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sat next to him. When Chen Feiyu was thirsty, she handed him water, and when Chen Feiyu got Fang Yuan sat next to him. When Chen Feiyu was thirsty, she handed him water, and when Chen Feiyu got tired of driving, she would massage his arms and legs to relax his muscles when stopped at red lights. The clever Chen Lingling observed everything and seized the opportunity to tease Fang Yuan. Oh, our little princess Yuan, when did you become so virtuous, able to serve others now? Look at how sweet you two are together. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were an old married couple. Chen Fei couldn't help but chime in. Don't talk nonsense. Fang Yuan blushed fiercely. Li Siwen spoke up, don't tease Fang Yuan as she and Chen Feiyu are nothing like an old married couple. Siwen is the best. Fang Yuan thought Li Siwen was helping her, but she didn't realize that Siwen was also making fun of her. I think they don't look like an old married couple, they look more like a newlywed couple instead. That's true, why don't you two pay respects to heaven and earth today? Chen Lingling added. I'm not playing with you guys. Fang Yuan's face was redder than an apple from the teasing. Ha ha ha. The girls high-fived each other laughing heartily. 111. First intimate contact. Upon arriving at the water park, there was a long line at the entrance. From a distance, it looked like a sea of people. Fortunately, Chen Feiyu had bought fast-track tickets in advance, saving them from waiting. Otherwise, if they had to wait outside for hours, they would have been sunburned before even starting to play. Upon entering the water park, everyone changed clothes. Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei changed first and waited for the girls at the changing room entrance. Old fish, I'll give you the ticket money once I get my allowance in a few days. Originally, it should have been Li Pengfei buying the tickets, but the number of people tripled suddenly, and with his meager pocket money, he couldn't afford 6 fast-track tickets, so Chen Feiyu bought them for him. Enough already, can we not be so mundane? Talking about money hurts feelings. Of course Chen Feiyu wouldn't take Li Pengfei's money. A fast-track ticket is quite expensive. Just with Li Pengfei's pocket money, if he had to pay, he would likely go hungry for the next few months. Moreover, Chen Feiyu wasn't short on cash. There was no need to make Li Pengfei suffer. Thank you, Li Pengfei sincerely expressed his gratitude, knowing that Chen Feiyu was being considerate of his pride. Silly. What's there to thank for such a small matter? Chen Feiyu laughed while draping his arm around Li Pengfei's shoulder, playfully scolding him. Chen Feiyu never counted losses with his own people. What's a few tickets? Even if Li Pengfei asked him to lend him $1 billion for an emergency, as long as Chen Feiyu had it, he would lend it, without hesitation, guaranteed, without batting an eye. In fact, Chen Feiyu also wanted to help Li Pengfei financially, as life everywhere requires money, especially since Li Pengfei wanted to date. But Li Pengfei had a strong sense of pride, directly giving him money would undoubtedly hurt his self-esteem. Chen Feiyu decided to wait until the company was set up and give Li Pengfei a position. This way he could pay Li Pengfei a salary, indirectly helping him financially without hurting his pride. And after waiting for a moment, Fang Yuan and the others finally made their dazzling entrance. Li Siwen was more reserved. Her swimsuit was a blue one-piece with a small skirt, elegant and dignified. Chen Fei wore a 3-piece swimsuit, the upper part resembling a black tube top, the color and style highlighting her bold character. Chen Lingling's swimsuit was adorned with countless blue flower patterns, and the lower half was also a small skirt. A bow-shaped hairpin kept her hair pinned up, revealing her delicate face. Fang Yuan still wore a white 3-piece swimsuit, but she draped a sheer shawl over it, exuding a hint of alluring sexiness. The 4 girls each had their unique charm, showcasing 4 distinct styles of beauty. Chen Feiyu's gaze fell on Fang Yuan. He had to admit her figure was stunning, especially her legs, slender, straight, and long. Many supermodels couldn't compare. Moreover, Fang Yuan's skin was already very fair. Wearing a white swimsuit made her look as if she was glowing. Fang Yuan joyfully tiptoed to Chen Feiyu and twirled like a butterfly. Little fish, do I look good? Not bad, just so-so. Chen Feiyu didn't speak the truth. He actually thought Fang Yuan looked particularly beautiful today. What kind of appearance is the most sexy and attractive for a woman? It's not about being completely naked, but rather about being subtly revealing. That kind of feeling where you can see something, but not clearly, grants a vast space for imagination, stirring up a strong curiosity in men. Undoubtedly, Fang Yuan's swimsuit has a lethal charm for boys. Stop dilly-dallying, let's go play. Chen Lingling eagerly pulled her friends toward the first attraction, Storm Beach. Storm Beach covers over 600 square meters and is the largest artificial wave pool in Asia. The unique golden sand beach allows one to fully experience the harmony between man and nature, feeling the romantic seaside atmosphere. The Storm Beach generates waves of height fluctuations from 0.6 to 1.2 meters every few minutes, one wave after another, making you feel as if you were truly at the seaside experiencing the waves. A wave is coming, everyone hold on tight. The visible giant waves rolled in, and Chen Lingling, Chen Fei, and Li Siwen huddled together. Li Pengfei envied them, wishing he could hold Chen Lingling too. Unfortunately, he had the heart, but lacked the courage. Whoosh! The giant wave crashed in and screams erupted all around. Everyone was tossed about. The 3 girls huddled together were scattered by the fierce waves. Fang Yuan held on to Chen Feiyu's arm, but the waves were too strong, and she lost her grip, getting swept away by the water. Fortunately, Chen Feiyu was quick to react, grabbing Fang Yuan's hand and pulling her back into his embrace. Hold tight, if you get swept away, I won't go fetch you. Fang Yuan's hair was wet from the water, giving her a sexy look. She rested her hands on Chen Feiyu's shoulders, and seeing that he didn't reject her, her heart blossomed. What's the use of holding my shoulders? Wrap your arms around my neck. Chen Feiyu directly placed Fang Yuan's hands around his neck and then hugged her with one arm. This is a historic moment. It is the first intimate interaction between Chen Feiyu and Fang Yuan. When Chen Feiyu's hand touched Fang Yuan's waist, she felt as if an electric current coursed through her body, causing her delicate figure to tremble slightly, and she collapsed weakly into Chen Feiyu's embrace. Fang Yuan tilted her little head, quietly resting against Chen Feiyu's chest. Xiaoyu, your heart is beating so fast. Fang Yuan's cheeks flushed a rosy hue shy like a blooming flower. It was her first time experiencing such closeness with a boy. However, she greatly enjoyed this feeling. Of course, the one she could have such intimate contact with was only Chen Feiyu. If it were any other boy, even touching her hair would be unacceptable, let alone such a close gesture. The waist is a forbidden zone that only boyfriends and husbands can touch after all. How could she let anyone else do that? Your heart seems to be beating even faster than mine. Now as they held each other tightly, Chen Feiyu could naturally feel Fang Yuan's heartbeat. To be honest, it was impossible for Chen Feiyu's heart to be calm at this moment. Although he had dated Liu Xiaodong, he was not a very proactive person and had never had such intimate contact before. This was also the first time in his life he had held a girl without clothes on. He had to admit Fang Yuan's skin was smooth and tender, cool to the touch, and felt incredibly comfortable. Old you, that wave was so thrilling. Li Pengfei emerged from the water, shaking the water off his face. When he saw Fang Yuan and Chen Feiyu embracing tightly, he felt utterly disheartened. Damn, I haven't even held Chen Lingling's hand, and old you is already hugging Fang Yuan. At this moment, Li Pengfei felt surrounded by countless lemon trees, his teeth almost souring from envy. They just started playing and ended up hugging. I'm so envious. After experiencing the impact of the artificial waves, Chen Feiyu and the others went on to try other attractions, the most thrilling of which was the nearly 90-degree vertical speed slide. The slide was like a space capsule covered with transparent glass. Players stood inside, and the moment the valve below their feet opened, they would disappear in an instant. The dual experience of weightlessness and rapid descent was indescribably thrilling. The water park was very considerate, specially providing a double slide channel, allowing girls who were scared to hug their boyfriends or best friends to experience the thrill of rapid descent together. Li Siwen and Chen Fei entered the glass capsule first. The moment the valve below opened, they almost instantly disappeared, and their screams echoed through the slide. This is too terrifying. Chen Lingling gulped. The fearless girl was starting to hesitate. Da Peng, am teaming up with Fang Yuan, you take care of Lingling. Chen Feiyu raised an eyebrow at Li Pengfei. He originally wanted to experience it alone, but to help his good brother with his crush, he had to sacrifice himself and team up with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, aren't you coming in? I'm coming. Fang Yuan had originally planned to team up with Chen Lingling, but when Chen Feiyu took the initiative, she was overjoyed and instantly forgot about her best friend, leaning into Chen Feiyu's embrace. Hey, we can hug, but could you stop rubbing against my chest like that? I feel like my skin is about to be rubbed raw. Chen Feiyu replied with a teasing smile. If you rub against me again, do you believe I'll rub back? Perverted you. Fang Yuan crossed her arms over her chest, playfully glaring at Chen Feiyu. In truth, she wasn't really angry. Instead, she was quite pleased. Chen Feiyu's mischievousness indicated that he was gradually being charmed by her, which was better than his previously cold attitude. Of course, if it had been Jin Fangzhou or He Yifan saying something inappropriate about her chest, Fang Yuan would definitely have given them a round of slaps. He am a pervert, did you just now realize? Chen Feiyu affectionately brushed Fang Yuan's nose, then wrapped his right arm around her slender waist, while using his left hand to hold her head, pressing it against his chest. Fang Yuan felt an urge to hug Chen Feiyu, but he stopped her. Don't hug me. Keep your hands behind your back. It's easy to hurt yourself when we slide down. I'll hold you tight enough. After a moment of silence, Chen Feiyu added, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. I'm with you here, I'm not afraid at all. Fang Yuan nodded obediently, and her mood instantly calmed. For some reason, even though she was terrified moments ago with Chen Feiyu by her side, she felt enveloped in a strong sense of security, as if she had nothing to fear, even if faced with a mountain of blades or a vat of boiling oil. Whoosh! As the gate opened, Chen Feiyu and Fang Yuan disappeared, sliding out at an incredible speed. Chen Feiyu surfaced with Fang Yuan in his arms, and she hooked her hands around his neck, looking as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water. Many men were drooling, envying Chen Feiyu's position. Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Did you get hurt anywhere? Seeing Fang Yuan's expression was a bit off, Chen Feiyu thought she was injured, but she shook her head. No, it's your hand. What about my hand? Your hand touched my bottom. At first, Chen Feiyu didn't feel anything special until Fang Yuan pointed it out, and he realized his hand had slid from her waist down to her bottom. I was wondering why it felt so soft. Chen Feiyu couldn't help but exclaim, many skinny girls really have no flesh at all, looking like a skeleton when undressed, but Fang Yuan was completely different. Despite her seemingly bony appearance, Fong Yuan had a round and perky backside with a standard-shaped figure, if you can still say that. Fong Yuan playfully punched Chen Feiyu's chest, wondering if he was intentionally being mischievous. Although her lower body was submerged in water, it was embarrassing to be seen by others if they noticed. Quick, take your hand away, Fei Fei and Siwen are coming. Seeing her good friends approaching, Fong Yuan's heart raced. If they spotted Chen Feiyu's hand in the wrong place, she would surely face endless teasing from them. Chen Feiyu released his hand. He was thick-skinned and didn't mind being laughed at, but Fong Yuan was a girl, and he had to consider her feelings. After a while, Li Pengfei and Chen Lingling slid down, creating a splash. Li Pengfei and Chen Lingling certainly couldn't hold each other as tightly as Chen Feiyu and Fong Yuan had, so the moment they slid out, they separated. Chen Lingling clearly struggled in the water, her hands constantly splashing the surface and her feet kicking wildly. Li Pengfei wanted to drag her out of the water and play the hero. But then an accident occurred. As Li Pengfei swam over before he could even touch Chen Lingling, she accidentally kicked him right between the legs. A sharp pain shot through his entire body, and Li Pengfei's eyes bulged out. Li Pengfei squeezed his legs together, hands covering his sensitive area, and fortunately being tall allowed his head to barely stay above the water, otherwise he would have sunk. Once he regained his balance, Chen Lingling realized she had accidentally hurt Li Pengfei and seemed to have kicked him in a sensitive spot, as she quickly swam over to apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kick you there. Are you hurt, Li Pengfei? Do you need to go to the hospital? Upon hearing Li Pengfei was injured, everyone rushed over concerned. Li Pengfei, where are you hurt? Quick, let us see if you're bleeding. This was the peak of Li Pengfei's life, being cared for by so many beautiful girls, but he felt like dying because the injured area was too embarrassing. It's nothing really. Da Peng is tough, we'll be fine in a bit. Chen Feiyu saw the situation and stepped forward to ease the tension. Li Pengfei gritted his teeth and said, I'm fine, just bumped into something when I slid out earlier, and now there's a bit of dull pain. I'll be okay in a bit. Chen Lingling blushed, knowing very well where she had kicked. After playing for so long, you all must be hungry. Why don't we go eat something? After playing so wildly, they hadn't felt hungry at all, but Chen Feiyu's suggestion made them feel a bit peckish. Thus, Chen Feiyu successfully shifted the focus, leading the girls to the outdoor restaurant to order food, while Li Pengfei expressed his desire to swim a bit longer. Chen Feiyu almost laughed out loud. Li Pengfei didn't want to swim. He was clearly in too much pain to stand straight. Surely he couldn't walk out while covering his groin and keeping his legs together. If someone saw him, he would be laughed at to death. In amusement parks, food and drinks are generally priced high, and when the girls saw the menu with dishes starting at 3 digits, they hesitated to order. Don't worry, it's on me. Order whatever you want, just don't waste it. How much could 4 girls eat? Chen Feiyu wasn't stingy and wouldn't care about such a small amount of money for food. The girls ordered some burgers, pasta, steak, and a few drinks, totaling just over 1,000. When the food arrived, Li Pengfei had just returned. He appeared normal on the surface, but his grimacing expression revealed he was still in discomfort. Everyone was starving and naturally didn't notice Li Pengfei's condition. The girls began to eat heartily, and Fong Yuan cut a piece of steak into small bites, placing them in front of Chen Feiyu, showing great consideration. Chen Lingling, feeling guilty, also helped Li Pengfei cut a piece of steak. This touched Li Pengfei. Being able to eat a piece of steak cut by Chen Lingling made his pain worthwhile. Just as everyone was enjoying the food, a few rowdy kids with water guns showed up, spraying water indiscriminately at passers-by, and the water hit Fong Yuan. Hey kids, it's not right to spray people with water guns. Fong Yuan wasn't angry after being hit. Instead, she patiently tried to reason with the kids. But these little rascals were extremely rude and continued to spray water into Fong Yuan's eyes. My eyes. Fong Yuan let out a soft moan, and Chen Feiyu thought she was injured, rushing over to Chen. What happened? Did you hurt your eyes? It's nothing, don't worry. My contact lens was washed away. Fong Yuan had poor eyesight in middle school and always wore glasses, but as she grew older and wanted to look pretty, she switched to contact lenses. Hearing that Fong Yuan's contact lens had been washed away, Chen Feiyu slammed the table and stood up. Get over here and apologize. However, the kids not only refused to apologize, but also stuck their tongues out at Chen Feiyu. One kid even threw their water gun at him, knocking over a glass on the table. Crash! The glass shattered on the floor, and Fong Yuan's leg got cut by the glass. Hiss! Fong Yuan's face contorted in pain as she instinctively raised her feet. Chen Feiyu saw that the side of her calf had been cut by glass, a bloody gash appearing on her fair skin with blood oozing from the wound. This completely enraged Chen Feiyu. He prided himself on upholding the virtues of respecting elders and cherishing the young, but these kids were too ill-mannered, injuring someone and refusing to apologize. If these kids weren't disciplined now, they would definitely become a menace when they grew up. They had to be taught a lesson today. Seeing Fong Yuan bleeding, the kids seemed to realize they had caused a big problem and turned to run, but Chen Feiyu quickly stepped up to block their escape. The kids collided with Chen Feiyu and stumbled to the ground. Wow! The kids were at a loss for what to do, bursting into tears. A growing crowd gathered to watch, and soon the kids' parents were drawn in by the commotion. What happened, darling? The parents of the children rushed to comfort their kids, and it seemed they all knew each other, likely out for a day of fun together. Mommy, he bumped into us. With their parents present, the children suddenly found their backing and began to shift. Every family these days has only one child, treating them like treasures, afraid they might break. They usually wouldn't even scold them. Upon hearing that their child had been bumped into, the parents immediately became furious, not asking for details, and started blaming Chen Feiyu. What's wrong with you? Why did you bump into our child? Picking on kids is not a sign of strength. You look like you're not young, as shouldn't you be setting an example? Chen Feiyu laughed in anger. As the saying goes, children reflect their upbringing. Every unruly child has an unruly parent. He suddenly found these words very insightful. Li Pengfei, enduring the pain, jumped out to help Chen Feiyu explain. Hold on, don't wrong the good guy. My brother didn't bump into your kid ran into him and fell. TCH, the kid said he was bumped into. How could he be wrong? You must be in cahoots with him, of course you would defend him. Kids are the most honest. Do you think they would lie, eh? Several parents chimed in, creating a scene reminiscent of a major confrontation. Li Pengfei couldn't get a word. Fang Yuan and the others stepped up alongside Chen Feiyu, trying to explain the situation, but the parents would not listen to their side of the story. Some passers-by who witnessed the whole thing couldn't take it anymore. Clearly it was those kids who caused the trouble and hurt Fang Yuan's leg. How did it turn into Chen Feiyu's fault? It was infuriating. I bumped into them and I did it on purpose. What of it? As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Chen Feiyu in shock. Some passers-by who wanted to testify for Chen Feiyu were also dumbfounded, confused as to why he would admit to something he didn't do. Chen Feiyu had this kind of personality. He had never done anything wrong, so why should he explain? Besides, Li Pengfei had already tried to explain. Did those parents believe him? When a scholar meets a soldier, reason doesn't prevail. They had already decided that Chen Feiyu was at fault, so why waste words? Everyone heard it. He admitted it himself. You're not leaving without giving us an explanation. The angry parents were even more aggressive, baring their teeth like a pack of wolves eager to devour Chen Feiyu. An explanation? What do you want as compensation? Hearing this, the parents' eyes lit up as if they had seized a golden opportunity, and they huddled together to whisper. The mental compensation for the children is 10,000 yuan per child. In addition to paying money, you also need to publicly apologize to our child. Hearing the parents of the unruly children demand compensation from Chen Feiyu, everyone present was stunned. No wonder these children were so malicious at such a young age. When the top beam is crooked, the lower beam cannot be straight. You want compensation without any injuries. Are you crazy for money? If you want me to pay, fine. Chen Feiyu smirked. I'll definitely burn more paper money for you another day. Chen Feiyu had been through the grind in society. He had seen all kinds of people while delivering food, including several shady characters. If they thought they could easily bully Chen Feiyu just because he looked young, they were gravely mistaken. When Chen Feiyu got serious, he was even fiercer than some gangsters. The unruly parents felt a rush of joy when they heard Chen Feiyu was willing to pay, their lips involuntarily curling upwards. But when they heard the second half of his sentence, their faces suddenly darkened. Even a fool knows that paper money is burned for the deceased. This bastard is cursing them to death in a roundabout way. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. How can a child be so vicious at such a young age? If your parents raised someone like you, they must not be good people. The mothers of the three unruly children pointed at Chen Feiyu and cursed. At first he remained unfazed, but when the third mother began to attack his family, he could no longer tolerate it. If you have a problem, come at him directly. Chen Feiyu hated it most when others spoke ill of his parents. Slap. Without hesitation, Chen Feiyu slapped her. He didn't care whether the person was male or female. Anyone who insulted his parents would not be spared. You dare hit me? The woman glared at Chen Feiyu fiercely, feeling a burning pain on her face. It was the first time in her life that she had been slapped in public. The woman pushed her husband beside her. Your wife has been hit. What are you waiting for? Go deal with him. Chen Feiyu's sudden attack caught the man off guard. Now that he had reacted, how could he stand by while his wife— You dare hit my wife? The man instantly became furious. If he couldn't even protect his own wife, wouldn't he be laughed at by everyone around? Hitting his woman was equivalent to slapping his own face. Hitting her is still too light. If she dares to speak ill of my parents again, I'll nail her mouth shut. When Chen Dongshan went to a parent-teacher meeting as a child, he was still working at a food factory. Besides driving, he also had to carry goods, which inevitably made him sweaty. On the day of the meeting, Chen Dongshan came over after finishing his work in the afternoon, without having time to freshen up. As a result, a boy from a well-off family in the same class mocked Chen Dongshan for being ugly and poor. Chen Feiyu was enraged upon hearing this, and beat the boy until his head was bleeding. The incident escalated significantly. Fortunately, some classmates testified that the boy was in the wrong, and the school mediated allowing Chen Feiyu to continue his studies without being expelled. However, after that, Chen Dongshan strictly prohibited Chen Feiyu from fighting. It was clear from this incident that Chen Feiyu was extremely protective of his own. His parents were just ordinary people not earning much, but they raised him with their own hands and hard work, leaving the best things for him. They were the people Chen Feiyu respected and loved the most. He could accept others criticizing him, but he could never tolerate anyone insulting his parents. The unruly parents were startled by Chen Feiyu's fierce gaze. They felt as if they were being targeted by a flood or a beast, inexplicably feeling uneasy. Apologize to my wife. The man took a step forward, steeling himself. If he didn't stand up for his wife today, he would definitely face a beating when he got home. Moreover, with so many people watching, if he was intimidated by a younger male, where would he put his face? Hey, apologize. You think you deserve it. You little brat, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how many eyes the King Ma has. Chen Feiyu's tough attitude also angered the man who raised his fist to strike Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu didn't retreat, but charged at the man. He had never been afraid of anyone in a fight. The two fists collided fiercely. Oh no, it started. Oh, everyone quickly helped separate them. Seeing Chen Feiyu and the man wrestling, more than 10 enthusiastic onlookers rushed out from the crowd and quickly pulled them apart. Let go of me. If I don't deal with this little brat today, they'll write the character Wong upside down. The man shouted frantically, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After taking one punch, he felt that Chen Feiyu's fist was as hard as a rock, and he thought his bones might crack. If it really came to a fight, he probably wouldn't be able to beat Chen Feiyu. Little fish, I'm fine. Ew, I just have a slight scratch on my leg. Don't fight with him. Fang Yuan tugged at Chen Feiyu's arm, afraid he would rush out and get into a fight. She felt both touched and worried. This incident was all because of her. If Chen Feiyu got hurt or got into trouble while standing up for her, she would blame herself for life. I hope for good reviews, book reviews, urging updates, collections, and various requests. Looking at the redness on Chen Feiyu's hand from the fist fight, her eyes instantly turned moist. The pain inflicted on Chen Feiyu hit her hard. While Fang Yuan was worried for Chen Feiyu, trying to persuade him not to act impulsively, on the other side, the mother of the unruly child shot an unhappy glare at her husband. You can't even handle a little brat. How did I marry you, this useless thing? The man's face turned red as he was publicly scorned by his wife, his pride shattered. This is the difference between a good woman and a bad woman. A good woman helps her man grow, while a bad woman pushes her man towards an abyss. The woman only thought about venting her anger, completely ignoring that if someone got hurt, her husband might face imprisonment at any moment. Young man, fighting is wrong. It's better to talk things out. Exactly. If you lose, you end up in the hospital. If you win, you go to jail. It's not worth it. How infuriating. It was clearly their child who hurt the girl. How can they still have the face to demand compensation? I suspect they are using their child to scam. Hurry and call the police to arrest them. Some people advised Chen Feiyu to stay calm, while others stood up for him, believing he was completely in the right, and that the unruly children's parents were making unreasonable demands. In no time, several unruly parents became the target of everyone's criticism. One of them pointed at Fang Yuan and retorted, "On what basis do you say our child hurt her leg? Do you have any evidence?" "I saw it with my own eyes. I'm a witness." "Yes, I also saw it. Your child was throwing a water gun and randomly spraying people, knocking the cup to the ground, resulting in the girl's leg getting scratched. We all saw it, except for a few who had just arrived and didn't know what was happening. The crowd that witnessed everything almost unanimously sided with Chen Feiyu. The reason was simple. These parents were too excessive, bullying others. They didn't listen to explanations and insisted on demanding money, starting with tens of thousands of yuan. Any reasonable person wouldn't help them. The mother of the water gun child had a sullen face. They didn't expect so many people to support Chen Feiyu. Who knows if you are a scam group trying to extort us? This statement from the woman completely ignited the anger in everyone's hearts. Not only did they refuse to admit their mistake, but they also turned around and shifted the blame onto everyone else. Having seen unreasonable behavior before, this was the first time they had encountered such unreasonableness. Everyone stopped arguing. "Ew, I have evidence." At this moment, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked out of the crowd. He was the owner of the fast food restaurant. The restaurant owner pointed to the surveillance camera on the beam and said, "We have surveillance footage that recorded everything that happened. Oh, let's check the video to see who is right and who is wrong." "Good, then let's take out the video and shut some shameless people's mouths." "Do you dare to watch the video?" The owner's suggestion immediately received support from everyone. The unruly parents felt uneasy, but with the situation having developed to this point, there was no turning back. They could only grit their teeth and say, "What is there to be afraid of? Who is afraid of who?" The owner had the staff retrieve a laptop and adjusted the video to the approximate time when the conflict occurred. Soon, several unruly children appeared in the video. The footage clearly showed the unruly children randomly spraying passersby with water and then spraying Fong-Yuan. At first Fong-Yuan wasn't angry, but the unruly child attacked her a second time. Then the unruly child knocked over the cup, causing Fong-Yuan's leg to be injured. Open your eyes and see clearly it was your child who hurt someone first. The young man was just standing in front of your child. Your child was the one who felt guilty and tried to escape, which led to the crash and fall, and now you want to frame a good person. You immediately asked for 10,000 from each of us. I think you all look more like a group of extortionists. The crowd felt relieved, thinking that with both witness and material evidence gathered, there would be no excuse for them to quibble. However, they still underestimated the thickness of these unruly parents' skin. Children are still young and don't know better. Causing trouble is quite normal. It's just a minor injury to the leg. What's there to make such a fuss about? It's just a small cut. Bill pay for your medical expenses. Is 1,000 enough? One of the male parents took out 100 yuan notes from a waterproof bag and casually tossed them on the ground. Damn, how arrogant. Everyone was enraged by the man's actions. If it weren't for being held back by their companions, a few men would have already rushed forward to beat him up. Is this an apology? It was obviously begging. At this moment, after being silent for a long time, Chen Feiyu suddenly spoke up. Do you think having money makes you impressive? The man disdainfully replied, of course having money is impressive. What can you do about it? 117. Is having more money impressive? I have never been afraid of anyone. The man's attitude was too arrogant, and many people found him unpleasant, but 1,000 yuan for a small injury was indeed not a small amount. Others might have swallowed their anger. But this group of unruly parents was unfortunate enough to run into Chen Feiyu, who was not short of money. To Chen Feiyu, money was just a pile of colored paper with numbers on it. Living is about pride. Buddha competes for a stick of incense. Since they wanted to use money to humiliate him, Chen Feiyu would return the favor and see who was more formidable. Chen Feiyu stuffed a key into Li Pengfei's hand and whispered a few words in his ear. Li Pengfei nodded repeatedly. After speaking, Chen Feiyu patted Li Pengfei on the shoulder, and the latter ran off with the key into the distance. Everyone was puzzled about what Chen Feiyu said to Li Pengfei. Let's go, don't stoop to the level of these commoners. The man who threw away money turned to take the unruly children and parents away from the scene. In fact, they felt a bit guilty because it was their child who first injured Fong-Yuan, and they had been entangled in this matter. If the police were called, it would not be good for them. The 1,000 yuan was just to ward off misfortune. Clang! Before they could take a step, a glass flew over, landing at their feet and shattering into pieces. Shards of glass flew up, directly cutting the top of the foot of the man who threw away money. He screamed hysterically, "Bastard! You hurt my foot, you must compensate me for my medical expenses." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him with derision. His child hurt someone else's girl, yet he had a righteous and indifferent attitude. Now that he was hurt, he was suddenly furious. How shameless can one be? Chen Feiyu held a cup in his hand and mockingly said, "Isn't there money on the ground? If you want compensation, just pick it up yourself." What a... The man who threw away money's nose nearly twisted in anger. The money on the ground was thrown by him, and the purpose was to humiliate Chen Feiyu. Now, he wanted him to pick it up. Wasn't that humiliating himself? Fine, you have guts, let's see. Realizing that Chen Feiyu was not easy to mess with, the man who threw away money did not want to continue entangling. They had already offended the public, and if the situation escalated, it would not be good for them. But just letting it go like this was not what Chen Feiyu agreed to. They didn't want to play anymore, but Chen Feiyu still wanted to have fun. Clang! Chen Feiyu threw another cup, accurately blocking the path of the man who threw away money and his companions. None of you can leave until my brother comes back. Hee, what a joke. You say we can't leave, so we can't. Who do you think you are? Clang! As soon as the man who threw away money finished speaking, another cup flew over, this time accurately landing on his foot, causing him to hop around in pain. Try to leave, I dare you. Chen Feiyu's expression turned cold. But I can't guarantee that the next one won't hit your... You dare. The man who threw away money stared at Chen Feiyu. This was clearly a naked threat. Chen Feiyu didn't waste words, waving his hand in a throwing motion. The man who threw away money was terrified, quickly covering his face with both hands, but inadvertently stepped on the shards of glass on the ground, instantly cutting his feet all over and causing blood to flow. The man who threw away money sat on the ground, clutching his foot, his expression one of pain. Seeing the cup still in Chen Feiyu's hand, he realized he had been played. Chen Feiyu hadn't thrown the cup, he was just deliberately scaring him. You? The man who threw away money was furious. He had eaten more rice than Chen Feiyu had lived, yet he was outsmarted by a younger generation. How could he swallow this anger? Whoosh. However, the man who threw away money had not finished speaking when a whooshing sound came. A transparent cup smashed heavily against the man's face, causing blood to spray out of his nose instantly. Oh no, this is real. This guy looks gentle, but he's surprisingly ruthless. Mom, the cup hit his face. Ooh, just watching it hurts. Everyone shrank their necks, and when they looked at Chen Feiyu again, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. They thought Chen Feiyu was just talking big to scare the man, but they didn't expect him to be serious. Boss, I'll compensate you for the cups I broke. I'll pay you back tenfold later. Chen Feiyu picked up another cup from the table this time. He didn't threaten the man. He didn't like to repeat himself. This time the man who threw away money learned his lesson and sat silently on the spot. He realized that although Chen Feiyu was young, he had a hidden fierceness in his bones. He had no doubt that if he dared to make a move or say another word, the cup in Chen Feiyu's hand would come flying at. After a while, Li Pengfei came running back with a bag. Old fish, I brought what you wanted. Chen Feiyu took the bag and placed it on the table, making a dull sound indicating that the contents were heavy. Feiyu unzipped the bag, and when everyone saw the contents inside, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. It was money. A large bag filled with cash. After leaving the water park, they just had to cross a few streets to reach the Donya Bank, where Chen Dongshan worked. Chen Feiyu had placed his bank card in the bag. The key he had given to Li Pengfei was for the locker, allowing Li Pengfei to take the bank card to the bank and withdraw some money. Since it wasn't possible to withdraw a large amount without being present in person, the maximum he could take from the ATM was 200. Thus, while waiting, Chen Feiyu sent a message to the branch manager of Donya Bank. He informed the manager that Li Pengfei would be coming to withdraw some cash for him. As a major client, Chen Feiyu's message prompted the manager to arrange for it immediately. Though it wasted some time on the road, once Li Pengfei arrived at the bank and verified his identity, the money was promptly handed over to him, so his return was quite swift. Looking at the bag full of cash, everyone was dumbfounded. There was at least several 100,000 here, and for most it was the first time seeing so much cash. Next, Chen Feiyu made an even more shocking move. He grabbed the two corners of the bag and tilted it, causing bundles of enticing red bills to roll out onto the table, forming a small mountain. Boss, how much for the cups I broke earlier? Not much, just 50 bucks. The boss was very honest, not trying to exploit Chen Feiyu's wealth. Chen Feiyu casually tossed a stack of bills into the boss' hand. This money will cover our meal, and the rest is for you, no need for change. The boss was momentarily stunned, and after counting the cash, he became dizzy with excitement. 1,000 bucks. It was exactly 10,000. Chen Feiyu and his friends spent only about 1,000, and a few broken cups could be overlooked, but Chen Feiyu's generous offer of 10,000 was simply extravagant. The boss was so happy he nearly fainted, unable to believe such good fortune could happen to him. Wow! Everyone marveled, clearly envious of this lucky boss. Many people work hard for a month and might not earn such an amount, and to suddenly receive a windfall like this was just too exhilarating. Chen Feiyu raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. You don't need to envy this boss. You all have a chance to earn the money on the table. He pointed a finger like a judge's gavel at the money-throwing man. There are 5,000 in cash here. A punch at him earns 1,000, a kick earns 2,000, and well, keep going until it's all gone. No, you can't do this. The money-throwing man was terrified, scared to the core. He never expected Chen Feiyu would spend 5,000 just to teach him a lesson. At that moment, he realized he had hit a brick wall. Oh, Chen Feiyu was likely a wealthy second-generation heir. Had he known Chen Feiyu was this rich, he would have apologized long ago and never dared to be so arrogant. If no one is going to act, then I will. I've disliked him for a long time. A young father rushed out and kicked the money-throwing man in the shoulder blade. He had his reasons for acting earlier. While playing with his child, these rowdy kids had suddenly charged in and knocked his child to the ground, scraping their knee. When he went to confront the parents of those kids, they flatly denied it, claiming his child was careless. This infuriated. Had it not been for calming his child, he would have acted before Chen Feiyu. Now that he had the chance, he would definitely repay resentment with resentment. The money-throwing man cried out in pain, feeling like his shoulder might dislocate. That was a good kick. Chen Feiyu fulfilled his promise and rewarded the young father 2,000. With generous rewards, everyone saw that Chen Feiyu was indeed handing out cash, and one by one they grew braver. Many bystanders who had wanted to deal with the unruly parents took the opportunity to rain down punches and kicks on the money-throwing man. Of course, everyone was careful not to hit any vital areas, and they didn't use their full strength, otherwise he would have already been beaten to death. Stacks of cash were handed out, and soon they were all gone. Not only did they get to teach a rogue a lesson, but they also earned money. It was simply exhilarating. The fast food restaurant owner was very cooperative, shutting off the surveillance cameras, so the whole incident of the money-throwing man getting beaten was not recorded. After the crowd dispersed, Chen Feiyu walked over to the money-throwing man, who was now battered and bruised, resembling a pig's head. Is being rich really that impressive? Chen Feiyu asked the earlier question again, with a calm expression. The money-throwing man shook his head desperately. He no longer dared to say anything arrogant like being rich is impressive. The beating had filled him with regret. The kid who threw the water gun is yours, right? Having witnessed Chen Feiyu's methods, the man didn't dare deny it, and could only nod his head stiffly. Neglecting to teach your child is your fault. Hey, race $1,000 for each scar, and I'm sure you set that price yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Fei-yu picked up a relatively intact piece of glass from the ground and made a swift cut. Sizzle. The money-throwing man's leg was cut and blood gushed out instantly. After teaching the money-throwing man a lesson, Chun Fei-yu walked over to Fong Yuan and picked her up in a princess carry. The sudden intimate gesture made Fong Yuan's heart race. Shall you put me down? I can walk on my own. Ooh, too many people are watching. Seeing everyone looking at her, Fong Yuan's face flushed. She didn't mind Chun Fei-yu holding her, but there were just too many people around, and it felt somewhat embarrassing. No way. I'm carrying you back to the car. Chun Fei-yu straightforwardly refused, feeling a bit guilty. And earlier Fong Yuan had been sitting beside him, but due to his negligence she got hurt. He felt it was his responsibility to protect her. Oh no, too many people are watching. Ooh, just let me walk on my own. Fong Yuan kicked her legs in midair. Although she had hugged Chun Fei-yu countless times, she wasn't quite used to showing affection in public. Don't move around. What if the wound on your leg gets worse? Chun Fei-yu glanced down at Fong Yuan in his arms and threatened, if you move again, I'll spank you. Fong Yuan instantly quieted down. The thought of being spanked in public would be mortifying. She pouted in protest, but realizing it was ineffective, she buried her head in Chun Fei-yu's chest. Bad, Xiao, you wanted to spank me. In truth, Fong Yuan was not angry at all. Being protected like this by the one she liked made her feel as sweet as if she had been drenched in honey. Chun Ling and Li Pengfei went to the changing room to get their things. Chun Fei-yu, still shirtless, walked out of the water park, carrying Fong Yuan back to the RV. Inside the RV, there were spare medical supplies. Chun Fei-yu first used disinfectant alcohol to clean Fong Yuan's wound. The disinfectant will sting a bit. If it hurts, just grab my shoulder. It's okay, or I can endure this little pain. Fong Yuan had been trying to act tough, but as soon as the cotton swab soaked in disinfectant touched her wound, she screamed in pain. What the heck? Are you trying to turn me into Beethoven? Chun Fei-yu dug at his ear with his pinky finger. The girl's scream was piercingly sharp, making his ears nearly ring. What was Xiao Yu? Why does the disinfectant hurt so much? Tears the size of soybeans swirled in Fong Yuan's eyes. Her pitiful, aggrieved expression was heart-wrenching, causing Chun Fei-yu to swallow all the words of reproach he had been about to say. Chun Fei-yu applied some red medicine to Fong Yuan's wound known as mercurochrome, which primarily serves to kill bacteria. After applying it, he blew on it a few times to help it dry quickly. If a band-aid is applied while the wound is still wet, it will be difficult for the wound to scab over, and there might even be risks of skin ulceration. Does it still hurt? Chun Fei-yu asked while blowing on her wound with concern. Just a little bit, Xiao Yu. Can you blow on it some more? As she gazed at Chun Fei-yu treating her wound, a smile of happiness blossomed at the corners of Fong Yuan's lips. She suddenly felt grateful to those rowdy kids. Had they not injured her, she would never have known that Chun Fei-yu would stand up for her or experience this kind of queen-level care. Xiao Yu, what is it? If I get hurt next time, will you take care of me like this again? Thump. Chun Fei-yu tapped Fong Yuan's forehead lightly, saying with mild annoyance, next time. What do you think looks good about a girl with scars all over her legs? Don't keep tapping my head. Being a little dumb isn't bad. Men don't like women who are too smart. After chatting for a while, the red medicine had dried and Chun Fei-yu opened two cute cartoon band-aids, sticking them on the injured spots to prevent bacterial infections. All done. Chun Fei-yu organized the medical kit and prepared to stand up and put everything back. Just as he stood halfway up, Fong Yuan suddenly lunged at him, knocking him back down onto the ground. The two were now entangled together, gazing into each other's eyes with nothing else in sight. Thank you. What good is just saying thanks? You should show some actual affection. How about giving me a kiss? Pop. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Yuan made a bold move. She closed her eyes and leaned in to give Chun Fei-yu a kiss on the lips. Fong Yuan's heart raced, as if she were on a speeding train. Her lips trembled slightly. This was her first kiss, and it was nerve-wracking. In that second, Chun Fei-yu was also stunned. He was no stranger to excitement, but at that moment his mind went completely blank. He had only been joking, never expecting Fong Yuan would actually kiss him. The two remained motionless, their lips touching for a full 3 minutes. Old fish were back. With their hands full, Li Pengfei and the others returned, expecting to see how serious Fong Yuan's injury was. However, the moment they opened the door, they were left dumbfounded. What the heck? What is going on? Weren't they supposed to be disinfecting Fong Yuan's wound? Why are they 120? Publicly displaying affection. Li Pengfei felt as if he had received 100,000 points of damage. He could barely chat with Chun Ling, while Chun Fei-yu had hugged Fong Yuan at noon and was kissing her by the afternoon. This rapid progression felt like a rocket launch, leaving him in the dust. Old fish, there's a bed nearby. If you're going to kiss, do it on the bed. Sleeping on the ground is easy to catch it. Li Pengfei glanced at Chun Ling, feeling a pang of jealousy. When would he ever manage to win over Chun Ling and escape the ranks of singlehood? So immersed in the moment, he hadn't heard someone open the car door. Now hearing Li Pengfei's voice, Fong Yuan jumped up from Chun Fei-yu like a startled rabbit. Seeing the playful gazes of her friends, Fang Yuan felt utterly embarrassed, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. When they returned, she would undoubtedly be teased by Chen Ling and the others. Wow, Yuan, if I'm not mistaken, that was your first kiss. Chen Ling opened her phone camera, aiming it at Chen Feiyu and Fang Yuan. How about you kiss again? I'll take a photo to document this historic moment. Kiss. Kiss. Li Si-wen and Chen Fei urged excitedly from the side. Since the day they met Fang Yuan, they knew she had feelings for Chen Feiyu. Now that such a great opportunity had arisen, as good sisters they of course had to help them along. Chen Ling thought quickly and used provocation. Yuan, you're not scared, are you? It's just a kiss. I've done it before, why should I be scared? Fang Yuan, with her proud personality, couldn't stand being underestimated, so she turned around and kissed Chen Feiyu again. Poor Chen Feiyu had just sat up and hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath before being tackled and kissed forcefully by Fang Yuan. Click. Chen Ling quickly pressed the shutter button to capture this precious moment. Chen Feiyu was completely stunned. He had never expected to be pushed into a kiss by a girl, let alone being kissed twice within minutes. Alas, his once pristine reputation was ruined in an instant. Since Fang Yuan had hurt her leg, she definitely couldn't get wet, so their trip to the water park had to come to an end. Chen Feiyu first drove the girls back to school. When they got out of the car, Fang Yuan opened her arms and asked for a hug. Xiaoyu, my leg hurts, and I can't walk. Can you carry me back to the dormitory? Fang Yuan said in a spoiled tone. Previously, she would never have made such a bold request, but after kissing, her heart was completely open, so she felt no hesitation. Moreover, Chen Feiyu was somewhat passive. If she didn't take the initiative, who knows how long it would take for them to be together. Chen Feiyu had no way to refuse her request, so he left the car to Li Pengfei and carried Fang Yuan into the school. As they walked, the eyes of the students were all fixed on them. What the heck? Could it be that they were seeing things? Fang Yuan was actually being carried into the school by a guy. No wonder the students were so shocked. It was the first time they had seen Fang Yuan have such intimate physical contact with a boy in public. This time Fang Yuan was truly throwing caution to the wind. Her closeness with Chen Feiyu would definitely cause a stir in school. There would surely be some envious girls spreading rumors behind her back, saying her previous aloofness towards boys was all an act, that she was pretending to be high and mighty. But Fang Yuan didn't care what others said. Her reputation was of no concern to her. Being with Chen Feiyu was the happiest thing for her. She just wanted to enjoy the sweet moments together regardless of what others thought. Nearby, Jin Fangzhou and He Yifan watched this scene with clenched teeth. Fang Yuan had previously declared that she wouldn't date during her college years, yet now, not even halfway through the second semester, she was already so close to Chen Feiyu. How could they bear it? What was even more infuriating was that despite their efforts to pursue Fang Yuan, they had never managed to win her over, while Chen Feiyu had stolen the girl they liked in just a few months. It was utterly infuriating. He Yifan clenched his fist, his nails digging into his flesh. Jin Fangzhou punched a tree, his eyes filled with murderous rage. They would never have imagined that they would lose to a delivery boy who hadn't even been to college. It was simply a disgrace in their lives. He Yifan silently vowed that no matter what, he would find a way to take Fang Yuan back from Chen Feiyu. As for Jin Fangzhou, he also made a firm decision that if he got the chance, he would make sure to take down Chen Feiyu, making him pay for his foolish actions. Chen Feiyu naturally noticed these two guys, but completely ignored them as he carried Fang Yuan into the girls' dormitory. Undeniably, both Jin Fangzhou and He Yifan were outstanding and would stand out anywhere. However, they were not even in the same league as Chen Feiyu. Who were the people Chen Feiyu was associating with now? Bank Tycoon's chairman of listed companies. He could sit and chat with the top figures in Zhonghai City, whereas Jin Fangzhou and He Yifan were ultimately just students posing no threat to him at all. Of course, if they overstepped and sought to challenge him, Chen Feiyu wouldn't mind slapping them down to the beach.